Damn it. In the cramped rental room, Lin Xiao stared at the cola spreading across the tabletop, his mood beginning to crack. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan after work, he ordered a budget takeout meal, then opened his computer to rewatch the classic scene of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT. Now that perfect thrill was ruined by the free cola that came with the budget meal. Damn it, I was just watching baby get destroyed. He grumbled as he set the cola bottle upright, unaware that the cheap power strip under his desk, crowded with computer monitor and phone charging cables, had already been seeped into by cola. Cola had already run down the table's edge and filled the sockets. Crackle, pop. A violent current surged through Lin Xiao's body. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, one final thought flashed through his mind: my budget meal. I haven't finished it. Planet Vegeta Sector, a low-class warrior residential area. In Taro's home, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Lin Xiao, no, now he should be called Caxiu, sat quietly in the corner of the room. He had transmigrated. It took him a whole year to accept that fact. He had gone from an adult office worker to a 3-year-old Saiyan baby with a tail. More importantly, he knew where this was. Taro, have you really decided? A low male voice came. The door opened, and a man and a woman walked in. The man's hair was unruly, his expression cold, with a cross-shaped scar across his face. The woman had gentle black hair, but her eyes held the unique resolve of a Saiyan. Bardock and Jine. Bardock. Caxiu's father Taro stood up, glancing at his wife. I've decided. Frieza calling every Saiyan back is suspicious. I have a bad feeling about this. Bardock and Taro were comrades who had faced death together on the battlefield. Bardock said in a low voice, I feel the same. Frieza is asking about the legend of the Super Saiyan. He's afraid. I just came back from the front lines. I think the Saiyans may all be finished. Jine stepped forward, looking at the baby in the incubation pod. Kakarot. So we plan to send Kakarot away. Jine fought back her reluctance. We managed to steal a small long-distance spaceship, and its coordinates are set to a remote planet called Earth. Taro glanced at his unusually quiet son Caxiu in the corner, a flash of resolve passing through his eyes. King Vegeta was already dissatisfied with my son's slow combat growth, and he planned to exile him to some junk planet anyway. Taro sneered. Rather than be arranged by them, we might as well choose for ourselves. He turned to Bardock. Bardock, my dear friend, can we share a ride? Bardock froze, then laughed. I knew you'd say that, but the ship is too small. We can squeeze. Taro cut him off. Caxiu is already 3, and he's very sensible. If the two of them are together, at least they'll have company. But, Jine hesitated. Listen to me, Jine. After a moment of thought, Bardock pressed his wife's shoulder. Taro is right. A companion means one more hope. He looked at Taro, and both their eyes held the same death-defying resolve. There's not much time. The patrol shift change gap is short. Let's move now. Planet Vegeta's barren desert, the launch pad. 2 pairs of parents, 2 babies. Caxiu was held tightly by his mother, her tears falling on his face. Caxiu, my son, you must live. For sure. Taro patted Caxiu hard on the back, his voice hoarse. You're a year older than Kakarot. Take care of him. Live like a true Saiyan warrior. On the other side, Jine was tearfully telling Kakarot to be good. Bardock remained calm, only walking over and ruffling both children's heads. Caxiu raised his head, his clear baby-like eyes carrying an adult soul, and took a deep look at Bardock. Then he turned his gaze to his parents in this world. Goodbye, Goku's father. Goodbye, my parents in this world. Quick, into the ship. The 2 babies were quickly placed into the small round spaceship. 3-year-old Caxiu and 2-year-old Kakarot. Bang. The hatch closed. Coordinates Earth. Launch. The spaceship trembled slightly, slowly rose into the air, and then with a whoosh turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the dark red sky. Jine could no longer hold back and burst into tears in Bardock's arms. Taro and his wife held each other, gazing at the fading light. This way. It's fine. Taro murmured. Yeah. Bardock lifted his head and looked toward the planet's orbit. There, an enormous flagship radiating an ominous presence was slowly descending. Frieza is here. Bardock untied the red band from his head and tightened it again. Then Taro twisted his neck, joints cracking. Then let's make one last great scene here. Let that bastard see the Saiyan's pride. Just what I wanted. In deep space, the spaceship was on autopilot. Wah, wah, wah. In the cramped space, Kakarot's crying was like an ear-piercing assault. Stop crying, stop crying. If you keep crying, we'll be eaten by wild beasts as soon as we reach Earth. Using his baby body, he struggled to cover Kakarot's mouth. But he was only a tiny infant and his arms were too short to reach. So annoying. Caxiu grew a little irritable. He noticed a pack of baby food in the ship's automatic feeding system, but it was stuck in the exit. Come out. Caxiu roared silently, reaching out his hand instinctively. The instant the thought arose, something wonderful happened. The stuck food pack, as if grasped by an invisible hand, trembled slightly, then floated up, wobbling and flying over to Caxiu. Huh. Caxiu froze. He looked at his own short baby arms, then at the nutrient pack floating in front of him. This is... He tested it again, thinking go. The nutrient pack wobbled and flew toward Kakarot. Come back. The nutrient pack flew back again. Damn. It's superpower. Psychokinesis. My golden finger is psychokinesis. He was ecstatic. Although he had no idea how strong this psychokinesis was in a high-powered world like Dragon Ball, any extraordinary ability might be a trump card for survival. He didn't know that this was actually the Rooster Talisman Levitation psychokinesis branded deep in his soul, instinctively awakened. Wah wah, Kakarot was still crying. Alright, here you go. Kaxia used his psychokinesis to steer the nutrient pack and precisely push it into Kakarot's mouth. The world finally quieted down. Kaxia let out a sigh and looked at the stars racing past the porthole, then at the little guy beside him sucking on the nutrient pack, the one who would become Sun Wukong. Opening sharing a spaceship with Sun Wukong Golden Finger is psychokinesis. Bulma Android 18 a Dragon Ball's World Martial Arts Tournament. In this life Kaxia clenched his baby fist, I Lin Xiu will live to the fullest. Months later Earth Mount Paozu. An old man in a martial arts uniform was searching the bamboo forest. Boom. A fireball crashed near the mountain stream. Oh, what's that? A monster. The old man bowled as he grabbed his staff and ran over. In the deep crater left by the impact, he spotted a damaged circular metal object. The hatch auto-opened, revealing 2 infants with tails inside. The slightly older one blinked large dark eyes curiously at him, while the smaller one slept soundly. The old man's son Wufan stood frozen. Heavenly blessing. Are these grandchildren sent from the heavens? He carefully lifted both children into his arms and burst into hearty laughter. Since you two are so well-behaved. He glanced at the calm and composed one. You as the elder brother shall be named Sun Wuxiu, cultivating virtue and self-discipline. And you? He looked at the one still dreaming and puckering its lips. You shall be named Sun Wukong. 6 years later, Baizi Mountain Night. Moonlight flowed like water across the mountain forest. Beside a rustic wooden cottage, 9-year-old Sun Wuxiu sat cross-legged on a bluish stone. He was not sleeping. Ever since arriving in this world, he had slept far less than his peers. 6 years had passed since Grandpa Sun Wufan found him and Sun Wukong and brought them back. Sun Wuxiu slowly opened his eyes, and under the moonlight his gaze was remarkably clear for a child. He spread his small palm. Rise. With a mere thought, a fist-sized stone floated up from the ground with a soft whoosh hovering just above his palm. As expected, this was not mere telekinesis. Sun Wuxiu's lips curved slightly. When he first transmigrated, he had believed his power was telekinesis. But 4 years ago, during training at the waterfall, when he fell from the top and should have been severely injured or killed on the spot, he got up unscathed. Then he knew it was more than simple power. The golden finger etched deep within his soul finally revealed its complete form. The legend of Dragoon, the 12 talismans. This was one of the most familiar powers from his past life. Moreover, these talismans weren't physical objects, but had transformed into 12 instincts, completely merging with his soul and this Saiyan body. The chicken talisman, granting levitation and telekinesis. This was the first he awakened. Starting from manipulating a single nutrient pack, now with full effort, he could lift a 200-gene boulder using telekinetic force. The dog talisman bestowed immortality upon him. Whether falling from the waterfall, struck by massive stones, or accidentally injured by Wukong during cultivation, he would never die from any wound. Sun Wuxiu's eyes flared with intensity. Immortality. He glanced down at the tail coiled around his waist. This pairs perfectly with the Saiyan trait of renewed power after near-death revival. He hadn't dared attempt suicide, but he knew this was the foundation of his future transcendence. The horse talisman granted healing, complementing the dog talisman. While the dog talisman ensured he couldn't die, the horse talisman handled instant recovery. Over these years training alongside Wukong under Grandpa Sun Wufan's guidance, bumps and bruises were inevitable. Yet each time, no matter how severe the injury, Sun Wuxiu needed only a single thought for the horse talisman's power to flow through him, restoring him instantly. He could even transmit this power to others. Whenever Wukong was bitten by beasts and came to his older brother, Sun Wuxiu would simply press a hand to his forehead, the horse talisman's faint glow would flash and the wound would vanish. To Sun Wufan's understanding, his 2 grandsons were martial arts prodigies, not only resilient, but with astonishing recovery abilities. The ox talisman granted super strength. Sun Wuxiu rose to his feet and approached a 1,000-gene boulder, his training prop. Hop. He planted his stance and erupted with force from his small frame. A rumbling sound echoed as an invisible power surged from his soul into every limb. The 1,000-gene boulder rose effortlessly above the head of this 9-year-old child. The ox talisman's power stacks with my own strength, Sun Wuxiu understood clearly. The stronger his Saiyan power grew, the more terrifying the super strength the ox talisman could unleash. The rabbit talisman granted divine speed. Setting the boulder down, he drew a deep breath. The next instant, whoosh. His figure became a blur in the moonlight, reappearing on a distant rock within 4 seconds. Fast, to the extreme. This was his trump card for survival and ambush. Fast, utterly extreme. This was his trump card for survival and ambush. At 12, Sun Wukong had only managed 100 meters in 5.58 seconds during Master Roshi's tests. Though time-wise it seemed only nearly doubled, speed differences, even a single second, represent a massive gap. The pig talisman granted electric heat rays. Lifting his gaze to a dead tree in the distance, 2 crimson beams shot from his eyes, striking the trunk precisely. No explosion, only intense heat. The tree trunk was pierced instantly, the cut surface smooth as glass with smoke rising from the charred edges. Convenient for grilling meat and cutting, Sun Wuxiu approved, quite satisfied. As for the remaining talismans, the dragon talisman explosive power, he'd once tested it against a lake surface, sending a 10-meter-high geyser of water skyward, and most crucially, it didn't consume his chi. The snake talisman invisibility made him the premier hunter of Baizi Mountain, undetectable even to dinosaurs. The goat talisman spirit projection allowed him to roam Baizi Mountain at night, even possessing birds to soar over the mountains and glimpse the world beyond. The monkey talisman shapeshifting let him transform into any animal, though he preferred not to. It felt strange to him. The tiger talisman balance, the most profound of them all. Initially mistaking it for yin-yang separation, he discovered it granted absolute equilibrium. Whether practicing grandpa's martial arts or controlling the growing chi within him, the tiger talisman could instantly bring him to a state of perfect stillness. The rat talisman creation of life. He still hadn't figured out how to use this one. Surely he couldn't give life to a rock. 12 powers, and they all grow stronger with practice. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fists. The stronger he grew, the stronger the talismans became. He'd discovered the core's secret. The talisman's power was tied directly to his own Saiyan combat potential. The stronger he grew, the stronger the talismans became. Excellent. Bulma should be appearing soon. Dragon Ball's World Martial Arts Tournament Red Ribbon Army. And then there's Raditz Vegeta Frieza. Lost in thoughts of the future, he was unaware that Wukong, over by the stone house, was waking to relieve himself. Brother. Grandpa. I need to pee. The 8-year-old rubbed his sleepy eyes, pushed open the door half asleep, and stumbled bare-bottomed into the courtyard. Sun Wukong stood dazed, assumed a stance, just about to open the floodgates. However, the moment he lifted his head, his movements froze. The moon tonight was exceptionally round, big and perfect, like a silver plate hanging high in the sky, unobstructed by a single wisp of cloud. Sun Wukong's pupils reflected that full moon. Huh. The answer came from Sun Wukong's throat, a beast-like low growl. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy heartbeat resonated like war drums, unmistakable in the silent night. Boom. A surging aura, fierce, ruthless, primal, erupted from Sun Wukong's petite frame. His body began to swell as black fur sprouted wildly, his teeth sharpened into fangs, his pupils vanished, leaving only a crimson glare of raw savagery. Roar, oh. In merely seconds, a terrifying giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared in the courtyard. Bang! With a single swipe, the giant ape reduced the stone house where Sun Wuxiu and Wukong had lived for 6 years to rubble. Hearing the commotion, Sun Wuxiu came running. He knew Wukong was transforming again. Grandpa! Cough! Wuxiu! Get away quickly! From the wreckage, Grandpa Sun Wufan stumbled out in disarray. Roar! The giant ape spotted the 2 little bugs. Its blood-red eyes locked onto them instantly, as massive hands like fans swept down, tearing through the air with lethal wind. Moved. Sun Wuxiu grabbed Sun Wufan and activated the rabbit talisman divine speed instantly. Whooshed. The 2 became a blur, narrowly dodging the devastating blow. Rumble. A crater several meters deep was formed exactly where they had stood. After regaining his footing, Sun Wufan watched the giant ape roaring madly and destroying everything in its path. It's happening again. Wukong like this. 4 years ago, 2 years ago, Wukong had each transformed once, and both times were during a full moon. The first time Sun Wufan handled it calmly, and alerted by Sun Wuxiu cut off his tail. The second time Sun Wuxiu's cultivation had also caught up, and together they managed to deal with the transformed giant ape Wukong without excessive difficulty. Sun Wufan's gaze grew extremely grave. But Wuxiu, this time, it's completely different. Wukong's power is far stronger than 2 years ago. Sun Wufan was right. Sun Wuxiu felt it too. This aura was violent and chaotic, yet qualitatively far surpassed that of 2 years prior. Having undergone cultivation, Wukong had grown tremendously stronger, and upon transforming into a great ape, he became 10 times even more powerful. Sun Wuxiu instantly understood. This might be the very moment from the original story when Grandpa Sun Wufan was trampled to death. If only the grandfather and grandson from the original story stood here today, Sun Wufan would surely perish this night. But Sun Wuxiu stared fixedly at the giant ape's ankles, still daring not to look up at the moon. What stands here today is me, Sun Wuxiu. Grandpa. Sun Wuxiu growled calmly. Let's adjust the strategy. Tonight you draw his attention while I cut off the tail. No. Sun Wufan immediately refused. He's too strong now. Too dangerous. I'll handle him alone tonight. Roar. The giant ape spotted them, opened its cavernous maw, and began to scream as it swung a massive palm. Chicken talisman. Rised. Sun Wuxiu's pupils contracted. The powerful telekinesis of the chicken talisman activated instantly, dragging both him and Sun Wufan laterally by over 10 meters. Boom. The ground where they had just been standing was smashed into a massive crater. Grandpa, no time to hesitate. You and I both know that unless we cut off his tail he'll keep destroying until dawn. Don't worry about Wukong getting hurt. I can heal him. Sun Wufan looked into those eyes that did not belong to a 9-year-old child and clenched his teeth. Alright then. Wuxiu, be extremely careful. You too. Hey, over here. Sun Wufan stomped the ground, violently channeling his chi into his legs as he leaped into the air, loudly provoking. Then Sun Wufan placed his hand at his waist, and a blue orb of light emerged within his palm. The blue glow stood out starkly against the dark night. Came. The giant ape's attention was indeed drawn, turning to look at Sun Wufan suspended in the air. Now. Sun Wuxiu moved. Rabbit Talisman Divine Speed. Whoosh. His figure traced a white line across the ground, moving so fast the naked eye could barely track him as he shot straight toward the giant ape's rear. However, the giant ape's combat instincts were terrifyingly potent. As if it had eyes at the back of its head, it didn't even turn around. That thick python-like tail swept toward him with crushing force. Sun Wuxiu again deployed the combined power of the rabbit and chicken talismans, swiftly weaving through the air to dodge the giant ape's lethal strikes. At this moment, the Kamehameha in Sun Wufan's hands had fully condensed. Hami. With a slight forward thrust, it struck the giant ape's abdomen head-on. The giant ape let out a pained cry and began howling. Roar. Meanwhile, Sun Wuxiu had already reached the giant ape's rear, channeling the Ox Talisman's power combined with aerial acceleration, delivering a devastating kick to the back of its skull with tremendous force. Bang! Sun Wuxiu's leg whip sent the giant ape lurching forward and crashing onto the ground. The fallen beast crushed an entire stretch of forest. Wuxiu, excellent work. Sun Wufan was overjoyed. This isn't over. Sun Wuxiu did not pause for a moment after landing his strike. He looked at the giant ape's rear, where that massive tail was still thrashing aimlessly on the ground. Dragon Talisman Explosion. Ox Talisman Strength. Sun Wuxiu gathered the power of both talismans, condensing them into a high-concentration, ever-compressing sphere of energy. This was a technique he had developed by combining the Dragon Talisman with martial arts cultivation. Dragon Burst. Boom! A condensed blast wave struck precisely at the base of the tail. Flames of explosion erupted skyward. Oh! The great ape emitted a shriek 100 times more agonizing than before. As the firelight cleared, that sturdy tail was blown clean off at the root. Huh! Sun Wuxiu knelt on one knee upon the ground, gasping heavily, his heartbeat rapid. He was not exhausted. Not when the Dragon Talisman guaranteed him infinite energy, and the Dog Talisman maintained his physique at its peak. The ape's howling cut off abruptly. Its massive body, like a deflated skin, began shrinking at a speed plainly visible to the eye. Black fur faded away, the enormous figure reverted to that 8-year-old child. Plop! Sun Wukong dropped onto his back, completely naked, smoke still rising from the tail stump. He smacked his lips, rolled over, and fell asleep. Sun Wuxiu and Sun Wufan stood amid the devastation before the courtyard, reduced to rubble, as though a typhoon had passed through, gazing at Sun Wukong sleeping soundly and exchanging wordless looks. Sigh. Sun Wufan picked up his hat and exhaled helplessly. Wuxiu, it appears all three of us shall have to sleep in the trees tonight. Sun Wuxiu wiped his perspiration, yet smiled radiantly. As long as everyone was unharmed. He turned toward Sun Wufan and said, Grandpa, once the house is restored, I wish to embark upon a long journey, to seek out Senior Immortal Gyron, whom you have spoken of. Sun Wufan, upon hearing this, stared blankly at him. The following morning, the day after the great ape calamity, sunlight threaded through the splintered window frames, illuminating Sun Wukong's bare posterior. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and sat up, shaking his head as though suffering from a hangover. Where's the house? He gazed at the blue sky overhead, utterly bewildered. My posterior. It hurts. He instinctively reached behind him where his tail ought to have been and found only a smooth, hairless scar. Wah! My tail. Sun Wukong bounced upright, but instantly lost his balance and crashed face first to the ground with a plop. Ow, ow, ow. Enough howling, Wukong. From beyond the yard came Sun Wuxiu's composed voice. Sun Wukong, clutching his rear, hobbled out and was instantly stunned by the sight before him. Sun Wuxiu hovered suspended in midair, the chicken talisman granting him levitation, serving as a human crane. His hands cupped empty air, channeling formidable telekinetic force through the chicken talisman to slowly hoist a colossal log, requiring several men to encircle, positioning it precisely into the mortise and tenon framework of the foundation. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan labored below, securing and hammering. Wuxiu, you. Sun Wufan gazed upon this grandson of his, so overwhelmed he had grown nearly numb. The destruction of the previous night had been catastrophic. He had assumed at least several months would be required to rebuild their home. Yet before dawn, Sun Wuxiu had already set to work. He had first single-handedly, the Ox Talisman granting him immense strength, tossed those colossal boulders of ruin, each weighing multiple tons, into the valley. Then, moving as a mere afterimage thanks to the Rabbit Talisman's divine speed, he darted into the forest felled by the great ape the night before and returned within barely an hour, bearing all the timber sufficient to reconstruct the dwelling. Now he displayed this extraordinary faculty of object manipulation. Even more astonishing was that Sun Wuxiu required no saw whatsoever when joining the timber. His eyes flashed crimson, and a sweep of high-temperature laser left each cut surface smooth as polished glass, perfectly precise. What 9-year-old child was this? This was nothing short of a demon. Grandpa, pay attention. The crossbeam approaches. Sun Wuxiu called out. Oh, very well. Sun Wufan snapped back to reality and hurried forward to assist. With Sun Wuxiu serving as this superhuman labor crew, reconstruction progressed at an unbelievable pace. Merely one day was required. By dusk, a brand new, and even sturdier, more magnificent, timber house stood proudly upon the summit of Paozi Mountain. That evening around the dinner table, Sun Wufan sipped his soup regarding his two grandsons, his heart swelling with myriad emotions. One was the monster, who had nearly claimed his life the night prior. The other was the deity, who had turned the tide that day and rebuilt their home. Neither of these grandsons was any trifling matter. Sun Wuxiu swallowed his final morsel of roasted meat, wiped his mouth, and set down his bowl and chopsticks. Grandpa Wukong, I have had enough. He rose to his feet, his expression serene, yet resolute. Grandpa, what I said last night was sincere. I have resolved to depart tomorrow to seek out Master Tianwu, the senior immortal Guerin you have spoken of. Sun Wufan, upon hearing this, was not surprised. The determination Sun Wuxiu had revealed the previous night, combined with the composure and power beyond his years displayed during today's reconstruction, all demonstrated that he was thoroughly prepared. What a brother, you are leaving. Sun Wukong sprang to his feet with a zoom, but forgetting his tail was gone, he staggered and nearly toppled. I want to go too. I want to go. Brother, take me with you. He threw his arms around Sun Wuxiu's leg. Sun Wuxiu stroked his head and shook it. Wukong, your body has not yet recovered. He gestured towards Sun Wukong's bare posterior. Your tail was just severed. You can barely walk steadily. You would only hinder me should you accompany me. I would not. Sun Wukong retorted stubbornly, yet his reddened face and unsteady stance betrayed him entirely. Obey me. Sun Wuxiu's tone brooked no argument. Remain here and train properly under Grandpa's guidance. That colossal form you assumed last night was perilous. You must learn to control it. When you can truly defeat Grandpa, you may come seek me out. Or else I shall return for you after some time. Sun Wukong pouted, his eyes growing red, but he knew his brother spoke truth. He had forgotten last night's events entirely, but upon waking that morning and seeing the injuries upon Grandpa and brother, though healed by the horse talisman, the bloodstains remained upon their garments, and witnessing their home razed to the ground, he understood the gravity of what he had done. Very well. Sun Wukong lowered his head and murmured his assent. Sun Wufan watched the brothers with quiet satisfaction. He rose, entered the inner chamber, and retrieved a yellowed parchment, handing it to Sun Wuxiu. Wuxiu, this is a map. From Paozi Mountain, travel southeast, cross this great forest, and you shall see the ocean. Senior Immortal Gairen's dwelling sits upon a small island offshore. You will know it upon reaching the shore. Sun Wufan's gaze was filled with trust. This grandson, since being taken in by him, had been 100 times more composed than other children. He was sensible, astute, independent, and remarkably powerful. Sun Wufan knew there was little more he himself could teach him. Wuxiu, Sun Wufan said solemnly. Senior Immortal Guerin is a true grandmaster of martial arts. Yet his temperament, is somewhat unconventional. When you meet him, remember to show utmost respect, and do not flaunt your abilities. Sun Wufan paused here and added, especially your invisibility technique. Sun Wuxiu perfectly understood why Sun Wufan felt compelled to emphasize this point. I understand, Grandpa. Sun Wuxiu nodded and secured the map. Then go. The next day at dawn, Sun Wuxiu donned a clean martial arts uniform and slung a small pack over his shoulder. Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong stood at the doorway of their new home, seeing him off. Brother, you must come back soon. Sun Wukong waved his hand with all his might. Grandfather Wukong, I'm leaving. Sun Wuxiu cast one final glance at the home he had lived in for 6 years, no longer hesitating, and turned away. Rabbit Talisman, Divine Speed. Whoosh. With a fierce stomp beneath his feet, his figure instantly transformed into a streak of white wind. Then, riding the floating power of the Rooster Talisman, he shot rapidly toward the distance, leaving a long afterimage in the morning light before vanishing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the mountains and forests. Sun Wukong's mouth hung wide open. Wow, brother is so fast. Then a fierce fire ignited within Wukong's heart. I must also become this strong. Sun Wufan stroked his beard, silent for a long time. That child is no ordinary mortal. Beyond MT, Paozi the world stretched vast and boundless. Sun Wuxiu's figure, like a high-speed bullet, tore across the canopy of the primeval jungle. The divine speed and levitation granted by the rabbit and rooster talismans allowed him to disregard all terrain obstacles. Cliffs, rivers, and gorges, all cleared in a single leap. Meanwhile, his mind raced at full speed. Grandfather's martial arts path is not wrong either. But what he taught me and Wukong was a martial way of cultivating the heart and nurturing the nature, not a martial way of combat. Clarity shone in Sun Wuxiu's mind like a polished mirror. Sun Wufan was the turtle hermit's eldest disciple. Of course, he understood the turtle school's martial arts. But having retired to the mountains, he had long since lost any desire for strife and conflict. All along, his teaching of the two grandsons had been to strengthen their bodies and help them learn to control their power, not to raise them into battle maniacs. In the original story, Goku's combat power was barely above 10 when he met Bulma. This doesn't align with his Saiyan physiology or his identity as Sun Wufan's disciple at all. The only explanation is that grandfather never genuinely taught him the methods of combat, leaving Goku to fumble his way forward on his own, relying entirely on Saiyan instincts. It wasn't until he apprenticed under the turtle hermit that Goku truly stepped across the threshold of martial arts. Sun Wuxiu's gaze grew piercingly sharp. Looking backward from the Dragon Ball Super storyline, the power system of this world increasingly emphasizes realms as things progress. Ultra Instinct is the purest martial arts realm, an instinctive bodily reaction that transcends conscious thought. Why does Goku always stay one step ahead of Vegeta? What lacks in Vegeta? Talent, effort, or bloodline? What's lacking is his foundation. Goku's foundation was built step by step, from the Turtle Hermit to the Cat King of Kaioshin's Tower to Babidi and Kami at the Sacred World. He progressed from technique all the way to the Tao. And what is Vegeta's foundation? Bloodline, the gravity room, and the obsession of, I must surpass Kakarot. He focuses on power, not realm. That is why Goku can comprehend Ultra Instinct while Vegeta walks the domineering path of Ultra Ego. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath, and the power of the Tiger Talisman thrust him instantly into a state of absolute balance and calm. My golden finger, the 12 talismans. The Dog Talisman grants immortality, and combined with the Horse Talisman's healing, they form a perfect perpetual motion machine of near-death resurrection. If I wished, I could brutally injure myself, approach death, resurrect, and grind my combat power to an absurdly terrifying number within a month. But this is absolutely a trap. Sun Wuxiu knew very well that the Saiyan trait had been nearly abandoned by the author after the Frieza arc, with the exception of Goku Black. Why? Because this is overdraft, not growth. It merely forces out the potential buried within the body. It can fill your cup to the brim, but it cannot enlarge the cup's capacity. Once that potential is drained dry, this path reaches its end. This would severely damage all future possibilities. The true path of the mighty is to continuously forge the body, temper the spirit, and elevate one's martial arts realm, making the cup itself as vast as the ocean. Only then would near-death resurrection hold any meaning. It would become a force that fills the ocean, not a poison that drains the water cup. Therefore, I must never become addicted to the convenience the talismans provide. They are merely my tools and trump cards. My early path will mirror Goku's, and perhaps even combined with ideas from my past life, I will walk it more solidly than he did. Apprentice under the Turtle Hermit, study the Turtle School, and build the most rock-solid foundation. Amidst a torrent of swirling thoughts, a gust of salty, humid sea breeze hit his face. Crash, whoosh. The thunderous roar of waves crashed into his ears. Sun Wuxiu brought himself to a halt. Passing through the final stretch of coconut grove, an azure, endless ocean unfolded before his eyes. Finally arrived. The journey of thousands of kilometers from Mt. Paozu had taken him less than half a day. Gurgle. The intense travel had awakened his empty stomach. He glanced at the map. Turtle Hermit's house was somewhere across the vast ocean. It seemed he could only search slowly. Roar. At that moment, a ferocious, violent scream erupted from the nearby forest. A blue dinosaur standing nearly 20 meters tall, its physique resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, fixed its lantern-sized vertical pupils greedily upon Sun Wuxiu, regarding him as a mere snack. Moi. Sun Wuxiu raised his head and met its gaze. Just in time. The dinosaur opened its blood-stained maw and charged forward with a foul, putrid wind. Sun Wuxiu shook his head. I'm only here to borrow some food. He didn't even move. Snake Talisman, invisibility. His figure instantly vanished into thin air. The dinosaur skidded to a sudden halt, its enormous head swiveling in confusion. Where had the snack gone? The next moment, Rabbit Talisman, divine speed. An invisible afterimage streaked around to the dinosaur's rear. Sun Wuxiu reappeared, his right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, aimed squarely at the base of the dinosaur's pillar-thick tail. Pig Talisman, electric heat ray. A razor-thin crimson beam flashed across the air. Slish. There was no explosion, only a clean surgical cut. The air grew thick with the scent of scorched flesh. Hiss. The dinosaur paused, stunned, and then a wave of excruciating pain surged from behind. Its enormous tail was sheared off clean at the root, crashing heavily onto the beach. The severed edge, instantly cauterized by extreme heat, stopped all bleeding. The dinosaur writhed in agony across the sand, utterly unable to comprehend what had occurred. Glancing in terror at Sun Wuxiu, the snack, before it instantly transformed into a demonic entity in its eyes. Letting out a mournful wail, it dragged its ruined carcass and fled headlong into the forest. Like I said, just borrowing a tail. Sun Wuxiu shrugged and strode toward the dinosaur's tail, which towered over him. Rooster Talisman activated. His telekinetic power hoisted the colossal tail. Pig Talisman triggered once more. The heat ray precisely sliced the tail into several portions. Finally, with Dragon Talisman Blast, he carved a deep pit into the beach, then used the electric heat ray to ignite dry wood and kindle a roaring campfire. Soon the fragrant aroma of golden dripping roasted meat wafted along the coastline. Sun Wuxiu tore off a piece of dragon tail, meat perfectly charred outside and tender within, and devoured it in large bites. Energy replenished. Fully satisfied, he wiped his hands and wrapped the remaining meat in broad leaves for later use. Standing upon the beach, he gazed out at the boundless azure ocean. Splashed. Sun Wuxiu hovered above the sea. He had been flying for an entire afternoon. The vast blue ocean stretched endlessly, and the tiny, on the map, was like a speck of dust in this vast expanse. The direction is right. It should be around this area. Sun Wuxiu looked around. He had flown back and forth several times already. His stamina and chi were still fine, but the prolonged search was beginning to wear on him. He channeled his telekinesis, lifting himself slowly to 100 meters above the sea. His field of vision instantly widened. My! Just then the corner of his eye caught a small black dot to the southwest. There seemed to be a tiny island. Whooshed! Without hesitation, he propelled himself with his telekinesis, his body shooting across the water like a small cannonball. As the distance closed, a pink, oddly shaped house appeared before him with the words, "Came House," clearly visible on it. Finally! Found it! Sun Wuxiu slowly descended onto the beach. It was already dusk. The setting sun painted the sea a golden red, and an aged figure sat at the edge of the island silently watching the sunset. It was an old sea turtle wearing sunglasses, seemingly basking in the sun. "Hello." Sun Wuxiu stepped forward and bowed politely. Hearing the voice, the turtle slowly turned its head and looked in surprise at the child, drenched but full of spirit. "Oh, hello there, little one. How did you get here? Where are your parents?" "I'm looking for someone." Sun Wuxiu got straight to the point. "Excuse me, is martial arts master Rashi, the turtle hermit, living here?" The turtle was startled, its sunglasses sliding down its nose. You're looking for Master Rashi. What do you want with him?" "I want to become his disciple and learn the martial arts." Sun Wuxiu's tone was resolute. "Become his disciple?" The turtle examined him from head to toe. Master Rashi. He's not exactly available right now." It pointed to the Kame house behind it. Faintly from the house came a strange, energetic music along with an aged but excited yell of heave-ho. "Heave-ho, Sun Wuxiu." "Sure enough, just like in the original story." "It's fine. I can wait." Sun Wuxiu said calmly. This child. Fine, go on in yourself. He's in the living room." The turtle shook its head helplessly and turned back to watch the sunset. Sun Wuxiu nodded, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. "Sorry to intrude." Huff, puff, huff, puff. What came into view was a bald old man. He wore a pair of frog-like sunglasses, had a long white beard, a gaudy beach shirt, and carried a distinctive purple turtle shell on his back. At that moment, he was lying on the floor in front of the TV, facing a woman in a high-cut swimsuit doing aerobics on the screen. He was mimicking her leg-lifting moves with 2 wads of tissue stuffed in his nostrils to stop the bleeding. This was the world's greatest martial arts master, the turtle hermit, Master Rashi. Oh, Master Rashi seemed to notice someone had entered. He reluctantly tore his gaze away from the TV and looked at Sun Wuxiu at the door. "Little one, who are you looking for? Are you lost? Would you like some tea?" Sun Wuxiu's expression remained unchanged. The lecherous, eccentric old man before him was the very person he had come to see. He walked straight up to Master Rashi and bowed deeply. "Master Rashi, your junior Sun Wuxiu earnestly begs you to accept me as your disciple and teach me the martial way." This caught Master Rashi off guard. Hey, this child, get up." Master Rashi fumbled to help him up. "What disciple? I'm just a reclusive old man. I can't teach you any martial arts." As he spoke, he put his sunglasses back on, and his gaze drifted back toward the TV. Then, as if he had just heard something, he muttered softly, "Sun Wux. Xiao." Master Rashi paused in his dismissive gesture. He took off his sunglasses, and in his seemingly clouded eyes a glint of sharpness flashed. "That name sounds so familiar." He stroked his white beard and studied the boy carefully. Black hair, spirited eyes, and most importantly a calmness far beyond his years. "You aren't from an ordinary family. How do you know me?" Master Rashi asked. "My grandfather Sun Wufan told me." At the mention of that name, Master Rashi's eyes lit up. Sun Wu Fan." Master Rashi leaped up from the floor and grabbed Sun Wuxiu's shoulders, visibly excited. "You are Wufan's grandson?" "Yes." "Huh. So that's it. Master Rashi laughed heartily, patting Sun Wuxiu's back excitedly. "I knew Sun Wu sounded familiar. So you're that kid's grandson." He stopped laughing and looked at Sun Wuxiu with a hint of emotion. That kid Wufan. So many years have passed, and now he's a grandfather. Is he doing well? Grandfather is in good health. He and my younger brother Sun Wukong are living in seclusion on Mount Pozu. Sun Wuxiu replied. Mount Pozu. Good. Master Roshi nodded, and the frivolity in his eyes vanished, completely replaced by the warmth and approval of a grandmaster. He looked at Sun Wuxiu anew. Wufan's grandson came all the way from Mount Pozu just to become my disciple. Yes, Sun Wuxiu affirmed again. I want to learn true martial arts. True martial arts. Master Roshi murmured. He looked into Sun Wuxiu's determined eyes and saw the reflection of a disciple from years ago equally devoted to the martial way. Good. You are indeed Wufan's grandson. Master Roshi laughed heartily. I accept you as my disciple. And so from the age of 9 Sun Wuxiu stayed at Kame House, beginning his arduous training. In the early morning before dawn, Master Roshi would wake Sun Wuxiu. Carrying a turtle shell weighing dozens of kilograms, he ran long distances on the beach, swam long distances in waters infested with sharks, dodged swarms of bees, to hone his evasive skills, and engaged in intense farm work, milk delivery, and construction labor. This training regimen was identical to that of Sun Wukong and Krillin in the original story. Martial arts are not all about fighting. Master Roshi, sipping tea, shouted at the sweat-drenched Sun Wuxiu. You must learn to move, and also learn to be still. You must learn to be tense, and also learn to relax. The essence of the turtle school lies in balancing work and rest. Forge your body and spirit through ordinary life. Sun Wuxiu did not use any of his talisman powers. He withdrew all the strengthening talismans, such as the ox talisman and the rabbit talisman, deep into his soul. What he wanted was the most solid foundation. The power of balance from the tiger talisman worked wonders here. No matter how heavy or tedious the training Master Roshi assigned Sun Wuxiu could instantly enter a state of perfect tranquility, completing each task meticulously, without pride or impatience. His performance astonished Master Roshi. This child was a born martial artist. His comprehension, focus, and endurance were nothing like a child's. Indeed, they surpassed any disciple he had ever encountered. Good kid. Master Roshi murmured, stroking his beard in quiet amazement. Where on earth did this kid pull a monster like this from? With his foundation solidified, Master Roshi began teaching him the true techniques. Wuxiu, watch carefully. This is how Qi is applied. Master Roshi stood on the beach, rooted in a deep stance, his hands slowly coming together at his waist. Gather all the latent energy in your body into one point. And then, came, haim, hop, boom. A blinding blue pillar of light erupted, soaring across hundreds of meters of ocean surface and striking a distant reef, obliterating it to fragments. Sun Wuxiu's eyes lit up. This was what he had been dreaming of. Can you feel it? This is Qi. Master Roshi panted heavily. You should try feeling it yourself. Sun Wuxiu nodded. He walked aside, closed his eyes, and recalled Master Roshi's movements just now. The tiger talisman activated, uniting mind and spirit. The Qi within his body had long since become profoundly abundant through 6 years of exploration and life on MT. Payos. He mimicked Master Roshi's posture, bringing his palms together at his waist. An immense surge of Qi instantly converged at his palms. What a... Master Roshi nearly dropped his sunglasses. The magnitude of this Qi. Boom. Sun Wuxiu did not call out a technique name, but instead unleashed the energy with full force. A similarly azure, yet far thicker, and more condensed energy wave exploded outward. It did not strike the sea surface but skimmed just above it, carving a long trail of white foam across the water before dissipating at a distance of 1,000 meters. The sea breeze blew. Master Roshi stood petrified. Am I seeing things? Teacher, I think I figured out the key. Sun Wuxiu lowered his stance and spoke calmly. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and put them back on. In the days that followed, Sun Wuxiu's progress could only be described as godlike. At Sun Wuxiu's request, remaining techniques, such as the afterimage fist, the myriad waves palms, and hypnosis were taught. Under Master Roshi's instruction, he grasped each technique almost instantly upon first exposure. He was like a dry sponge, furiously absorbing the essence of the Roshi school of martial arts. Master Roshi went from initial shock to numbness and finally to a deep sense of contentment. Perhaps the future of martial arts lies in this child. Of course, there were some techniques Master Roshi refused to teach. Teacher, what is the mafuba? When Sun Wuxiu came across this technique in the ancient texts collected by Master Roshi, he curiously asked. Absolutely not. Master Roshi's reaction was extraordinarily intense. He snatched the book away, his expression deadly serious. Wuxiu, listen to me. The mafuba is a forbidden technique. Though it can seal enemies, the cost is the caster's own life. Under no circumstances are you to touch this technique, understood? Looking into Master Roshi's stern gaze, Sun Wuxiu knew he meant well. Although I have the dog talisman, and using it wouldn't kill me. He thought to himself, but obediently nodded. Yes, teacher, I remember. Time flew like a shuttle. For years passed in the blink of an eye. Beside Master Roshi's hut on the beach, a youth nearly 156 centimeters tall, his upper body bare, practiced meditation, facing the morning sun. His short black hair fluttered gently, his features having shed any trace of childishness, now sharp and defined. Unlike Sun Wukong's pure innocence, his face carried a calmness and determination unmatched by his peers. Between his closed eyelids and commanding presence quietly emanated. He was Sun Wuxiu, 13 years old. Science matures slowly. Though not particularly tall for his age, his physique was dense with explosive power. Every muscle line flowed with perfection, devoid of a single ounce of excess flesh. Ooh! Sun Wuxiu slowly exhaled, opening his eyes. For years, he clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. Calm as the sea, yet concealing treacherous undertows. The Roshi School of Martial Arts I have mastered completely. These 4 years he had never once activated the near-death resurrection exploit. He simply continued building his foundation, constantly forging his body and spirit. Nevertheless, even without using the talismans, his current strength could arguably rival Tian Han, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years later. If he employed the talismans, he could certainly hold his own against the younger Piccolo. Winning outright was uncertain, but being defeated was not an option. Of course, after several more exchanges with passive triggers, stacking up victory would be guaranteed. The foundation is now complete. Sun Wuxiu rose to his feet, gazing toward the direction of Mt. Payos, doing the math. It's about time. He knew very well that the Dragon Ball story began in the year when Sun Wukong turned 12. That girl with blue hair and her adventure of searching for the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi. Sun Wuxiu entered the hut. Master Roshi was in his usual state, watching his morning exercise program. Oh, Wuxiu finished training. Master Roshi greeted without turning around. Sun Wuxiu walked behind him and bowed deeply. Teacher, thank you for your care these past 4 years. Master Roshi paused. He switched off the television and slowly turned around, his expression complex. You're leaving? Yes. Sun Wuxiu looked up, his gaze clear. I want to go home and see Grandpa and my brother. Master Roshi fell silent for a moment, then smiled understandingly. True, you've grown so tall. He stood up, walked over to Sun Wuxiu, and adjusted his collar. These 4 years you have been the most outstanding disciple I have ever had. No, you have already graduated. Go. Master Roshi patted his shoulder. The path of martial arts is still long. Do not grow complacent. Yes, teacher. Sun Wuxiu nodded firmly. And Master Roshi suddenly flashed his trademark mischievous grin. Wuxiu, after you leave the mountain, if you happen to meet any pretty big sisters, be sure to bring them back to your old master. Hee hee. A black vein appeared on Sun Wuxiu's forehead. Teacher, I'm leaving. Ignoring this unseemly master, he turned and walked out of the hut. Hey, Wuxiu, don't forget to come visit often. Master Roshi's loud voice came from behind. Sun Wuxiu did not look back, merely raising his hand in a casual wave. Standing by the seaside, he took a deep breath. Mt. Payos. Wukong. Bulma. The Dragon Ball world, Sun Wuxiu, officially enters the game. Whoosh. The rabbit talisman's divine speed and the chicken talisman's levitation were activated to their fullest. His entire body became a streak of white light, skimming rapidly across the sea surface, kicking up trails of spray, racing toward the mainland. The midday sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, and even the air seemed to shimmer slightly from the intense heat. In a bustling town hundreds of kilometers from West City, crowds of people were busily going about their daily routines. Boss, how much is this mask? A clear voice rang out in front of a general store. The shopkeeper, a short, stout, middle-aged man fanning flies with a palm leaf fan, lifted his head at the sound and couldn't help but be taken aback. Standing before him was a youth of about 13 or 14. The youth wore a simple short-sleeved martial arts uniform, revealing his lean and well-defined muscles, with orange martial arts pants and a black belt around his waist. What was most striking were his deep obsidian-like eyes and the brown tail gently swaying behind him. Oh, young man, you have good taste. The shopkeeper snapped out of his daze and quickly put on a smiling face. This mask is made in the image of an evil ghost from the ancient opera of the East, only 500 Sony. The youth picked up the mask. The mask was a ghastly white, painted with blood-red fangs and glaring eyes, looking quite fierce. Interesting. Sun Wuxiu's lips curled up slightly. He casually tossed down a few bills, picked up the mask, and put it on his face. Keep the change. Before the words faded, the shopkeeper felt a blur before his eyes. A fierce wind sprang up from nowhere, rattling the hanging ornaments in the shop. When he opened his eyes again, the youth's figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. In the wilderness outside the town, a streak of white light rushed forward at an unimaginable speed. Rabbit talisman divine speed. Under the mask, Sun Wuxiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. For years, during those 4 years at Kame House, to build a solid foundation and avoid bodily dependence, he had almost sealed all active skills of the talismans. Especially the rabbit talisman. He had held back from using it, relying solely on physical strength to swim in the sea and run on the beach. That feeling was like someone accustomed to driving a Ferrari suddenly being forced to ride a tricycle for 4 years. Now the shackles were gone. Awesome. Sun Wuxiu couldn't help but let out a long howl. The scenery around him had become a blur of lines in his eyes. Trees, rocks, and rivers were all left behind in an instant. This speed had long surpassed the speed of sound, even reaching a more terrifying realm. He could clearly feel that the wind was no longer a resistance but a steed tamed by the magic of the rabbit talisman. With my current base combat power plus the rabbit talisman at full power, Sun Wuxiu said to himself as he flew mentally evaluating. At this point in time on the entire Earth apart from the unfathomable Mr. Popo in the temple, I'm afraid no one can surpass me in speed. Even the old Kami in a pure contest of movement speed is no match for me. The thrill of controlling such extreme speed made him want to play. When passing a lake, he even chose not to fly directly over it, but instead used his extreme speed. He ran across the water as if on solid ground, leaving behind a long-lasting white wake that startled countless seabirds. Mount Paozu was already in sight. Shoot! The gale abruptly ceased. Sun Wuxiu's figure instantly came to a halt in front of that familiar courtyard. The transition from extreme motion to stillness was without any awkwardness, as if he had always been standing there. Looking at the wooden house he had rebuilt with his own hands for years ago, a trace of warmth flickered in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Morning glories climbed over the fence, and a few patched martial arts uniforms were drying in the yard. Ones he and Goku had worn as children. Grandpa, Goku. Sun Wuxiu pushed open the gate and called softly. No answer. The house was silent. A thin layer of dust had accumulated on the table, as if no proper cooking had been done for a long time. Not at home. Sun Wuxiu walked to the stove and touched the bottom of the pot. It was icy cold. Something's wrong. He closed his eyes. The calmness brought by the tiger talisman allowed him to instantly spread his perception. Although he could not yet accurately use Qi to search half the Earth like in the later Dragon Ball Z era, on Mount Paozu's small patch of land finding 2 familiar auras was a piece of cake. Over there. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes and looked toward the mountain stream in the southeast. There was a Qi that, though immature, was exceptionally vigorous like the rising sun. It was Goku. But Grandpa's Qi. Sun Wuxiu frowned. He searched within his perception range, but found no trace of Sun Wufan's presence. Strange, Grandpa isn't on Mount Paozu. Went on a trip. Though puzzled, he wasn't too worried. Sun Wufan was a martial arts master. Few on Earth could threaten him. Let's grab that kid and ask him. Sun Wuxiu touched the evil ghost mask on his face and revealed a mischievous grin. 4 years no see. Let me see how much you, the protagonist, have grown. By the mountain stream, a waterfall cascaded down, gathering into a clear, deep emerald pool. A small boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle was lying naked on a large rock by the shore. His newly grown tail hung in the water, gently swaying like a nimble snake, stirring up ripples. It was 12-year-old Sun Wukong. Come here. Come here. My tail is delicious. He muttered, almost drooling. His stomach had been growling with hunger. He had bad luck today and hadn't caught any big fish. Just then an undercurrent surged beneath the water. A giant monster fish over 2 meters long, attracted by the lively tail, slowly surfaced, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and lunged fiercely at Goku's tail. Here it comes. Goku's eyes sharpened. The moment the monster fish bit down, he suddenly exerted force from his waist. Hey! He leaped into the air and dove back into the water. After a short while, bang! The monster fish slammed heavily onto the grass, thrashing wildly. Haha, got it. What a big fish. Goku excitedly jumped over and punched the fish's forehead. The fish rolled its eyes and stopped moving. He grilled fish. I haven't had such a big fish in a long time. Humming an unknown tune, Goku was about to drag the fish home. Suddenly, a chill rose from behind him. It was a beast-like intuition honed from years of fighting wild beasts in the mountains. Hua! Goku spun around quickly, assuming a defensive stance. In the shadow of the forest behind him, a figure had appeared, as if from nowhere. That person wore a fierce, evil ghost mask, stood with arms crossed, and looked down at him. Little one, that's a fine fish. A deliberately lowered, hoarse and cold voice came from beneath the mask. Hand it over, and I might consider letting you keep your legs intact. Sun Wuxiu struggled to stifle his laughter, playing the part of a road bandit. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then his eyebrows rose sharply as he tightly guarded the fish behind him. Who are you? Why are you stealing my fish? This is my lunch. Who I am is irrelevant. Sun Wuxiu's figure flashed, vanishing in an instant before reappearing less than 3 meters from Wukong. What matters is that I've taken a fancy to this fish. And I find your cheeky attitude disagreeable. So fast. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even caught sight of that movement. This masked oddity was remarkably powerful. You scoundrel. Sun Wukong had never been one to back down. If reason failed, fists would speak. If you want my fish, you'll have to defeat me first. Yeah. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong stampeded his feet against the ground, launching himself forward like an arrow from a bow. Rock, paper, scissors, rock. No probing whatsoever, all-out force from the start. Sun Wukong's fist whistled through the air, aiming straight for Sun Wuxiu's face. Facing this devastating blow, Sun Wuxiu stood motionless, unmoving. No talisman was needed. The body cultivated over 4 years was more than enough. Only when the fist was mere centimeters from the mask did he slowly raise his left hand. Smack! A crisp sound of impact. Sun Wukong's rock-shattering fist was effortlessly caught by a slender palm. What a... Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. His fist felt like striking an iron mountain, immovable, and the recoil numbed his wrist. Is that all you've got? Sun Wuxiu taunted coldly. Too slow, too light. Damn it. Refusing to yield, Sun Wukong yanked his captured right hand back, while propelling himself airborne, his left leg lashing out like a whip. That's scissors. The change of technique was swift, targeting Sun Wuxiu's eyes directly. Oh, faster reflexes now. Sun Wuxiu praised internally but maintained composure. Without blocking, he merely tilted his head, slightly dodging the jab by a hair's breadth, while transforming his right hand into a blade, gently striking towards Sun Wukong's side. The seemingly weightless palm carried an oppressive force that stole one's breath. Sun Wukong's hair stood on end instinctively. He twisted his body mid-air like a spinning top, barely escaping the strike, and landing several meters away. Huh. Sun Wukong eyed the demonic mask warily, his expression grave as never before. You're quite strong. You're somewhat stronger than I expected. Sun Wuxiu rotated his wrist, while rapidly analyzing the situation. Though brief, their exchange revealed much to him. In the original work, Wukong at this stage fought with wild intuition and sweeping techniques, yet lacked discipline. But the Wukong before him now was different. The mid-air directional shift and evasion following that scissors technique, though still somewhat crude, bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Turtle School's form in its power generation and breathing rhythm. It seems my presence has prompted Grandpa to intensify Wukong's training. Sun Wuxiu understood. This only fueled his excitement. Come then, little one. Show me your true strength, or I take this fish. Sun Wuxiu curled his finger in a beckoning gesture. It's not over yet. Sun Wukong retrieved the Rui Jingu Bang from his back, its crimson shaft gleaming in sunlight. Rui Bang, extend. Boom. The crimson blur surged forth with the force of 1,000 charging warriors sweeping towards Sun Wuxiu's waist. With the weapon, Wukong's range and destructive power had instantly elevated to another level. Using a weapon now, Sun Wuxiu chuckled lightly. He neither dodged nor evaded his right hand, shooting out the moment the staff swept toward him. Bang! The air exploded. That Rui Bang, carrying immense force, was seized in Sun Wuxiu's single palm. The tremendous kinetic energy halted abruptly, the wind whipping Sun Wuxiu's hair, yet the ground beneath his feet remained uncracked. This was absolute power domination. Oh, how is this possible? Sun Wukong's eyes bulged as he desperately tried to withdraw the Rui Bang, but it was as if fused to Sun Wuxiu's hand, immovable. Decent strength, but crude technique. With a casual flick, Sun Wuxiu sent both Wukong and the staff flying. Darn it. Sun Wukong somersaulted through the air before landing, plunging the Rui Bang into the ground as fire blazed in his eyes. In that case, I'll use that technique. Sun Wukong assumed a unique starting stance. His legs slightly bent, hands cupped like flower petals at his waist. My. This time Sun Wuxiu was the one surprised. This posture. Could it be? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth as energy pooled into his palms. Nascent and unsteady, yet unmistakably the orthodox Turtle School breathing technique. What the a? Sun Wuxiu exclaimed inwardly. In the original story, Wukong first used it after witnessing Master Roshi demonstrate. He learned it early. Seems while I was gone this kid trained extra hard. Huh. Boom. With a mighty roar, a blazing blue beam erupted from his palms with destructive force. Though not as massive as Master Roshi's, this energy wave could flatten a small hill. Where it passed, the earth split open and vegetation turned to ash instantly. Facing this sudden attack, Sun Wuxiu smiled. Interesting. He neither dodged nor employed any talismans. He simply raised one hand palm forward. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens. The blue energy wave struck Sun Wuxiu's palm with full force, sending debris and blue arcs flying. Did it hit? Sun Wukong panted, heavily fixated on the smoke center. However, as the dust settled, the masked figure stood unmoved, not yielding an inch. That slender palm held steady against the fading blue beam. This can't be. Sun Wukong stared in utter disbelief. Scatter. Sun Wuxiu uttered sharply, his hand clenching violently. Crack. The energy wave shattered like an extinguished cigarette ember, dissolving into scattered blue light. Sun Wuxiu brushed dust from his hands and removed the mask, revealing a smiling face. Impressive, Wukong. You even learned that technique. A familiar voice, a familiar face. Sun Wukong, still reeling from shock, froze completely. He blinked, then blinked again. Brother. His eyes widened as overwhelming joy surged within him, instantly banishing any sense of defeat. It's brother. He lunged forward, clinging to Sun Wuxiu like a koala. Wah, you're back, brother. You scared me half to death. I thought you were a real bad guy. And you caught that Kamehameha with one hand. You're so amazing, brother. Watching his younger brother pouncing playfully, Sun Wuxiu smiled helplessly and ruffled Wukong's spiky hair. If I'm not impressive, how can I be your brother? But that Kamehameha, did Grandpa teach it to you? Wukong jumped down and shook his head sheepishly. Grandpa left on an errand half a year ago and hasn't returned. Before leaving, he showed me this Kamehameha technique once. He left half a year ago. Sun Wuxiu was slightly taken aback. Did Grandpa say where he went? No, just said he was visiting an old friend and might be gone a long time. Told me to take good care of the house and not slack off. Wukong answered truthfully. Sun Wuxiu nodded thoughtfully. Grandpa Sun Wu Fan visiting an old friend. Could it be Master Roshi? No, he hadn't seen Grandpa at the Turtle Hermit's house these 4 years. Who could he be visiting? Could it be the Lord Lao? Never mind, with Grandpa's strength, he shouldn't be in danger. Let's go home. Sun Wuxiu grabbed the large fish from the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Since Grandpa's not here today, we'll have a feast of fish. Yay, Jay. Brother, will you leave again this time? Not leaving, at least not for now. Great. Can you teach me that move to catch the energy wave? No need to teach that. Once you grow stronger, you'll naturally know how. When can I get stronger then? After you finish eating this fish. Under the setting sun, the brothers' shadows stretched long. One carrying the fish, walking steadily with unfathomable strength. The other with the staff on his back, immature, but boundlessly promising. Monkey Mountain returned to its usual bustle. Only a few days remained until the gears of fate began to turn. On a morning several days later, the air at Baozi Mountain was intoxicatingly fresh. Sun Wuxiu, as usual, sat cross-legged on the roof for his morning meditation, while the energetic Sun Wukong, dragging his Rui staff, ran off to the road down the mountain to look for food. I wonder what big prey I'll run into today. A tiger? Or a bear? Sun Wukong muttered as he walked. Just then the roar of a rapid engine broke the tranquility of the forest. Viru, a small off-road vehicle with the word capsule printed on it, sped along the mountain road at breakneck speed, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust. Behind the wheels, 16-year-old Bulma was stepping on the accelerator excitedly while glancing at the Dragon Ball radar. It's right ahead. The radar signal is getting stronger. However, as she took a sharp turn, she suddenly saw a little figure standing in the middle of the road. Move, move. Bulma's face turned pale with fright as she honked desperately. But Sun Wukong, who had grown up in the mountains, had never seen such an iron monster as a car. In his eyes, it was a beast trying to attack him. Trying to hit me. No way. Instead of retreating, Sun Wukong charged forward. At the moment the car was about to crash into him, he shot out his hands and grabbed the car's bumper. Lift! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's small body erupted with astonishing strength, and he actually lifted the speeding off-road vehicle off the ground. Inside the car, Bulma felt the world spin and let out a piercing scream. Since you're a monster, then fly. Fly. Sun Wukong lifted the car over his head like a stone and hurled it with all his might toward the nearby cliff. No. Help! Bulma was in despair. Suspended in midair, the car and its occupant were in free fall with a bottomless mountain stream below. Could it be that I, the genius beauty Bulma, am going to die in this desolate wilderness today? I haven't even found a boyfriend yet. At this critical moment, a white afterimage flashed past. Sun Wuxiu, who had been watching the commotion, made his move. This foolish little brother, still so reckless with his strength. He sighed inwardly, then focused his mind. Rooster talisman levitation. An invisible, yet powerful telekinetic force instantly enveloped the car that was about to crash. The off-road vehicle, which had been plummeting rapidly, was now suspended in midair as if held by an invisible giant hand defying all laws of physics. Inside the car, Bulma was waiting for death with her eyes closed, but instead of the expected impact, she felt a sense of weightlessness. She tremblingly opened one eye. Through the shattered window, she saw a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The car door was easily pulled open from the outside. A young man in a short-sleeved shirt with a slender build and perfect muscle lines like a Greek sculpture was floating outside the car door. The morning sunlight bathed him, outlining his figure in gold. On his chiseled, handsome face was a smile that was both helpless and affectionate. "Miss, are you hurt?" His voice was clear and magnetic like a breeze that swept into Bulma's flustered heart. Before Bulma could react, the young man reached out his arms, and with a gentle yet irresistible motion lifted her out of the car. The scent of the young man, a mix of sunshine and forest, filled her nostrils. She instinctively looked up and met his deep, starry black eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Bulma swore that her heart rate at that moment must have exceeded 200. "He's too handsome. This is like a Prince Charming from a manga. I'm fine." Bulma's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she went limp in Sun Wuxiu's arms. She completely forgot to resist, and even secretly reached out to rub Sun Wuxiu's solid chest. It felt great. Sun Wuxiu looked at the girl in his arms, whose fangirl nature had fully erupted, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This first impression was solid. He held Bulma and slowly descended to the ground while the car under the control of his telekinesis landed smoothly by the roadside. Hey, who are you? Why are you stealing my prey? At this moment Sun Wukong also ran over waving his Rui staff and looked unhappily at Bulma in Sun Wuxiu's arms. You idiot Wukong. Sun Wuxiu tapped him on the head with exasperation. This is not prey, it's a car. Inside is a person, a girl. A person. Sun Wukong paused then leaned in to take a closer look at Bulma. Really not a monster. But she looks weird. Why is her butt in front? Puffed. Bulma, who had been lost in her pink bubble, almost spat blood. You rude little brat. That's not a butt. It's called a chest. It's a symbol of charm, understand? Bulma instantly went berserk, jumped out of Sun Wuxiu's arms, and pointed at Wukong while scolding him. Then she immediately changed her expression, turned to Sun Wuxiu with a sweet smile, and casually tidied her hair. Thank you so much for earlier. My name is Bulma from West City. What is my savior's name? I am Sun Wuxiu, and this is my younger brother Sun Wukong. Sun Wuxiu introduced himself with a smile. I apologize, my brother grew up in the mountains and has never seen the world. He scared you. It's okay. I don't mind. Bulma waved her hand, but her eyes were glued to Sun Wuxiu. So you're brothers? I can't tell. The older brother is so handsome and gentlemanly while the younger brother is a wild monkey. After the misunderstanding was cleared, the three of them went to Sun Wuxiu's house. Bulma looked at the beeping Dragon Ball radar and was surprised to find that the 4-star Dragon Ball was in this very room. This is it. When Sun Wukong took out the orange sphere, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. This is a Dragon Ball. If you collect all 7 you can summon the dragon and have any wish granted. Bulma then began to expound on the legend of the Dragon Balls and showed the 2 she had already collected as proof. Can it really grant any wish? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Can it make lots of delicious food? Of course. Bulma tempted him. Then she turned to Sun Wuxiu with an expectant look, her eyes practically melting. Brother Wuxiu, I'm currently searching for the remaining Dragon Balls, but it's dangerous out there with many monsters. Could you please be my bodyguards? Of course I'll pay you. Sun Wuxiu chuckled inwardly. This wasn't hiring bodyguards, she was clearly after his body. But that suited his plans. Since it can grant wishes, that's not bad. Sun Wuxiu nodded. Just as well I wanted to take Wukong out for some training. We'll take this job. Awesome. Bulma cheered and almost pounced on Sun Wuxiu for a hug, but held back at the last moment. And so this strange trio, the genius beauty, the super strong Saiyan brother, and the naive, promising younger brother, officially embarked on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. For Buer Ma, the ensuing journey was both an adventure and a perk trip. However, all the incidents of getting molested that she should have experienced in the original tale were completely stifled in this life. First stop, they encountered the lecherous old Turtle Immortal on the beach. When Turtle Immortal made the unreasonable demand of I'll only give you the somersault cloud if I see your panties before Buer Ma could flare up, Sun Wuxiu had already stepped forward. Master, please show some respect. Sun Wuxiu merely said calmly. The sight of Sun Wuxiu's slightly stern expression instantly caused Turtle Immortal's lecherous grin to stiffen. Ahem. Well, just kidding. Turtle Immortal awkwardly wiped his sweat. In front of his proud disciple, he still had to put on a facade of being a dignified teacher. In the end, Turtle Immortal obediently handed over the somersault cloud and the 3-star Dragon Ball. He even attempted to give Buer Ma a capsule, but was stopped by a glare from Sun Wuxiu. Second stop, the village ravaged by Wulong. The pig demon who could transform Wulong was about to kidnap a village girl. In the original story, this guy could cause some trouble, but in front of Sun Wuxiu, it was just a matter of a glare. Pig talisman, electric heat ray. Sun Wuxiu narrowed his eyes and 2 beams of red light shot directly at Wulong's feet, burning 2 bottomless black holes into the ground. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts again, next time I'll aim for your pigtail. Wulong was so terrified that he wet himself, immediately knelt and begged for mercy, obediently handed over the Dragon Ball, and was forced to join the team as a guide. Third stop, the wilderness bandit Yamcha. When the handsome long-haired bandit with Puer jumped out to rob them before Buer Ma could even start fawning, she was shielded by Sun Wuxiu. You want to touch my employer? Sun Wuxiu sneered. Without even using his hands, just the wind pressure from his terrifying speed rabbit talisman directly blew Yamcha away. Yamcha's proud wolf-fang fist didn't even graze Sun Wuxiu's clothes. Looking at this incredibly powerful man before him, then at Buer Ma hiding behind him with an admiring face, Yamcha was deeply traumatized. Not only did he fail to rob them, but his gynophobia was also worsened by the scare. He fled in disgrace. Soon the group arrived at Flame Mountain. This was the location of the 6th Dragon Ball indicated by Buer Ma's dragon radar. Here flames soared to the sky, and the entire castle was engulfed in a raging inferno, making it impossible to approach. The Bull Demon King, whose physique was as massive as a giant, was holding a huge axe, frantic about the fire. Seeing people approaching, he raised his axe without a word. Wait, Uncle Bull Demon King. Sun Wuxiu caught the mountain-splitting giant axe with one hand, standing as still as a mountain. You are? The Bull Demon King was astonished. Was there someone in this world who could catch his axe barehanded? I am a disciple of Turtle Immortal and also the grandson of Sun Wufan. Sun Wuxiu. Hearing these two names, the Bull Demon King instantly burst into tears. So you are a nephew in the martial lineage. Wonderful. Save my castle. My treasures are all inside. In the original story, this problem required inviting Turtle Immortal to extinguish the fire, but Turtle Immortal's Turtle School energy wave was too powerful and blew up the entire mountain. But this time no such trouble was needed. Putting out the fire. Leave it to me. Sun Wuxiu walked to the sea of flames. He did not use the power of the talismans, instead he assumed that classic pose. He took a deep breath and the energy throughout his body began to surge, yet it was extremely restrained without any leakage. Gui Pai Chi Gong Bo. This time he did not pursue extreme destructive power. Instead he transformed the chi into a powerful wind pressure and shockwave. Boom! The blue light beam roared out, precisely covering the entire flame mountain. The powerful air wave instantly sucked away the oxygen and extinguished the flames. A few seconds later the light dissipated. The raging flames had vanished without a trace, and the castle, aside from being slightly scorched, was completely unharmed. Gui Pai Chi Gong. A divine technique. The Bull Demon King was dumbfounded. Such control over chi was no less than that of his master Turtle Immortal. Then at Sun Wuxiu's suggestion, Sun Wukong still went to fetch the lost chi, just like in the original story. The two innocent children completed the pact on the somersault cloud. If you don't mind, marry me. Although Wukong had no idea what marriage meant, Sun Wuxiu did not interfere. After all, this was his younger brother's destined romance. It better not to mess it up. After leaving Flame Mountain, the location of the last Dragon Ball was somewhat strange. It seemed to be in a moving base. That was the aerial castle of King Pai La Fu. These three goofy villains who sought to rule the world set up layers of traps, even trapping the group with a specially made cage in an attempt to snatch the Dragon Balls. Foolish mortals. Now you can't escape, even if you grow wings. The short-statured Pai La Fu cackled in the monitoring room. However, the next second his laughter caught in his throat. In the surveillance footage, the handsome young man who had been quiet all along, Sun Wuxiu, simply walked to the reinforced glass wall that was said to be unbreakable even by bombs. Ox Talisman Super Strength. Sun Wuxiu didn't even gather power, he simply threw a punch. Crack, boom. The entire wall along with half the castle's support pillars was shattered into pieces by that single punch. This. How is this possible? The Pai La Fu trio was so frightened that their eyes nearly popped out. What followed was simple. In the face of absolute power, any schemes were laughable. Sun Wuxiu, as if swatting flies, casually dealt with a few clueless robots and tossed the Pai La Fu trio into the desert. Night fell. On the desolate Gobi Desert, the 7 Dragon Balls were placed together, emitting a mysterious golden, pulsating light in the darkness. Finally, gathered them all. Buerma clasped her hands in excitement, glancing at Sun Wuxiu beside her. It's been as smooth as a dream. Sun Wuxiu smiled slightly. Let's begin. The moment of witnessing a miracle. He stepped forward, spread his arms, and shouted the incantation. To the sky appears Shenlong. Grant my wish. Wang. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with towering golden light. The clear night sky was instantly shrouded by dark clouds with lightning and thunder and a fierce wind. In this apocalyptic scene, a colossal Shenlong of unknown length, its body radiating green light, coiled and rose from the golden light, blotting out the entire sky. At that moment, whether it was Wukong Buerma or Wu Long hiding in the distance, all were struck speechless by this miraculous sight. Shenlong lowered its head, its huge blood-red eyes fixed on the ants on the ground, and spoke in a majestic, deep voice. You, who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. Whatever wish you have, I can grant it. But only one. The divine dragon's pressure enveloped the entire wilderness. Its colossal head hung down like a mountain, awaiting the summoner's response. A wish. Bulma gazed up at the miraculous being, her heart pounding violently. Before setting out, her wish had been crystal clear. Find the 7 Dragon Balls, summon the divine dragon, and wish for a flawless Prince Charming. But now, she instinctively turned her head to look at Sun Wuxiu beside her. The wild wind tousled the boy's black hair, yet could not scatter his mountain-like steady demeanor. In the face of such divine might that would make ordinary people kneel, Sun Wuxiu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm, devoid of any fear or greed. Throughout this journey, from the heroic rescue on the cliff, as if a god descending from heaven, to the effortless strength displayed against bandits and monsters, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. A perfect Prince Charming. Haven't I already found one? She murmured to herself. Did she still need to make a wish to the divine dragon? If she wished for a boyfriend, and the dragon conjured a handsome stranger, wouldn't that push Wuxiu away? Absolutely not. I won't make a wish. Bulma suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Wukong and Wu Long beside her were both stunned. Bulma took a deep breath, a relieved and radiant smile spreading across her face. She looked at Sun Wuxiu, her gaze firm and ardent. Wuxiu, this wish I leave it to you to make. My wish. Well, I'll strive for it myself. After saying this, she even winked at Sun Wuxiu, her little thoughts practically written on her face. Sun Wuxiu was slightly taken aback, then understood the girl's feelings. He looked at Bulma's expectant blue eyes, and his heart was stirred as well. In the original story, Bulma, though brilliant, had a bumpy road in love. In this life, since he was here naturally, he wouldn't let her suffer those grievances. In that case, I won't be polite. Sun Wuxiu smiled, stepped forward, and faced the divine dragon. What wish did he need? Immortality. The dog talisman had already granted him eternal life. Ruling the world. He had no interest in such tedious matters. The strongest power. That was something to be obtained through gradual cultivation. Power gained from the dragon would be too hollow, and it likely wouldn't grant true supremacy. His gaze swept over Bulma again. This girl would be one of his most important bonds in this world. And the youth of a mortal, how fleeting it was. Divine dragon. Sun Wuxiu gathered his chi and shouted in a resonant voice. My wishes. Please let the girl named Bulma, after her body develops to the perfect state of 18, forever retain her youth and unaging beauty. The words fell and silence descended. Bulma's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. She had imagined that Sun Wuxiu might wish for money, power, or even delicious food, thinking of Yukong. But she never expected that this wish was for her. And it was the ultimate wish every woman dreams of, eternal youth. Wuxiu, Wuxiu. Bulma's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. In the sky, the divine dragon paused for a moment, as if weighing the difficulty of this wish, or perhaps feeling speechless after centuries of absence, suddenly being fed a mouthful of dog food. This wish is simple. The divine dragon's grand voice resounded again, its eyes flashing red. Your wish has been granted. Then farewell. Boom. As the wish was fulfilled, the dragon's body transformed into a golden light shooting into the sky, then exploded high above, turning back into the original 7 stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions across the world. Oh no. Grandpa's Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong shouted, about to jump and grab them, but the balls were too fast. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu was prepared. Chicken talisman telekinesis. In that instant, he made a grasping motion with one hand. A Dragon Ball about to fly westward was halted midair by an invisible force, then flew back into Sun Wuxiu's hand with a whoosh. It was the 4-star Dragon Ball, though temporarily turned into a white stone. Here. Sun Wuxiu tossed the ball to Wukong. It's better to keep Grandpa's belongings so you won't have to search the world for it later. Wow. Thanks, big brother. Wukong happily tucked the ball into his clothes. By then, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, revealing a bright moon and sparse stars. Bulma finally snapped out of her immense emotion. Forgetting all reserve, she threw herself directly into Sun Wuxiu's arms, hugging him tightly. Whoa, Wuxiu, you big idiot. Why waste such a precious wish? Is youth really more important than ruling the world? Sun Wuxiu gently patted her back, feeling the warmth of the girl, and smiled. For me, ruling the world isn't interesting. But if for the next few decades or centuries I can always have a forever young and beautiful Bulma by my side, that is the most interesting thing. The impact of this love confession on 16-year-old Bulma was like a nuclear bomb. She buried her face in Sun Wuxiu's chest, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, yet her heart was sweeter than honey. At that moment, she swore she would marry no one but this man. The next morning, the adventure was over, and it was time to part. On the wilderness, everyone was packing their bags. So what are your plans next? Sun Wuxiu asked. Sun Wukong, carrying his power pole, leaped onto the golden nimbus, his face full of excitement. I'm going to find the old man called Kame Sennin to train. You said, big brother, that only by getting stronger can I participate in that. Tenkaichi Budokai, right? That's right. Sun Wuxiu nodded. It's the best stage to test the fruits of training. Go ahead and give my regards to Mutant Rashi. What about you, big brother? Wukong asked curiously. Me. Sun Wuxiu glanced at Bulma, who was packing the capsules, and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I've already graduated. Going to Kame House wouldn't be of much use. I plan to accompany Bulma to West City and stay for a while. Edge. Going to Bulma's house. Wukong scratched his head. Then won't you train, big brother? Of course I will train. Sun Wuxiu's gaze grew deep. It's just that my method of training is different from yours. In truth, this was not an excuse for Sun Wuxiu to pursue a girl. Over the past 4 years, he had undergone the most traditional ascetic training at Kame House, laying an extremely solid foundation. But he knew well that the power system of the Saiyans, especially the legendary Super Saiyan, could not be achieved through mere hard training. In the original Dragon Ball, setting a crucial concept was proposed: S-cells. The transformation of a Super Saiyan essentially occurs when the number of S-cells in the body reaches a certain threshold, triggered by emotions like anger. And the increase of S-cells mainly depends on 2 conditions. First, possessing a peaceful and stable heart. Second, a sufficiently high base combat power. Why do the originally fierce Saiyans find it difficult to transform? Because they are constantly immersed in slaughter and rage, which prevents S-cells from multiplying. Why was Son Goku able to transform? Because after crashing on Earth and suffering brain damage, he grew up pure of heart and kind, and combined with Earth's peaceful lifestyle, he accumulated a vast number of S-cells by adulthood. And in Dragon Ball Super, why do the Saiyans of Universe 6, Kaba Caulifla, and the others transforms so effortlessly, achieving it through nothing more than instinct. This is precisely because the universe's 6 Saiyans cherish peace and maintain inner tranquility, causing their S-cell concentration to be absurdly high from birth. By contrast, Vegeta in his early days couldn't transform no matter how hard he tried, trapped in a cycle of violence and anxiety. It wasn't until he settled on Earth, built a family, and found emotional stability that his power began to skyrocket. My base combat power is already sufficient to shatter anything at this stage. What I need now isn't lifting boulders in some remote forest, but experiencing life in a bustling city and relaxing my mind. Balance, rest, and exertion cultivate inner peace. Live with the calmest state of mind possible, nurture that energy and multiply the S-cells within your body. Once the time is ripe, even without Krillin's ritual sacrifice, I'll surpass that boundary through sheer accumulation of S-cells and just a spark of anger, natural and inevitable. That's why he chose West City, with its most comfortable living environment, top-tier gravity training equipment at Bulma's place, and his perfect companion. This was his true path of cultivation. All right, Goku. Son Gohan snapped back to reality and waved at his younger brother. We'll meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament in a year. Yeah, goodbye Ni. Goodbye Bulma. With a shout, Son Goku mounted the flying Nimbus and soared into the sky, becoming a golden streak that vanished beyond the horizon. Watching Goku's receding figure, Bulma felt a pang of nostalgia. That kid has left too. It feels a bit quiet now. Aren't I still here? Son Gohan walked over and draped his arm casually around her shoulders. Bulma's face flushed instantly, yet she leaned into him honestly, her expression radiant with happiness. That's right. I'm still here. She pulled out a capsule, pressed it, and a luxury jet materialized. Let's go, young Master Gohan. I'll show you my home. West City, the most prosperous city in the world. At your service. The aircraft took off and headed toward the thriving metropolis. For Goku, this marks the beginning of rigorous training. But for Son Gohan, this is more than just the start of a comfortable life. It's a journey of inner growth on the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. West City, the most technologically advanced and economically prosperous megacity on the Dragon Ball, Earth gleams like a brilliant pearl set in the continent's western region. Here, anti-gravity cars weave through the sky and flowing ribbons of light, massive dome-shaped buildings stand shoulder to shoulder, and holographic advertisements flicker between skyscrapers, showcasing Capsule Corporation's latest technological marvels. A crimson private jet slices through the sky and descends gently onto the sprawling private garden tarmac of Capsule Corporation. Welcome home, miss. The cabin door opens to reveal butler robots and servants bowing in unison, having waited eagerly. Bulma removes her goggles, flicks her violet hair with effortless style, and descends the stairs, linking arms with Son Gohan. Gohan, this is my home. What do you think? Not bad, right? Son Gohan surveys the surroundings. I must say, even though I've seen it countless times in the anime before, being truly here still brings that overwhelming sense of awe that comes with being the world's wealthiest individual. Just this backyard alone must be half the size of MT. Pozu. It's truly magnificent. Son Gohan exclaimed sincerely. Of course. Bulma puffed out her chest proudly. This will be your home too from now on. Stay as long as you want. The moment they entered the main hall, a stylishly dressed golden-haired woman carrying a tray drifted over. Oh my, is this the boyfriend Bulma brought back? He's absolutely gorgeous. Mrs. Brief. Bulma's mother had stars in her eyes, circling Son Gohan repeatedly, as though she'd discovered a rare treasure. These muscle lines, those deep eyes. Oh my, I'm quite smitten myself. Mom. Bulma's face turned crimson as she quickly stepped in front of Son Gohan. Don't scare him. And this is my boyfriend, so don't even think about it. This child is already guarding her food. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth and giggled, then handed Son Gohan an exquisite little cake. Here, try this cake I made myself. Thank you, Auntie. Son Gohan politely accepted it, calmly handling this somewhat scatterbrained mother-in-law. Compared to how she'd teased Yamcha in the original story, Mrs. Brief's attitude toward Son Gohan was clearly more befitting of a future son-in-law. After all, the calm, confident, and powerful aura radiating from Son Gohan was something anyone with functioning eyes could sense. At that moment, a doctor with a pipe in his mouth and a black cat perched on his shoulder emerged. Oh, you're back. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and glanced at Son Gohan. Bulma mentioned you're that legendary martial artist. If you need any training equipment, just let me know. Thank you, doctor, but no need for anything too elaborate. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Just prepare a quiet room and a regular gym. That's all I need. Oh, that's all. Dr. Brief looked somewhat surprised. Young people these days aren't usually this simple. The foundation is what matters most. The following 2 days became the long-awaited couple's time that Bulma had been anticipating. On the commercial streets of West City, Bulma fully exercised her taste as a fashion leader, pulling Son Gohan through various luxury stores. This jacket looks perfect on you. Wow, this casual suit is absolutely amazing. Go try it on quickly. Son Gohan was like a perfect clothes hanger. Years of training had given him a physique of perfect proportions, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscles firm without being excessive. Whether streetwear or formal attire, anything he wore immediately achieved the effect of a top-tier male model. When Son Gohan emerged from the fitting room wearing a black leather jacket, dark jeans, and Martin boots, the air in the entire mall seemed to freeze for a moment. The girls passing by stopped one after another, their eyes fixed straight on him, whispers rising and falling around them. Oh my god, that boy is so handsome. Is he a newly debuted star? Should we go ask for his contact info? Several brave high school girls, even with flushed faces, were holding up their phones and trying to approach him. Handsome guy, could I get your? However, before they could finish their sentences, they felt the temperature around them plummet. Son Gohan merely gave them a calm glance. He lacked Yamucha's bashful fluster, the face flushing, heart racing ineptness in front of women. Nor did he possess the indiscriminate flirtatiousness of one who never says no. His eyes were placid as a serene lake, tinged with a frosty detachment that seemed to push everyone away. Then he naturally reached out and wrapped his arm around Bulma's waist beside him, looking down at her as his eyes instantly softened. How does this outfit look? Or was the white one better? The girls witnessing this scene instantly understood, and one by one they awkwardly put away their phones and slunk away. If you know what's good for you. Bulma watched the retreating rivals with immense satisfaction. See, this is what a quality boyfriend looks like. Loyal, domineering, and knowing how to refuse. This one, charge it. Bulma waved her hand grandly, overflowing with boldness. After shopping, the two of them arrived at the largest amusement park in Shiji City, Shiji Paradise. It boasted the world's tallest roller coaster and the most dreamy carousel. Wushio, let's go on that one. That supergiant pendulum. Bulma pointed excitedly at the distant ride that sent people screaming with terror. Son Wushio gave a helpless smile. For a Saiyan who could catch energy blasts with his bare hands and withstand bullets with his body, the thrill of such human amusement rides was probably less than the time he was chased by dinosaurs on Baozishan. But he didn't spoil the fun. As he had thought before, so-called cultivation was not merely physical torment, but also a relaxation of the mind. The growth of SLs required this atmosphere of laughter and peace. Alright, let's go. The two of them played through a round from the roller coaster to the rapids ride. Bulma screamed until her voice was nearly hoarse, clinging tightly to Son Wushio's arm. Son Wushio, however, maintained his composure throughout, occasionally gently patting the back of her hand to comfort her when she was scared. Dusk settled. The amusement park lit up with colorful neon lights. They bought 2 ice creams and sat on a bench to rest. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Bulma took a lick of her strawberry ice cream, leaning against Son Wushio's shoulder as she gazed at the distant Ferris wheel. Wushio, thank you for being with me. I'm happy to. Son Wushio spoke the truth. This moment, free from any life or death pressure, simply enjoying life, made the chi in his body flow much more smoothly. The cells dormant deep within his cells seemed to be rejoicing as well. Just then Son Wushio's gaze suddenly stopped at the edge of the fountain plaza, not far away. On a bench there sat a little girl. She was a little girl who looked about 10 years old. She had a sharp blonde bob, wore a somewhat ill-fitting denim vest and striped pants, and had a red scarf hanging around her neck. Unlike the children around her who were clamoring for balloons or crying from exhaustion, this little girl sat there quietly, hugging her knees, her sapphire blue eyes coldly watching the passing crowd, with a look of frosty determination that belied her age. Though young, her delicate features already hinted at a future beauty. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Bulma followed Son Wushio's gaze. Edge. That little girl. Is she alone? I've been watching for a while. Son Wushio frowned slightly. She seems lost, but she hasn't cried or gone to a staff member. So cool. Bulma grew interested. Come on, let's go check it out. The two walked over to the bench. The little girl sensed someone approaching, instantly lifting her head like a wary kitten, her ice blue eyes full of caution. Little sister, why are you here alone? Bulma bent down, flashing what she thought was her friendliest smile. Are you lost? Can't find your mommy and daddy? The little girl glanced at Bulma, then at the tall Son Wushio beside her, pursed her lips, and turned her head away. No. I'm waiting for someone. Her voice was clear but icy. Waiting for someone? Son Wushio smiled, then handed over the vanilla ice cream he hadn't touched yet. Have you been waiting long? Have this on me. The little girl looked at the cold, frosty cone, and her throat moved involuntarily. It was hot weather, and she was indeed thirsty. But she still shook her head. Mom said not to accept things from strangers. You're quite vigilant. Son Wushio didn't withdraw his hand, but instead sat down on the other end of the bench. Don't worry, we're not bad people. If we were bad, we'd have snatched you away already instead of bothering to buy you ice cream. Bulma also sat down beside her, showing off the shopping bags in her hand. See, big sister just bought a bunch of clothes. Bad guys don't have time to go shopping. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the ice cream, carefully taking it. Thank you. Her voice was very soft, but finally not so cold. What's your name? Bulma pressed on while the iron was hot. The little girl took a bite of the ice cream, her eyes brightening. She clearly liked the taste, but when it came to her name, she just shook her head, unwilling to say. What a cool little kid. Bulma wasn't offended, instead she found the girl quite unique. Since you're waiting for someone, and we're all free anyway, want to hang out with us for a bit? Son Wushio suggested, just around here, not far. The little girl glanced at the shooting booth not far away, a flicker of longing in her eyes. Sun Wuxiu keenly caught that. Come on, big brother, will win you the biggest plushie. At the shooting booth, the booth owner looked at the group of one man and two women and greeted them enthusiastically. Come. Sharpshooter challenge. Hit the bullseye with all 10 shots and you can take home that giant panda plushie. Let me try. Bulma lifted the air rifle with great enthusiasm. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots, 5 hits, and a few missed the target. This gun must be rigged. Bulma put down the gun sulkily. Let me. The blonde little girl suddenly spoke up. She put down the finished cone, picked up the air rifle that was a bit heavy for her, and her movements were surprisingly standard. She squinted one eye, her azure pupils instantly locking onto the bullseye. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out rhythmically. The booth owner's jaw nearly dropped. 10 shots. Every single one hit the bullseye. And every shot was in the exact same spot. This. Amazing. Bulma exclaimed. Little sister, have you practiced before? The little girl put down the gun, gently tossed her blonde hair, and a faint prideful smile curled at the corner of her lips. It's simple. The confidence and aloofness that emanated from her very bones made Sun Wuxiu pause. Those eyes, that aura. Why did they look so familiar? However, at this time of day, Sun Wuxiu really could not recall any such girl. Before he could dwell on it further, the shop owner with a pained expression handed over the half-person-sized panda plush toy. The little girl hugged the plush toy. Though her face still wore its usual cool expression, the joy in her eyes and brows was impossible to hide. She even glanced at Sun Wuxiu as if waiting for some form of approval. Your marksmanship is impressive, even better than mine. Sun Wuxiu gave her a thumbs up, offering praise without reservation. The little girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she buried her face in the panda toy. Afterward, the three of them played whack-a-mole in the shooting gallery. No matter what game they tried, the little girl demonstrated astonishing reaction speed and dynamic visual acuity. The more Sun Wuxiu observed, the more unsettled he became. Was this truly an ordinary human child? Her physical prowess was that of a natural-born warrior. Time flew by, and before long the sky had turned completely dark. The amusement park's broadcasting system began playing the closing announcement music. The little girl who had been so enthusiastic moments before suddenly froze upon hearing the music. That familiar sense of loss and unease returned to her eyes. She kept glancing toward the park entrance, but the familiar figure never appeared. Has she not come yet? Sun Wuxiu asked softly. The little girl bit her lip, finally letting go of her brave facade, her eyes growing slightly red. Mom said she went to buy water. It has been so long. Silly child, you should have told us earlier. Bulma gently stroked her head with a touch of sympathy. Come, let big sister take you to the broadcast room to find your mom. Though the girl usually kept her cool demeanor and resisted having her head patted this time, she did not refuse. She meekly allowed Bulma and Sun Wuxiu to hold her hands. At the amusement park broadcast room, the staff member was very warm and immediately activated the park-wide announcement system. Attention all visitors, a young girl with short blonde hair wearing a denim vest is waiting at the broadcast room for her mother. Please come claim her as soon as you hear this announcement. The broadcast repeated several times. After about 10 minutes, the broadcast room door was shoved open. A middle-aged woman with golden hair looking flustered rushed in. My child. The little girl who had been sitting on the chair immediately jumped down and threw herself forward upon seeing the woman. Mom. Mother and daughter embraced and cried together. It turned out that the mother had had her wallet stolen, chased the thief, and got lost, and with her phone out of battery, had been searching frantically throughout the vast amusement park, which is why she had been delayed until now. Watching this touching scene, Sun Wuxiu and Bulma exchanged smiles. Looks like the mission is complete. Sun Wuxiu shrugged. Yes, what a pitiful yet strong little girl. Bulma felt a touch of sentimentality. Let's go, we should not disturb their reunion. Neither sought credit nor offered greetings. To Sun Wuxiu, this was merely a small episode in his long life, a casual act of kindness. He took Bulma's hand and quietly exited the broadcast room, melting into the night outside. Just as they had walked more than 10 meters away, inside the broadcast room, the mother, who had finally composed herself, wiped her tears and held her recovered daughter, tightly calling out the name with a mix of scolding and lingering dread. You scared your mother to death, Ruthlessly. Never run off like that again, do you understand? Ruthlessly, where did the panda in your hands come from? A kind older brother and older sister gave it to me. The girl named Ruthlessly, clutching the panda, turned her head toward the doorway. But there was nothing there, only the night wind rustling the curtain. Those two people had already left. Meanwhile, Sun Wuxiu, who had already reached the amusement park's main gate, suddenly paused. What's wrong, Wuxiu? Bulma asked, turning back. Nothing. Sun Wuxiu looked back toward the broadcast room and shook his head. I just think. I really like that little girl's eyes. Hey, could you be a lolicon? Bulma stared at him suspiciously. What are you thinking about? Sun Wuxiu pinched her cheek impatiently. I'm only interested in a certain 16-year-old genius beauty. That's more like it. The two of them laughed and stepped into the hovercar, speeding toward Capsule Corporation. Sun Wuxiu had no idea that just now he had completed his first encounter across time and space with the future number 18, whom he would come to cherish so deeply. And at that moment Razuli clutched the panda plush tightly, yet deep in her mind was etched the face of that dark-haired boy and the warm smile he had worn when handing her the ice cream. It was one of the few bright spots in her childhood memories. A seed of bonds had already been quietly planted without either of them realizing it. Back at Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief happened to be walking out of the laboratory, a grease-stained rag in hand. "Oh, you're back just in time." Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and pointed toward the basement. "Wushio, I have had the gym you want cleared out. Though the equipment is standard, the quality is top-notch." Sun Wushio glanced toward the basement and nodded. "Thank you, doctor. This is more than enough." He took off his stylish motorcycle jacket, revealing the tight training vest underneath. "Bulma, no need to wait up for me tonight." He stretched his neck, hearing it pop. "Starting today, I am going into seclusion for special training. But not the kind of reckless training," Sun Wushio thought silently. "I must learn to find the source of power within tranquility. This bustling West City, this peaceful daily life, it is my best training ground." Bulma looked at Sun Wushio with his determined gaze, sighed helplessly, but her eyes held more infatuation. What a martial arts maniac. But he is even more handsome when he is serious. As the heavy metal door slowly closed, Sun Wushio's West City training chapter officially began. Meanwhile, on a distant overseas island, Master Roshi's hut. Achoo. Master Roshi, who was assigning Goku a milk delivery task, suddenly sneezed. "Strange. Who is thinking of me?" He glanced at little Goku running with the turtle shell on his back, and shook his head. "That kid Wushio. I wonder how he is faring in West City now." Do not let that glamorous world ruin his martial arts practice. West City Capsule Corporation headquarters. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their glow upon the massive hemispherical architectural complex. In one corner of the estate stood an independent panoramic glass training room. Here were none of Dr. Brief's dazzling array of high-tech gravity equipment. Instead, there were only a few simple yoga mats, a pot of clear tea, and an abundance of indoor greenery. Sun Wushio sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his breathing so calm and prolonged it seemed barely perceptible. Any master capable of sensing energy would be astonished to discover that Sun Wushio's presence had completely vanished. He became indistinguishable from the stones and vegetation around him, merging seamlessly with the natural surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Wushio slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the previously tranquil air seemed to ripple as though stirred by an invisible force. The indoor plants swayed without wind, and even the birdsong outside faltered briefly. But the next instant, this oppressive pressure receded like a tide, giving way to a quiet warmth of refined simplicity. The cell activity should have increased significantly compared to a year ago. Sun Wushio clenched his fist, sensing the surging power within him tinged with golden potential. Over this past year, he had not pushed himself to the brink like Vegeta had. Instead, he lived quite leisurely, accompanying Bulma on shopping trips, watching movies, sampling fine cuisine, occasionally auditing university lectures, or simply basking in the garden sun. The Saiyan source of power lies not only in rage, but also in the quality of one's ki. According to the expanded lore in Dragon Ball Super, the concentration of S cells determines the threshold for achieving Super Saiyan transformation. As for me now, without relying on any talismans and relying solely on this body tempered to its limits and mastery of ki, my base combat power should have already broken through the threshold of 220. Sun Wushio evaluated this to himself silently. It was worth noting that during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tenshinhan's combat power was merely around 180. And old King Piccolo, who had plunged the entire world into terror, had a combat power estimated between 220 and 240 before he restored his youth. In other words, even without relying on talismans, I could give the freshly released old King Piccolo a run for his money. A 6-4, or even match. If I were to channel the power of the Ox Talisman, or tap into the infinite endurance of the Horse Talisman. Sun Wushio's lips curved into a confident smile. That wouldn't be a question of whether I could win, but rather how I wanted him to die. As for Piccolo, after restoring his youth with a combat power of 260 and above, combined with the power of the talisman, Sun Wushio was fully confident he could at minimum hold his own and potentially emerge victorious. Of course, if all else failed, unleashing his passive abilities would guarantee a win. This World Martial Arts Tournament is no longer a challenge for me. It's simply a showcase. The training room door clicked open. Bulma stepped inside, dressed in light summer attire, and Sun had holding 2 airplane tickets in her hand. After a year together, Bulma had blossomed into something even more radiant, her girlish innocence fading into a confident, captivating grace. "Wushio, are you done training yet?" Bulma waved the tickets in her hand. "The plane is ready. It's time to head to Papaya Island." Sun Wushio rose from his seat, the gentle warmth of his cultivation shifting into an upright, commanding presence. He walked over effortlessly, taking her luggage while gently taking her hand. "Let's go claim our championship." Papaya Island, a tropical island in the southern hemisphere of Earth, served as the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The climate remained warm and humid year-round, saturated with the exotic atmosphere of the southern lands. When Sun Wuxiu and Bulma's private jet touched down, there was still a before the tournament began. Unlike the rushed arrivals depicted in the original story, Sun Wuxiu preferred a more measured pace. They checked into a luxurious beachfront hotel. That evening, as sea breezes washed over the balcony, Sun Wuxiu gazed toward the brightly illuminated temple in the distance. By tomorrow, Goku and the others should arrive as well. Despite his frustration with his foolish younger brother, Sun Wuxiu cared deeply. He knew Goku had endured hardships under Master Roshi's training, plowing fields barehanded, delivering milk, evading sharks. But these trials were precisely what forged Goku's strength. The following morning, Papaya Island lived up to Sun Wuxiu's memories as torrential rain poured down. The bustling streets emptied almost instantly, with most martial artists taking shelter from the rain or heading early to the registration office. "This rain is coming down hard," Bulma said, clutching Sun Wuxiu's arm beneath a clear umbrella. "Do you think that idiot Goku is getting soaked? Don't worry. With that kid's build, a little rain is nothing." Sun Wuxiu walked without an umbrella. Miraculously, the dense raindrops seemed to part before reaching him, deflecting sideways as though repelled by an invisible barrier of ki, leaving his clothes completely dry. This represented a refined application of ki, a passive protective aura generated by the Rooster Talisman's psychokinetic abilities. Together they strolled through the rain toward the registration office. Just then an elderly but surprisingly robust voice grumbled from beneath a tree ahead. "Oh dear, when will this rain ever stop?" Quick footsteps followed. "Hurry up, we'll miss registration." Sun Wuxiu paused, a faint smile touching his lips. "They're here." Through the rain, three figures sprinted toward them. Leading the group was a small boy in an orange martial arts gi, the power pole strapped to his back. Even through the downpour, his vibrant life force was unmistakable. Trailing behind was a petite bald monk with 6 incense scars on his scalp, hauling an enormous baggage pack as he panted along. Bringing up the rear was an old man in a black suit and sunglasses, his tortoise shell evident on his back. None other than Son Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi. "Huh, is that?" Sharp-eyed Goku spotted the familiar figure immediately, even through the rain. Though they'd been apart for a year, and the figure had grown taller and more imposing, that familiar aura was unmistakable. "Brother!" Goku shouted, digging his heels into the ground and sending water splashing as he launched forward like a projectile. "Goku!" Sun Wuxiu caught his younger brother securely. "Whoa, brother, it really is you." Goku clung to Sun Wuxiu, grinning wildly, without a care about the mud and rainwater soaking his clothes. "I've gotten super strong this year. I can push huge rocks now." Yes, I can see that." Sun Wuxiu ruffled Goku's spiky hair, which remained as prickly as ever while assessing his ki. Indeed, his ki had condensed many times over compared to a year ago. Though his base combat power still fell short of Sun Wuxiu's, his rate of growth was truly remarkable. Well, if it isn't Wuxiu and Bulma. At that moment, Master Roshi also approached. Though drenched to the bone, his eyes behind the sunglasses still sparkled at the sight of Bulma's revealing attire. "It's been a long time, Master Roshi." Wuxiu set down Goku and paid his respects with genuine reverence. No matter his current strength, honoring one's teacher was the foundation of being a decent person. Long time no see, long time no see." Master Roshi scrutinized Wuxiu, a glint of sharp awareness flashing behind his sunglasses. "This kid. His aura has been refined to such a degree. Even I can't pierce through it." Master Roshi was secretly stunned within, though outwardly he maintained his usual lecherous demeanor. At that moment, the small bald boy who had been hiding behind Master Roshi peeked out. He regarded Wuxiu with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Over the past year, he had heard Master Roshi and Goku speak highly of that name countless times during their training. Goku's older brother, a genius monster blessed with extraordinary talent, a prodigy whom even the master praised without reserve. These labels filled Krillin with curiosity about the senior brother he had never met. Are you senior brother Wuxiu?" Krillin rubbed his hands nervously and bowed. "I am Krillin, a new disciple of Master Roshi's. Please take care of me." Wuxiu looked at the Krillin before him, who had not yet grown his nose, and smiled. After all, this was the strongest earthling in the Dragon Ball world and Goku's lifelong best friend. "Hello, Krillin." Wuxiu returned the greeting warmly. "I also heard in West City that the master took on a remarkably clever student. Please look after this idiot Goku for me in the future." Krillin paused, taken aback. He had originally assumed that a legendary genius senior brother would surely be arrogant and cold, like the senior disciples back at Mateto Temple, possibly even bullying newcomers. But Wuxiu turned out to be so approachable, his words flowing like a gentle spring breeze. "And no problem. Senior brother, don't worry." Krillin instantly straightened his back, his fondness for this handsome senior brother surging to its peak. "Very well, we'll catch up on old times later. Registration is about to close." Wuxiu pointed toward the registration hall ahead. "Let's go and meet some of the finest fighters in the world." Inside the registration hall, voices swelled like a roaring tide. Martial artists from across the globe had gathered, the air thick with the scent of sweat and medicinal wine. The arrival of Wuxiu and his companions drew little more than passing glances. After all, in this wonderfully bizarre Dragon Ball world, a tail-bearing child and a noseless bald boy were hardly remarkable. The registration process was simple. Fill out the form, draw lots. While waiting, everyone sat together chatting. By the way, where's Master Roshi? Krillin suddenly realized the turtle hermit who had been trailing behind was nowhere to be seen. He said he needed to use the restroom just now. Why has it taken so long? Goku scratched his head. Wuxiu took a sip of water, the faintest smile touching his lips. He knew exactly what that perverted old man was up to. At this very moment, the master was likely inside the restroom, changing into his Jackie Chun disguise and securing the wig with industrial adhesive. Master Roshi's purpose was straightforward. Fearing his disciples would grow proud from their rapid power growth, he had decided to enter the tournament incognito and defeat them in the finals. To remind them that beyond every mountain there lies another mountain, keeping them humble and driving them toward ever higher martial arts realms. It was a gesture of profound, albeit unorthodox care. For Goku and Krillin, this was indeed necessary. However, Wuxiu set down his water cup, his gaze drifting toward the hall's entrance. There, an elderly man clad in a black Chinese suit, his silver hair gleaming, was slowly making his way and drawing considerable attention. Jackie Chun. Wuxiu watched the familiar figure and murmured silently to himself. Master, I understand your intentions. If this were the original storyline, your plan would indeed be flawless. But this time I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Because I need that championship too. Wuxiu wanted more than the 5,000 Sonori prize money. What he truly sought was to firmly establish his position as the #1 young fighter on Earth through this tournament. Moreover, he wished to test how far he could advance using only the Turtle School's martial arts without employing any talismans, even if this was no life-or-death combat. Of course, he could always activate the talismans after verifying his limits. Wuxiu, what are you looking at? Bulma leaned over to ask. Nothing. Wuxiu withdrew his gaze, rose to his feet, and stretched his wrists. From the loudspeakers, the announcement that preliminary rounds were about to begin echoed through the hall. Let's go, Goku. Krillin. Wuxiu walked at the forefront, his back like an immovable mountain. Let this world martial arts tournament become our stage. The preliminary rules were straightforward. A free-for-all followed by ring duels, with the top 8 advancing to the main tournament. For Wuxiu, this level of preliminary was hardly worth warming up. Match Group 44, begin. The referee's whistle sounded. A burly brute sneered and closed in. Look at this pretty boy, smooth skin, handsome face. Let's ruin that pretty face of yours. I've been annoyed by you since I saw you outside. Got a girlfriend and think you're special. But the next second, there was no dramatic exchange of blows. Only a dull thud. Bang, bang, bang. The onlookers couldn't even perceive what had happened. The brute was already on the ground, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, his body twitching involuntarily. Wuxiu stood where he was, hands still buried in his pockets, not having moved a single step. Too weak. He shook his head and let out an bored yawn. This level doesn't even warrant me taking my hands out of my pockets. In the distance, the competitor known as Jackie Chun, having just finished his match, happened to witness this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. TSK. The speed of that kid. Master Roshi groaned inwardly. Even I would need to focus fully to catch that move. This isn't about teaching the students a lesson. Old man might just lose his legendary reputation right here in this tournament. The preliminaries progressed swiftly, without a single controversy. Wuxiu's son Goku, Krillin, Jackie Chun, Master Roshi, Yamcha, who competed despite being rattled by Wuxiu, Namu, the Indian ascetic, Bartley, the foul-smelling savage, and Lan Fong, the beauty temptress. The top 8 list was officially unveiled. As Wuxiu stepped out of the preliminary hall, he was met by Bulma's enthusiastic embrace and the enthusiastic cheers of countless spectators. The true battle was only just beginning. The real combat had yet to unfold. With the preliminary rounds concluded, the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced under the spotlight of countless eager eyes. After the rain, Papaya Island's air was refreshingly crisp. The open-air arena shimmered faintly in the sunlight, surrounded by a sea of spectators whose cheers rose like tidal waves, each crest more thunderous than the last. The early quarterfinal matches carried little suspense. Yamcha remained a tragic figure, marginally stronger than his original counterpart, yet unfortunately pitted against the enigmatic elderly master Jackie Chun. After launching into a dazzling display of his Wolf Fong Thunder Fist, he was effortlessly outmaneuvered by Jackie Chun's afterimage technique and ultimately pushed from the ring with a single palm strike. Krillin then triumphed over the foul-smelling Bartley through sheer persistence, exploiting his lack of olfactory sense to endure the stench. Son Goku confronted Namo, an Indian ascetic, unleashing a spectacular aerial battle that showcased his superior endurance and physical prowess. The semifinal brackets soon appeared on the big screen: Son Wuxiu versus Jackie Chun, followed by Son Goku against Krillin. It's finally here. Son Wuxiu rose from the competitor's lounge, adjusting his orange GI. That old man is incredibly strong, brother. Be careful. Son Goku warned from nearby, his gaze sharpening with primal instinct. His ki. It resembles Grandpa's unfathomably deep. Don't worry. Son Wuxiu ruffled Goku's hair before turning toward the arena. Meanwhile, the silver-haired elder in a black Zhongshan suit stepped onto the ring with deliberate grace. They faced each other 10 paces apart at center ring. Your martial arts are impressive, young man. I noticed during the preliminaries, Jackie Chun acknowledged. Jackie Chun stood with hands clasped behind his back, embodying the archetype of a detached master. Yet in the way of martial arts, one must never let impatience cloud their judgment. Today I shall test the mettle of your skill. Sun Wuxiu regarded the pretentious elder before him, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Rather than expose the man's true nature, Sun Wuxiu offered a respectful bow with palms pressed together. Please, senior, instruct me. Begin. The referee in dark glasses barked the signal and slashed his arm downward. Whooshed. Yet no explosive clash followed. Both fighters moved almost simultaneously, their motions deceptively unhurried. So slow they seemed to ordinary spectators. Jackie Chun unleashed a straight punch aimed at the center line. Sun Wuxiu neither evaded nor blocked, instead tracing a circular arc with one hand, his touch impossibly soft as it guided Jackie Chun's wrist aside. Redirecting force. Jackie Chun's eyes flashed with realization, and he seamlessly shifted his attack, converting the punch into a grasping claw aimed at Sun Wuxiu's shoulder. Sun Wuxiu dropped his shoulders slightly, his feet shifting in a subtle shuffle that allowed him to slip free like an eel, while his free hand carved a knife strike toward Jackie Chun's ribs. Brave lad. Jackie Chun praised, raising his knee to block. Thud. A dull impact echoed as they parted upon contact. Yet this was only the beginning. For the next several minutes, the two engaged in a pure display of technical mastery on the arena floor. No earth-shattering energy blasts, no afterimages too swift for the eye to follow. Only the precise art of disarming, countering, blocking, and striking. Every fist and kick embodied the essence of turtle school martial arts. Is this true martial arts? Yamcha watched from below with a stunned expression, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Every movement executed with perfect efficiency, not a single ounce of wasted force. These two are monsters. On the ring, Jackie Chun felt growing unease with each exchange. He had intended to identify flaws in Sun Wuxiu's technique, offer guidance, and ultimately defeat him to teach the lesson that there is always someone greater. But there was no weakness, not a single crack in Sun Wuxiu's defense, which stood like an impregnable fortress, effortlessly deflecting every angled assault Jackie Chun threw at him. Sun Wuxiu's counterattacks, though appearing restrained, consistently targeted Jackie Chun's blind spots, forcing constant defensive reactions. How can this youth's fundamentals be so thoroughly cultivated? Jackie Chun's mind reeled with shock. Just 4 years. Not only has he mastered every technique, but he's already nearly reached my level in intent. He had assumed he was holding back feeding attacks. Only now did he realize his opponent was doing the same. Sun Wuxiu patiently matched his rhythm, allowing him to showcase every technique he possessed. I've been underestimated. Jackie Chun managed a bitter smile before his gaze sharpened. In that case, I shall hold nothing back. Myoji Utena Ken. Jackie Chun leaped backward, pressing his palms together as his ki surged violently. Blue electricity coalesced between his hands, forming a massive electric net that descended towards Sun Wuxiu. This was Master Roshi's signature technique, an almost unblockable control move. He's forced him to use that, Krillin exclaimed from below. Yet facing the onslaught of lightning, Sun Wuxiu simply shook his head. Teacher, this technique won't work on me. He neither dodged nor met it with an energy blast. In that instant before the electric net could reach him, Rabbit Talisman instant movement. Sun Wuxiu's figure vanished into thin air. Not the kind of afterimage created by sheer speed, but a genuine disappearance akin to instantaneous teleportation. What a... Jackie Chun's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, a chilling sensation brushed against the nape of his neck. Forgive me, senior. That was Sun Wuxiu's voice, calm, yet carrying a trace of apology. Thud. A knife strike, swift and precise, struck Jackie Chun's carotid artery at the back of his neck. The blow required minimal force, but Sun Wuxiu's meticulous understanding of human anatomy amplified its effectiveness to perfection. Jackie Chun's vision went dark, his energy dissipated instantly, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. An oppressive silence blanketed the arena. 1 second. 2 seconds. Jackie Chun has fallen. The referee shouted with excitement. Counting begins. 1, 2, 10. The winner, Sun Wuxiu. Roar. The stands erupted instantly. How could such a mysteriously powerful elder be defeated in a single strike? Just how formidable was this youth named Sun Wuxiu? Sun Wuxiu paid no mind to the roaring crowd. He bent down and gently supported the unconscious Jackie Chun, carrying him to the ring's edge where the attendants awaited. Rest well, teacher. He watched the elderly man being carried away, silently thinking. Your era ends with me. In the future, I shall be the one to shape it. The subsequent second semifinal, though equally exciting, seemed slightly immature in contrast to Sun Wuxiu's match, brimming with a master's demeanor. Sun Wukong and Klin, as fellow disciples who knew each other inside out, fought with exceptional intensity. Klin exhausted all his skills, even using the afterimage fist and a decoy tactic. But unfortunately, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, tricks could only delay the inevitable, not alter the outcome. In the end, Wukong, relying on the Saiyan's formidable resilience, endured a flying kick from Clint and then struck back with a heavy punch that blasted Clint out of the ring. Thus, the final match lineup was set. Sun Wuxiu versus Sun Wukong. A brotherly duel. In the rest room, the unconscious Chung Long finally slowly came to. He rubbed his sore neck, his eyes a bit dazed, but soon the memories came flooding back. I lost. Master Roshi looked at the ceiling, sighed bitterly. Could it be that I didn't even have the right to force that kid to go all out? He could feel that Sun Wuxiu's final blow was still held back. If that blow had been a bit heavier or slightly off, his old bones might have been done for. Alas, today's young people are truly terrifying. Master Roshi took off his disguised Zhongshan suit, tore off his wig, and revealed his original appearance. He walked to the window and looked out at the newly repaired arena. Their two figures were facing off. One was his proud disciple, Sun Wukong. The other was the monster that made him feel deeply powerless yet immensely proud, Sun Wuxiu. Let me see Wuxiu. Master Roshi put on sunglasses to hide the complex emotions in his eyes. Just how high have you reached now? The finals begin. With the referee's command, the atmosphere in the entire venue reached its climax. Finally, this moment has come, brother. Sun Wukong assumed the Turtle School's starting stance, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning to the extreme. Even the air around him seemed distorted by the heat radiating from his body. Come, Wukong. Sun Wuxiu clasped one hand behind his back and extended only his right hand, making a pleased gesture. Let me see the progress you've made this year. Yaya. Sun Wukong let out a roar and vanished in an instant. So fast. The audience only saw a blur, and then Wukong was already in front of Sun Wuxiu, raining down a storm of punches and kicks. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of fists hitting flesh exploded like firecrackers. Sun Wuxiu still used only one hand. Blocking, deflecting, catching. No matter how fierce and tricky Wukong's attacks were, Sun Wuxiu's hand was like an insurmountable chasm blocking all of them. Even his feet never moved half a step throughout. Not enough. Sun Wuxiu said calmly. Speed too slow, power too scattered. Concentrate your chi. Damn it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, lashed his tail against the ground, used the leverage to leap into the air, and delivered a powerful flying kick aimed at Sun Wuxiu's temple. That's more like it. A glint of approval flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes, and he raised his left hand for the first time. Bang! He firmly caught Wukong's ankle. But the opening is too big. Before the words faded, Sun Wuxiu flicked his wrist and swung Wukong in a full circle, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The stone slabs of the arena were smashed into a large crater, debris flying. But Wukong reacted extremely fast, using his tail to push off the ground at the moment of impact, springing up like a spring and creating distance. Huff! Huff! Sun Wukong panted heavily, staring fixedly at his brother, who still stood in the same spot, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. The gap was too great. Despite having grown so much stronger, why did he still feel as helpless as a baby in front of his brother? Not only Wukong, but everyone on the sidelines was stunned. Bulma clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes full of stars. Wuxiu, so handsome. Master Roshi, hiding in a corner, had an extremely grave expression. That composure, that absolute control over the battle. He's not competing at all, he's teaching. Master Roshi saw it. Every block and counterattack from Sun Wuxiu was forcing Wukong to correct his movements and squeeze out his potential. This was no opponent, it was clearly a mentor of extreme severity. Like a monster. Master Roshi murmured to himself. This kid's realm in martial arts has probably already touched the threshold of God. On the arena, Sun Wuxiu seemed to feel that the warm-up was almost over. He lowered his hand from behind his smile, gradually fading, replaced by a seriousness never seen before. In that instant, the aura around him changed. If before he was a still mountain, now he was a volcano about to erupt, a tsunami about to sweep the world. The terrifying pressure made even the referee closest to the ring step back involuntarily, his legs trembling. Wukong. Sun Wuxiu looked at his younger brother and said solemnly, the warm-up is over. Next I'll get a little more serious. Are you ready? Hearing this, Sun Wukong's hair stood on end. It was the instinctive fear of a creature facing a natural predator. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he trembled with excitement. Come on, brother. Sun Wukong assumed a defensive stance, focused completely, raising all his senses to the limit. Good. Before Sun Wuxiu's words even faded, schwab, he vanished. It was not the instant movement he used against Chung Long, but a pure burst of physical speed. But even so, Wukong's retina still couldn't capture any image. Where? Left? Right? Above? Wukong's mind raced. Suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. It was from a few years ago in the forest of Mount Paozu, that masked demon. And just now the move his brother used against old man Chung Long. Behind. Sun Wukong's instincts were screaming. Without any hesitation, purely relying on instinct, and that flash of precognition, he spun around, raising his right elbow and thrusting it backward fiercely. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Just as Wukong turned, Sun Wuxiu's figure indeed appeared behind him. That iconic knife hand was raised high ready to strike. However, Wukong's preemptive elbow strike blocked the path of the knife hand. My. For the first time a flicker of surprise appeared in Sun Wuxiu's calm eyes. You predicted my move. And reacted with muscle memory. No wonder he's Son Goku. This combat talent ranks among the finest in the entire universe. Having merely observed a single encounter, he was able to flawlessly replicate and dismantle it in actual battle. Against an opponent of equal standing, that elbow strike would have been enough to reverse the course of battle. Unfortunately, the gap between us cannot be bridged by talent alone. Just as the chopping hand was about to clash with the elbow strike at the last possible moment, Sun Wuxiu changed his move. He forcibly redirected his power source mid-air, instantly retracting his downward chop and transforming it into an upward hook punch. This adjustment completely defied the principles of mechanics so fast that even after images were invisible, Goku's pupils dilated sharply. He saw it, but he couldn't react. His body was still executing the parry from the previous moment, leaving no time to withdraw the attack. This is what absolute strength looks like, complete dominance. So-called anticipation is just a joke before absolute speed and power. Bang! A heavy impact echoed through the entire arena. Sun Wuxiu's fist landed solidly on Son Goku's abdomen. The tremendous force didn't send Goku flying, but instead penetrated straight into his body. Cough! Goku's eyes immediately lost focus and a mouthful of stomach acid sprayed from his lips. He remained frozen in his blocking stance, but his body crumpled slowly to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. Thud! Goku collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. The entire venue fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by that final exchange. The speed of those shifts, the oppressive power that induced despair. The 10-second countdown has ended. Contestant Son Goku is unconscious. The referee took a deep breath, raised Sun Wuxiu's arm, and his voice trembled. The champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Son Wuxiu. Oh! Cheers erupted like thunder as ribbons rained down from above. Sun Wuxiu stood in the center of the ring, bathed in golden sunlight and the adoring gazes of countless spectators. He wasn't particularly excited. He simply bent down, lifted his unconscious younger brother, and gazed at that youthful face. Even in unconsciousness bore an expression of unwillingness. You did well, Goku. But if you want to catch up to my shadow, there's still a long road ahead of you. The bustling celebration of the World Martial Arts Tournament finally came to a close. Inside a luxurious restaurant on Papaya Island, a disaster was unfolding. One that made the owners simultaneously heartbroken and delighted. Another 50 bowls of fried rice. And 3 whole roasted pigs. Over here I want 100 soup dumplings. And every dessert on this menu, one of each. At the dining table, the Sun brothers, who had fought to the death in the ring moments ago, had now transformed into 2 tireless food processors. Dishes piled as high as small mountains, waiters rushing back and forth without a moment to rest, and the head chefs walked nearly smoking from constant use. Woo woo woo. My prize money. My pension fund. Master Roshi sat in the corner watching this scene, his heart bleeding. Although he had entered the tournament this time to educate his disciples, he never expected to not only lose the match, albeit to Wuxiu, but now have his wallet completely emptied by these 2 bottomless pits. Alright, pervert old man, this round is on me. Bulma smiled as she took out a black gold card and handed it to the waiter. This amount means nothing to Capsule Corporation. Consider it a celebration of Wuxiu's victory and everyone's reunion. Really? Master Roshi revived instantly, his eyes behind sunglasses turning into heart shapes. Bulma, you're such a wonderful person. Krillin, Yamcha, Port Oolong, and others also gathered around together, the atmosphere warm and lively. After the feast, everyone stood at the restaurant entrance, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Then let's say goodbye here. Son Goku, with his Rui joystick on his back, patted his round belly and wore a satisfied smile. I'm so full. I feel like my strength has returned. Goku, where are you planning to go next? Krillin asked somewhat reluctantly. Goku hopped onto the flying Nimbus, his eyes resolute. After this tournament, I've realized the world is vast, and there are many powerful people. I want to travel the world training like my older brother and become stronger. I'll also return to Master Roshi's island to continue my training. Krillin clenched his fist. Next time we meet, I definitely won't lose to you, Goku. Hee, I'll be waiting. Goku waved to everyone. Take care, everyone. Brother Bulma, see you later. Whoosh. The golden flying Nimbus carried that naive young boy, transforming into a streak of light as it shot toward the sky. Watching Goku disappear into the distance, Master Roshi also prepared to leave with Krillin. Wuxiu, before departing, Master Roshi gave his senior disciple a deep look. Your path has already exceeded my scope of guidance. But I can feel that your mind is very stable. Keep it up, don't lose yourself in power. I will follow your teachings, Master. Son Wuxiu bowed respectfully. Soon the once bustling street was left with only Son Wuxiu and Bulma. The sea breeze gently brushed Bulma's purple long hair. She turned around to look at the tall, handsome man beside her. Intelligent as she was, she seemed to already sense something. You're also leaving, aren't you? Bulma asked softly, her voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. Sun Wuxiu remained silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. He reached out, gently touching Bulma's cheek, his eyes tender yet firm. Bulma, this past year living in West City has been the happiest time of my life. But I must become stronger. Stronger than that old Master Roshi. No stronger than heaven. Sun Wuxiu pointed to the sky above. The place I'm going to is beyond the clouds, a divine realm that mortals cannot reach. A divine realm. Bulma paused for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. I knew it. How could a man like you be content to stay by my side shopping for clothes forever? She took a deep breath, trying to make her smile appear brighter. Go. You are a man destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. How could a man I, Bulma, have chosen be a coward who only hides in comfort? But she suddenly rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Sun Wuxiu's neck, and firmly pressed a kiss on his lips. Remember, no matter how high you fly, West City will always be your home. If you dare to stray outside, I'll build a bomb capable of destroying Earth and blow you up. Do you hear me? Sun Wuxiu smiled and held her waist tighter. As you command, my queen. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Sun Wuxiu did not wander aimlessly like Goku. His goal was clear, heading westward toward Mount Karen. Throughout this journey, the world was far from peaceful. The Red Ribbon Army, which sought to conquer the world, was searching for the Dragon Balls everywhere, causing suffering among the people. Sun Wuxiu descended to the Indian tribe at the foot of Korin Tower, the homeland of Upa and Bora. He did not linger long, merely releasing a faint trace of his aura to deter the wild beasts that sought to approach, then proceeded directly to the tower. Gazing up at the pillar that pierced the sky, Sun Wuxiu smiled. So this is the stairway for mortals to reach the gods. For me now it seems a bit too short. He did not use the float of the chicken talisman, nor did he laboriously climb for 3 days and 3 nights like the original Goku. He simply bent his knees slightly. Ox talisman power x rabbit talisman speed. Boom. The earth sank violently, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Sun Wuxiu shot upward like a ballistic missile, creating a terrifying sonic boom as he raced straight up the tower. The wind howled past his ears, and the clouds shattered layer by layer beneath his feet. A journey that would have taken a mortal days to climb took less than 10 minutes under Sun Wuxiu's overwhelming explosive power. At the top of Korin Tower, a white fat cat was leaning on a staff, dozing with its eyes half closed. It was Kalen the Immortal, who had witnessed countless martial artists attempt to scale this tower over 800 years, yet precious few had succeeded. Suddenly a fierce gust of wind surged from below, blowing its whiskers askew. Meowie. Kalen the Immortal was startled. Before it could react, a figure had already landed steadily on the railing before it. The figure was a youth in an orange martial arts uniform, his face neither flushed nor breathless, not even a single drop of sweat. Yo, so this is the cat sage. A bit rounder than I imagined. Sun Wuxiu jumped down from the railing, studying the legendary cat with interest. How did you get up here? Kalen the Immortal's eyes widened. It hadn't sensed any climbing aura from this guy, or it was as if he had teleported straight up. I ran up. Sun Wuxiu shrugged. Ran up. Kalen the Immortal wiped the non-existent sweat from its brow. This tower is 10,000 meters high, vertical at 90 degrees, and in the blink of an eye you tell me you ran up. Are young people these days so monstrous? Ahem. Having lived for 800 years, Kalen soon regained its composure. Since you made it up, you must have some skill. I am the Immortal here. You've come for the super holy water, haven't you? It pointed to a pot of water in the center of the hall. If you can snatch this from my grasp. Jingle. A clear bell sound interrupted its words. Kalen the Immortal froze. It felt something missing from its hand. Looking down, the staff was still in its grip, but the bell attached to the staff, used to test speed, was gone. It looked up sharply. There stood Sun Wuxiu, twirling the bell in his hand, a grin on his face. Is this the bell? It didn't seem hard to get. Kalen the Immortal was petrified. 1 second. No less than 0. 1 second. Its proud movement was as slow as a snail's before this youth. You. Kalen stammered, then sighed. Fine, you win. You're the first person in centuries to get the bell so quickly. Even stronger than Wu Tian back in his day by 1,000-fold. That pot of super holy water is yours to drink. However, contrary to its expectations, Sun Wuxiu tossed the bell back to it, without even glancing at the water. That water which deceives oneself can be left for those who come later. Sun Wuxiu said calmly. My strength needs no such proof. Besides, my goal is not you. Sun Wuxiu lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the dome of Korin Tower, toward the void above. I want to go higher to see the god. Hey. Kalen the Immortal was so shocked its fur stood on end. You know there's a god up there. The existence of the heavenly god was the highest secret of Earth, known only to the successive guardians and this cat. Don't be nervous, cat sage. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand. I mean no harm. I just want to train there. This goes against the rules. Kalen hesitated. Without the god's decree, the Rui stick cannot. Just then, a majestic and aged voice echoed directly in Kalen's mind through telepathy. Kalen, let him come up. Lord God. Kalen quickly bowed to the sky. This youth possesses extraordinary fortune and power. Moreover, though his heart harbors a fierce desire for battle, there is no evil intent. The voice continued. I wish to meet him as well. As you command, Lord God. Kalen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Sun Wuxiu with even greater reverence. The god has agreed. You may go up. Thank you. Sun Wuxiu nodded. As he prepared to move, he suddenly paused, as if remembering something. He turned his palm over and as if by magic pulled out several large plump fresh fish from his backpack, which he had just caught in the forest below. This is our first meeting. I didn't bring any gifts. These fish are a small token. Upon seeing the fish, Kalen's sage demeanor instantly crumbled, and its mouth began to water. Meow. Such big fish. And they're alive. However, Sun Wuxiu changed his tone. I'd also like to trade with you for some local specialties. Trade what? Kalen hugged the fish warily. Senza beans. Sun Wuxiu held up 2 fingers. 2 jars. 2 jars. Kalen nearly dropped the fish. Do you think senza beans are candy? 1 bean can keep you full for 10 days and heal any non-fatal injury. 2 jars. Are you planning to go to war? Better safe than sorry. Sun Wuxiu chuckled. You see, I might face some very strong enemies in the future. What if I get beaten half to death and have no beans? That would be awkward. Besides, once I start training at the temple, I won't have time to come down and catch fish for you while I eat. Kalen struggled for a long time looking at the lively fish in its arms, then at Sun Wuxiu's face that seemed to say, if you don't give me, I'll stay here and not leave. Fine, fine. I surrender. It scurried into the inner chamber and brought out 2 jars that looked moderate in size, but were packed to the brim. Use them sparingly. This is my stockpile from several hundred years. Thanks. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand and stowed the 2 jars of senza beans into his bag, actually packed into capsules. Though he had the dog talisman and the horse talisman, theoretically making senzu beans unnecessary, it never hurt to be prepared. What if the Z fighters got into a fight when he wasn't around? Better safe than sorry. After completing this transaction, Sun Wuxiu did not linger. I won't borrow the Rui stick, I'll fly up myself. He lifted off the ground, activating the power of the chicken talisman, and transformed into a streak of light that pierced through the clouds, heading straight for the temple suspended in the sky above. The Temple of the Gods. The air was thin, gravity faint, and an endless sea of clouds stretched to the horizon, as if the world itself ended here. Sun Wuxiu descended slowly, landing on the crimson tiles. A portly figure swathed in black robes adorned with Arabian-style garments, and a turban wrapped around his head awaited him. Mr. Popo, the ever-impassive divine servant, whose true strength lay unfathomably deep. You have come. Popo's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Mr. Popo, Sun Wuxiu replied with a nod. The god awaits you. Popo turned and led the way. Deep within the temple, Sun Wuxiu finally beheld the old man. Leaning on a staff, his face etched with wrinkles, his skin a dark green. The Earth's Kami. Also the benevolent half of Piccolo Daimao. Welcome, martial artist of Earth, Sun Wuxiu. The god's eyes, brimming with wisdom, fixed upon Sun Wuxiu, and his first words revealed his identity. Sun Wuxiu was not surprised. Kami could observe all that transpired below, knowing his origins was only natural. I pay my respects to Kami. I already know why you have come, Kami said slowly. Within you resides a power so terrifying that even I tremble at its presence. Should you stray onto the path of evil, Earth would be plunged into eternal calamity. But I have seen your heart. Kami pointed at Sun Wuxiu's chest. There lies a tranquil righteousness, and also a mysterious force that I cannot fathom. You wish to train here to become stronger. Is that correct? Yes, Sun Wuxiu admitted bluntly. I know that many crises await Earth in the future. Some enemies cannot be defeated by my current strength alone. I need to undergo a transformation, from spirit to body, in this place closest to the divine. Kami fell silent for a long moment. He turned and gazed at the sea of clouds below. Though I know not of the crises you speak of, I trust your eyes. I can guide your training, and even have Popo lead you into the spirit time chamber. But you must agree to one condition. Kami turned back, his eyes burning into Sun Wuxiu. If the day ever comes when Earth faces destruction and I am powerless to stop it, you must step forward and protect this planet. Even if the adversary is a god or a demon. Sun Wuxiu smiled. Wasn't this precisely the purpose for which he had come to this world? I promise you. Sun Wuxiu gave his solemn vow. As long as I am here, Earth shall remain. Kami nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then from today onward you shall reside here. In these 3 years I will make you understand what true divine martial arts really means. Meanwhile on the ground. Boom! The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army collapsed in a thunderous roar. A small boy, battered and bruised, leaped out from the rubble, gripping the 4-star Dragon Ball tightly in his hand. Phew. It's finally over. Sun Wukong wiped the dust from his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So, where should I go next? At that moment the gears of fate clicked into place. The 2 brothers, one in the heavens, one on earth, each strained with all their might to grow stronger for the reunion 3 years hence, and for the boundless future ahead. Above the sea of clouds, the Temple of the Gods. Here time held no meaning, only eternal silence and thin air. On the crimson-tiled plaza 2 figures engaged in a peculiar battle. One of them was Sun Wuxiu, clad in a pure white training uniform. At this moment his eyes were tightly shut, even his ears sealed, yet his entire body drifted like a feather carried by the wind, moving in fluid, erratic patterns through the air. Opposite him the pitch-black Mr. Popo held a wooden staff with a bell attached, gliding like a specter around his form. Dingling, the bell chimed from the left. Sun Wuxiu did not move. The next second the staff thrust silently toward his back. Yet just as the staff was about to touch his clothes, Sun Wuxiu's body seemed to defy the law of inertia, shifting a half-inch to the right in an abrupt, yet natural motion. The staff struck empty air. Well done. On Mr. Popo's eternally impassive face a rare glimmer of approval appeared. As silent as the sky, as swift as lightning. Wuxiu, you have touched the threshold. Sun Wuxiu removed his earplugs, exhaled deeply, and was about to bow in thanks when he noticed Mr. Popo tilting his head, staring at him. Wuxiu, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Sun Wuxiu was startled. I've been focusing on sensing the flow of qi lately. I haven't forgotten anything. Wait. Suddenly realization struck, and his expression changed instantly. Mr. Popo, what day is it today? If we go by the time below, the World Martial Arts Tournament was held yesterday. Mr. Popo said slowly. Now would be the morning after the tournament's conclusion. Damn. Sun Wuxiu's sage-like composure crumbled instantly. I'm screwed. I trained so hard I lost track of the date. Was yesterday the finals? That means I stood everyone up. The thought of Bulma's furious face sent a chill down his spine. Mr. Popo Kami, I have to go down immediately. Sorry. Next time I'll bring you local specialties. Without a second thought, Sun Wuxiu dashed to the edge of the temple. Rabbit Talisman extreme speed. Boom. He transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the lower world in frantic haste. On the ground, Papaya Island. Though the World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded the day before with Sun Wukong triumphantly defeating Tenshinhan to claim the championship, the island's fervor remained undiminished. At the entrance of a luxurious seaside hotel, the group was packing their luggage, preparing to depart. Though everyone was delighted, a faint undercurrent of disappointment hung in the air. That guy. He really didn't show up. Bulma, dressed in a carefully chosen off-shoulder red dress and a sun hat, clutched the dragon radar tightly, her lips pouting in frustration. He said he'd be back soon, said it was for the future. All lies, that big jerk. Stupid Sun Wuxiu. I dressed up so beautifully, and he didn't even show a shadow. Oolong muttered under his breath. Maybe he got lost up there. Shut up. Bulma glared at him, then sighed, her eyes dimming. Even if he just showed his face for a moment. Not far away, the newly crowned champion Sun Wukong, carrying the power pole, stared blankly at the sky. Wukong, what's wrong? Not happy about winning. Krillin approached. I'm happy. Wukong scratched his head, but big brother didn't see it. I wanted to show him how strong I've become. Senior brother Wuxiu must have been held up by something important, Krillin comforted. After all, he's training with the gods. Master Roshi and Tenshinhan stood nearby. After the fierce battle yesterday, Tenshinhan had been completely reformed, abandoning the sinister path of the Crane School. As the group chatted while waiting for the chartered plane, a sudden hum filled the air. A chilling, heart-stopping aura enveloped the entire hotel plaza. There was no raging wind nor dark clouds, yet every martial artist in that instant felt their hairs stand on end. What is this energy? Goku and Tien Shinhan simultaneously assumed their battle stances, staring fiercely at the sky. This energy, evil, immense, and filled with a bloody stench. Master Roshi's sunglasses slipped down his nose, his face turning instantly pale. No. Impossible. This feeling is... Boom. A purple beam descended from the heavens, smashing the hotel's massive signboard to pieces. Amidst the flying debris and dissipating dust, the smoke cleared. A towering green figure hovered in midair, looking down upon everyone from above. Behind him followed a winged pterodactyl-like subordinate. The green figure wore a dark blue GI with a large demon character emblazoned on the chest, radiating an overwhelming and suffocating aura of terror. And he was young, brimming with explosive power. Piccolo Daimako. Master Roshi cried out in disbelief, his voice trembling. And he's restored to his youthful state. Oh, so there are still those who know me. King Piccolo sneered, his gaze sweeping over the gathered people. Perfect. All the martial artists are here. Saves me from hunting them down one by one. Today is a fine day, and I'm in high spirits. King Piccolo cracked his neck, hearing audible pops. So I shall slaughter every last one of you as the opening ceremony for my reign over this world. Don't talk so big. Tien Shinhan charged forward first. No matter what demon king you claim to be, you won't run rampant here. Homing Destructo Disc. Tien unleashed his all-out attack, immediately his vitality at its peak. The sheer force of this strike was enough to flatten a mountain peak. However, too slow. King Piccolo didn't even bother dodging, merely swatting the attack away with a casual flick of his hand. Boom. The terrifying energy blast was swatted aside, with one hand exploding into the distant sea and sending massive waves crashing ashore. In the next instant, King Piccolo appeared before Tien, driving his knee hard into his stomach. Ugh. Tien couldn't even mount a proper defense before collapsing to his knees, completely disabled. Tien, you bastard. Son Goku roared, unshaken by the devastation. Instead, an unprecedented battle lust surged through him. After yesterday's brutal clash with Tien, combined with a night of deep sleep, the Saiyan trait of growing stronger from near-death experiences quietly activated once more. Goku's energy now far surpassed what it had been during yesterday's finals. Yaya. Launching himself like a projectile, Goku swung his power pole, creating a storm of blurs as he rained down devastating blows upon Piccolo. Humph, overestimating yourself. King Piccolo had intended to swat Goku away casually, but the moment their forces met, he was stunned by the sheer absurdity of the boy's strength. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed midair in a furious exchange. Though Goku found himself on the back foot, relentlessly pushed back by Piccolo's assaults, he fought with the tenacity of an unkillable creature. Each time he was sent flying, he'd surge forward again with even greater speed. This is strange. I feel power surging forth endlessly. The more Goku fought, the more ferocious he became, and for a brief moment, he seized an opening, landing a kick squarely on Piccolo's face. Smack! Piccolo's head was knocked to the side. The entire crowd was stunned. Goku is actually holding his own against that monster. Kiririn's eyes widened in shock. No. Wait. Master Roshi stared intently at the battle, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Piccolo hasn't even begun to fight seriously, but this child's growth rate is terrifying. Still, he cannot win. As expected, after taking that kick, Piccolo's expression twisted into pure ferocity. How marvelous to actually lay a hand on my noble face. You feral monkey, I'll tear you apart piece by piece. King Piccolo's aura exploded once more, his movements becoming so swift they left no visible trace, and he began a one-sided slaughter of Goku. Just then, Master Roshi, who had been watching from the sidelines searching for an opening, suddenly focused his gaze. Now, he hastily pulled a small rice cooker adorned with a talisman from his robes and hurled it to the ground, flinging open the lid. Taking advantage of King Piccolo's attention being drawn to Goku, Master Roshi struck the pose that had haunted Piccolo's nightmares for centuries. Makenka Sapo. The roar echoed like thunder splitting the sky. A green vortex erupted from the ground, pulling with immense force, instantly locking onto King Piccolo, suspended in midair. What? King Piccolo, moments away from delivering the final blow to Goku, froze when he heard that name and witnessed the familiar green whirlwind, his entire face draining of color in pure terror. It was a fear carved deep into his very soul. That's Master Mutata's technique. No. King Piccolo desperately tried to flee, but his body was irresistibly drawn toward the small rice cooker. Please let this work. Blood poured from Master Roshi's orifices as he poured every last ounce of his life force into the technique. Just as King Piccolo stood on the verge of being sealed away, Pinyao. King Piccolo let out a desperate scream. Pinyao, the pterodactyl-like subordinate who had been watching from the sidelines, though himself paralyzed with fear, instinctively lunged forward at his master's call. Your Majesty. Pinyao threw himself in front of Piccolo. Whoosh. The Makenka Sapo vortex struck Pinyao, instantly twisting him into a spiral before slamming him into the rice cooker with a thud. Thud. The lid slammed shut. Master Roshi held his stance, gazing at the smoking rice cooker as the light in his eyes faded. Failed. He coughed up a stream of blood and collapsed to the ground. King Piccolo, having escaped death by a hair's breadth, gasped for air, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was finished. Damn you, old man. Beyond the height of his terror, now came an overwhelming rage. I'll kill you all. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Boom. King Piccolo waved his hand, and an energy wave struck the already exhausted Master Roshi dead on. Master Roshi was blasted away without a sound, his fate unknown. Grandpa. Goku's eyes welled with tears. Now it's your turn. King Piccolo didn't give Goku a moment to breathe. In a flash, he appeared behind him, delivering a devastating chop to the back of Goku's neck. Crack. Ugh. Goku's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Die? King Piccolo spread his arms wide and countless energy blasts rained down like hail, reducing the entire hotel plaza to ruins. Kiririn, Yamcha, Bulma, and the others could only desperately dodge amidst the rubble. Finally, King Piccolo landed upon a pile of broken ruins, gathering a massive sphere of energy in his hand, enough to destroy the entire island, aimed directly at the surviving Bulma and her companions. This is the fate of those who defy me. Farewell, ants. Bulma sat slumped on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she stared at that light of certain death. Goku had fallen, Master Mutata's seal had failed, and everyone lay bleeding in pools of their own blood. Who could possibly come to save us? Wuxio. She closed her eyes, mustering all her strength, and cried out that name. Son Wuxio, if you don't come now, everyone will die. You bastard. You said you would protect me. Her desperate cries echoed across the desolate ruins. Bike Daimao smirked coldly. Go ahead, scream. No one will come to save you, even if you shout your throat hoarse. Whoosh. The death beam shot forth. At that critical moment, boom, as if a meteorite had crashed into the earth. The ground trembled violently, and dust instantly engulfed the figures. Bike Daimao frowned. Missed. The dust cleared. A tall upright silhouette, like an insurmountable mountain, stood before Buer. He extended one hand, and the death beam, capable of piercing steel, was caught steadily in his palm, as if it were a toy. Crack. The man clenched his fingers, and the beam shattered into purple specks that dissipated. He slowly turned around. It was a handsome and stern face with black eyes burning with a fury colder than hell. But when he looked at Buer and the fallen Wukong, the rage in his eyes instantly transformed into deep remorse. Sorry, I lost track of time. I'm late. Buer stared at him blankly, then burst into loud sobs, releasing all her grievances and fear in that moment. You finally came. Boo-hoo. You big idiot. Sun Wuxiu gently patted her head, then straightened up. He turned around facing Bike Daimao. The previously peaceful aura vanished completely. In its place was a terrifying, oppressive presence that made even Bike Daimao's soul tremble like a primordial beast. Bike. Sun Wuxiu's voice was soft, yet clearly heard throughout the arena. You hurt my younger brother, struck my master, and tried to kill my woman. Are you ready to descend into hell once more? Over the ruins of Papaya Island, the sea breeze carried the scent of gunpowder brushing against everyone's faces. The air seemed to freeze. Sun Wuxiu stood there upright as a pine, his white training clothes rustling in the wind. He did not immediately release any earth-shattering aura. He appeared as calm as a deep, boundless lake. Across from him, hovering in midair, Bike Daimao's once arrogant face now showed a flicker of doubt. What's going on? Bike's keen ears twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. This guy has no chi at all. In his perception, the man named Sun Wuxiu was like a stone or a blade of grass, utterly devoid of any life energy fluctuation. Yet the power that had casually crushed the death beam was undeniably real. This stark contrast stirred an instinctive unease in the Demon King. Bluffing. To mask his inner turmoil, Bike Daimao broke the silence, first his voice cold and piercing. Sun Wuxiu, is it? Quite the bold words. Judging by your appearance, you must be a martial artist. Since you could block my casual strike, you're slightly stronger than this trash. But, Bike Daimao spread his arms, and the terrifying purple demonic energy behind him surged skyward, dyeing the heavens an ominous hue. Before my restored youth and invincible power, you are nothing but a slightly stronger ant. Facing Bike Daimao's bluster and the overwhelming pressure that could crush ordinary people, Sun Wuxiu acted as if he hadn't heard. He even turned around, leaving his back to the so-called Great Demon King. Bike's expression froze instantly, a mixture of shock and humiliation from being utterly ignored. Sun Wuxiu strode straight toward the group, lying in a pool of blood. The scene was a harrowing sight. Kulin's chest was caved in, his breath so faint it was nearly gone. Gue Xianren was covered in blood, unconscious. Wukong, though still conscious, had clearly reached his limit. Good, no one's dead yet. Sun Wuxiu breathed a sigh of relief, a glint of gratitude in his eyes. As long as there was still a breath with his horse talisman, even Yin Wang, he couldn't claim them. He knelt down, first approaching the most severely injured Kulin, extending his right hand and gently pressing it against Kulin's chest. A soft, warm, holy white light emanated from Sun Wuxiu's palm. That was the power of the horse talisman. Healing. What is that? In the distance, Buer and the still conscious Tianjin fans stared wide-eyed. Under their incredulous gaze, a miracle occurred. Kulin's sunken sternum visibly rose and healed. His pale complexion quickly flushed. His thread-thin breath became steady and strong. Only 3 seconds passed. Cough. Kulin, who had been deemed a lost cause, suddenly coughed twice, sat up, and touched his chest with a bewildered look. I'm not dead. And it doesn't hurt at all. Don't move, just fixed you, Sun Wuxiu said, patting his bald head, then stood up with a smile, heading toward the next target, Gue Xianren. Bike Daimao, hovering in midair, turned green with rage. Literally greener than his own skin. Damn it. How dare you ignore me, the Great Demon King, and heal people right in front of me. The humiliation of being treated like air snapped Bike Daimao's sanity. Go to hell. He raised his right hand, his index finger aimed at Sun Wuxiu, who was healing Gue Xianren, and condensed an extremely focused death finger beam, Dodon Ray enhanced. Whoosh! The beam tore through the air with a piercing screech, heading straight for the back of Sun Wuxiu's head. Wuxiu, watch out! Buer screamed in terror. However, Sun Wuxiu didn't even turn his head. As if swatting an annoying fly, he casually swung his left hand backward. Slap! A crisp crack. The beam, powerful enough to pierce a tank, was deflected by the back of his hand. Boom! The beam ricocheted into the sky, dispersing a dark cloud. So noisy. Sun Wuxiu continued channeling the horse talisman's power into Gue Xianren while speaking calmly. Can't you see I'm busy? Go play somewhere else. Wah. What? Bike Daimao's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. A casual slap deflected my ultimate technique. And, without even looking, what kind of monster is this guy? Fear for the first time coiled like a viper around the Demon King's heart. The next few minutes were sheer torture for Bike Daimao. He attacked wildly, refusing to believe it. Chi blasts, chain energy bullets, eye lasers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. Yet no matter how he attacked, Sun Wuxiu deflected them with the most effortless grace. Sometimes he tilted his head slightly to dodge, sometimes he swatted them away with his hand, and sometimes he simply dispersed them with his chi. From start to finish, Sun Wuxiu never moved a step, still focused on healing. Soon Gue Xianren awoke, Wukong stood up, and Tianjin Fan and Yamu Cha were also back on their feet, full of energy. The wounded who had been lying all over the ground were now fully revived, staring at Sun Wuxiu as if he were a god. Is this the effect of the Senzu Bean? Wukong touched his own unharmed body, his jaw dropping in astonishment. No, brother, you didn't give me any bean. Oh, I remember now, it's your special ability. Wuxiu, what kind of divine skills have you learned in these 3 years? The turtle hermit was also utterly stunned. This ability to instantly heal fatal wounds was something even the legendary immortals might not be able to achieve. Just some small tricks. Sun Wuxiu smiled, offering no further explanation. As long as everyone is fine. Wuxiu. Just now, even with several of us joining forces, we couldn't touch him even once. Yeah, that guy became a monster after regaining his youth. Yamcha also chimed in. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu turned around, standing in front of everyone. For the me now? He raised his head, his dark, deep eyes meeting the terrified gaze of Piccolo Daimao for the first time. He is too weak. 3 simple words. Yet they struck like a heavy hammer against Piccolo Daimao's pride. Weak. Piccolo Daimao laughed in fury, his face twisted with rage and veins bulging. Ha ha ha. Absolutely unforgivable. Boom. Piccolo Daimao completely erupted. He held back no longer, his aura exploding like a volcanic eruption, surrounding rocks levitating, and even the sea began to roar and churn. I'll show you what true hell is. Die. Piccolo Daimao transformed into a green lightning bolt, charging at Sun Wuxiu in an instant. The speed of this strike was so fast that even Wukong, who had just recovered, could only see a blur. So fast. Tianjin Fan exclaimed. However, in Sun Wuxiu's eyes, Piccolo's movements were as clear as a slow-motion film. After 3 years of meditation on stillness and motion at the Temple of the Gods, coupled with the enhancement of the Rabbit Talisman, this speed was like a leisurely stroll. Too slow. Sun Wuxiu, still with his hands behind his back, merely took a small step to the left. Whooshed. Piccolo's fist, powerful enough to shatter mountains, grazed Sun Wuxiu's nose and struck empty air. Nanny. Piccolo Daimao was startled, but before he could change his move, too light. Sun Wuxiu's voice rang in his ear. Then slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Piccolo Daimao's face. Buffed. Piccolo Daimao spun like a top, twirling a dozen times in the air before barely steadying himself. Half of his face swelled instantly like a steamed bun, and a few teeth mixed with blood were spat out. You dare to hit my face. Piccolo covered his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and murderous rage. I'm hitting that ugly face of yours. Sun Wuxiu dusted off his hands with a look of disdain. As a demon king, your combat skills are as crude as an uncivilized beast. Is this your so-called invincible power? It's laughable. Yeah. Piccolo Daimao let out a beastly roar. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Prince's War Method. Continuous energy bombs. Piccolo Daimao swung his arms wildly, and countless purple energy bullets rained down like a storm, covering every space around Sun Wuxiu. Boom 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 boom. Explosions erupted, smoke and fire soaring to the sky. This indiscriminate bombardment lasted a full minute. Only when Piccolo Daimao was somewhat out of breath did he stop. Huff. Huff. Now. He should be ashes, right? Piccolo stared intently at the smoke below. However, when the smoke cleared, the white figure still stood there. Not only was he unscathed, but not even a speck of dust had touched his clothes. Sun Wuxiu was even brushing his sleeve, looking at him helplessly. Is that all? Can't you come up with something new? This kind of fireworks display is useless except for being pretty. Despair. True despair. Piccolo Daimao finally understood that the man before him was no mere slightly stronger ant. He was an insurmountable mountain, an unfillable abyss. How is it possible? How can such a monster exist in this world? Piccolo Daimao stepped back, his madness gradually replaced by fear. Below, the turtle hermit Tianjin Fan and the others were completely petrified. They knew Sun Wuxiu was strong, but not to this extent, toying with the Piccolo Daimao who had driven them to despair like a monkey. What did senior brother Wuxiu go through in these 3 years? Kellen swallowed hard. Has he truly become a god? In the sky, Sun Wuxiu looked at the nearly broken Piccolo and calculated in his mind. Almost there. If I keep playing with him, he might collapse and self-destruct, which wouldn't be good. Though I'd love to crush you directly, considering that the old god can't die yet. And Sun Wuxiu thought of the future Uncle Piccolo, who would protect Gohan, that ultimate babysitter. I still need you to lay that egg. With that thought, Sun Wuxiu's eyes sharpened. Alright, game over. I'm bored too. Sun Wuxiu's figure vanished instantly. The next second he appeared directly in front of Piccolo Daimao, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart. Piccolo could even see the mockery in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. You? Go down. Sun Wuxiu formed his right hand into a fist without any fancy moves, just gathering a massive amount of energy. Bang! A single punch slammed into Piccolo Daimao's abdomen. This seemingly simple blow contained enough power to pierce through a mountain. Cough! Piccolo Daimao's eyes bulged, his body instantly curling like a shrimp, the back of his clothes exploding. The immense impact pierced through his internal organs. Swoosh, boom. Piccolo Daimao crashed like a meteor into the debris below, creating a massive crater. Cough! Cough! In the crater, Piccolo Daimao vomited large mouthfuls of purple blood, his life force rapidly fading. He knew he was going to die. Damn it. I'm not satisfied. The demon clan must not end here. His dying instinct coupled with his thirst for revenge drove him to make a final decision. Using the last of his strength, he worked his throat. Ugh, a huge slimy white egg was spat out from his mouth. That's... Wukong and the others in the distance were startled. Sun Wuxiu, hovering in midair, watched this scene, without intervening, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this the Demon Jr.? Good, it's been born. Piccolo Daimao used his last strength to hurl the egg far into the depths of the forest. After completing all this, he looked at Sun Wuxiu in the air and uttered a shrill, resentful curse. Sun Wuxiu, my child, will surely avenge me. The Demon Clan. Eternal glory. Before his words faded, with a bang, Sun Wuxiu casually flung a ki blast, striking precisely the chest of Bike, the great Demon King, utterly ending his life. With a boom. Amidst the explosion, a generation of Demon King was annihilated. As for that egg, Sun Wuxiu pretended not to see it. Let it be. Sun Wuxiu slowly descended to the ground, looking toward the distant forest, thinking to himself, that will be the future Earth's strongest babysitter, Wu Fan's godfather. The battle ended. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight once again spilled over Papaya Island. Sun Wuxiu turned around, looking at the group of companions who were already stunned, revealing a brilliant smile. Mission accomplished. Everyone, long time no see, I missed you all so much. Buerma could no longer restrain herself, letting out a scream, and rushed forward, recklessly throwing herself into the embrace she had been yearning for. You still remember to come back. Big idiot. Watching the two embracing, Sun Wukong, Kulin, Turtle Hermit, and the others also revealed relieved smiles after surviving the disaster. On this day, the shadow of the Demon King dissipated, and the title of Earth's Strongest for Sun Wuxiu was thoroughly etched into everyone's hearts. The smoke of battle on Papaya Island finally dissipated completely. The sky, once shrouded by the dark clouds of the Demon Clan, now bloomed with azure hues. The sea breeze brushed against the ruined martial arts arena. Though devastated, the faces of the survivors were filled with the relief of having escaped death. Wuxiu. Buerma clung to Sun Wuxiu like a koala, refusing to let go. Her delicate makeup was slightly smudged from crying, but in Sun Wuxiu's eyes it looked especially adorable. Alright, so many people are watching. Sun Wuxiu patted her back affectionately, smiling helplessly. I returned unscathed, didn't I, eh? If you dare to lose a single hair, I'll have my dad build a time machine and go back to kill that green-skinned monster again. Buerma sniffled, though her words were fierce, her tone was full of coquettishness. Around them, the survivors watching this scene all showed kind smiles. Ah, youth is wonderful. Turtle Hermit stroked his beard with a look of emotion. Senior brother Wuxiu is truly too strong. Kulin rubbed his bald head, his eyes brimming with admiration. That Demon King Bike who made us despair in his hands was like a toy. Indeed. The gap is too great. Yamu Cha smiled bitterly and shook his head, though somewhat disappointed, but more at ease. With such an incredibly strong supporter, Earth was truly safe. At this moment, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who had been standing silently at the edge, exchanged a glance, seeming somewhat hesitant. Although they had contributed in the previous battle, they were originally from the Crane Hermit School, making their position somewhat awkward. Well, since the crisis is resolved, we should take our leave. Tianjin Fan clasped his fists and bowed to Sun Wuxiu and Sun Wukong. Thank you for saving us this time. We will remember this debt. Having said that, he prepared to leave with Jiaozi. Wait. Buerma suddenly poked her head out from Sun Wuxiu's arms and waved her hand. Everyone, don't leave. To celebrate our defeat of the Demon King and our survival, I, the young lady, have decided. Now. Immediately. Everyone go to my house for a victory banquet. To Shiji do. Kulin's eyes lit up. I heard Buerma's family is super rich. The food must be delicious. Of course. Buerma puffed out her chest proudly. I'll call home right away and have the chef prepare the highest quality feast. And countless desserts and drinks. Upon hearing delicious food, Sun Wukong, who had been lying on the ground groaning, instantly revived, with full health, leaping 3 feet high. Awesome. I want to go. I want to eat a big meal. Tianjin Fan hesitated. This. Isn't it inappropriate for us to go? What's inappropriate about it? Sun Wuxiu stepped forward and patted Tianjin Fan on the shoulder, sending a gentle aura that relaxed Tianjin Fan's tense body. Just now, when facing Bike, you were the first to charge forward. From that moment, you are no longer an assassin of the Crane Hermit School, but a martial artist guarding Earth. Since we are comrades, what does it matter to have a meal together? Sun Wuxiu's words were like a warm current, dissolving the last of Tianjin fans' reservations. Seeing the sincere eyes of everyone around, Tianjin fans' always taut face finally revealed a faint smile. Then, I'll accept with respect. Awesome. Let's go. Buer Ma cheered and produced a more luxurious large transport aircraft from a capsule. Everyone boarded the plane one after another. Just before the cabin door closed, Sun Wuxiu stopped, turned around, and took a deep look at the dense primeval forest in the distance. There a faint but evil life seed was quietly incubating. Grow well, future Demon King. When you grow up, you'll be a babysitter for my nephew. A meaningful arc lifted the corner of Sun Wuxiu's mouth. Then he turned and entered the cabin. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters above the celestial temple, clouds churned silent and still. Two figures stood at the edge of the temple, gazing through the clouds at everything happening below. They were the Earth's celestial god and his servant Mr. Bobo. Sigh. An aged sigh broke the tranquility of the temple. The celestial god leaned on his staff, his brows furrowed, his face, identical to Bike the Demon King, filled with complex emotions. Bobo, did you see clearly? I saw clearly, Lord Celestial God. Mr. Bobo's poker face still showed no expression, but his tone carried a hint of relief. Sun Wuxiu. He clearly had the power to completely eliminate Bike in an instant, and even when Bike spat out that egg, he had enough time to destroy it. The celestial god's fingers lightly tapped his staff, his voice low. With his strength and that incredible perception, it's impossible he didn't detect the existence of that egg. But he chose to turn a blind eye, and even intentionally or unintentionally used a ki blast to conceal the egg's aura. He did it on purpose. Saying this, the celestial god turned to look at Bobo beside him. Bobo, did you tell him something? Mr. Bobo's round eyes blinked, looking somewhat innocent. I merely, in the spare time of guiding his cultivation, mentioned a bit about the celestial god's past and the inseparable life link between god and demon. You? The celestial god shook his head helplessly, but the reproach in his eyes was not strong. How could he not know? Piccolo, the great demon king, was the incarnation of his evil. The two were of the same body, but with different hearts. If Piccolo died, the celestial god, as the embodiment of good, would also perish. He had already prepared himself for sacrifice, even specifically instructing Sun Wuxiu to uproot the evil before he descended to the mortal world. But he never expected that Sun Wuxiu would defy his order and leave that calamity behind. This child. The celestial god watched the plane that had already taken off and flown into the distance, his gaze softening. Did he deliberately let the tiger return to the mountain just to save my life? Perhaps, Mr. Bobo said, looking at the celestial god. Wuxiu is a very clever child. He knows that if the celestial god dies, the Dragon Balls of Earth will also vanish. For someone who wants to protect Earth, your survival is more important than anything else. But the demon's second generation born from that egg will inherit all of Piccolo's memories and power, and even surpass the original. The celestial god worried. In 3 years he will surely return for revenge. Celestial god, haven't you always said that pressure breeds motivation? Mr. Bobo showed a rare smile. Since Wuxiu dared to let him go, it means he has absolute confidence in his ability to suppress him. And don't you think this will also be the best whetstone for that child named Sun Wukong? The celestial god was stunned for a moment, then sighed with a wry smile. It seems I'm truly old. My courage is not as great as these young people's. Oh well, since fate has spared me, I cannot remain idle for these remaining 3 years. The celestial god turned and walked deeper into the temple. Bobo, make preparations. When that boy named Sun Wukong arrives, we will give him a thorough special training. Since Wuxiu has already graduated, someone must take over his role to deal with that demon second generation. Yes, celestial god. West City Capsule Corporation headquarters. When the plane carrying everyone landed on the helipad of the private garden, a grand banquet was already prepared. One must admit the world's richest man's style was truly different. The huge open-air garden was filled with long tables piled high with delicacies from all over the world. Roasted whole cow, deep-sea lobster, top-grade caviar. There was nothing you could think of that wasn't available. Well-dressed servants moved about, and a band played cheerful music in the corner. Wow, it smells so good. As soon as the cabin door opened, Sun Wukong's nose twitched, and like a starving ghost he teleported directly to the table, grabbed a turkey leg bigger than his head, and started gnawing. Delicious. So delicious. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Yamcha and Kuririn, looking at this scene like a royal palace, felt a bit restrained. Don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. Eat and play as you like. Bulma had changed into a more comfortable home outfit, and walked ahead, holding Sun Wuxiu's hand, exuding the aura of a hostess. With Bulma's words, everyone stopped holding back. That day the chef team of Capsule Corporation faced the greatest challenge of their careers, because they encountered a group of gluttons. Especially those two brothers. Sun Wukong, needless to say, was a notorious bottomless pit. And Sun Wuxiu, though he ate elegantly, and slowly his eating speed and quantity were no less than Wukong's. A Saiyan's stomach was connected to another dimension. Even Tien Shinhan and the turtle hermit, once they let loose, had astonishing appetites. The banquet lasted from noon until night. Night fell, and the lights came on. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone sat around on the lawn of the garden holding drinks or glasses, enjoying this rare tranquility. Phew, I'm alive again. Kiririn lay on the grass, patting his round belly, looking at the starry sky with a satisfied expression. This is life. I wish every day could be like this. Yeah, the turtle hermit said, sipping red wine, a tipsy blush on his face. Piccolo, the great demon king, is dead, and the world is finally at peace. From now on, it's the era of you young people. This old man can retire in peace and look at beauty magazines. Hearing the words, Piccolo, the great demon king, is dead, everyone showed relaxed smiles. That nightmare was finally over. However, in this harmonious atmosphere, a calm voice suddenly rang out like a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. Not quite. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the source of the voice. Sun Wuxiu was leaning back in his chair, swirling a glass of juice, his expression excessively calm. Piccolo, the great demon king, is still alive. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Even Wukong, who was gnawing on a bone, stopped and stared wide-eyed at his brother. Whoa, Wuxiu, you're joking, right? Yamucho laughed dryly. Didn't you punch a hole through that guy? His body was even blown to ashes by you. Yes, senior brother, we saw it with our own eyes. Kiririn sat up, his face pale. I mean, his life is still continuing. Sun Wuxiu put down his glass, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his tone turning serious. In his last moments before death, he condensed all his life essence memories and all his demonic power into an egg and spat it out. What a... Tien Shinhan shot to his feet, the third eye on his forehead trembling slightly from shock. Are you saying he left behind offspring before dying? Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded. That is the unique reproductive method of the demon clan. The egg is incubating the reincarnation of Piccolo, the great demon king, his son. And... Sun Wuxiu paused, dropping an even heavier bombshell. This demon's second generation, or Piccolo too, will inherit all of the original's power, and because of rebirth, his potential will be fully unleashed. Clang. Someone's glass fell to the floor and shattered. Fear. A deeper fear than before instantly enveloped everyone. The Piccolo, the great demon king they had just faced, had already made them feel hopeless, and no one except Sun Wuxiu could stop him. Now they were being told that an even stronger one was waiting in 3 years. Then, why didn't you kill him? Bulma grabbed Sun Wuxiu's arm anxiously, her voice trembling with tears. Wuxiu, you're so powerful, you must know where that egg is, right? Why didn't you uproot the evil? Yeah, Wuxiu. Before that egg hatches, we should find it and destroy it. Kiririn said urgently. Everyone looked at Sun Wuxiu with hope. However, Sun Wuxiu shook his head. We cannot kill him. Why not? The crowd was puzzled. Sun Wuxiu sighed and looked up at the sky as if gazing toward that distant divine hall. Because for certain special reasons Piccolo cannot be completely erased. He did not explicitly mention the matter of the heavenly deity, for explaining would be too troublesome, and they would find out on their own once they reached the heavenly deity hall. If we do not leave this egg, there will be even more terrible consequences. Therefore I must let him live. This. The others exchanged glances. Although they did not know what the so-called more terrible consequences were, out of absolute trust in Sun Wuxiu, they knew this was definitely not a joke. The atmosphere became overwhelmingly oppressive for a moment. The spark of hope that had just been lit seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water once more. 3 years later, a stronger demon king. This was simply a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. Really? Just then, an excited voice cracking with enthusiasm suddenly broke the silence. They saw Sun Wukong suddenly leap onto the table, not a trace of fear in those big round eyes. Fire was clearly blazing within. Brother, are you saying 3 years from now someone even much stronger than that great demon king from today will appear? And he will come to fight us? Sun Wuxiu looked at his purely battle-crazy younger brother and nodded with a smile. That's right, Wukong. He will be incredibly powerful, so strong that even now you could not block him with a single finger. Awesome. Sun Wukong waved his fists excitedly, his tail swaying wildly behind him. That great demon king just now was indeed powerful, but before I could even enjoy the fight, brother took him down. I was worrying about having no opponents in the future. Since there is such a powerful guy waiting, I must train harder, much harder. I want to become stronger than that second-generation demon. And then at the martial arts tournament in 3 years defeat him with my own hands. Wukong's voice, though still youthful, was filled with determination and soaring fighting spirit. That pure courage, untainted by any impurity, instantly infected everyone present. Krillin was stunned. Tien was stunned. Yamcha was also stunned. Indeed. What were we afraid of? Since we know the crisis comes in 3 years, why not use these 3 years to grow stronger? If we were to stop due to fear, that would truly be the end. As expected of Wukong. Krillin suddenly burst out laughing and slapped his own cheek hard. With you saying that I feel my cowardly act just now was so embarrassing. Exactly. Tien clenched his fists, fire reigniting in his eyes. Since we know the gap, let us close it. 3 years is enough for us to transform completely. It seems I cannot slack off either. Yamcha also took a deep breath. Though I may never catch up to you perverts, I still want to contribute to protecting Earth. In an instant, the formerly oppressive atmosphere vanished completely. In its place was a blood-boiling, oath-taking ceremony. Watching this scene, Sun Wuxiu smiled with satisfaction. This is what a Dragon Ball warrior is. This was the situation he wanted to see. If he had killed Piccolo directly, Earth would lose the Dragon Balls, but more importantly, these people would lose their drive to advance and slowly rot in this peaceful greenhouse. Only by establishing a powerful enemy, only by making them feel the sense of crisis at all times, can they continuously break through their limits, growing into warriors capable of facing those cosmic emperors, androids, and even gods of destruction in the future. Alright everyone. Sun Wuxiu stood up and raised the wine glass in his hand. Since everyone has made up their minds, there is no need for me to say more. These 3 years will be a hellish 3 years. But I believe that the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years will be the most exciting one in history. Let us toast to our reunion in 3 years. Cheers. Everyone's wine glasses clinked together, the crisp sound, as if a bugle calling to war against the future. Bulma stood beside Sun Wuxiu, looking at this man who with just a few words had turned the tide and transformed despair into motivation, the love in her eyes almost too thick to dissolve. This is the man I chose. Not only is he strong in power, but even his leadership ability is so strong. After the banquet ended, everyone dispersed to begin their own cultivation paths. Tien, along with Kairatsu and Yamcha, decided to climb King Kai's tower to seek the legendary cat hermit. Krillin decided to return to Master Roshi's house to polish his fundamentals from scratch. And Sun Wukong. Brother, where should I go to train? Wukong, with his pack on his back, looked expectantly at Sun Wuxiu. Sun Wuxiu pointed to the sky. Go to King Kai's tower, bring your power pole. When you reach the top, tell the cat hermit I sent you. Then, plant your power pole and go to the place even higher. There a deity awaits you. A deity? Wukong's eyes lit up. Is he stronger than the cat hermit? Much stronger. Sun Wuxiu smiled. Wukong was greatly surprised. Go and you will know when you get there. After seeing off Wukong, in the vast garden, only Sun Wuxiu and Bulma remained. Everyone has left. Bulma was somewhat reluctant. Yes. Sun Wuxiu stretched and turned to look at Bulma. Next, I should also begin my cultivation. Your cultivation, Bulma asked curiously. Are you going back to the Divine Hall? No. Sun Wuxiu shook his head, a mischievous smile curling his lips, and picked up Bulma in his arms. His S-cells needed more joy to activate. For these 3 years I will stay with you. Miss Bulma, are you ready? Bulma's face turned red to the roots of her ears instantly, but she did not resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms tightly around Sun Wuxiu's neck and whispered softly in his ear. As I wished, my great hero. The moonlight was just right. And in the depths of a distant forest, a white egg cracked open slightly, and a small green hand reached out. A new cycle had already begun. The dawn of West City always carried a fresh blend of technology and nature. Sunlight streamed through the smart-adjusted floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling across the spacious and soft round bed. The air conditioning system blew a gentle breeze, keeping the temperature constant at 24 degrees, the most comfortable for the human body. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, feeling the warm and soft jade-like touch in his embrace. Bulma was curled up in his arms like a little cat, her long blue hair spread across the pillow, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her breathing long and steady. Last night's celebration was indeed a bit too intense. This pampered young lady was clearly exhausted now, in deep sleep, with a faint satisfied smile on her lips. Sun Wuxiu gently extracted his trapped arm, his movements so soft that they didn't stir a single breeze. He looked at Bulma's defenseless sleeping face, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Sleep well. He placed a gentle kiss on Bulma's forehead, then got up quickly, washed up, changed into a loose casual outfit, and walked out of the room. Although he had expended considerable energy last night for a Saiyan blessed with the passive enhancement of the horse talisman, just a few minutes of rest with eyes closed would restore him to peak vitality. Walking through the futuristic corridors of Capsule Corporation, Sun Wuxiu headed straight to the core laboratory area in the basement. Hey Wuxiu, up so early. The laboratory door slid open automatically, and a unique smell mixing oil and coffee wafted over. Dr. Briefs, with his ever-present pipe in his mouth and a black cat named Xiaohei on his shoulder, was sitting amidst a pile of complex blueprints and parts, adjusting something with a laser screwdriver. Good morning, Doctor. Sun Wuxiu walked over and asked directly, the thing I asked you about 3 years ago, is it complete? At this, Dr. Brief's glasses glinted, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Hee, I knew you'd come running early for this. The doctor put down his tools, stood up from his chair, and stretched. Don't worry, it's completely finished. And its performance is far beyond what you originally requested. He led Sun Wuxiu through layers of security and arrived at an open grassy area behind Capsule Corporation. There stood a huge, silver-white hemispherical building. Its surface shimmered with metallic luster without any seams, looking like a spaceship ready to launch at any moment. This is the Gravity Training Room Mark II. Dr. Briefs exhaled a smoke ring, his tone filled with pride. Originally, with existing gravitational wave technology, 100 times gravity was the limit. But he paused, his eyes becoming somewhat emotional. Thanks to that girl Bulma. For the past 3 years, in order for you to have the best equipment when you returned, she practically lived in the lab day and night, rewriting the underlying algorithm of the gravity control system and developing a brand new energy conversion core. She forcibly raised the gravity limit to 300 times Earth's standard gravity. Saying this, the doctor glanced at Sun Wuxiu and said meaningfully, "That girl never says it, but she's worked herself to the bone to support your martial arts. Even I, as her father, feel heartache seeing her like that." Sun Wuxiu looked at this massive, technologically advanced structure, and his heart trembled deeply. 300 times. He knew that in the original story, when Goku went to Namek, the gravity room on Dr. Brief's modified spaceship could only reach 100 times at most. And the gravity room Vegeta later used for his intense training was also around 300 times. At this point in time, Bulma had somehow leapfrogged the technology tree and created such a wonder. This silly girl. A warm current surged through Sun Wuxiu's heart. He recalled Bulma's tired yet excited eyes last night, and her 3 years of waiting. If she weren't still catching up on sleep in the bedroom, Sun Wuxiu would have wanted to rush back, right now, pull her out of the covers, and give her a thorough reward. "Thank you, doctor. This gift is too precious," Sun Wuxiu said solemnly. "Haha, no need to thank me, we're family." Dr. Briefs waved his hand. "Come, I'll teach you how to operate it." The interface was not complicated. For someone with an adult soul like Sun Wuxiu, it took only a few minutes to master. By the way, doctor. After learning the operation, Sun Wuxiu seemed to remember something and took a prepared note from his pocket, handing it to Dr. Briefs. "There are 2 coordinates here. I'd like to ask you to send someone to retrieve 2 items." "Oh, what are they?" The doctor curiously took the note. "The first coordinate is on the Yunza Bight Highlands at the northernmost part of Earth. There is a white spaceship of strange shape that has been stranded for hundreds of years, but it should be reparable. That was the spaceship the Guardian A Namekian used to come to Earth as a child. The second coordinate is in this valley near Mount Paozu. There is a spherical single-person vehicle there. That was the Saiyan space pod." Sun Wuxiu's gaze became profound. "These 2 items contain aerospace technology far beyond Earth's. I'd like you to bring them back, study them, and ideally modify them into a large spaceship capable of interstellar travel at any time." Upon hearing about alien technology, Dr. Brief's eyes turned into light bulbs, and his beard trembled with excitement. "Alien spaceships. Interstellar jump. Wow, that's a godsend. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As long as I have the actual objects, I can definitely crack the technology." Seeing the doctor's fanatical enthusiasm, Sun Wuxiu knew that the transportation problem for the future Namek trip was solved. After seeing off the excited Dr. Sun Wuxiu entered the gravity room alone. Buzz. The heavy alloy doors slowly closed, completely isolating the outside noise. The interior of the gravity room was very spacious, with pure white walls and floor, giving a calm and austere feeling. Sun Wuxiu stood in the center of the hall, not rushing to activate the gravity. He closed his eyes, feeling this training space that belonged to him. Finally, it's come to this. In truth, with the 12 talismans, if he only wanted to become stronger, he could have used the combination of the dog talisman and horse talisman to exploit the death revival bug. But he didn't. He hadn't even used cheat devices like the gravity room in his early training. Why? The first reason was very practical: physical development. Saiyans have a long childhood. If he had pushed his body under ultra-high gravity too early, it could have caused premature bone closure and stunted growth. Vegeta was a bloody example. Sun Wuxiu didn't want to end up as a short man of 1.60 m. Even if his combat power was immense, his presence would be diminished. Now he was 17 years old, his height had already stabilized, and it was the golden period for tempering his body. The second and most crucial reason was the balance between mind and power. Sun Wuxiu sat cross-legged, his mind conjuring scenes from the Dragon Ball Super he had witnessed in his previous life. In the tournament of power that decided the fate of the universe, the gray-skinned alien named Ji Lian had left him profoundly shaken. Ji Lian's chi was not dozens of times greater than that of the fully unleashed Wukong and Vegeta, not by that exaggerated margin. But why did he dominate? Because of control. Wukong and Vegeta, even when transformed into Super Saiyans Blue, had their chi constantly leaking outward like a bucket with a hole. Plenty of water, but plenty of waste. Ji Lian, on the other hand, locked every ounce of his power within his body. When he did not attack, he was as calm as water, but when he struck, all his power converged into a single point in an instant without a trace of waste. That was true strength. Power requires a vessel. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes and gazed at his own hands. If the mind is not sufficient, forcibly obtaining vast power through external means, such as the gravity chamber, super holy water, or even excessive near-death revivals, is like a child swinging a giant hammer. It not only hurts others, but is more likely to harm oneself. This is precisely why in the original story Li would lose control the moment he erupted, because his mind could never govern that endlessly surging chi. In these 7 years of cultivation, whether it was the turtle hermit school's dynamic and static integration, or the silence like the sky, I learned at the temple I have been expanding my vessel. I am forging a heart, capable of bearing infinite power. Sun Wuxiu stood up and walked to the control panel. Now the vessel is large enough and the foundation is laid. It's time to pour water into it. He extended his finger and entered a number on the panel. Gravity multiplier 10. Beep. As the confirm button was pressed, the air in the entire room seemed to grow viscous. Hum. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Sun Wuxiu's entire body. It was a pulling force from all directions, acting on every muscle, every bone, even every cell. 5 times gravity. Sun Wuxiu rolled his neck, feeling no great strain. After prolonged training, his base combat power had already reached a high level. This degree of gravity was merely a little heavy for him, far from crushing. Warm-up begins. Sun Wuxiu did not start with push-ups or energy blasts. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from a nearby shelf. He unscrewed the cap. Under 5 times gravity, the water's gravitational pull was 5 times stronger than normal. If poured out, it would slam into the ground like a lump of lead. Control. Sun Wuxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, letting his chi circulate gently and envelop the bottle opening. He slowly tilted the bottle. The water flowed out. But wrapped in the chi, it did not plummet. Instead, it floated in the air like in space, coalescing into a crystal-clear orb of water. Merely holding it up is not enough. A bead of sweat appeared on Sun Wuxiu's forehead. What he needed to do was, under this 5 times gravity, use his chi to maintain the shape of the water orb, preventing it from deforming or collapsing under the gravitational pull. This was far more difficult than lifting a ton of stone. It tested absolute mastery over chi. Good. Keep it steady. Sun Wuxiu manipulated the water orb, making it change shape in the air, now a cube, now an elongated form. After half an hour, feeling a hint of mental fatigue, he opened his mouth and withdrew his chi control. Whoosh! The water orb fell into his mouth and was instantly swallowed. Next, increase the intensity. Sun Wuxiu walked to the control panel and directly raised the value. Gravity multiplier 20. Boom. The pressure doubled. Sun Wuxiu's knees bent slightly but quickly straightened again. Not enough. Gravity multiplier 50. Creak. This time Sun Wuxiu heard the protest of his own bones. 50 times gravity. What did that mean? It was equivalent to a 150-pound adult suddenly carrying 7,500 pounds of weight. And that weight was not on the back. It pressed on the eyelids, the heart, the blood. Sun Wuxiu's breathing became heavy. His heart pounded violently, pumping blood to resist the terrifying pressure. Now this is what training should feel like. Sun Wuxiu grinned, drenched in sweat, but the excitement in his eyes grew ever brighter. The Saiyan cells within him cheered, roared, and greedily devoured the pressure, transforming it into fuel for evolution. He began practicing the most basic turtle hermit school boxing techniques under this 50 times gravity. Every move was slow, yet steady and powerful. Each punch required 50 times the effort of normal, but each retraction brought a tangible sense of power growth. In the days that followed, Sun Wuxiu's life became extremely disciplined. In the morning, he sweated profusely in the 300 times gravity chamber, gradually increasing the multiplier, pushing his physical limits. In the afternoon, he accompanied Buer Ma on shopping trips, enjoyed afternoon tea, or basked in the sun by the seaside, immersing himself in extreme relaxation and pleasure, wildly stimulating the growth of S cells. In the evening, he studied ancient texts brought back from the temple in his study or mentally simulated techniques. This dual training mode of high-intensity physical torment plus high-quality spiritual enjoyment caused his strength to skyrocket like a rocket. The gravity chamber was indeed an unparalleled cheat for Saiyans in their early to mid-stages. Especially for someone like Sun Wuxiu, whose mind had already reached such a level there were no so-called bottlenecks. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. It was only a matter of time. Sun Wuxiu's goal was clear. He aimed to elevate his base combat power to a level incomprehensible to everyone before the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years later. Moreover, he set an extremely demanding benchmark for himself. What is called perfect mastery is not merely the accumulation of power levels. If one day when I transform into a Super Saiyan in a state of extreme rage and surging power, I can still instantly suppress my combat power to 1, living like an ordinary person without any leakage. Only then will I have truly tamed this power. Not like that fool Li who becomes nothing but a beast of destruction. Under the light of the gravity chamber, Sun Wuxiu's sweat dripped onto the floor, instantly evaporating. His gaze was as firm as iron. And within his body, the golden S cells were multiplying at an astonishing rate, awaiting the critical threshold of transformation. Deep within the Capsule Corporation headquarters in West City, the massive silver-white hemispherical structure, the gravity training chamber, finally ceased its operation as a low rumbling hum gradually faded. The thick alloy airlock door slid open slowly, accompanied by a burst of white steam, and a slender figure emerged from within. Sun Wuxiu, stripped to the waist, now displayed muscles so perfectly chiseled they resembled marble sculptures, each fiber seemingly containing enough power to shatter stars. Sweat droplets trickled from the tips of his hair, but before they could hit the ground they evaporated into mist from the residual heat radiating off his body. Huff! Sun Wuxiu exhaled a long, turbid breath. The expelled air was so forceful that it pierced through the atmosphere like an arrow, producing a crisp sonic boom. He walked over to the control panel and glanced at the data displayed: gravity multiplier 300x, training duration 12 hours. 3 years already. Sun Wuxiu picked up a towel beside him and wiped his sweat, his gaze profound. For the past 3 years he had practically treated this place as his second home. Under the crushing pressure of 300 times gravity combined with the mental equilibrium of the tiger talisman, the infinite endurance of the horse talisman, and the power stacking of the ox talisman, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, sensing the vast, unfathomable chi within him. My base combat power should be stable around 3 million now. 3 million? What does that even mean? Consider that at the beginning of the original Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz arrived, Goku and Piccolo's combat power was barely over 400 after removing weighted clothing. Even later on, Namek Frisia's first form only had a combat power of 5300. Now Sun Wuxiu in his base form alone could effortlessly defeat 5 Frisias in their initial form, and even make the third form Frisia call him daddy. This was still the Earth arc. The Saiyan arc hadn't even begun. This kind of power is indeed a bit unfair at this point in time. Sun Wuxiu shook his head with a wry smile. The gravity chamber really is a cheat code for Saiyans in the early stages. Moreover, he had built this strength steadily through solid training without deliberately exploiting the Saiyan passive ability, because using the Saiyan passive essentially amounted to overdrafting potential. Not to mention the possible impact on the future the power gained would not be perfectly under one's control. Yet even with a combat power of 3 million, there was still one regret. I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan. In the past few days, when his combat power broke through the 3 million mark, he had attempted to induce mutations in his S cells. He tried recalling anger-inducing events from his past life, like being electrocuted before finishing a combo meal, and he tried concentrating chi on his back like Kaba from Universe 6. But unfortunately, although he could feel that the window had become paper-thin, he was still one step short. Indeed, without extreme rage as a catalyst, relying solely on S-cell concentration is still a bit difficult. Sun Wuxiu was not discouraged. According to the Dragon Ball Super lore, the higher the base combat power, the more S-cells one has, making transformation easier. There were still over 5 years until the Namek arc. If I boost my base combat power to 10 million, or even higher, by then I probably won't need much anger. Just casually gathering chi in my back might be enough to become a Super Saiyan, right? At that thought, Sun Wuxiu's mood brightened. Wuxiu, are you done training? Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Hurry up. Today is the registration day for the martial arts tournament. We're going to be late. Coming. Sun Wuxiu put on his specially tailored casual suit, which now felt a bit tight, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It's time to see those old friends again. Papaya Island, the martial arts temple. A light drizzle was falling from the sky, bringing a touch of coolness to the tropical island. Under the eaves of the registration office, a group of martial artists who looked far from friendly were taking shelter from the rain. Everyone's not here yet. A short, bald young man with no nose was standing on tiptoes looking around. It was Kuririn. Over the past 3 years, his height, well, it hadn't changed much, but the aura around him had become extremely condensed, and his eyes exuded the confidence of a true master. Not yet, but I have a feeling they're all very strong. Beside him, the tall Tien Shinhan stood with his arms crossed, the third eye on his forehead faintly glowing. Especially that Piccolo Jr. I've been thinking about defeating him every single day for the past 3 years. Yamcha and Chaozu were also nearby, nervous, but also transformed after 3 years of hellish training. Just then, hey, everyone. A vibrant voice rang out from the curtain of rain. Everyone turned to look. A young man without an umbrella was jogging toward them. He had a tall, straight figure, wore the familiar orange turtle school GI, and had a white headband wrapped around his head. You are? Kuririn paused, then his eyes widened. Woo. Wukong. Hee, it's me. Son Goku ran up to the group, took off the soaked headband, revealing his iconic spiky hair, and grinned broadly. Wow. Wukong, you've grown so much. Bulma, who had just arrived with Wuxiu, exclaimed. Indeed, Goku had completely shed his boyish look. His height had shot up, and he now appeared fully grown. It really is Wukong. Master Roshi sighed with emotion. Time flies, you've grown into an adult. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone's gaze inevitably shifted to the man standing beside Bulma, Sun Wuxiu. He wasn't wearing a martial arts uniform, but casual clothes, and even held a black umbrella over Bulma. He stood there quietly, not emitting even a trace of chi from his entire body. He looked like an ordinary rich young master. But whether it was the most perceptive Goku or Tien Shinhan with his third eye, when they saw Sun Wuxiu, their pupils constricted sharply. That state of returning to simplicity shattered the faint hope that had just arisen in everyone's hearts. The thought that 3 years of training might have closed the gap. Unfathomable. That was the only feeling in everyone's mind at that moment. Wuxia, will you be competing this time? Tian Xinhan couldn't help asking, his eyes mixed with anticipation and fear. I won't. Sun Wuxia waved his hand, glancing at his friends who, despite their improvements, still looked like porcelain dolls in his eyes. My combat power is a bit out of control. Right now I could probably beat 10,000 of the current Wukong. Just kidding, of course. Everyone. Although he said it was a joke, the earnest look in Sun Wuxia's eyes made them all feel it might actually be true. Besides, this time the spotlight isn't on me. Sun Wuxia's gaze swept past the group and landed on a spot behind a pillar in the distance. There stood a tall figure draped in a white cloak and wearing a white turban. Green skin, cold eyes. Piccolo Jr. Demon Jr. Piccolo was staring fixedly in their direction, or more precisely at Sun Wuxia. His body was trembling slightly. It was a fear originating from the depths of his soul, the fear of being dominated by Sun Wuxia. For 3 years he had inherited old Piccolo's memories and trained day and night, all to surpass this man. But now when he finally faced Sun Wuxia again, he realized with despair that he still couldn't see through this man. Even less so than 3 years ago. Damn monster. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Sun Wuxia sensed the killing intent, but he merely cast a faint glance at Piccolo, even smiling and waving a hand as if greeting an old acquaintance. Piccolo. That contempt was more unbearable than death. The preliminaries began. This time, because Sun Wuxia had withdrawn, there was no tragedy of a predetermined champion. However, he and Buerma were not idle. They sat in the best seats of the audience, acting as casual onlookers. Wuxia, look at that girl. Buerma pointed at a young girl in a cheongsam on the arena. She's so amazing she actually sent her opponent flying with one blow. Sun Wuxia glanced at the girl, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. That was Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox Demon King and Wukong's fiancée. She is indeed powerful, and I think her gaze at Wukong is a bit off. Sun Wuxia smirked. Buerma, prepare the gift money, for our little Wukong is going to be married off. What do you mean? Buerma looked bewildered. The subsequent plot was as thrilling as the original, and due to the butterfly effect the battles were even more intense. The first major highlight was Tianjin Fan's battle against Tao Bai, who had been transformed into a cyborg. In the original, Tao Bai could have caused some trouble for Tianjin Fan, but in this life the enhanced Tianjin Fan completely crushed him. Remnants of the old era, don't come here to make a fool of yourselves. Tianjin Fan blocked Tao Bai's super Dodon Ray with just one hand, then knocked him out with a chop. That masterly demeanor made even Sun Wuxia unable to resist applauding. Next was Wukong's battle against Chi-Chi. It was a fight full of comedic elements. You actually don't remember who I am. I'm going to make you take responsibility. Chi-Chi chased Wukong around the arena while Wukong dodged with a confused expression. Finally, when Chi-Chi mentioned the promise from years ago, marriage, is that something delicious? As soon as Wukong's classic line came out, the whole audience burst into laughter. But when he learned that marriage meant two people living together forever, Wukong scratched his head and showed that innocent smile, since I promised there's no other way. Alright, let's get married. Wow. Buerma excitedly grabbed Sun Wuxia's arm. Oh my god, that silly boy Wukong actually proposed. How romantic. Sun Wuxia was filled with emotion. No matter how many times he saw this scene, it always felt heartwarming. Although Wukong didn't understand love, he understood promises. That was enough. In the subsequent matches, Kulin also showed remarkable progress. He faced off against the great Demon King Baiku. Originally this was a battle with no suspense, but Kulin, relying on the initial forms of flight art and energy disc, though not yet fully developed, forced Baiku to take it seriously. Earthlings aren't all useless. Although Baiku won, he was also startled into a cold sweat. What had these Earthlings been eating for the past 3 years? How had they all become so fierce? And what surprised Sun Wuxia the most was that this time the Heavenly God did not possess that mortal contestant to participate. Obviously, the Heavenly God also knew that with Sun Wuxia, a great Buddha, overseeing the tournament, there was no need for him to resort to tricks like Demon Sealing Wave. If Wukong lost, Sun Wuxia could crush Baiku with a flick of his finger. So the Heavenly God at ease drank tea and watched the live broadcast in the temple. Finally, the final match. Sun Wukong vs. Baiku, the second-generation demon. A destined confrontation. This battle was even more brutal and spectacular than the original, because both sides had higher baseline combat power than in the original. The entire Papaya Island trembled under their fierce battle. Giant form tracking energy blasts, and even the explosive demon wave. Baiku used every trick he had. And Wukong also demonstrated the results of his training in the temple. Sensing Chi-Ki perception after image fist super Kamehameha. When Baiku in his madness tried to destroy the entire island, Wukong did not resist head-on, as in the original. Instead, he used the borrowing force to redirect force, technique taught by Sun Wuxia, deflecting the energy blast into the sea. Boom! The sea was blasted into a bottomless void. At the final moment, when Wukong's feet were injured, and he couldn't move, he did not despair. Flight art. Wukong shouted, his body rising into the air against gravity. This was the trump card he had saved for last. What a Baiku was shocked. He couldn't gain leverage in the air. This is the end. Wukong crashed into Baiku like a meteor ahead but carrying all his conviction. Bang! Baiku was sent flying out of the arena unconscious. Baiku was out of bounds. The champion is Sun Wukong. With the referee's shout, the whole arena erupted. Wukong lay on the arena, gasping for air, a victorious smile on his face. He had done it. Finally, with his own strength, he had protected Earth and surpassed his once powerful enemy. After the match, Wukong ate a senzu bean thrown by Sun Wuxiu, instantly recovering fully. He walked to the unconscious Baiku and instead of killing him also threw him a senzu bean. Why did you save him? The heavenly god demanded through telepathy. Because he is my best rival, Wukong said with a smile. Besides, brother said that if Baiku dies, heavenly god, you would also die. I don't want the Dragon Balls to disappear. Hearing this, Sun Wuxiu on the stand smiled. This kid, though seemingly foolish, was actually wise. The sun was setting. The martial arts tournament had completely ended. Wukong summoned the flying nimbus and pulling the shy Chi-Chi jumped onto it. Everyone, I'm taking Chi-Chi to train honeymoon. We're getting married. Brother, Buerma, Grandpa Rashi, Kulin, goodbye. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, everyone waved goodbye. Only Sun Wuxiu's eyes turned somewhat profound. He knew that this was the end of the Qi Longzhu era. That innocent, passionate, and adventurous youth had come to a close at this moment. What awaited them next was the magnificent interstellar era called Longzhu Z. It was the destiny of the Science, the shadow of the cosmic emperor, and the beginning of surpassing limits. 5 years. Sun Wuxiu held Buerma's hand, thinking silently in his heart. There are still 5 years of peace. In these 5 years I have only one thing to do. That is, to completely break that golden barrier. Wuxiu, what are you thinking about? Buerma noticed his distraction. Nothing. Sun Wuxiu snapped back to reality, looking at the beautiful woman beside him who had accompanied him for 4 years, his eyes full of tenderness. He suddenly knelt on one knee, pulling out a ring from his pocket that had been prepared long ago, crafted from a rare diamond he had personally sought at the center of the earth. Under the glow of the setting sun, the ring sparkled with a light even more dazzling than the Dragon Balls. Buerma, will you marry me? The surrounding Kulin Yamu-cha and Grandpa Rashi instantly widened their eyes, then burst into even more enthusiastic cheers than when Wukong won the championship. Oh, say yes, say yes. Buerma covered her mouth, tears instantly streaming out, but they were tears of happiness. She nodded vigorously and extended her hand. You big fool. I've been waiting for these words for 4 whole years. Sun Wuxiu smiled and slipped the ring onto her ring finger, then stood up and amid the cheers gave her a deep kiss. The first volume of Longzhu had thus reached its perfect conclusion, and a new legend was being conceived. In the year 761 of the age of AI, 5 full years had passed since the conclusion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. During this half-decade, Earth enjoyed an unprecedented era of peace. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi lived a blissful life in Mount Pozu, and they had a lovely son named Sun Wufan. Meanwhile, deep beneath the bustling West City, within the bowels of the Capsule Corporation, a transformation capable of shaking the entire cosmos was quietly brewing. The massive gravity training chamber Mark IV emitted a strained groan, as if it could barely withstand the load. Red warning lights flashed frantically, and the display panel's numbers had climbed to a suffocating value: current gravity, 1000x. What did this mean? In here, even a single drop of sweat would strike the ground with the force of a bullet. The air was as thick as congealed cement. Any ordinary creature entering would be instantly crushed into a meat paste. In the center of the chamber, Sun Wuxiu stood shirtless, every muscle taut, veins bulging like writhing dragons. Sweat had long soaked his trousers. His breathing was heavy as a bellows. Each inhalation struggled against the terrifying 1000-fold gravity. Huff, huff, almost there. Just a little more. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, sensing the vast star sea-like chi within him. After 5 years of hellish training, along with the tireless repair of the horse talisman and the perfect mental balance of the tiger talisman, his base combat power had finally touched an incredible threshold. 10 million. This was not a number from a system panel, but a precise estimation of his own physique and chi. Such a figure already placed him among the overlords of the universe. Excluding that freak Felisa, even the Jinyu Special Forces would be dispatched with a single punch each. The S cells must be saturated. Sun Wuxiu could feel every cell in his body cheering and surging. That golden energy factor had filled his limbs and bones, even beginning to overflow his body, manifesting as faint golden arcs of electricity. No need for anger. No need for sorrow. Just open the floodgates. Sun Wuxiu's eyes snapped open, and deep within those pitch-black pupils a spark of golden light burst forth. Ha-ya! With a long roar, he no longer suppressed the power within, but guided the vast S cells up along his spine straight to the crown of his head. Boom! An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Sun Wuxiu. Golden light. Dazzling, blinding golden light instantly swallowed the entire gravity chamber. The 1000x gravity that had once felt oppressive now shattered like fragile cobwebs before this surging energy. ZZZZ. Sun Wuxiu's originally black hair began to stand on end, the tips dyed in brilliant gold. His pupils shifted from deep black to a cold, sharp emerald green. His muscles swelled in an instant, not bulky but filled with explosive aesthetic. Bang! A final golden shockwave burst forth. Sun Wuxiu stood there surrounded by blazing golden aura. This aura was not chaotic, but like flowing golden flames, stable and sacred. Super Saiyan Sun Wuxiu. Born. So this is the feeling of transformation. Sun Wuxiu raised his hand, staring incredulously at his palm wrapped in golden flames. The heavy 1000x gravity that had once weighed on him was now completely imperceptible. He felt as light as a swallow. A single leap could shatter the alloy ceiling and carry him into space. A 50-fold increase. He clenched his fist, the air exploding in his palm with a crisp sound. Base power 10 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, that becomes 500 million. What does 500 million battle power mean? Felice's 100 full power on Namek was merely 120 million. In other words, Sun Wuxiu could now grind the feared Cosmic Emperor into the dirt with a mere flick of his finger. Too strong. It feels unreal. Sun Wuxiu looked around. Fortunately, 2 years ago, he had foreseen that the gravity chamber might not hold. He had specifically gathered the Dragon Balls and wished to Shenlong to upgrade the chamber's material to the universe's highest hardness and reinforce the energy shields. Otherwise, the mere burst of transformation would have destroyed the trillions-worth gravity chamber. Huff. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath, a glint of excitement in his emerald eyes. He did not rush to cancel the transformation. He was adapting. He was feeling the flow of this wild power within his body. Unlike the loss of reason and extreme rage in the original story, when Wukong first transformed, Sun Wuxiu's mind remained serene as water thanks to the Tiger Talisman. He was like a rider taming a fiery steed, wild but the reins were firmly in his grasp. Half an hour later, with a thought, he dispersed the golden aura. His hair returned to black, his eyes to deep darkness, and the world-shattering pressure vanished instantly. Click. The chamber door opened. Sun Wuxiu stepped out feeling refreshed, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Even back in base form, the lingering euphoria of the breakthrough lifted his spirits. What a fine day. He hummed a tune, glanced at the time. 3 p.m. Bulma should be in her upstairs office handling documents. Since I'm in such a good mood. A mischievous grin curled on his lips, and in a flash he vanished from the spot. At the top floor of the Capsule Corporation, the president's office. Bulma, wearing blue light-blocking glasses, was frowning at the quarterly financial statements. Oh, these people. How can they mess up such simple data? She rubbed her stiff neck, about to call for an assistant to bring coffee. Suddenly a gust of wind. Before she could react, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and she was lifted off the ground. Oh, who? Startled, she turned her head to see Sun Wuxiu's grinning, handsome face. Wuxiu, you. Weren't you training? Bulma froze, then blushed. This is the office. Someone might see. Don't worry, I've locked the door and drawn the curtains. Sun Wuxiu pecked her on the lips, his gaze burning. Today's training made a huge breakthrough. I'm in a great mood, so I came to reward my good wife. Reward? What rue, MMPH? Before she could finish, Sun Wuxiu silenced her with actions. Wait. It's still daytime. MMPH. You big scoundrel. Though her mouth protested, her body softened honestly. For this husband, who always brought her surprises and scares, Bulma had no defense. Thus, during that indescribable hour, the employees of Capsule Corporation were puzzled. Why was the president's door tightly shut, with a do not disturb sign hanging outside? Over the following 3 months, Sun Wuxiu did not become complacent or stagnate after breaking through to Super Saiyan. Instead, he trained even more diligently. However, he did not rush to pursue the so-called full power state. For he discovered that the power of a Super Saiyan was too fierce and uncontrolled, like cramming a nuclear reactor into one's body. Despite his current physical strength allowing him to bear this power, the energy consumption was astonishingly high. The current me can transform at will while maintaining rationality and controlling my power, so as not to crush a cup. On the training ground, Sun Wuxiu gazed at the intact glass cup in his hand, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. But this state consumes far too much stamina and ki. Even doing nothing, merely maintaining this transformation, causes my ki to drain at an alarming rate. Forget about eating and sleeping like a normal person. I can probably sustain it for at most an hour. It seems that achieving true full power and allowing the body to fully adapt to this ferocity requires another period of adjustment. Nevertheless, Sun Wuxiu felt no urgency. The current state was already more than sufficient as an explosive form to utilize. Base power at 10 million, explosive power at 500 million. This was already the ceiling on Earth, no, across the entire galaxy. One day, 3 months later, above a vast stretch of farmland in eastern Earth, a spherical spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, trailing a long fiery tail, before crashing heavily onto a grassland and carving out a massive crater. What is this thing? A meteorite. A farmer wearing a straw hat and carrying a shotgun drove his pickup truck over in a shaky manner. The hatch of the spherical spacecraft opened. A man with long spiky hair clad in a brown battlesuit and wearing a single-sided combat power detector slowly floated out from within. He hovered in midair, casting a cold glance at the shivering farmer, then pressed the detector beside his ear. Combat power of only 5, pathetic. The man sneered, then looked up toward the distance with a tone tinged with confusion and dissatisfaction. What the hell is Kakarado up to? Why are the humans on this planet still alive? Raditz, Goku's older brother, one of the surviving Saiyans. He had finally arrived on Earth. In the eastern wilderness, a barren wasteland of jagged rocks where fierce winds howled and yellow sand filled the sky. Piccolo. 5 years had passed since the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. During those 5 years, he never ceased his training for a single day. Though he had lost to Son Goku in that tournament, he did not falter, but instead channeled his frustration into the drive to grow stronger. HRK. Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, his white weighted cape stirring without any wind. Despite wearing hundreds of kilograms of weighted gear, the intensity of his ki at this moment, if measured by Frisia Force scouts, had already reached an astonishing 520. It should be noted that in the original timeline, Piccolo's full power combat strength, without weights at this point, was only 408. But the current him with Son Wushio as a terrifying imagined enemy, and an even stronger Son Goku as an opponent, had already far surpassed his original full power self merely through regular weighted training. This power is still not enough. Piccolo looked at his hands, his expression dark. That guy named Son Goku has surely been training hard these past 5 years too. And that one. Thinking of the man who always wore a gentle smile, yet was as unfathomable as an abyss, Son Wushio, Piccolo's body involuntarily trembled. It was a sense of powerlessness carved into his soul. Just then a strange electronic sound broke the silence of the wilderness. Piccolo sharply raised his head, his gaze shooting toward the sky like lightning. Who goes there? Boom. A figure with long hair down his shoulders, wearing a strange battle suit, crashed down like a meteorite onto the open ground before him, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Raditz's cold and arrogant face came into view. He tapped the combat power detector over his left eye, a flicker of surprise crossing his previously casual expression. Oh, I did not expect that on this barren planet besides Kakarado there would be someone with combat power of this level. Combat power 520, not bad among the natives. Piccolo stood up, his entire body tense, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. As the former great demon king, his perception of ki was extremely sharp. This long-haired man before him, though merely standing casually, radiated an aura from within that was like a ferocious beast from ancient times. That unrestrained killing intent made his skin sting. Who are you? Looking to die? Piccolo forced himself to stay calm and took a combat stance. Looking to die? Raditz laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Ha ha ha. How amusing. A green-skinned bug dares to speak to me like that. I only came here to see who possessed such high combat power, and since you refuse to show proper respect. Raditz's eyes turned ice cold. Then die. Do not look down on me. Piccolo roared and decided to strike first. He swept his left hand, violently launching an extremely condensed energy wave. Explosive demon wave. The massive explosion instantly engulfed Raditz's figure with smoke and dust shooting into the sky, and the surrounding rocks melted into magma by the intense heat. Haha. Piccolo panted heavily, staring fixedly at the center of the explosion. But when the dust cleared, the long-haired man was still standing in the same spot, not having moved a single step. He simply brushed off the dust from his shoulder with a look of disgust. As expected, a small fry with only 500-something combat power can only kick up some dust. What? Piccolo's eyes widened, his pupils contracting violently. Unharmed. That was his charged attack. Even Son Goku could not have tanked that directly. Alright, warm-up is over. Raditz raised his hand, gathering a ball of purple energy in his palm. Since you are done now, it is my turn. Just then, beep beep beep. The detector chimed again. Raditz paused mid-action and glanced at the detector's screen. Another direction, there is a combat power moving quickly. And this reading? Combat power 534. No, it is still rising. Is that Kakarado? La Dizzy withdrew the energy in his hand, casting a cold glance at Baiku, who was frozen in place with terror. It seems I found the right one. You're lucky today to have escaped with your life. Enjoy your last moments, you green-skinned bug. With that, La Dizzy tapped his foot and his entire body transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing instantly into the sky. Only Baiku remained standing there, trembling all over. That monster. Where did he come from? And, is he going to find Sun Wukong? Baiku gritted his teeth. As a name Ikexingren, his hearing was exceptionally sharp, and he had faintly caught the name Kaka Luote just now. Impossible. I have to go see. The overwhelming sense of crisis made him forget his fear. He quietly released his chi and followed. Meanwhile, on the southern side of Earth, a beautiful tropical island, Turtle Hermit's house. Today the sea breeze was exceptionally gentle, the sun was bright, and the waves lightly lapped against the sandy beach. The island, which originally had only the solitary old turtle hermit, was unusually lively today. A huge transport plane belonging to Jiananggongxi was parked on the beach. Held a book titled, How to Be a Good Husband, actually a manga wrapped in a book cover, flipping through it idly. That brown tail was lazily hanging over the edge of the lounge chair, occasionally swaying. On the lawn in front of the house, Sun Wukong, Kulin, and Chi-Chi, who had specially come this time, were sitting together eating watermelon. The Dragon Ball warriors of this life had made a qualitative leap in strength compared to the original timeline. Sun Wukong, wearing a weighted training uniform, had a base combat power of 534. Even Kulin, after 5 years of arduous training, had broken through the 300 mark in combat power, far surpassing the 206 he had when La Dizzy attacked in the original timeline. Wufan, raise your hands a bit higher and keep your breathing steady. Chi-Chi, holding a piece of watermelon, said with a smile to the little boy in front. Among the group, a little boy about 4 years old was wearing a miniature white training uniform styled after Sun Wuxiu's, with a hat adorned with a 4-star Dragon Ball on his head. Sun Wufan. At this moment, he was not hiding behind the adults and crying like he did in the original story when he first appeared. On the contrary, he stood in the middle of the lawn, feet apart, knees slightly bent, slowly moving his hands through the air, performing an extremely fluent series of movements. Commencing form, grasped the sparrow's tail, single whip. His childish face was filled with earnestness and focus. Wow. This kid, is this the Tai Chi that senior brother Wuxiu taught him? Kulin took a bite of watermelon and looked at Wufan in surprise. It feels like this kid's potential is even greater than ours. Yeah. Sun Wukong smiled and scratched his head. Big brother said that Wufan has immense potential within him, and practicing this can cultivate his character. The sea breeze rustled, filled with laughter and joy. What a beautiful scene. However, in the very next second, the expressions of all the martial artists changed simultaneously. Sun Wuxiu, lying on the lounge chair, paused his finger as he turned the page, his eyes narrowing beneath the sunglasses. Finally here. La Dizzy. Wom. A suffocatingly terrifying aura rapidly approached from the north, without warning. The smile on Sun Wukong's face vanished, instantly replaced by unprecedented gravity. He hurried Wufan over to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, take Wufan to big brother's side. What's wrong, Wukong? Chi-Chi, though she also sensed something amiss, had not yet reacted. Go. Now. Sun Wukong roared. Almost simultaneously, Kulin and the turtle hermit also stood up, their muscles tense, cold sweat streaming down. This. What kind of chi is this? Kulin's voice trembled. It's countless times more terrifying than the great demon king Bai Ku from 5 years ago. And this evil feeling. Here. Sun Wukong jerked his head up. In the sky, a small black dot rapidly enlarged. Boom. A gale swept across the entire island, churning the sea into rough waves and nearly uprooting the coconut trees. The man in a brown battle suit with long hair reaching his waist slowly descended onto the beach. La Dizzy. He did not make a move immediately, because the moment he landed, he sensed an extremely uncomfortable, even somewhat intimidating aura. That aura was very faint, almost imperceptible, yet it was like a thorn pricking his intuitive nerves. His gaze swept over every person present, finally settling on Sun Wukong. Finally found you. Kakaluote. A cruel smile curled at the corner of La Dizzy's mouth, the expression of a hunter spotting prey. Kaka. Luote. Sun Wukong frowned, standing protectively in front of Chi-Chi and Wufan. Who is that? Are you talking to me? It seems you really did hit your head and forget your own name. La Dizzy snorted, coldly glanced at Wufan hiding behind Chi-Chi, and his eyes brightened when he saw the tail swaying in the wind. Oh, that kid. Indeed, the bloodline continues. Who are you? Kulin bravely stepped forward. You are not welcome here. Leave immediately. La Dizzy cast a cold glance at Kulin. In normal times, this noseless ant would have been sent flying with a flick of his tail. But now for some reason he felt that if he didn't act it would be fine, but once he did, something bad might happen. That inexplicable pressure made him merely snort and ignore Kulin, continuing to look at Sun Wukong. Kakaluote, I ask you, why are the humans on this planet still alive? Wasn't your mission to clean this planet and sell it for a good price? What mission? What cleaning? Sun Wukong clenched his fists. I am Sun Wukong. I am an earthling raised on Earth. I don't know what you're talking about. Earthling. Ha ha ha. La Dizzy threw his head back and laughed wildly, his laughter filled with mockery. How pathetic, thinking yourself a lowly native. He suddenly untied the tail wrapped around his waist, letting it slowly sway behind him. Look carefully, Kakaluote. Your tail may be gone, but that kid's tail is still there. In this universe, only one kind of being possesses such a tail. That is the strongest warrior race in the entire universe, the Saiyan. And you, Kakaluote, are one of the Saiyan. You are also my biological younger brother. These words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Bu Erma took off her sunglasses, glanced at Sun Wuxiu, who was still calmly reading, and gave him a strange look. Biological younger brother. Sun Wukong was stunned, but he did not stay shocked for long like in the original story. He frowned, stared intently at La Dizzy, and shook his head with utmost firmness. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know you at all. And Sun Wukong pointed at the relaxed figure on the lounge chair not far away and declared loudly, I have only one biological older brother in this life. And that is Sun Wuxiu. Sun Wuxiu. La Dizzy was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet utterly foreign. He followed Wukong's finger to look. Only then did he notice that there was another person lying in the shadow under the umbrella. His attention had been entirely on Kakarot, and that person had no fluctuation in chi at all like an ordinary individual, so he had completely overlooked him. At that moment Sun Wuxiu slowly closed the book in his hands. He sat up, took off his sunglasses, revealing his sharply defined face, and the brown tail gently swaying behind him. La Dizzy's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, and he took a step back as if he had seen a ghost. That's a tail, a Saiyan. How could there be another Saiyan on this planet? La Dizzy quickly pressed the scouter and scanned Sun Wuxiu. Beep beep beep. Battle power. 1. No, that's impossible. La Dizzy frantically slapped the scouter. That ominous feeling just now absolutely could not have been emitted by a piece of trash with a battle power of 1. Just as La Dizzy was caught in shock and doubt, Sun Wuxiu stood up. He wore floral shorts, bare-chested, his lean and muscular body glistening in the sunlight. He looked at La Dizzy, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, the expression of meeting an old acquaintance. Long time no see, La Dizzy. Though we were both young back then, I remember your hairline was already quite high as a child. Hearing this voice and seeing that face, a long-dormant memory surged violently from the depths of La Dizzy's mind. Planet Vegeta, the lower-class warrior residential district. That child who always followed behind Uncle Taro, still very young, but with eyes unusually mature. He was the son of Taro, the close friend of Kakarot and his father Bardock. You are. La Dizzy's finger pointing at Sun Wuxiu trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. Kaxiu. How can you be here? Aren't you supposed to have died along with Uncle Taro when Planet Vegeta exploded? How could? La Dizzy's mind was in chaos. He remembered clearly that when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, only he, Prince Vegeta, and Nappa had survived because they were on a mission elsewhere. Later he heard that an infant Kakarot had been sent away. But Kaxiu, this child 1 year older than Kakarot, had clearly not been assigned a mission. Sun Wuxiu walked over to Wukong, patted his shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Then he looked at La Dizzy and said calmly, It seems Uncle Bardock didn't have time to tell you. Back then my father Taro and your father Bardock discovered Frisia's conspiracy. To preserve the last bloodline, they secretly stuffed us both into the same spaceship. So Wukong is right. Sun Wuxiu pointed to himself, then to Wukong. From the moment we left Planet Vegeta, we have been brothers who rely on each other. As for you, Sun Wuxiu looked La Dizzy up and down, his gaze turning somewhat cold. Although you are Wukong's brother by blood. But to ask your own brother to do evil the moment you meet. Such a brother, he will never acknowledge you. On the beach before came house, even the sea breeze seemed to freeze at this moment. La Dizzy pressed the scouter, his gaze darting between Sun Wuxiu and Sun Wukong, and suddenly burst into loud laughter. This is an unexpected delight. I thought only that worthless Kakarot was left, but I never expected to find you the missing person. La Dizzy stood there, his expression slowly shifting from shock to a fanatical epiphany. So that's it. So it's Uncle Taro's son. It just so happens that the planet we are about to attack is putting up some resistance, and we're short on manpower. Kaxiu and Kakarot. As long as you join us now, and become Prince Vegeta's subordinates, the three of us working together. Plus Nappa and the Prince, what planet in this universe can we Saiyans not conquer? We will rebuild the glory of the Saiyans. Even without our homeworld, we are still the strongest warrior race in the universe. La Dizzy spoke with passionate fervor, as if he would lead the two brothers to conquer the stars the very next second. However, puffed, an untimely snicker shattered La Dizzy's illusion. Sun Wuxiu put on his sunglasses again, lay back down on the comfortable beach chair, and even picked up the juice beside him and took a sip. Join you. To be Frisia's dog. Sun Wuxiu said lazily, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Forget it, La Dizzy. Look at yourself now, wearing that mass-produced crappy battlesuit, working for others everywhere, without even a fixed home. Rebuilding glory. Save it. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand as if shooing a fly. I suggest you and Vegeta find a cool place, grab some warm milk, and watch TV. Stop embarrassing yourselves out here. You? What did you say? La Dizzy's face instantly turned beet red, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you insult the honor of the Saiyans? We are Prince Vegeta's elite force. Elite force? Sun Wuxiu sneered, his tone suddenly turning sharp. You mean that so-called Prince Vegeta? A prince of a fallen nation with 2 defeated soldiers groveling under Frisia, mocked by those alien monsters whenever things don't go their way. This is the honor you speak of. In my eyes, you're worse than stray dogs. At least strays are free while you are nothing but chained watchdogs. Sun Wuxiu's words struck home like daggers. He was not only insulting La Dizzy, but also slapping the face of the extremely proud Vegeta, who was far away in another corner of the universe. La Dizzy trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down instantly. Because the communication function of his scouter had been on the entire time. You bastard. Shut up. La Dizzy roared in panic, trying to turn off the communicator, but it was too late. Zee. A crackling sound of static suddenly came from La Dizzy's scouter. Then a low, icy voice suppressed with extreme fury came through the scouter, echoing clearly across the beach. La Dizzy, turn the volume to max. La Dizzy shuddered in fear, not daring to disobey, and tremblingly pressed the speaker button. Yes, Prince Vegeta. In the communicator that voice continued, carrying an air of lofty arrogance and murderous intent. That scum called Kashio, are you listening? Unexpectedly, the son born from that waste called Ta Luo has a sharp tongue. How dare you insult this prince? Sun Wuxiu heard this voice, but instead of being afraid, he smiled even more brilliantly. He stood up from the lounger, and facing the scouter on La Dizzy's ear said in an extremely provocative tone, Yo, getting anxious already. Our tragedy, Ta Prince. What? Did I say something wrong? You keep claiming to be a prince, but where are your people? And your planet? Alright, it was blown into fireworks by your master Fu Li Sa. And now not only do you not seek revenge, but you are helping your enemy kill and burn everywhere, just to exchange for a pitiful living space. Vegeta, ask yourself with your conscience, do you still have the face to call yourself the prince of the Saiyan? If I were you, I would have already killed myself by hitting a tofu. Where would I have the face to shout here? Just a wild dog raised by Fu Li Sa pretending to be a big bad wolf. Silence. Deathly silence. Even Wukong and Kulin beside were stunned. Although they didn't know who Fu Li Sa was, Sun Wuxiu's words were extremely offensive, practically striking a nerve in the opponent. Crack. In the distant depths of the universe on a certain planet, Vegeta, holding a half-eaten alien creature leg in his hand, directly crushed the bone in his hand. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his aura running wild, and the ground around him instantly cracked. Kill him. Vegeta's voice became hoarse and terrifying, a precursor to the complete snap of rationality. La Dizzy, I command you, kill all those earthlings. Completely. Tear out that scum called Kashio's tongue. I will crush his head with my own hands. Hearing Vegeta's roar, La Dizzy shuddered. The hesitation in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a bloodthirsty ferocity. Yes, Prince Vegeta. La Dizzy cut off the communication, turned around, and stared fixedly at Sun Wuxiu and Wukong. Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Boom. La Dizzy's aura burst out completely, his combat power of 1500 no longer held back. The terrifying pressure made everyone except Sun Wuxiu feel difficulty breathing. Wuxiu, be careful, Beware Ma shouted worriedly. But Sun Wuxiu remained unhurried. He patted the shoulder of Wukong, who was already eager to try. Wukong, this opponent is good, I'll leave him to you. Brother, aren't you going to fight? Wukong was stunned. This level of opponent doesn't require my intervention. Sun Wuxiu smiled, then turned around and shouted at a distant reef. Hey green-skinned friend, you've been watching the show for so long, shouldn't you come out and stretch your muscles? If you don't come out, this earth is going to be destroyed. As soon as the words fell, oomph, a cold snort sounded. Baiku's tall figure slowly emerged from behind the reef, his white cape fluttering in the sea breeze. Sun Wuxiu, you are indeed a detestable fellow. Baiku coldly glanced at La Dizzy, then stood beside Wukong. But I hate this long-haired guy even more. Want to destroy Earth? You'll have to ask me if I agree. Baiku, Wukong said in surprise, you came too. Less nonsense, let's join forces, Sun Wukong. Baiku took off his white cape and turban, and with a bang sound they hit the ground, creating two large pits. This guy is strong, not someone we can defeat by fighting alone. At the same time, Wukong also took off his dark blue weighted inner shirt and wrist guards. Good. As the weights hit the ground, the aura of the two instantly soared. La Dizzy's originally disdainful expression changed slightly upon seeing the numerical changes on the scouter. Beep beep beep. Combat power 740. Combat power 735. What? Taking off a few pieces of clothing, the combat power actually increased this much. La Dizzy was somewhat incredulous, but still not enough. My combat power is 1,500. Twice yours. Whether we are opponents we'll only know after fighting. Wukong shouted loudly and charged first. We'll go too. Baiku followed closely. 2 against 1, a fierce battle erupted. Bang 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 bang. This battle was far more intense than in the original story. Because Wukong and Baiku's basic combat power had both increased, they were no longer being dominated unilaterally, but could fight back and forth with La Dizzy. Wukong's Gue Pai Chi Gong and Afterimage Fist combined with Baiku's Demon Wave and stretchable arms. Although it was their first time cooperating as archrivals, their tacit understanding produced an extremely brilliant coordination. However, the gap in raw strength ultimately existed. La Dizzy was after all a battle-hardened Saiyan warrior, and his combat power had an overwhelming advantage. Too naive. La DZ roared, took a punch from Wukong, then slammed a heavy elbow on Wukong's back, and immediately turned around to blast Baiku away with his Sunday light bullet. Cough cough. Wukong fell on the beach, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn. So strong. No choice, we have to use that move. Baiku got up, his expression solemn. Wukong, hold him off for me, I need to gather energy. Okay. Wukong charged again, this time with the determination to die. The battle reached a fever pitch. Wukong exerted all his strength and finally caught a flaw in La DZ, firmly grabbing La DZ's tail from behind. Up. The originally arrogant La DZ, at the moment his tail was caught, felt all his strength drained away, and he collapsed. Now, Baiku, Wukong shouted. Mo Guan Guang Sha Pao. The spiral beam at Baiku's fingertip had finished charging, a killing move capable of piercing everything. Combat power 1511. 1621. 1800. Damn. La DZ looked at the terrifying beam, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He rolled his eyes and suddenly put on a pitiful expression. Ka Luote. Let go. I am your real brother. I was just forced by Vegeta. I don't want to kill you. If you let me go, I'll leave immediately. Never come back. Please. Do you want to kill your own brother with your own hands? Hearing this, the kind-hearted Wukong hesitated. You mean it? Really not coming back? I swear it. Raditz wept, his voice choked with emotion. Goku, don't listen to him. He's lying. Piccolo roared. Yet Goku's soft-hearted nature betrayed him once more. I can't believe you, he murmured, though his grip began to loosen. The moment his hold slackened, Raditz's face twisted into a savage snarl. Die, you fool. He drove his elbow into Goku's face, sending him flying backward, blood streaming from the impact. Ha ha ha. What an idiot, falling for such a lie. Raditz stomped on Goku's chest, grinding his heel with savage delight as he reveled in the tortured cries. Weren't you so tough just now? Huh. Fight back. Father. At that very moment, Gohan, who had been held in Chi-Chi's arms and shielded by Sun Wuxiu's chi barrier, saw his father being so brutally tormented, and tears burst from his eyes. Rage, pure unbridled fury, ignited the dormant, hybrid Saiyan blood within him. Don't hurt my father. A crimson shockwave erupted from Gohan's small frame. Raditz's scouter shrieked wildly. Beep. Beep. Power level 1407. How is that possible? Yeah. Gohan shot forward like a cannonball, driving his head straight into Raditz. What a... Raditz had no time to react. The terrifying force struck him square in the chest. Crack. The sound of ribs snapping. Even his prized battle armor shattered under the blow. Raditz spewed a torrent of blood, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing heavily into the sea. Gasping, Gohan lost consciousness and began to fall from the sky. Gohan! Chi-Chi screamed. Just before he hit the ground, a figure flashed. Sun Wuxiu caught the brave little nephew securely. Well done, Gohan. Sun Wuxiu smiled, patted Gohan's head, and used the power of the horse talisman before handing him to the terrified Chi-Chi. Gohan is fine. I've healed him. Take him inside, leave the rest to us. At that moment, a pillar of water erupted from the sea. Badly wounded Raditz crawled ashore, clutching his crushed chest, staring in horror at the unconscious child. That was that brat's doing. Before he could catch his breath, Goku, his face bloodied, rose again, the mercy in his eyes gone. You broke your word, so don't blame me for this. Special beam cannon. On the other side, Piccolo had not been idle. Though his earlier attack was interrupted, he had been steadily gathering his chi. Now die. The spiral beam roared forth. In his grievously injured state, Raditz's speed and reflexes were severely diminished, making a full dodge impossible. No. The beam grazed his shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh and scorching half his body. Raditz let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching the horrific wound as he staggered back, his eyes blazing with murderous frenzy. Unforgivable. To reduce me to this state. I'll kill you all. We'll die together. Even gravely wounded, the Saiyans' ferocity kept him on his feet. He gathered an energy sphere with one hand and began to blast wildly in all directions. It's not over yet. Goku gritted his teeth, forcing his bloodied body forward once more. Don't think you can escape. Piccolo roared, dragging his heavy limbs into the fray. It was a brutal war of attrition. Raditz was severely wounded, his speed and strength sapped. Goku and Piccolo were on their last legs, clinging to life by a thread. Thud, thud. The three tangled together in a primal brawl, stripped of all technique. After an indeterminate time, they all collapsed onto the sand, panting heavily, surrounded by blood and sweat. Raditz leaned against a rock, his vision blurry, knowing he had lost today. Just as Piccolo mustered the last of his energy for a finishing blow. Stop. Piccolo. Goku struggled to his feet and stood before Raditz. Son Wukong, have you lost your mind? Piccolo stared in disbelief. Let him go. Goku looked at his disheveled brother with a complex expression. I won't kill him. At least not today. Piccolo gritted his teeth, glanced at his trembling hands, then at the poised Sun Wuxiu, and finally dissipated the energy in his palm. It was true. He had no strength left either. You'll regret this, Sun Wukong. A flicker of desperate joy crossed Raditz' eyes. Beep. He pressed the controller on his wrist with trembling fingers. A rumbling sound echoed as the spherical spaceship responded to the summons, flew over, and landed on the beach. Raditz crawled into the ship on all fours. Just before the hatch closed, his blood-streaked face twisted into a venomous grin. Kakaloot. And that Caxi. Just you wait. Prince Vegeta. And Nappa. They will come. In just 1 year. 1 year from now you will all die. The spherical ship blasted off with flames and thick smoke fleeing Earth. As the ship vanished into the sky, everyone finally let out a breath, collapsing to the ground. Finally. He's gone. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow and plopped down. 1 year, huh? As the spherical spaceship trailing black smoke disappeared beyond the atmosphere, the beach in front of Kame House finally fell silent. The waves still lapped gently against the shore, but the lingering scent of blood and gunpowder reminded everyone of the brutal battle that had just taken place. Sun Wukong tried to get up, but the moment he moved his bones seemed to shatter, and he sucked in a sharp breath of pain. Now his face was a mask of blood, his martial arts uniform torn to shreds with several fractures, the result of Raditz's final desperate counterattack. On the other side, Piccolo was not much better. One of his arms hung at an unnatural angle, and his body was covered in burn marks from the energy blast that had grazed him while shielding Goku. Damn it, that bastard. Piccolo knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his green face etched with bitterness. As the Demon King who once vowed to conquer the world, he had been reduced to such a pathetic state by some alien who appeared out of nowhere. This humiliation was worse than death. Just then a soft footfall echoed. Sun Wushio, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely between the two. He appeared completely unscathed, not even a hair out of place. A stark contrast to the two wounded figures on the ground. Looks like you two got beaten pretty badly. Sun Wushio looked down at them, a hint of mockery in his tone. How about it? Are the aliens' fists harder? Nonsense. If I hadn't let my guard down. Piccolo gritted his teeth, turning his head away with its tsundere air. Hee, big brother, don't tease me. Goku grinned, sheepishly scratching his head. That guy really is formidable. Even with Piccolo and me joining forces, we barely managed. Alright, don't move. Sun Wushio crouched down, placing his hands on Goku's and Piccolo's shoulders. Bear with it. It might feel a bit ticklish. With a flicker of thought, the horse talisman deep within his soul was instantly activated. A gentle sacred white light flowed from Sun Wushio's palms into their bodies. It felt like parched earth suddenly receiving the nourishment of sweet rain. The broken bones crackled and snapped as they rapidly reconnected and healed, torn muscle fibers regenerated, bruises dissipated, charred skin peeled off to reveal fresh flesh. In less than 10 seconds the white light faded. Son Goku leaped up, flexing his limbs with a look of delight. Wow. Completely healed. Not a single ache. Brother, your move is amazing every time I see it. On the other side, Piccolo also rose slowly. He glanced at his arm, which had been crippled, but was now as good as new, and looked at Sun Wushio with a complicated expression. Though he was reluctant to admit any indebtedness, the Namekian's pride wouldn't allow him to pretend nothing had happened. Umph. Piccolo grunted, rewrapping his white turban, turning his face away, and said in an extremely stiff tone, "Mind your own business." Despite his words, he didn't fly away immediately. Instead, he stood still, evidently waiting for Sun Wushio's next words. Sun Wushio didn't mind his attitude. If the tsundere green-skinned monster of this era suddenly said, "Thank you," that would be truly terrifying. Everyone come over. Sun Wushio waved at Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others hiding in the house. Soon the group gathered on the beach. The joy of surviving didn't last long because everyone remembered the harsh words Raditz left before departing. You'll all be dead in a year. The atmosphere grew heavy. Son Goku shed his playful expression, looking at Sun Wushio with serious eyes. Brother, what Raditz said at the end. Is it true? Is that guy named Vegeta really coming? And is he really that strong? Everyone's gaze focused on Sun Wushio. As the only one present who seemed to know everything and possessed unfathomable power, Sun Wushio's words were authoritative. He suppressed his smile and nodded. It's true. And for you all as you are now. He is not just strong but despair itself. At the word despair from Sun Wushio's mouth, Krillin's face instantly turned pale. Duh. Despair. Senior brother Wushio, don't scare me. Krillin swallowed hard. Is he much stronger than Raditz? Much stronger. Sun Wushio shook his head. Krillin, your imagination is too limited. He picked up a twig on the beach and drew a few numbers in the sand. To give you a clear concept, let's use the battle power numbers Raditz mentioned. Sun Wushio pointed to the first number. Just now, Piccolo, at full power after removing his weighted clothes, had a battle power of about 740. Goku was similar. Everyone nodded. They had a rough idea of that number. A destructive force capable of annihilating a city. Sun Wushio wrote another number. And Raditz, who nearly beat you to death, had a battle power of 1500. In other words, one Raditz is roughly equal to 2 Piccolos at full power. Hearing this, Piccolo's eye twitched and his fists cracked. Though he disliked the comparison, it was the truth. Then, Sun Wushio dragged the twig in the sand, writing a number that made everyone's heart skip a beat. The Saiyan prince who will arrive on Earth in a year, Vegeta. His battle power is 18000. A deathly silence fell. Only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed harshly. Krillin's jaw dropped nearly to the ground. Yamcha's watermelon slice fell to the ground with a pat. Even the fearless Goku widened his eyes, his pupils contracting sharply. Hey, 18,000. Bulma covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Wushio, you're not joking, are you? 18,000. That's how many times, Raditz? 12 times. How can we possibly win? Despair, true despair, descended like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. Just now a Raditz with 1500 had nearly killed the two strongest on Earth, excluding Wushio, and even then they only managed to force him back by sneaking an attack. Now they were told that a monster 12 times stronger than Raditz would come in a year. It's over. Earth is really finished this time. Master Roshi's walking stick almost slipped from his hand. This gap can't be closed in just a year of training. It's like asking an ant to bite an elephant to death. Panic spread. Even the proud Piccolo was ashen-faced, cold sweat beading on his forehead. 18,000. That number pressed down on him like a mountain, suffocating. He couldn't even imagine what kind of energy burst at that level would look like. But just then Piccolo suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Sun Wushio. He had spotted a blind spot. While everyone else was terrified by the number, Sun Wushio alone remained as calm and composed as ever. In fact, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. Hey Sun Wushio. Piccolo broke the silence. You said just now that for us, it's despair. Piccolo deliberately emphasized the word us. What about you? Piccolo's gaze was piercing, as if trying to see through Sun Wushio's hidden strength. You just ripped into that Vegeta and told him to come here. Since you knew his battle power was 18000 and still dared to provoke him like that, it means you must have a way to deal with him, right? Upon hearing Bike's words, everyone snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. That's right. There's still Wushio. Senior brother Wushio. Clint, as if grasping at a straw, exclaimed, Can you defeat that Vegeta? Closing the quotation, all eyes filled with hope once again focused on Sun Wushio. Faced with their expectant gazes, Sun Wushio did not answer directly. He merely removed his sunglasses, his dark eyes gazing at the distant sea, revealing an enigmatic and profound smile. Then he extended his right hand, using his thumb and index finger to gesture a tiny bit sign. Probably. Just a tiny bit stronger than him. A tiny bit. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this quantifier a bit subtle? A narrow victory? But seeing Sun Wushio's confident and almost composed demeanor, the hearts of everyone, which had been hanging in suspense, finally eased halfway. Phew. Scared me to death. Clint patted his chest. Since senior brother says he's stronger, then it's definitely fine. After all, senior brother never exaggerates. Closing the quotation. Yeah. With Wushio here, even that prince is just cannon fodder. Yamcha also regained his spirits. Only Bike and Sun Wukong still had solemn expressions. They were true martial artists, capable of discerning the profound meaning behind Sun Wushio's words. Daring to claim he was a bit stronger, in the face of a battle power of 180 itself, represented absolute confidence. Sun Wushio looked at the rejuvenated crowd and chuckled inwardly. A bit stronger. With a base combat power of 10 million against 18,000, wasn't this far more than just a bit stronger? This was akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. However, to prevent this group from completely slacking off now that they had a strong backing, he did not speak his full mind. Pressure was the true driving force for becoming stronger. Sun Wukong. Sun Wushio turned his head to look at his younger brother. Although I said I can win. Closing the quotation, but this is a battle belonging to the Saiyans, and also a battle to protect Earth. Sun Wushio's gaze turned serious. When Vegeta arrives, do you want me to directly take him out? Or do you want to spar with him yourself? Closing the quotation, this was actually a choice. Was it to choose comfortable victory by lying back, or to choose to break through limits on the brink of life and death? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. He looked down at his own fist, then at the still sleeping Wu Fan beside him. If it was for the safety of Earth, letting his elder brother act was undoubtedly the safest option. But a surge of boiling blood rushed from the depths of his heart, the Saiyans' innate warrior instinct and the martial artist's yearning for the strong. 18,000. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Then he lifted his head, and the fear in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a blazing fighting spirit. He grinned, revealing that iconic confident smile. Brother. Although that guy is ridiculously strong, I want to try. Closing the quotation. I want to fight him myself. If I never challenge those stronger than me, I'll never become stronger. Even if it's 18,000. I want to use this 1 year to catch up to him. Hearing this answer, Sun Wushio smiled with relief. This was the true Sun Wukong. This was the true Kakaluot who grew stronger when facing the strong, forever breaking through limits. Good. Sun Wushio nodded, then it's settled. Closing the quotation. This year, I will design a hellish training plan for you. Whether you can survive under the pressure of 18,000 depends on your own fate. Hey Bike, where are you going? Sun Wukong called out. Want to train together? Save your nonsense, son Wukong. Bike didn't turn back, his white cape fluttering loudly in the wind. I have no interest in playing house with you people. Those two Saiyans. And that Vegeta. Bike slightly turned his head, his single eye gleaming with ambition. This planet will be mine sooner or later. Since it's my possession, I absolutely won't allow others to meddle. Even if they are aliens. Before those two arrive, I will become stronger in my own way. When the time comes. Bike glanced at Sun Wuxiu, a hint of challenge flashing in his eyes. After I kill those two Saiyans, the next will be you. Having said that, with a swoosh, Bike transformed into a white light and vanished in the sky in an instant. What a dishonest guy, Clint complained. All right. Sun Wuxiu clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Since the goal is set, then starting tomorrow, training officially begins. First stop, the Celestial Temple. Closing the quotation, Sun Wukong, take everyone to meet the true God. Watching the clouds gradually dissipating in the sky, Sun Wuxiu knew the true Dragon Ball Z chapter from this moment had truly begun. Above the towering Karen Tower, there was a holy realm beyond the reach of mortals. Passing through the thunderclouds and crossing the seemingly endless red brick corridor, a huge semicircular temple floated at the zenith of the sky. Huff, huff. The air up here is so thin. Closing the quotation, Clint panted heavily. Even though his combat power was now incomparable to before, he still felt some chest tightness while flying at full speed in this high-altitude environment. We're here. The leading Sun Wuxiu landed steadily on the red bricks of the temple square, his expression calm, his breathing not even slightly disturbed. Following closely, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and others also landed one after another. This is where the god lives. Closing the quotation, Yamcha looked around, his eyes full of awe. It feels so quiet that it makes one's heart uneasy. Welcome everyone. Closing the quotation, a completely emotionless voice sounded. The round-bodied, pitch-black Mr. Bobo appeared before everyone without anyone noticing. His round eyes scanned the crowd, pausing for a moment on Sun Wuxiu, and he slightly bowed. The god has been waiting for you. Closing the quotation, everyone followed Mr. Bobo deeper into the temple. Soon in front of that exotic palace, they saw the old figure with his back to them, leaning on a staff. Lord God, everyone is here. Mr. Bobo said. The old man slowly turned around. It was a wrinkled green face with pointed ears and two antennae. SSS. A uniform sound of gasps arose. Except for the Sun brothers, who already knew Clint, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and others instantly had their hair stand on end, instinctively assuming combat stances, and some had even begun to gather energy waves. Bike! Krillin screamed in terror. How could this guy be here? Did he eat the god? Calm down, Krillin. Sun Wuxiu reached out and gently pressed down Krillin's raised arm, his tone calm. Look carefully. That is the god, not Piccolo. But they look exactly alike. They're completely identical. Yamcha's voice trembled. Ahem. The heavenly god leaned on his cane and let out a helpless, bitter smile. There's no need to worry, warriors from the mortal realm. I share a connection with Piccolo. He represents my darker aspect, while I am the heavenly god of this earth. After the heavenly god's explanation, everyone finally lowered their guards, though fear still lingered in their eyes. Enough talking. Sun Wuxiu stepped forward and addressed the deity directly who had once guided him. Heavenly God, you must have been watching over the mortal realm, haven't you? You know what transpired just now and the crisis that will arrive in 1 year, correct? The heavenly god nodded gravely. Yes, Wuxiu, that's Saiyan named Raditz. And his Prince Vegeta. Their evil power fills even me with despair. The heavenly god's gaze swept across those present, a flicker of satisfaction, crossing his features before concern took hold. The fact that you've come here shows you've prepared for an all-out struggle. During this year, Master Popo and I will train Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu to the best of our ability. The thin air and unique environment here are ideal for cultivating mental focus and energy control. Hearing this, Krillin and the others felt a surge of hope. Receiving guidance from a god was an unprecedented opportunity. Yet as the heavenly god's gaze finally landed on Son Goku, a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. However, Goku, the heavenly god sighed. You've trained here for 3 years, and I've already taught you everything I can. Your power now exceeds my own. Even another year of training here would yield limited results. To face a Saiyan with a battle power of 1800. It's difficult, far too difficult. Goku scratched his head, equally troubled. Yeah, I feel like there's nothing left for me to learn here. But where else can I go besides here? Just then Sun Wuxiu's voice cut through, confident and certain. Actually, there is another place. Heavenly God, you must know that place, don't you? Sun Wuxiu pointed toward the higher heavens beyond the boundary of life and death. Beyond Yama's palace, at the end of that long serpent path, dwells King Kai, the ruler of the northern galaxy. What a... The heavenly god shuddered, staring at Sun Wuxiu in utter disbelief. You? How could you possibly know of King Kai's existence? That's a high deity who exists only in legend. Someone I've never even seen with my own eyes. I know more than you might imagine. Sun Wuxiu offered no further explanation, instead fixing the heavenly god with an intense gaze. What Goku needs now isn't conventional training, but guidance at a higher martial level. King Kai's realm holds what's suited to him. I'm asking you to use your divine authority to take Goku to the underworld, have him walk the serpent path, and seek out King Kai as his master. The heavenly god fell silent for a long moment, studying Sun Wuxiu deeply. This young man had been shrouded in mystery since he first ascended to the temple years ago. It seemed he possessed knowledge of the cosmos itself. If it's King Kai, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope. The heavenly god nodded, making his decision. Very well. Goku, hold on to my shoulders. I'll take you to Yama's palace right now. To the underworld. Do I need to die again? Goku asked with a puzzled expression. No, I'll take you through a back entrance, the heavenly god said with a wry smile. After arranging for Goku's departure and reminding Krillin and the others to train diligently under Master Popo, Sun Wuxiu didn't linger. I'll leave this place in your hands. I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he turned and walked toward the temple's edge. Sun Wuxiu, aren't you training with us? Krillin called out. I have my own path to follow, he replied, waving without turning around. See you in a year. With a swift motion, he vanished into the sea of clouds. Master Roshi's cottage. The ocean breeze continued to blow as it always had. Bulma sat on the sofa sipping coffee, while gazing worriedly out the window. In the adjacent bedroom, Chi-Chi sat by her son's bedside, watching Gohan sleep with tear-filled eyes. Though Gohan had emerged unharmed from the battle, the terrifying spectacle had left this mother deeply shaken. A soft knock came at the door. Chi-Chi quickly wiped her tears and turned. Come in. Sun Wuxiu entered. He'd changed into clean casual clothes and carried a glass of warm milk. Sit down, Chi-Chi. Sun Wuxiu handed her the milk gently. Hasn't Gohan woken yet? No, he was probably just exhausted earlier. Chi-Chi gazed at her son, her expression filled with maternal tenderness. That child has never endured hardship like this. Sun Wuxiu nodded, pulling up a chair to sit. Rather than pressing the matter urgently, he spoke casually, as if in ordinary conversation. Chi-Chi, I know you've always hoped Gohan would become a great scholar and live a peaceful life, haven't you? Yes. Chi-Chi sighed. I just want him to study properly, not spend all day fighting like Goku. Martial artists are too dangerous. I understand your feelings, Sun Wuxiu said sincerely. As a mother, wishing your child's safety and happiness is natural. Feeling understood by Sun Wuxiu, Chi-Chi's heart warmed. Goku never comprehended her worries. Only her brother-in-law truly grasped her concerns. But then Sun Wuxiu shifted his tone abruptly. However, Chi-Chi, you've seen the situation we're facing ourselves. A year from now, enemies far more terrifying than today's will come to Earth. By then, this planet could become hell itself. In such circumstances, do you truly believe a scholar who only knows books and lacks any physical strength could survive? Chi-Chi froze, her grip on the cup tightening slightly. Reading is certainly a good thing, Sun Wuxiu continued his patient persuasion. I also support Wufan's education. Knowledge is power. No one understands that better than I do. But a true scholar should not be merely a bookworm. A robust physique, a courageous heart, and profound knowledge. That is the perfect combination of literary and martial excellence. Chi-Chi, you wouldn't want Wufan to grow up physically weak, too timid to even defend himself, would you? This sentence struck Chi-Chi's soft spot with precision. She was the daughter of the Ox Demon King, and deep down, she too admired strength. She detested violence, but that did not mean she wished her son to be a coward. But Wukong simply doesn't know how to teach a child, Chi-Chi lamented. He only takes Wufan to play in the mud. He has no idea what education means. And that is why I am here. Sun Wuxiu smiled, faintly revealing his ultimate goal. Chi-Chi, if you trust me, your elder brother-in-law, entrust Wufan to me for this year. To you? Chi-Chi looked at him in astonishment. Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded. I am not only a martial artist, I am also half the helmsman of Capsule Corporation. Though I'm married into the family, I know how to balance knowledge and power. This year I will find him the best teachers, not only in martial arts, but also in the principles of life. After 1 year, I will return to you a true man, refined like a scholar, brave like a warrior. Chi-Chi gazed into Sun Wuxiu's eyes, brimming with confidence and wisdom. Over the past few years, whether it was their financial situation or guiding Wukong's temperament, Sun Wuxiu had helped immensely. It could be said that without Sun Wuxiu, they would not enjoy their current happiness. If Wukong had proposed taking Wufan away for training, Chi-Chi would have surely smacked him away with a frying pan. But if it was brother Wuxiu, she fell silent for a long while. Chi-Chi glanced at the sleeping Wufan on the bed, then looked out the window at the turbulent world. She took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Sun Wuxiu. Brother, I entrust him to you. Please take good care of Wufan. Sun Wuxiu curled his lips into a satisfied smile and helped Chi-Chi rise. Rest assured, he is my own nephew. I will treat him as my own son. 10 minutes later, Sun Wuxiu carried the still unconscious Wufan and flew away from the Guasian house. Phew. Parent handle. There he sensed a recently calmed, but still fiercely resentful and angry aura. Bike. When Sun Wuxiu landed on a stone pillar, Bike was nursing his injured arm, licking his wounds in solitude. Seeing Sun Wuxiu appear, Bike bristled like a startled cat. Sun Wuxiu, what do you want? Come to laugh at me. Bike ground his teeth. Today's battle had trampled his pride into the dust. Without a word, Sun Wuxiu tossed the sleeping Wufan toward him. Catch. Bike instinctively caught the bundle, and when he realized it was a child, his face turned green. Sun Wukong's son, what are you giving him to me for? A snack? I want to ask a favor. Sun Wuxiu crossed his arms and stated matter-of-factly. This year train this kid for me. Huh. Bike felt he had heard the most absurd joke in the world and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sun Wuxiu, have you lost your mind? I am the great demon king. I am Bike, the one who will conquer the world. You want me to be a babysitter for Sun Wukong's son? Or teach him martial arts? Dream on. Believe me, I'll crush him right now. Bike made a move to strike. However, a terrifying aura that could shake heaven and earth instantly erupted from Sun Wuxiu. A flash of golden light flickered. In that single moment, Bike felt as if a mountain had been pressed upon him, his breath cut short. Sun Wuxiu's figure appeared before him in an instant, one hand resting on his shoulder. Though he exerted no force, Bike felt as if his bones would shatter. Bike, I am discussing this with you, but that does not mean you have the right to refuse. Sun Wuxiu's voice was soft, yet to Bike it sounded like a demon's whisper. You saw that kid's potential. That attack just now seriously injured even Ladizi. He will be a key combatant in your fight against the Saiyan a year from now. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu leaned close to Bike's ear, his tone turning playful. Haven't you always wanted to surpass Wukong? Surpass me. Teach this child the techniques you once lost to us. If you can mold him into the strongest warrior, doesn't that prove your teaching ability surpasses ours? On one hand, there was the dignity of the Demon King, on the other the terrifying fist, and Wufan's astonishing potential did stir some interest in him. If he could train his archenemy's son into a demon clan warrior, and then have the boy fight Sun Wukong, that would be quite thrilling, wouldn't it? After a long pause, Bike snorted coldly and grabbed Wufan by the collar. Don't shove your grand theories at me. I'm just taking this kid because he has some talent. I don't want it wasted. But I'll warn you, my training is hellish. If he dies, don't blame me. Sun Wuxiu smiled. Sundara traits were indeed standard for Namekians. Don't worry, he's tough. Sun Wuxiu patted Bike's shoulder and secretly used the horse talisman to heal his wounds. This year the boy is yours. And once you've trained him successfully, he'll be your best sparring partner. Far more useful than training alone. Sun Wuxiu paused, then added, I won't provide milk money or food expenses. Figure it out yourself. With that, Sun Wuxiu vanished in a flash and flew away, afraid Bike might change his mind. Only Bike remained holding the still sleeping Wufan, who even blew a snot bubble in the wind, utterly bewildered. Bike stared at the child in his arms, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn Sun Wuxiu. He actually turned me into a babysitter. His roar echoed across the wilderness. And so Earth's greatest babysitter, Uncle Bike, officially debuted. West Capital Capsule Corporation. Night fell, the bustling city, neon lights flickered like a flowing Milky Way. A private plane slowly landed on the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and Sun Wuxiu walked down holding Buerma's hand. Finally back. Buerma took a deep breath of the air tinged with industrial scent, yet strangely familiar, and stretched. This day was more thrilling than a roller coaster. First an alien invasion, then Wu Fan was sent to Baikou. It feels like a dream. She turned to look at the man beside her, his figure still as straight as a pine tree even in the night. Sun Wuxiu, that child Wu Fan. Is he really okay? Following someone like that great demon king Baikou. As the aunt who watched Wu Fan grow up, Buerma still felt some worry. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu tousled her hair, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Flowers raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. Though Baikou has a sharp tongue and its Sundara personality, he is a pure martial artist. Wu Fan will learn far more by following him than by following that crude Wukong. Moreover, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Sun Wuxiu's mouth. This is also to let Wu Fan truly awaken the power within him. That child's potential. Even I am a bit jealous. After comforting Buerma, the two returned to the main residence. That night Sun Wuxiu did not torment Buerma as usual, but instead let her rest early. Because starting tomorrow, not only Wukong, Wu Fan, and Krillin would have to fight desperately, but he himself also had a war he must win. The next morning, underground gravity training room. Buzz, as the alloy door closed, the world fell silent again. Sun Wuxiu stood in the center of the empty white hall, not in a hurry to activate the gravity. He sat cross-legged and began to organize his thoughts. 1 year left. For Wukong, this is the year he learns the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb on King Kai's planet. For Wu Fan, this is the year he transforms from a crybaby into a warrior. And for me, Sun Wuxiu extended his hand looking at his palm. This year I have only one goal, Super Saiyan first grade full power. This was a realm that sounded simple, but was as difficult as reaching the heavens. In the original story, Sun Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. He first underwent a year of training on planet Yardrat, then spent 3 years waiting for the androids, and finally, in the hyperbolic time chamber, he took nearly a year to truly master this form. In total 5 whole years. And now Sun Wuxiu had to walk the path Wukong took 5 years in just 1 year. The so-called full power is not an increase in strength, but normalization. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, recalling the setting about full power from his past life. An ordinary Super Saiyan transformation was like flipping a violent switch. Although power surged, the emotions would be in a state of extreme excitement, or even rage, and ki would leak out like a flooded river, placing immense strain on the body. This state could not sustain a prolonged battle. Full power was to permanently weld this switch to the on position and make the body and mind fully adapt to this load, making the Super Saiyan form as natural as breathing. Only by eliminating the emotional fluctuations and energy waste brought by the transformation could the true power of the Super Saiyan be maximized. I have the Tiger Talisman to balance my mind, the Horse Talisman to heal my body, and the Ox Talisman to strengthen my physique. With these 3 external aids, if I can't even do this, then I might as well give up. Sun Wuxiu's eyes snapped open, a golden light flashing in his emerald pupils. Huh. With a low shout, golden aura burst from his body, his hair standing on end and turning gold. Super Saiyan transformation successful. This time he did not deliberately suppress the wild aura, but let it fill his entire body. The desire to destroy and fight burned like wildfire in his heart. This is the feeling. Restlessness, unease. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and began to circulate the power of the Tiger Talisman. The originally balanced yin-yang power of the tiger now acted like a potent tranquilizer, forcibly intervening in the wild golden energy. Calm down. Sun Wuxiu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was trying to tame this golden beast with willpower. Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. Sweat poured like rain. Maintaining the transformation while sitting still turned out to be more exhausting than punching under 300 times gravity. That mental tension made him feel as if his brain was trembling. Huff. Huff. Finally, after 2 hours, Sun Wuxiu could no longer hold on and was forced to deactivate the transformation. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. As expected. Not so easy. He gave a wry smile. Looks like this year will be tough. From that day on, the employees of Capsule Corporation noticed something strange. The legendary son-in-law seemed to have developed a strange hobby lately, hair dyeing. And it was that particularly bright gold. Whether eating, walking, or even watering flowers in the garden, he sported that golden upright hair, and his eyes were also emerald green. Sun Wuxiu, are you really okay? In the dining room, Buer Ma looked at the man across from her who was emitting a faint golden glow and carefully cutting steak, and asked with some concern. And no, it's fine. Sun Wuxiu's movements were a bit stiff. He was struggling to control the strength in his hands. Now he was in Super Saiyan state with a 50-fold increase in power. Even a gentle cut of the steak, if not controlled properly, could cause this specially made alloy knife and fork to slice the plate and the table in half. Crack. As soon as the words were spoken, the fork he had accidentally used a bit too much force on was bent. Sun Wuxiu looked awkwardly at the piece of scrap metal in his hand. Looks like still not working. He sighed, but did not deactivate the transformation. Instead, he exchanged for a new fork and continued his struggle with the steak. This was the first step of full power training, incorporating it into daily life. Not just in battle, but in every detail of everyday life, maintaining this form until the body completely forgets the feeling of normal state. First month, Capsule Corporation scrapped 300 plates, 50 chairs, and 3 beds ahem. Buer Ma felt sorry for the furniture, but even more for Sun Wuxiu. She could see that even while sleeping, Sun Wuxiu's brows were furrowed, and the golden aura never extinguished. He was fighting that power, even in his dreams. Third month. The situation began to improve. Sun Wuxiu could now naturally pick up a glass of water without crushing it. The coldness and restlessness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a gentle calmness. It seems the Tiger Talisman's effect is even better than I imagined. Sun Wuxiu stood in the gravity chamber, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Golden hair and blue eyes, yet his aura was as calm as a still pool of water. Were it not for his appearance, one would never sense he was a monster possessing 500 million in combat power. Next, it's time to increase the intensity. Sun Wuxiu activated the gravity system. Gravity multiplier 500x. Under this crushing gravity, he began high-intensity physical training while maintaining the full power state of a mind as still as water. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Beyond Earth, at the far end of the Snake Way, lay King Kai's planet. Hala. Son Goku, wearing the GI embroidered with the characters for King Kai on the back, was sprinting after an ape named Babule. The gravity here was 10 times that of Earth. For the current Goku, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Excellent. Goku, your speed has increased again. King Kai exclaimed, wearing sunglasses as he cruised alongside in his vintage red car, stopwatch in hand. Haha, Lord King Kai, I've already caught Babule. When will you teach me that? Kaioken, Goku asked eagerly. Take your time. Your foundation is solid, but to withstand the strain of Kaioken, you still need more training. King Kai looked at Goku, silently nodding in approval. This Saiyan boy was truly a genius. In just half a year, he had not only adapted to the environment, but also learned his master's terrible jokes, which were never funny. If he can master Kaioken and the Genkidama, perhaps he truly can work a miracle. Earth the wilderness. Bang! A small figure was thrown hard against the rocks. Son Gohan pulled himself up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing less timidity and more resolve. Opposite him, Piccolo floated in the air with arms crossed, his expression cold. What's wrong? Out of energy, already. Piccolo snorted. If that's the case, go back to your mother for her milk. That son Wushio didn't entrust you to me, so I could watch you cry. I am not crying. Gohan gritted his teeth, his young face set with unyielding determination. I want to become stronger. I want to protect everyone like Daddy and Uncle. Magic flash. Gohan raised both hands above his head, unleashing a massive yellow energy wave. Oh, interesting. Piccolo's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he casually deflected the strike. Over these past 6 months, this brat's rate of improvement had amazed even a great demon like him. So this is the power of a Saiyan Earthling hybrid. Looks like I can't slack off anymore. Watching Gohan charge again, Piccolo's eyes ignited with battle fervor. West City Capsule Corporation. The 10th month had arrived. The door of the gravity training chamber opened once more. This time Son Wushio emerged with the same golden hair, but the aura he exuded had changed completely. When he had first achieved this transformation, he had been like a drawn sword, all sharp edges, dangerous to others and himself alike. Now he was like a legendary blade, sheathed in its scabbard, returned to simplicity. Wearing an ordinary t-shirt, he walked through the garden, even attracting a butterfly to land gently on his fingertip. The butterfly was not consumed by the Super Saiyan energy, but rested peacefully, as though perched upon a flower. Finally, I've done it. Son Wushio gazed at the butterfly on his fingertip with a look of profound relief. Full power. Completely achieved. He could now maintain this form indefinitely, as natural as breathing, with stamina consumption reduced to a negligible minimum. Moreover, by eliminating those emotional fluctuations, his composure and judgment in battle would reach unprecedented heights. The combat power doesn't feel nearly as overwhelming as when I first transformed 50 times over. Son Wushio clenched his fist. But I can feel that my control over this 600 million in combat power has reached 100%. Though 10 months had passed, his base combat power had only risen by 2 million, reaching 200 million. But the current me could defeat the me from 10 months ago with just one finger. This was the gap between realms. 2 more months. Son Wushio looked up at the sky, his emerald green eyes seeming to pierce through the atmosphere and spot the 2 spherical spaceships hurtling toward Earth at incredible speed. Vegeta, Nappa, and the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Son Wushio stretched, the faint golden radiance emanating from his body, appearing particularly sacred in the sunlight. I've grown somewhat impatient from waiting. I hope the surprises you bring me will be worthy of my efforts throughout this past year. Storm clouds gathered. Only the final countdown remained before the fateful day. All warriors were sharpening their claws and fangs. Earth had prepared itself to face the coming onslaught. Only time would tell whether our little prince had prepared for the recoil. Age 762, November 3rd. It should have been an ordinary day. Citizens of East City continued about their daily lives, savoring this hard-won era of peace. Yet in a barren wasteland thousands of kilometers from East City, a gathering that would determine Earth's fate was quietly taking place. Beep, beep, beep. Son Wushio held a tablet-like device in his hand. On the screen, 2 red dots were piercing through the atmosphere at alarming speed, bearing down on their coordinates. It seems my calculations were correct. Son Wushio glanced at Bulma beside him and smiled. As expected of a genius scientist, this orbit prediction device is simply perfect. Naturally, Bulma wore a practical bulletproof vest and work pants today, holding a modified high-energy laser rifle in hand. Though she knew it would be useless, it made her feel safer. As long as I can detect gravitational fluctuations beyond the atmosphere, calculating their landing points is a piece of cake. That way those 2 won't destroy the city, saving us from having to waste Shinran's wishes. Well done. Son Wushio put away his device and gazed toward the horizon. Their clouds were igniting from atmospheric friction, as though 2 wounds had been torn open in the sky itself. They're here. As Son Wushio finished speaking, several sonic booms rang out in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended from different directions, landing steadily on the rocky desert plain. The 4 Earth warriors had become several times more tempered than a year ago. They had undergone hellish training in the temple of the celestial beings, and their strength was no longer what it used to be. Then a white cape fluttered noisily in the wind. Piccolo landed on a high rock, his arms crossed, his expression cold and aloof. Behind him followed a small boy wearing the same demonic combat suit, but without a cape. Gohan. After a year of Piccolo's strict training, the former crybaby bookworm had completely vanished. In his place stood a young warrior with a resolute gaze and a wild aura. Though only 5 years old, the energy he exuded now was even slightly stronger than Krillin's. Gohan, Krillin called out joyfully. Wow, you've grown a lot. And this energy. Looks like Piccolo trained you well. Uncle Krillin. Gohan bowed politely. Though he had become a warrior, his innate politeness remained unchanged. Piccolo snorted coldly. Don't get too familiar. If you lag behind in the fight, I won't come to save you. Still the same old Piccolo, Yamcha said with a wry smile. Just as the group was exchanging greetings, a sharp, whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. That's... Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes simultaneously looked upward. A golden nimbus cloud carrying a young man in an orange-red Kai attire descended like a meteor. Everyone, I'm back. That familiar loud voice lifted everyone's spirits. With a thud, Goku leaped off the nimbus and landed steadily. Though his combat suit was worn, his entire spirit was astonishingly vibrant. The confidence and strength radiating from within gave everyone present an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Goku, Daddy. The crowd gathered around him. It looks like everyone has gotten a lot stronger. Goku exclaimed, sensing their energy, especially Gohan. Your energy is amazing. Of course. Krillin laughed and punched Goku playfully. We've been training like mad this year. But, Goku, how about you? Did King Kai's training work? At that, Goku rubbed his nose, a smug expression appearing on his face. He released a fraction of his energy. A surge of immense, ocean-like pressure instantly radiated outward from him, causing everyone's clothes to flutter violently. This energy. Tien Shinhan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. How is it possible? So much stronger than a year ago. Piccolo, who had been standing on the rock with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, staring intently at Goku. His battle power. At least 10,000. Comparing with the battle power calculations previously given by Sun Wushio, Piccolo was deeply shocked. In the original story, Goku had only just exceeded 8,000 after his training. But in this life, with Sun Wushio as an even stronger goal ahead, Goku had pushed himself to the limit on planet King Kai, elevating his base battle power to the 10,000 mark. What do you think? Surprised? Goku said, hands on his hips, a little proud of the shocked expressions. And I didn't just get stronger. I also learned a super powerful technique. With that technique, my battle power can multiply several times. Even Piccolo could no longer remain calm. Several times. That would be tens of thousands. You're kidding, Goku. Yamcha couldn't believe it. There's no such cheating move. It's true, Goku said earnestly. It's King Kai's secret technique, called the King Kai Fist. But it puts a huge strain on the body. I can only use it at about 3 or 4 times my power right now. Even so, that was a battle power of 30 to 40,000. More than enough to obliterate that Vegeta character. The tension that had gripped everyone instantly eased considerably. Great. That means we've definitely won. Krillin clenched his fist excitedly. Just then, Goku took a deep breath and his immense energy vanished as abruptly as the receding tide. At that moment, he looked like an ordinary earthling youth, his battle power likely dropping to less than 5. But I usually keep it restrained, otherwise it's too conspicuous, Goku said with a smile. Goku turned his head to look at Sun Wushio, who had been standing quietly to the side. He walked over, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Brother, what do you think? I've been chasing after you with all my might this year. The King Kai Fist is really powerful. If you learned it too, you might become even stronger. But as for me now, if I use the King Kai Fist, I might not necessarily lose to you. Seeing his younger brother's expression that seemed to plead for praise, Sun Wushio couldn't help but smile. A base battle power of 10,000 plus the fourfold King Kai Fist, that's 40,000. Indeed, it was very strong. In the original timeline, that would have been enough to dominate the Earth. But unfortunately, well done, Goku. Sun Wushio patted him on the shoulder, his tone warm, as if praising a primary school student who had scored full marks. The King Kai Fist is indeed a good technique. However, Sun Wushio didn't finish his sentence, just waved his hand with a faint smile. For me, it's not necessary for now. I'll learn it if I need it later. Ridiculous. His base battle power was 12 million, and when transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was 600 million. During the past year, Sun Wushio had spent most of his time controlling his energy to achieve full power as quickly as possible rather than intensifying his training, so his battle power growth was not particularly fast. Seeing his brother's calm, unfazed demeanor, as if he completely disregarded the 40,000 battle power, Goku was taken aback, but then the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. As expected. My brother is still unfathomable, Goku thought to himself. Even though I've become this strong, I still can't see through him. Just then the instrument in Sun Wushio's hand emitted a sharp alarm. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and the relaxed atmosphere vanished without a trace. They're here, Piccolo shouted. Even without his words, everyone could sense it. Two huge fireballs like meteors plummeted from the sky, carrying a suffocating pressure, and slammed violently into the wasteland not far ahead. The ground trembled violently, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. A fierce shockwave mixed with debris and dust rushed toward them like a tsunami. "Everyone watch out!" Goku yelled, crossing his arms in front of him. After a long while the dust settled. Two massive impact craters came into view, and at their centers two white spherical spacecraft still vented steam as their hatches slowly opened. Two figures drifted out from the ships, descending slowly until they touched the ground. Leading the way was a burly man bald with a thick upturned mustache. He wore the distinctive Saiyan battle armor, a cruel smirk playing across his face. Nappa. Behind him followed a shorter man with a pointed upward swept hairstyle, arms crossed, his expression cold and haughty. The Saiyan prince himself, Vegeta? Just as I expected. They're all here. Nappa tapped his scouter, his gaze sweeping over the dragon warriors before erupting into a shrill, mocking laugh. "Huh. Vegeta, look at this. What garbage. Power level 5, power level 10, and the highest among them barely reaches a few hundred." Nappa pointed at Goku and the others, laughing so hard tears streamed from his eyes. How the hell did Raditz lose to scum like this? Being defeated by warriors with power levels this pathetic is an absolute disgrace to the Saiyan race. Yet Vegeta did not laugh. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree and he shot Nappa a frigid glance. "Fool, take that worthless scouter off." Vegeta." Nappa froze. "Can't you see it yourself?" Vegeta snorted coldly. "These Earthlings possess the ability to freely control their combat power. The numbers you're seeing are nothing more than what they want you to see. If you genuinely believe those figures and charged in blindly, you'd be the one dead." Hearing this, Nappa was startled. He quickly reevaluated the group, and indeed he found no trace of fear in their eyes. TCH. "So they're a bunch of show-offs playing dumb?" Nappa spat displeasedly. Vegeta ignored him, his piercing eyes scanning the crowd as though searching for something specific. Finally his gaze swept past the others and locked onto a black-haired man with his hands in his pockets, watching the scene unfold with an amused expression. In that instant the very air around Vegeta seemed to solidify. An overwhelming killing intent erupted like a physical force, plunging the surrounding temperature to freezing. "Found you." A merciless curve touched Vegeta's lips, his teeth grinding audibly. That wretched scum who dared insult this prince. He took several slow steps forward, fixing his dead stare upon Sun Wuxiu. "Cashew." Vegeta's voice was hoarse and guttural, like a demon crawling from the depths of hell. "Long time no see. Is your tongue still there? I thought you'd been so terrified you'd tear it out and end yourself." Facing Vegeta's terror-inducing pressure, enough to freeze the blood of any ordinary being, Sun Wuxiu merely shrugged. He even reached over to adjust Bulma's wind-tousled bangs. Well, if it isn't our tragic highness the prince." Sun Wuxiu turned his head, wearing that infuriating grin. "What? After serving as Frisia's hound for a few days, have you already forgotten what species you belong to? Now you're yipping and barking at everyone you meet." Nappa gulped audibly. This guy dared to speak to Vegeta like that. Was he trying to die? Hee. Ha ha ha. Vegeta threw his head back and laughed, the sound unhinged and violent. It was the laugh of furious madness. "Good. Excellent. Absolutely superb." Vegeta abruptly silenced his laughter, his eyes twisting into pure ferocity. "I was going to grant you a quick death. But now, I've changed my mind." Vegeta extended his finger, ticking off each person present. "Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Bulma. I will tear each one of these people around you into shreds one by one. I will make you watch with your own eyes as their entrails spill out, listening to their agonizing screams. And when everyone is dead, when you're on your knees begging me for mercy." Vegeta licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Only then will I rip that filthy mouth of yours apart and crush every bone in your body one by one. I want you to understand, the consequence of angering the Saiyan prince is 10,000 times worse than death." Boom. With Vegeta's roar, a terrifying pressure erupted, cracking the earth beneath them. Nappa also sneered, cracking his neck as he unleashed his full power level of 4,000. "Let's start with that little brat." Nappa's target locked onto Gohan. "Goku." Sun Wuxiu's playful expression faded, and he called out softly, "Yes." Goku stepped forward, placing himself before the group as his aura began to surge dramatically. "Guess there's nothing more to say then." Sun Wuxiu glanced at Vegeta, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Since you want to play, we'll play along. But the one who ends up begging for mercy might not necessarily be us." Sand and wind swirled wildly. War was imminent. Gales swept gravel around the meteor craters where Nappa and Vegeta had landed. Nappa rotated his thick neck, producing an ear-splitting crack. His flesh-covered face twisted into a ferocious grin, and in his hand a seed, a Captain Ginyu Force cultivation pod, spun between his fingers. Yet unlike in the original timeline, he made no move to plant it. "Hehe, Vegeta." Nappa casually crushed those precious cultivation seeds into powder and let them scatter on the wind. "We can skip the toys." Looking at these Earthlings completely oblivious to their own doom, my fists have been itching for a while now. Since we're playing, let me have some proper fun with them myself. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, watching coldly, making no move to stop him. His gaze remained fixed almost imperceptibly on Sun Wuxiu. As for the other so-called Earth warriors, he couldn't care less. As you wish, Nappa. Vegeta spoke indifferently. Just don't drag this out too long. Leave that scum alive for me. The rest, kill them all. Understood. Nappa's grin turned murderous as he stepped forward like a living bulldozer. Thud. The ground trembled beneath his foot. Nappa's killing intent swept across the group, and without hesitation it settled on Piccolo. Clad in his demonic attire, his skin a deep emerald green. Huh, wait. Nappa's eyes widened as though he discovered something extraordinary, and he pointed at Piccolo, shouting, Vegeta, look at this guy. This green-skinned guy. That skin tone, those antennae. Nappa scratched his bald head in disbelief. Could this be a Namekian? A Namekian? At that word, not only did Piccolo freeze, but even Vegeta behind him raised an eyebrow, slightly turning his gaze toward them. Oh, indeed. Vegeta studied Piccolo carefully, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I never expected a Namekian to still survive on such a frontier trash planet. I thought your race had been wiped out long ago, whether by climate shift or external invasion. What is that? Piccolo's entire body went rigid. He stared at Nappa with death in his eyes, his heart churning with violent storm. This was not the first time he had heard speculations about his origins. However, coming from these two aliens, it carried a compelling sense of authenticity. I am an alien. Namekian planet. He looks like you don't even know yourself. Namekian people are a race renowned for their magical powers. Although their combat prowess is mediocre, they always come up with all sorts of bizarre magical artifacts. Naba sneered. Magic. Artifacts. Kellen and Yamcha exchanged glances, a flash of lightning suddenly striking their minds. Could it be? Kellen couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Bike and the god could create the Dragon Balls. They could summon the divine dragon to fulfill any wish. So it's because they are aliens. It's the magical talent of the Namekian people. I see. That explains everything. Yamcha also suddenly understood. However, their spontaneous exclamations instantly chilled the atmosphere on the battlefield to freezing point. What did you say? Vegeta, who had been wearing a cold expression, abruptly turned his head, his sinister eyes locking onto Kellen. Dragon Balls. Divine Dragon. Fulfill any wish. Vegeta's voice was low but carried an unmistakable greed and fervor. Hey, you little bald head. Explain clearly. What is that thing? Oh, no. Kellen instantly covered his mouth, cold sweat streaming down his face. He only then realized that he had just leaked the greatest secret of Dichio in front of the enemy. And nothing. I didn't say anything. Kellen shook his head, desperately stepping backward. Bastard. Do you want to die? A terrifying aura burst from Vegeta, directly pressing down on Kellen. Speak. That so-called wish, can it really fulfill anything? Including immortality? For the Saiyans who had been fighting in the cosmos for years and constantly faced the threat of death, nothing was more tempting than eternal life. With infinite life, he would have infinite time to grow stronger, and one day he would surpass that damned Phylaisa. Facing Vegeta's interrogation, Kellen was afraid, but his innate stubbornness made him clench his teeth. None of your business. Kellen shouted. That is the treasure of our Dichio. We will never hand it over to villains like you. Huh. Vegeta laughed angrily, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. Good, very good. Your mouth is quite tough. Then I'll crush your bones one by one, and see whether your bones or your mouth are harder. Naba. Attack. Roger. Naba received the order and no longer hesitated. White aura erupted from his body, and he shot out like a cannonball. Target, that Namekian. As long as they captured the one who created the Dragon Balls, they would have no trouble extracting the secrets. No way. Mike also reacted. Although shocked by his origins, his combat instincts made him immediately assume a defensive stance. Everyone be careful. Tianjin fan Yamcha and the others also burst out, their aura ready to fight. However, just as Naba was about to charge at Bike, a figure in orange-red did not join the battle here, but instead went against the tide, charging straight toward Vegeta in the rear. Wukong. Kellen was startled. Don't worry about me. Leave that big guy to you. I'll handle this short one. Son Wukong's voice was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He did not go to help Bike. On one hand, he understood Bike's prickly pride. If he interfered, Bike would be displeased. On the other hand, and most importantly, the Naba before him had a battle power of only 4,000. For Wukong, whose current base battle power was 1,000, this was too weak, unable to stir his interest. Only the unfathomable Vegeta could make his blood boil. Oh. Watching Son Wukong charging straight at him, Vegeta did not dodge, still maintaining his arms crossed posture, his eyes filled with disdain. Kakarot, you're really in a hurry to die. You want to fight me? As if you're worthy. Vegeta snorted coldly. Naba, stop playing, quickly dispose of those trash, then come over and take care of this Raditz worthless brother. Obviously, even though Wukong's current aura was impressive in Vegeta's arrogant perspective of 1/8 battle power, he was still just a low-class warrior. Let's talk. Wukong had already reached Vegeta, throwing a straightforward punch straight at Vegeta's face. Since you look down on me, I'll beat you until you look me in the eye. You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Since this insect insisted on rushing into the muzzle, he would oblige him. Then I'll kill you first. Vegeta finally moved. He did not use his hands, but directly lifted a leg lightning-fast, kicking toward Wukong's abdomen. This kick contained enough power to shatter a mountain. Boom. Fist and foot collided. A dull thunderous sound exploded and the rock beneath their feet instantly crumbled into dust. Shockwaves rolled. Wukong was knocked back a dozen steps while Vegeta actually slid half a meter backward. What a... Vegeta's pupils contracted, a hint of disbelief on his face. This low-class warrior can actually block my attack. And with such strength. He, indeed very strong. Wukong shook his numb arm, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Kaioken. Boom. Red aura instantly enveloped Wukong's entire body. To be safe, Wukong did not overestimate himself and directly activated the twofold Kaioken. His battle power instantly soared to 2000. This is the battle I want. Wukong charged again, his speed more than doubled. The two instantly turned into two afterimages, clashing fiercely on the wilderness. The sound of fist-to-flesh collisions thundered through the sky. On the other side, the battle between Nappa and the Z-fighters was one-sided. Hiya! Bike roared, shedding his weighted gear, and his battle power fully opened, approaching 3000. He gathered a demon light cannon with both hands and blasted it fiercely at Nappa. Too slow. Too weak. Nappa grinned viciously, actually taking Bike's attack with his chest. Boom. After the smoke cleared, Nappa was unharmed, merely brushing the dust off his chest. Is that all you've got, Mike? Damn it. Bike gritted his teeth. Although he had made rapid progress over the past year facing Nappa, a Saiyan elite warrior with a battle power of 4000, the gap in raw strength still existed. Everyone attacked together. Tianjin Fan roared, charging his Ki Blast cannon. Kellen threw his Destructo Disc, Yamcha manipulated his Spirit Ball, and Jiaozi used his psychic powers to try to restrict Nappa's movements. Wufan also looked for an opportunity to unleash his Masenko. This was a brutal siege battle. Annoying flies. Nappa was utterly exasperated by these earthlings whose battle power was only a few thousand. Although their attacks couldn't inflict fatal wounds, they prevented him from finishing off Piccolo in a short time. Especially the bald one's thrown Destructo Disc had actually cut his cheek. Bastards. I'll kill you all. Nappa erupted in fury. He ceased holding back, unleashing a terrifying white aura from his entire body as his speed surged. Boom. Tien Shinhan was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the rocks, his fate unknown. Smack. Yamcha had his leg broken by a kick and collapsed to the ground with a scream. Who's next? Nappa licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cruel eyes suddenly locking onto Son Gohan, who had been sniping from afar. That brat is also a Saiyan, right? Were you the one tossing those harmless little spheres over there? Since you're cockroach, son, I'll send you off first and distract your father. With a sinister grin, Nappa vanished in an instant. Gohan, run! Piccolo shouted in alarm, wanting to save him, but it was too late. Nappa's speed was too great. He appeared behind Gohan almost instantly. Die, brat! Nappa raised his massive fist high, and with a howling wind, he smashed it down toward Gohan's tender head. If that punch landed, Gohan would be dead for sure. No. In the distance, Chi-Chi, watching the battle through Baba's crystal ball, let out a desperate scream. At that critical moment, a soft sound rang out. Nappa's giant fist, capable of pulverizing rock, suddenly halted midair. As if clamped by a steel vise, it could not move an inch. Nappa was startled and instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but found it impossible. He followed the hand gripping his wrist and saw a tall, upright man who had appeared before Gohan, without anyone noticing. With one hand in his pocket, the other casually grasping Nappa's wrist, he wore a cold, utterly devoid of warmth smile. Want to touch my nephew? Sun Wushio tilted his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes seeming to look at a corpse. How many lives do you have to pay for this? You? Are that cash? Nappa's eyes bulged and cold sweat instantly poured down. He hadn't even seen how this man had appeared. And this power. Let go. Nappa roared in terror, gathering an energy blast with his other hand to strike Sun Wushio. Too weak. Sun Wushio said indifferently. He suddenly twisted the hand, gripping Nappa's wrist downward. Crack. The sound of bone shattering, crisp and piercing. Aunt. Nappa screamed like a stuck pig, his entire arm twisted into a spiral. The immense force forced him to his knees to alleviate the excruciating pain. Boom. Nappa's massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, his knees creating two deep craters. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Son Goku and Vegeta, who had been locked in fierce combat, also stopped and looked over. Goku, maintaining the Kaioken state with a red aura, grinned and said, "Hehe, my big brother finally made his move." Vegeta's pupils contracted violently, his face darkening to the extreme. That Nappa useless. Actually, Sun Wushio paid no attention to the surrounding gazes. He still held that condescending posture, looking down at the screaming Nappa kneeling before him. Big Uncle. Behind him, Gohan regained his senses, looking at the tall figure with eyes full of admiration and relief. Be good, close your eyes. Sun Wuxiu said without turning his head. The next scene is not suitable for children. Gohan obediently closed his eyes. Sun Wuxiu turned to Nappa, whose face was covered in sweat and twisted in pain. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open. As his words fell, Sun Wuxiu released Nappa's wrist, then his right leg whipped out like a leather strap. This kick was not at full strength, but it struck precisely on Nappa's spine. Crack! A spine-chilling snap echoed across the battlefield. Puffed! Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, and his entire body instantly went limp like a pile of mud. Spine shattered. Though not dead, he was completely crippled. Sun Wuxiu withdrew his foot with disdain, then, as if tossing trash, casually grabbed Nappa by one leg and flung him away. Whoosh! Nappa's massive body flew like a rag doll, landing precisely at Vegeta's feet in the distance. Returning him to you. Sun Wuxiu brushed his hands, took out a handkerchief to wipe his already clean fingers, and said coolly, take this stray dog that bites people back and deal with it yourself. Vegeta looked down at the twitching, completely crippled Nappa at his feet. Nappa raised his head with difficulty, his mouth full of blood, and reached out his hand toward Vegeta. Vegeta, save me. Vegeta's gaze was terrifyingly cold, devoid of any pity, only deep disgust. A Saiyan who can't move is worthless. Nappa, you have disappointed me too much. Vegeta reached out and grabbed Nappa's hand. Just as Nappa thought Vegeta would pull him up, Vegeta suddenly hurled him into the sky. Vegeta! What are you doing? Nappa's desperate roar came from midair. Farewell, Nappa. Vegeta pressed two fingers together, a dazzling flash condensing at his fingertips. Since you're already useless then, become fireworks. Boom. The beam instantly engulfed Nappa's figure. A violent explosion bloomed in the sky like a brilliant firework, reducing Nappa to ashes. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha. Everyone was stunned, speechless. This is a Saiyan. This is Vegeta. He could mercilessly kill even his longtime companion without hesitation. Such coldness and cruelty sent chills down one's spine. Vegeta withdrew his hand as if he had done something trivial. He turned his head, his gaze passing over Goku and locking onto Sun Wuxiu in the distance. In his eyes burned a mad fighting spirit and rage. Very well, Cash. You have successfully angered me. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. But before that, Vegeta looked at the red or emitting Goku before him. Let me kill this red monkey first for some fun. Huh. Vegeta floated suspended in midair, his chest heaving violently. He looked down at the Earth warriors below, still burning with battle fervor. Especially Caxiu, that annoying bastard with the perpetual smirk. The fury within him felt as though it were scorching his sanity to ashes. Nappa was dead. That good-for-nothing fool who had followed him for over a decade certainly deserved his fate. Yet this struck directly at the pride of the Saiyan prince. Moreover, after that brief exchange earlier, or rather that thorough humiliation, Vegeta's sharp battle intuition told him a brutal truth. Unless he brought out his trump card, he might truly lose today. That one called Sun Wukong possessed battle power above his own, at least a head taller during Kaioken X2 state with base power around 10,000. And then there was Caxiu. Those moves he used to dispatch Nappa were unfathomably deep. Damn it. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Vegeta suddenly roared, his body transforming into a purple streak as he shot straight toward the distant skies. Huh. Is he fleeing? On the ground, Krillin craned his neck upward, confusion on his face. No. Something's wrong. Goku's expression grew grave as he locked eyes on Vegeta's retreating figure. His energy hasn't diminished. It's grown even more ferocious. What's he planning? Only Sun Wuxiu stood with hands in pockets, gazing at the sky, a knowing glint in his eyes. He's going for the moon. The moon. Krillin blinked. Why the moon? It's broad daylight. Idiot. Piccolo scoffed coldly. Have you forgotten when Goku transformed into that giant ape? Science, upon beholding the full moon will. Before Piccolo could finish, every face turned deathly pale. The giant ape. That horror lurking in their deepest nightmares. This is bad. Goku's eyes widened in alarm. If he transforms, his combat power multiplies tenfold. That would be 180,000. 180,000 battle power. A number sufficient to vaporize the entire planet in an instant. Stop him. Now. Tenshinhan shouted frantically. Yet Sun Wuxiu merely waved his hand, signaling everyone to hold their ground. High above, after piercing through the cloud layer, Vegeta scanned the surroundings. His cruel sneer gradually stiffened, then contorted into furious outrage. Where's the moon? Where the hell has that damn moon gone? According to my calculations, today should be a full moon. Why has it vanished? Vegeta roared wildly in the sky. He abruptly looked downward, his eyes bloodshot with rage. It was you scum who destroyed the moon in advance, wasn't it? Yeah, I did it. Piccolo crossed his arms and coolly admitted half a year ago to prevent Gohan from losing control. Damned bastard. Vegeta trembled with fury. Without the moon, he couldn't transform into a great ape, couldn't gain that tenfold power boost. Nevertheless, Vegeta drew several deep breaths, forcibly steadying himself. His gaze settled on Goku and Son Wuxiu. Kakarot has no tail, he can't transform. But that Caxia, that piece of scum still has a tail. A sharp gleam flashed in Vegeta's eyes. If I transform, will he transform too? So what if he does? A proud, scornful sneer curled Vegeta's lips. Lower-class warriors lose their minds upon transformation. They become nothing but beasts of destruction. But I, the noble Saiyan prince, even as a giant ape, I retain full rationality and combat prowess. How could a mindless beast possibly stand against a genius warrior like me? In that case, Vegeta extended his right-hand palm upward. A peculiar energy ripple began to converge. It'll cost some ki, but that hardly matters now. I'll show you the true terror of a Saiyan. Combine. Artificial full moon. Whum. A blinding white sphere of light shot from Vegeta's palm, hovering high in the sky. That orb emitted specific Birder wavelengths, simulating the effect of a full moon. That's. On the ground, Goku felt his blood beginning to stir within his veins. Though he lacked a tail, that primal instinct alone sent chills racing down his spine. It's bad. He can artificially create a moon. Goku screamed, but it was already too late. High above, Vegeta stared fixedly at that luminous sphere, his mouth stretched into a horrific grin. Ha ha ha. Tremble. Despair. Thud. 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 A dull heartbeat echoed across heaven and earth like war drums. Vegeta's body began to swell violently. His battlesuit strained to its limits, black fur erupted across his skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, and his once human face twisted and elongated. Roar! With a deafening roar that shook the heavens. A towering ape exceeding 50 meters in height, radiating an aura of pure destruction, materialized in the sky. 180,000 battle power. That unimaginably terrifying pressure swept across the entire hemisphere in an instant. The earth quaked and the oceans roared. This is a Saiyan. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the sky-blocking monstrosity, his lips trembling. Despair. Absolute despair. Before that overwhelming power, they felt as insignificant as ants. Hey, Caxia. The giant ape Vegeta lowered his massive head, those blood-red colossal eyes locking on his son Wuxiu on the ground below. Though his voice had grown as deep and thunderous as storms, Vegeta's characteristic tone remained unmistakable. Well, this power. Doesn't it fill you with despair? Aren't you tempted to drop to your knees and beg for mercy? Too bad. It's already too late. Die. Boom. The giant ape Vegeta raised a foot and brought it down like Mount Tai, crashing upon them. That single stomp covered tens of meters in radius. Nowhere to flee. Run. Goku shoved Krillin and Gohan aside and charged straight toward that colossal descending foot. Kaioken X3. Whoosh. Red aura exploded outward as Goku's combat power surged to 30,000 in an instant. He planted both hands against the sky, attempting to block the strike. But 30,000 versus 180,000. The gap was simply too vast. Smash! Goku felt as though a planet had slammed directly into him. His arms shattered instantly, and his entire body was driven deep into the earth. Gawa! Goku let out a scream of agony. Goku! Krillin and the others cried out. Huh! Is this really your strength, Kakarot? The giant ape Vegeta cackled maniacally, pressing harder with his foot. Pathetic. Weak. Just like crushing an insect. Damn it. Buried beneath the dirt, Goku felt as though his internal organs were being crushed to pulp. But he couldn't lose. If he fell, behind him waited Gohan, Krillin, and all of Earth. Everything would be lost. Then I have no choice. I'll risk it all. Goku grit his teeth, a mad flame blazing in his eyes. Body. Hold together. 4 times. No. Kaioken X5. Rumble. A more violent crimson aura erupted from beneath the giant ape's feet, actually forcing its enormous foot upward. 50,000 combat power. Oh, still struggling. The giant ape Vegeta was somewhat surprised, but merely surprised. Then, put in more effort. Vegeta grinned maliciously, pressing all his strength onto that foot and stomping down fiercely. B. Crushed. Crack. Wukong could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson aura around him instantly dissipating, and he collapsed completely into the deep pit, alive or dead unknown. Dad! Gohan cried out, wanting to rush over, but was firmly held back by Piccolo. Don't go. Going there is just suicide. Piccolo roared, but his body was also trembling. It's over. All over. Faced with a monster of this level, any tactics, any skills became meaningless. This was a battle of entirely different dimensions. The giant ape Vegeta lifted his foot, glanced at the dying Wukong in the pit, and snorted coldly. Truly tenacious vitality, but this is the end. Then he turned his massive head, his scarlet eyes locking onto son Wuxiu, who had been standing still in the distance without moving. Next, it's your turn, Kaxio. What? Scared stiff? Forgotten how to run? Or do you want to turn into a giant ape to amuse me? Vegeta taunted, looking at the tail behind Sun Wuxiu. Come on, transform. Let me see the ugly sight of this low-class monkey losing its mind. However, faced with this deadly predicament under the suffocating pressure of 1/8 combat power, Sun Wuxiu still stood there. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, not looking at the artificial moon in the sky. Transform. Sun Wuxiu chuckled lightly and shook his head. That ugly and easily uncontrollable form holds no interest for me. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, not looking at Vegeta, but at his own fist. To deal with a hulking brute like you who only relies on brute force, this is more than enough. Before his words faded, swish, Sun Wuxiu's figure vanished into thin air. It completely disappeared from everyone's retinas, leaving not even a trace of an afterimage. Huh. The giant ape Vegeta was startled, instinctively looking around. Hiding. Useless. This planet will be destroyed by me. Where can you hide? Just then a calm voice sounded extremely abruptly beside his huge ear. Who said I was hiding? Wah. The hairs all over the giant ape Vegeta's body stood on end. He turned his head abruptly. He saw that tiny figure somehow already floating behind his shoulder, casually patting his thick trunk-like fur with a relaxed expression. This. The people below Kalin, Baiku, and others were all dumbfounded. How did he get up there? And, facing a monster like that, he dared to get so close. Vegeta. Sun Wuxiu looked at the huge, ferocious ape face before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sun Wuxiu slowly raised his right fist. On that fist, there was no magnificent aura swirling, nor any earth-shattering momentum. It was just an ordinary punch thrown, not directly touching Vegeta's face, but accompanied by a white energy aura. Let me show you something good. Boom. Sun Wuxiu threw his punch. The movement did not seem fast, but carried an indescribable heaviness. The energy swept out the moment it touched the giant ape's cheek. Time seemed to stand still. Then, a visible white energy instantly pierced through the giant ape's enormous head, shooting straight into the sky, blasting a huge hole in the atmosphere. Aloha! The giant ape Vegeta didn't even have time to scream. His massive body with 1/8 combat power was like a thin piece of paper before this punch, offering no resistance. The immense impact directly twisted his face, several giant fangs flying out. Swoosh, rumble. The 50-meter-tall giant ape, like a baseball hit away, flew backwards several kilometers, crashing violently into a distant mountain range. The entire mountain range collapsed instantly, rubble burying everything. The earth trembled, dust obscured the sky. One punch. Just one punch. The invincible giant ape that had made everyone despair that even the five-fold Kaioken could not budge in the slightest was just sent flying like that. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Kulin's mouth was wide open, his jaw dislocated without him knowing. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were almost popping out. Baiku was even more stupefied, as if his worldview had collapsed. Is this a dream? Yamcha pinched himself hard. Hiss. That hurts. In the deep pit, not far away. The severely injured Wukong lifted his head with difficulty, looking at the figure, still holding the punching posture in the air. He grinned with a blood-covered mouth, revealing an extremely bright smile. Cough. As expected. Still so strong. Big brother. Bu Erma watched this scene, jumping up excitedly. Yeah. What? I knew it. My husband is the best. What monkey prince, one punch, and he's blown away. I came house. Chi-Chi hugged the crystal ball, crying tears of joy. Great. Everyone is saved. Long live Big Brother Wuxiu. Gue Xianren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes behind the sunglasses full of shock. This power has completely surpassed the realm of humans, hasn't it? At the Temple of Heaven, Tian Shun let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if his old life had been scared away. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he is here. Meanwhile, on the distant Kai planet, Lord Jia Wang was perceiving all this through his antennae. At this moment his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and even his sunglasses had slipped off. That Saiyan. That guy named Sun Wuxiu. Who on earth is he? That punch, although it looked ordinary, the density of chi contained within is simply unimaginable. If he hadn't held back, that punch just now could probably have pierced through the earth. Jia Wang swallowed his saliva, a sense of inexplicable awe rising in his heart. On Earth, such a monster has actually been born. On the battlefield, the dust cleared. Sun Wuxiu slowly withdrew his fist, still appearing calm and composed. He looked at the mountain ruins that had been leveled in the distance, shaking his head. I used a bit too much force. But it's okay, I held back 99 of my power, so he shouldn't die right. In the ruins, the giant ape Vegeta had reverted to human form. At this moment Vegeta's bones were shattered all over. He was embedded in the rocks like a pile of mud, only his eyes could barely move. In his eyes there was no longer the previous arrogance and fury, only endless fear, bewilderment, and complete doubt about his own worldview. One punch. How could it be? I am the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta's world at this moment completely collapsed. On the desolate Gobi Desert the wind howled, whipping up sand and gravel, emitting a mournful wail, as if playing the final movement for this earth-shattering battle. The once towering mountains had been leveled, replaced by a massive, smoke-rising crater. At the center of the crater, the once arrogant Saiyan Prince Vegeta now lay sprawled in the pile of rubble like a heap of mud. His once proud battle suit was completely shattered, his body was covered in blood, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. Huff! Sun Wuxiu descended slowly from the sky. The aura around him had dissipated. Except for a bit of dust on his clothes, he looked as relaxed as if he had just returned from a stroll in the park. Is everyone still alive? Sun Wuxiu turned around and looked at his companions, some lying down, some half kneeling in the distance. Brother. Wukong raised one hand with difficulty, his face covered in blood, yet he still forced out a weak smile. That punch of yours was really amazing. Cough. Not only Wukong, but Kellen Wufan, Tianjin Fan, and others, though not dead, were all injured, barely able to move a finger. Don't talk, save your strength. Sun Wuxiu walked over to Wukong and crouched down. Bear with it. He reached out his hand and placed it on Wukong's chest. Horse Talisman Restoration activated. A soft white light shone, and the warm, life-filled power instantly flowed through Wukong's entire body. The broken bones mended, the torn muscles healed, and the depleted Qi Si was refilled. Just a few seconds passed. Wow! I'm alive! Wukong jumped up and swung his fists energetically. Amazing! I think this move is even more powerful than Senzu Beans. Go see Wufan. Sun Wuxiu patted his shoulder and then walked to the next injured person. Soon, under the power of the Horse Talisman, Kellen Wufan, Tianjin, Fan Jiaozi, and Yamcha. Even Baek, who had been too proud to accept treatment, was fully restored. This is senior brother Wuxiu's ability. Yamcha touched his leg that had been broken, looking incredulous. It's a miracle. Mind your own business. Baek snorted coldly, but this time his voice was much softer, clearly lacking confidence. After their injuries healed, everyone's eyes turned to the deep crater. They're also a dying enemy. That guy. Is he still alive? Kellen asked cautiously. Let's go see and find out. Sun Wuxiu led the way, and everyone gathered at the edge of the deep crater. By then Vegeta had returned to his human form, but he was too severely injured, all his bones shattered, without even the strength to get up. He could only stare at the people above with eyes full of venom and resentment. Cough. Kill me. If you want. Vegeta's voice was hoarse and weak, but the pride ingrained in his bones remained undiminished. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I will never beg for mercy. Looking at this demon who had once made everyone feel despair, now reduced to this state, everyone had mixed feelings. This bastard, he wanted to kill everyone and sell the earth. Kellen clenched his fist, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. We absolutely cannot let him off. Yamcha also chimed in, right. Keeping such a demon is a disaster. Kill him now. Even Baek raised his hand, a purple beam of light gathering at his fingertip, and said coldly, although I wanted to defeat him myself, since he is already a waste, let me send him off. As he spoke, Baek was about to strike. Wait. Just then an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Wukong rushed forward, spreading his arms to block in front of Vegeta. Wukong, what are you doing? Kellen was shocked. Get out of the way. That guy was going to kill us. No. We can't kill him. Wukong looked at Vegeta behind him, his eyes revealing a pure and persistent longing. Why? Baek shouted angrily. Have you been beaten, stupid? Because he is strong. Wukong clenched his fist and said seriously, that battle just now, although I lost, I really enjoyed it. I still want to fight him again in the future. I want to rely on my own strength and win against him fair and square. Not by relying on my brother. Wukong turned to look at Sun Wuxiu, his eyes full of pleading. Brother, I know this request is willful, but please, spare him this once. I promise. Next time I will become stronger. Strong enough to defeat him alone. The whole scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Wukong as if he were crazy. To let a dangerous enemy go just for a future opponent. What kind of thinking is this? Wukong, are you crazy? Kellen jumped up and down in anxiety. What if he comes back to Earth to take revenge later? What if senior brother Wuxiu is not here next time? Then it will be my responsibility. Wukong said firmly. If I lose, it means my training is insufficient. Everyone fell silent. Although they thought Wukong was unreasonable, they all knew that if Wukong hadn't desperately bought time, they might have died long ago. In the end, everyone's gaze converged on Sun Wuxiu. He was the strongest here, and the one who had defeated Vegeta. This decision could only be made by him. Sun Wuxiu looked at his pleading younger brother, then at Vegeta in the pit, with a complicated expression. In fact, he had long expected Wukong to do this. This is Sun Wukong, a pure martial arts fanatic, a Saiyan who would do anything to pursue greater strength. Moreover, let him go. Sun Wuxiu spoke calmly. What? Kellen and Yamcha were shocked. Senior brother Wuxiu, even you. Do I also think Wukong is right? Sun Wuxiu shook his head and smiled. No, I think Wukong is an idiot. But Sun Wuxiu walked to the edge of the pit and looked down at Vegeta. There aren't many Saiyans left in the universe. Besides us brothers, there are only a few others, and this useless prince. Although he is a bastard and a villain, after all, we share the same blood. Sun Wuxiu's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Moreover, killing him serves no purpose. A dead prince is just a pile of rotten flesh. But if we let him live, perhaps in the future he might still bring us some surprises. There's no need to kill each other anymore. Hearing these words, Vegeta at the bottom of the pit suddenly widened his eyes full of disbelief. You? What did you say? Fellow clansmen, no need to slaughter each other. Vegeta felt his worldview was greatly shaken. In his understanding, Saiyans were cold-blooded fighting machines. Survival of the fittest was the only law. Comrades without value could be killed on a whim like Nappa, and defeated enemies must be utterly eradicated. But now, this fellow named Kashio, who clearly possessed overwhelming power, was talking about bloodline and surprise. Is this what they call earthling compassion? Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to stand, but fell back heavily. It's utterly disgusting. But, since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Vegeta's trembling hand pulled a remote control from his pocket. Beep. Not far away, the white spherical spaceship immediately flew over and landed beside the deep crater. Vegeta, using both hands and feet, like a wounded beast, arduously crawled into the ship. Just as the hatch was about to close, Vegeta turned his head, his blood-stained face revealing a chillingly sinister smile. Kashio and Kakarot, do you think sparing me is a display of the strong's magnanimity? Wrong. Completely wrong. You will regret this. You will certainly regret today's decision. Vegeta's voice became hoarse with agitation. Since you enjoy playing this compassion game so much, let me tell you a truly desperate piece of news. The Dragon Balls you mentioned, those orbs that can grant any wish. That information has already been transmitted entirely through my scout device. Wah. What? Kulalin's expression shifted slightly. Transmitted? To whom? Vegeta looked at their terrified faces of vengeful satisfaction spreading across his own. Frieza. He uttered the name that made the entire universe tremble. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. He has always craved immortality. Knowing his nature, he will never miss this opportunity. Once he learns of the Dragon Balls, he will surely head to that planet called Namek and seize the Dragon Balls there. Once he obtains eternal life, even the entire universe united will not be his match. By then, Vegeta stared at Sun Wushio, malice flashing in his eyes. He will definitely come to Earth. Because there are Saiyans here, beings that displease him. He will personally turn this planet along with all of you into cosmic dust. This is the price of your mercy. Ha ha. Amid the manic laughter. Bang. The hatch closed. The spaceship blasted off, carrying the Saiyan prince, filled with hatred and curses, disappearing into the boundless sky. This time there was no cheering, no rejoicing. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Fr. Frieza. Kulilin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Who is that? Sounds incredibly formidable. Emperor of the Universe. Picoro's expression also turned extremely grim. Just the title alone was enough to impose a heavy pressure. That guy. He probably wasn't lying. Wukong scratched his head, not fully understanding, but sensing the gravity of the situation. Brother, is that Frieza even stronger than Vegeta? Everyone turned to Sun Wushio. Sun Wushio had indeed mentioned that name before when he called Vegeta a wild dog. Stronger? Sun Wushio gazed at the sky, his eyes deepening. Far more than that. If Vegeta is a slightly sturdy wildcat, then Frieza is a true Tyrannosaurus. His battle power. Just as Sun Wushio was about to reveal the despairing number starting at 530, peaking at 120 million. Suddenly, hey, Wukong, Wushio, can you hear me? It's KO. A frantic cracking voice echoed in everyone's minds. It was Lord KO far away on KO's planet. Lord KO. Wukong was startled. What's wrong? You sound so flustered. No time for nonsense. KO's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Is what that Saiyan said true? Frieza? Frieza is really going to Namek. It should be true. Wukong said. We're doomed. Totally doomed. KO let out a despairing wail. If it's that guy, if it's that demon, you must not provoke him. Absolutely not. Even if Earth is destroyed, never provoke Frieza. Why, Lord KO? Wukong didn't understand. Is he that terrifying? Terrifying. That's not even the word for it. KO took a deep breath as if trying to calm himself. Listen, Wukong and Wushio. Although your current strength is considerable, even enough to defeat Vegeta, but before Frieza you are as fragile as newborn infants. He is the most evil, most powerful, and most brutal emperor in the universe. With just a flick of his finger he can destroy countless planets like Earth. Even the god of the North Galaxy must flee at the sight of him. So I command you, absolutely do not go to Namek. And do not try to stop him. That would be courting death. KO's warning struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Even a being like KO was so afraid. How powerful must he be? Fear spread. Kulilin and Yajirobe were already weak at the knees. However, amid the panic, Sun Wushio smiled. He was not intimidated by KO's warning, instead a glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Frieza? He murmured to himself. Finally the Namek arc is upon us. He turned to the terrified group, and then to Wukong, who looked bewildered, yet curious. Everyone, Sun Wuxiu clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Although Lord Ko said it's terrifying. But if we don't go to Namek, the Namekians, a race inherently pure in nature, now face extinction because of our Earthling's slip of the tongue. If we don't go to stop him, the Namekians will be killed, which I do not wish to see. Moreover, if Frisia obtains immortality, the universe is truly finished. So, Sun Wuxiu's gaze was as firm as iron. Namek is a must. Prepare yourselves. A new adventure is about to begin. On the wasteland where Vegeta had retreated, the scorching tension of the great battle still lingered in the air. Yet aside from King Kai's lament still echoing in their minds, a flame unlike any before had ignited in the hearts of all. You really intend to go? King Kai's voice was thick with the frustration of a mentor whose words fell on deaf ears. That's Frisia, a demon even the gods dare not gaze upon. You fools, why can't you listen to reason? Lord King Kai, thank you for your concern. Goku scratched his head, his face adorned with that infuriatingly innocent smile. But just thinking there's someone so powerful in the universe gets me so excited I can't sleep. If I don't fight him, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. You battle-crazed wild monkey. King Kai was left speechless. I'm going to. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, his white cape flapping in the wind. His gaze pierced the distant stars, a longing for his roots shining in his eyes. That is my homeworld. Now that I know my people are there, I cannot stand by and watch them be slaughtered. And Piccolo sneered. If I don't seize this chance to grow stronger, how can I ever kill that Saiyan prince and defeat you, Son Goku? Anytime. Goku grinned. Krillin and Gohan, though still fearful, nodded, firmly swept up by the fiery atmosphere. Since everyone's going, I can't be left behind. Krillin clenched his fist. To protect Earth. Watching these naive souls, Sun Wuxiu nodded approvingly. This was how a Z fighter should be. Since we've all decided, we depart in 3 days, Sun Wuxiu declared. Dr. Briefs has nearly finished modifying the spaceship. These 3 days, go home and rest, prepare your belongings. Especially Gohan. Sun Wuxiu glanced at his young nephew, who though only 5 already wore a determined expression. You still have to get past your mother. At the word mother, Gohan, who had just dared to fight Raditz, shrank back, his small face etched with terror. Mount Pausa, the Sun household. What a going away again. Into space. Chi-Chi's shriek was more piercing than Frisia's death beam rattling the window panes. No, absolutely not. Hands on her hips, she stood like a protective hen before Gohan, glaring at the embarrassed Goku and the smiling Sun Wuxiu. Gohan is only 5. He was already taken away by that green-skinned monster last year and suffered so much. He barely made it back, and now you want to take him to some Namek to fight aliens. This is child abuse. I'll sue you. Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she looked at Gohan's little hands, still scarred though healed. Traces remained, her heart aching. Gohan is going to be a scholar. He's going to college. How can he waste his time with you barbarians? Goku scratched his head in frustration. But Chi-Chi, Gohan is really strong, and this trip is too. Shut up. Only studying is the right path. Chi-Chi wouldn't listen. Just as the situation was about to deadlock, Sun Wuxiu cleared his throat and stepped forward. Ahem, Chi-Chi, calm down a moment. Let me say a few words. Seeing Sun Wuxiu, Chi-Chi's attitude softened slightly. After all, this elder brother was the family's benefactor and always spoke sense. Big brother, you tell me. Isn't this too outrageous? Chi-Chi wiped her tears. Indeed, sending a 5-year-old to war sounds quite absurd. Sun Wuxiu nodded in agreement. But Chi-Chi, let's look at it from a different angle. A different angle? Yes. He pulled up a chair, his expression turning serious and earnest like an education expert mapping out a future. Chi-Chi, you want Gohan to become a scholar. That's fine. But what kind of scholar is the best? Is it the kind who only buries himself in books, never leaving home, a bookworm? Or the kind who is well-traveled, has rich experiences, and has even seen alien civilizations firsthand? A true polymath. Chi-Chi hesitated. Well, Sun Wuxiu pressed his advantage, going into persuasive mode. Think about it. Kids nowadays face so much competition. When Gohan applies to college or jobs, the interviewer asks, where did you travel as a child? Other kids say, I went to West City Amusement Park. I went to the beach. Then Gohan casually says, oh, nothing much. When I was 5, I just took a spaceship to Namek, studied the alien ecology, and learned a foreign language, Namekian. Sun Wuxiu imitated a humble brag tone, spreading his hands. See the difference in class and vision. It's instantly elevated. This isn't going to war. It's winning at the starting line, an interstellar study tour. Think about it. How many kids on Earth get such an opportunity? This is a glittering achievement on a resume that blinds interviewers. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, a golden glow brighter than a Super Saiyan. Interstellar study tour. Chi-Chi murmured, her mind already picturing Gohan in a doctoral gown accepting an award with the vast cosmos behind him. That actually makes a lot of sense. Chi-Chi clapped her hands, her anger vanishing, replaced by a fervent hope for her son's success. Exactly. Modern education emphasizes practice. Reading 1,000 books is not as good as traveling 1,000 miles. Gohan is traveling 1,000,000 light years. This is so cutting edge. Go. You must go. Chi-Chi grabbed Gohan's shoulders, fire burning in her eyes. Gohan, when you get to Namek, observe carefully, record everything. Write a Namek spring study tour diary of at least 10,000 words when you come back. You hear me, eh? Gohan. Goku. And so thanks to Sun Wuxiu's dazzling educational theory, the most difficult Chi-Chi not only gave her blessing, but even packed a large bag of notebooks and pencils for Gohan that very night. Then, as in the original story, she gave Gohan a bowl cut. She said it was to leave a good impression on the Namekians. 3 days later, at West City Launch Pad 1 of Capsule Corporation, a colossal silver-white spaceship brimming with a sense of sci-fi wonder stood silently on the launch pad. This spacecraft was a modified version of the Namekian vessel that Kami had brought to Earth eons ago, now integrated with Dr. Brief's most cutting-edge space-folding technology and gravity control systems. Wow, it's enormous. Goku circled the ship several times, his excitement as boundless as a child's. Dr. Brief, a pipe clamped between his teeth and a remote control in hand, announced with palpable pride, "This spaceship is my magnum opus. The interior is incredibly spacious, and I've divided it into several sections according to Sun Wuxiu's specifications. There's the living quarters, the rest area, and the cockpit. Nothing special there. But the most important part, the training area." The doctor pressed a button, and a holographic structural diagram materialized on the side of the ship. "Here, training room No. 1 with a maximum gravity of 100 times is for you, Goku. And here, training room No. 2, with gravity ranging from 10 to 20 times, is perfect for Gohan and Krillin to get acclimated. Furthermore, the ship is equipped with a state-of-the-art auto repair system and a fully automated kitchen. Just put in the ingredients and it can cook anything you desire." Amazing. Goku and Gohan's eyes sparkled. For Saiyans, having food and training was pure paradise. The group boarded one by one. Piccolo, still as aloof as ever, claimed a corner of the ship for himself. Krillin and Gohan, on the other hand, excitedly explored every nook and cranny. Just as the hatch was about to seal shut, Sun Wuxiu approached, carrying a heavy sack. "Catch." He tossed the bag to Krillin, who caught it and opened it only to gasp in astonishment. These are all Senzu beans." The bag was full, at least 100 beans. "I cleaned out Karin's entire stock," Sun Wuxiu said with a smile. "Use them sparingly, don't treat them like snacks. These beans can save your life in a pinch." "Don't worry, senior brother." Krillin stowed the bag away as if it were a priceless treasure. "All right, time's almost up." Sun Wuxiu stepped back a few paces, gazing at the group standing at the hatch. Suddenly Goku realized something and asked, "Hey brother, aren't you coming aboard?" The others were equally stunned. "Yeah, Wuxiu, if you don't go, they might not stand a chance against Frieza." Bulma was also puzzled. "I'm not going with you on the spaceship." "I'm not going with you on the spaceship." Sun Wuxiu waved his hand, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. "Why? Aren't you coming to Namek?" Gohan asked. "I am, of course I am." Sun Wuxiu pointed at the sky. "But taking a spaceship is too slow. It would take a whole month. I have a faster way." "A faster way?" Everyone was bewildered. Was there really a method faster than a superluminal spaceship? "Never mind that. You all set off first." Sun Wuxiu offered no explanation. "By the time you land on Namek, you might just see me there. Take care on the road, especially you, Goku. Don't dismantle the ship." Though filled with doubts, they trusted Sun Wuxiu and nodded. "Then, we'll wait for you on Namek, big brother." Goku waved. "Take care on the road, especially you, Goku. Don't dismantle the ship." Though filled with doubts, they trusted Sun Wuxiu and nodded. "Then, we'll wait for you on Namek, big brother." Goku waved. Rumble. The hatch sealed shut. The colossal engines spewed blue flames, and the ship rose slowly on its anti-gravity system, then abruptly accelerated, streaking through the atmosphere as a brilliant beam of light, vanishing into the boundless cosmos. After sending off the main group, Sun Wuxiu's smile gradually faded. "All right, they're all on their way." He turned to Bulma beside him. "Bulma, is everything ready?" "Yeah, it's all here." Bulma led Sun Wuxiu to the underground vault of Capsule Corporation. In the center of the vault, 7 orange Dragon Balls lay quietly on pedestals, radiating a faint glow. They had gathered them again over the past year using the Dragon Radar. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." Without further ado, Sun Wuxiu recited the incantation. Boom. The familiar scene replayed. The sky over West City turned pitch black in an instant. Golden lightning rent the heavens, and the majestic green Shenron coiled and wound above Capsule Corporation. "O you who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever your desire, I can fulfill it, but only one." Shenron's voice was deep and resonant. Sun Wuxiu looked up, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Shenron. This wish had been carefully pondered. Though his battle power was already formidable, the most troublesome aspect of traversing the cosmos was travel time. Goku's instant transmission was handy, but it required a key signature as a beacon. If he went to a planet without life, or if the target concealed their key, it was useless. However, the instantaneous movement of the Kaioshin's servant Kibito was a true divine technique. Without needing key, he could go anywhere in the universe simply by setting a destination, even entering special realms like the Kaioshin realm. "Shenron," Sun Wuxiu shouted. My wish is, grant me the instantaneous movement ability like that of the Kaishin's servant Kibito. One that can ignore distance and space, allowing me to go anywhere I desire. Shinron fell silent. Its crimson eyes flickered, as if assessing the feasibility of the wish. After a long pause, Shinron spoke slowly. This wish I cannot fully grant. That ability pertains to divine laws of a higher dimension beyond my power. I thought so. Sun Wuxiu was somewhat disappointed knowing Earth's Shinron had its limits. However, Shinron shifted its tone. Though I cannot bestow upon you that divine skill that utterly defies rules, I can, based on your existing potential, grant you an evolved version of instant transmission that surpasses that of the Yardratians. Oh, Sun Wuxiu's eyes lit up. How is it evolved, eh? Shinron explained. First, it retains the original function of sensing ki. You can travel to any place with life energy. Second, for places you have visited, you can leave a spatial coordinate, and even without ki you can move there directly. This is my limit. Sun Wuxiu listened, and a satisfied smile curved at the corner of his mouth. This was more than enough. Though not as broken as Kibito's, this was a perfect upgrade of Goku's version of instant transmission. With the ability to fly wherever one had been and sense ki to travel, there was nowhere in this vast universe that could not be reached. Excellent. That shall be my wish. As you wish. The dragon's eyes flashed with crimson light. VVVVV. Sun Wuxiu felt a sudden strange stream of information flood his mind, as if a door to a new world had been thrown open. The very fabric of space became pliable before his eyes, riddled with countless folding nodes. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon dissolved into light, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned back to stone soaring into the distance. Well, did it work? Bulma asked curiously. I'll just try it and see. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes, resting 2 fingers gently against his forehead. He searched his mind for that familiar aura now departing. Found it. There aboard a spaceship hurtling through the upper atmosphere, he detected Goku's vast and vigorous ki. Schwupp. Sun Wuxiu's figure vanished instantly. Outside the atmosphere, inside the spaceship, Goku was gleefully bouncing around in the gravity room, while Krillin and Gohan explored the kitchen. Suddenly, Yo, looks like you're adjusting well. A familiar voice rang out behind them. Voila. Krillin panicked, hurling his drink aside. Goku whipped around, his eyes bulging. Brother. Sun Wuxiu stood there calmly, an apple in hand. The same one he'd grabbed from the secret room, taking a crisp bite. How did you get up here? Piccolo was stunned as well. We're in outer space, and this ship is traveling near the speed of light. This is my new ability. Sun Wuxiu smiled, tapping his forehead. Instant transmission. Wherever you go, no matter how far, I can reach you in an instant. That's so unfair. Goku drooled with envy. I want to learn that. It's way more convenient than the flying Nimbus. I'll teach you sometime. Sun Wuxiu patted Goku on the shoulder. Anyway, I just came to say hi and test the skill. You guys keep flying. I'm gonna go back and sleep in. I'll come visit once you reach Namek. And with that, schwupp. Sun Wuxiu disappeared as suddenly as he had arrived, leaving the crew aboard the ship staring at each other in utter disbelief. This is crushing. Krillin whined. We've got to suffer through a month-long spaceship ride, and he can just go home and sleep whenever. That's the gap between us. Yamcha sighed. Only Goku's eyes blazed with even fiercer determination. My brother really is the strongest. I need to work harder too. I can't fall too far behind. Earth Capsule Corporation's secret room. Schwupp. Sun Wuxiu reappeared. Whoa, it actually worked. Bulma covered her mouth in astonishment at his sudden appearance. Yep, perfect. Sun Wuxiu glanced at his watch. Less than a minute round trip. Now getting to Namek is just a thought away. He wrapped an arm around Bulma's waist and walked out of the secret room. Consider this a month's vacation for us. The Real show begins once they arrive at Namek. Sun Wuxiu gazed out the window at the starry expanse where a war for cosmic supremacy was brewing. 1 month later, deep in the vast cosmos, a silver-white spaceship streaked through the sea of stars at speeds unfathomable. Inside the vessel, gravity training room, Zone 1. Beep, beep, beep. Red alert lights flashed frantically as the display locked onto 100x gravity. But that wasn't the main event. The true spectacle was a near-suicidal frenzied training session occurring in an environment that would break even elite warriors. 2 figures, one tall, one small, clashed midair. Sun Wukong fought bare-chested, his muscles like forged steel, every punch unleashing sonic booms. Opposite him was none other than 5-year-old Sun Wufan. The young boy's eyes were fierce, his movements razor-sharp, no trace of a child's hesitation. Bang! Wukong's heavy fist slammed into Wufan's abdomen, sending him crashing into the reinforced alloy floor and carving a deep crater. Puffed. Wufan vomited blood, his ki collapsing to its nadir on the verge of collapse. In the past, Krillin would have screamed and rushed to save him. But now Krillin simply sat nearby, chewing snacks from a bag of senzu beans with a completely numb expression, barely suppressing a yawn. Here, Krillin tossed a senzu bean lazily. The near-dead Wufan barely caught it and shoved it into his mouth. Crunch. The next moment, boom. A far more powerful surge of ki erupted from Wufan's body. He sprang from the crater wounds, healed his combat power, leaping even higher. Again, father! Wufan roared, charging forward once more. Alright. Wukong met him with equal fervor. In the corner, Piccolo sat cross-legged, veins bulging on his forehead, his usually cold face etched with existential dread. These two monsters. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Over this past month, he had witnessed firsthand what Saiyan cheat codes truly meant. At first, the gap between him and Wukong was noticeable, but not despairing. But since boarding the ship and receiving those 100 Senzu beans from Sun Wuxiu, it had become a living nightmare. This Saiyan father-son duo had turned grow stronger after near death, from a passive skill into their daily leveling method. Every day was the same cycle: beat each other half to death, eat beans, revive, double their power, repeat endlessly. It was like exploiting a bug. Is this really how those 100 Senzu beans are meant to be used? Tian Xinhan wiped cold sweat from his brow. This is too broken. How are we supposed to catch up? Finally, the ship's intercom crackled to life with Dr. Brief's preset automated announcement. Attention passengers, we will be arriving at Namek shortly. Please prepare for landing. Phew. Wukong exhaled deeply, ceasing his movements. Wiping sweat from his brow, feeling the oceanic power surging within him, a confident smirk spread across his lips. We're finally here. Wukong. Krillin cautiously approached, holding Bulma's homemade rudimentary scouter. Could you let me scan your current base battle power? Sure. Wukong relaxed his body, suppressing his aura. Beep beep beep. The numbers on the scouter began spinning wildly before settling on a figure that made Krillin's eyeballs nearly pop out. 500000. F. 50,000. Krillin let out a piercing scream. Base form 50,000. Then what if you use the Kaioken? Hell, with my current physical strength, I could probably push the Kaioken to 10 times its power. Wukong said casually. 10 times. That would be 5 million. Yamcha's eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted. A month ago, they had still been despairing over that Vegeta with a power level of 18,000. A month later, Wukong's base combat power alone could crush 20 Vegetas with one hand. Was this even human? As expected of a Saiyan. Piccolo took a deep breath. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to admit defeat. He had trained desperately for a month, yet his combat power had only reached around 50,000, which was already astonishing considering Nappa was merely 42,000. But compared to Wukong, it was nothing more than a firefly beside the moon. Alright, prepare to land. Namek. This was a peculiar planet with 3 suns where night never fell. The sky bore an eerie green hue, and the earth was covered in blue grass full of exotic charm. Rumble. A silvery white spaceship touched down on a vast plain. The hatch opened, and the group filed out. Is this my homeland? Piccolo stepped onto this land, feeling the familiar energy in the air, as if something deep within his soul had been stirred. What a strange feeling. The air here makes one feel so comfortable. Gohan looked around curiously. Don't let your guard down. Wukong's expression suddenly turned serious. I sense several evil auras, and they're extremely powerful, especially in that direction. Wukong pointed toward the distance. One aura is simply unfathomable, like an endless abyss. That must be Frisia. This aura is indeed terrifying. Piccolo also frowned. Even from this distance, the oppressive presence still makes one uncomfortable. Regardless, let's find the Dragon Balls first. Krillin took out the Dragon Radar and pressed the switch. Beep beep beep. Several dots immediately appeared on the screen. Got them. And look, Krillin pointed to 3 clusters of lights gathered together on the screen. There are 3 Dragon Balls together over there, and they're moving. That's Frisia's direction. Wukong said grimly. Looks like that guy has already collected 3. Then what do we do? Yamcha asked. Should we just go snatch them? No, hold on. Wukong shook his head. Although I've grown much stronger now, Lord Kaioken said that Frisia can transform, and his true strength is unfathomable. Until we understand his full capabilities, we shouldn't engage him head-on. Our goal is to prevent him from making his wish. As long as we can find and hide a Dragon Ball first, he won't be able to do anything. Good idea. Everyone nodded. The radar showed that the nearest Dragon Ball was in a village not far from them. Let's go. Full speed ahead. Namek, a certain village. At this moment, it was suffering total devastation. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or we'll kill you all. A group of alien soldiers in combat uniforms was surrounding a group of defenseless Namekians. Leading them was a pink-skinned, spiky-fleshed fat man, Dodoria. He was one of Frisia's trusted lieutenants with a combat power of 22,000. We will never yield. The Namekian elder protected the children behind him, though afraid his eyes were resolute. You seek death. Dodoria sneered and raised his hand to fire a ki blast. Just then, stop. A furious roar fell from the sky. Who's there? Dodoria was startled and looked up. He saw several figures in strange martial arts uniforms descend from the air, standing before the Namekians. Oh, I didn't expect other visitors here. Dodoria pressed his scouter and then wore a contemptuous smile. Power level 5,000. 3,000. A bunch of trash. He hadn't scanned Wukong because Wukong habitually concealed his aura, appearing as weak as someone with a power level of 5. Trash. Krillin rubbed his bald head and smiled. In the past I might have been terrified hearing that. But now, Gohan, how about you take this fat guy for practice? Krillin turned to Gohan beside him. Alright. Gohan stepped forward, his aura erupting instantly. What a... Dodoria's scouter suddenly went into alarm. Power level. Over 40,000. Impossible. A mere child. Magic flash. Gohan didn't give him time to react. With both hands raised above his head, a brilliant yellow beam shot forth. No. Dodoria screamed in terror, trying to dodge, but it was far too fast. Boom. The beam instantly engulfed Dodoria's massive frame, reducing him to a charred blackened mass, with smoke pouring from his mouth. Gohan had held back, otherwise not even remnants would remain. How could he possibly still be alive? Instant kill. The surrounding Frieza soldiers were all stunned. That was Lord Dodoria, Frieza's right hand. How could he be taken down in a single strike by a mere child? Quick, run away. The remaining soldiers turned to flee. Leave none alive. Piccolo said coldly. Swish, swish, swish. Several finger beams shot out, and those soldiers fell dead instantly. For invaders, the Z warriors showed no mercy. The battle ended so quickly that the Namekian elder hadn't even had time to react. Thank you, honorable saviors, for rescuing us. The elder led the surviving villagers to their knees in gratitude. Among them a small Namekian in white robes. Dan looked at Gohan with worshipful eyes. No need for thanks. We are friends from Earth. Wukong smiled and helped the elder rise. Actually, we're also here searching for the Dragon Balls, but our purpose is to stop Frieza. After further communication, upon learning that Piccolo was also a Namekian, the elder completely dropped his guard and handed over the village's Dragon Ball. By the way, honorable ones. As everyone prepared to leave, Dend suddenly grabbed Gohan's sleeve. Although I can see you're all quite strong, that King Frieza is even more terrifying. If you wish to grow stronger, I can take you to meet the Grand Elder. Grand Elder? Everyone was startled. Yes, Den said earnestly. The Grand Elder is the oldest and wisest among our Namekians. He possesses a special ability that can awaken the hidden potential within a person's body. Awaken potential. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Really? Is such a thing possible? Hurry, take us there now. Atop the tallest stone pillar on Namek, inside a massive house of peculiar design, the elder, colossal in stature and seated upon his throne, slowly opened his weary eyes. Friends who have traveled from afar, I can sense the light of justice within your hearts. The elder's voice was aged and frail, yet carried an air of worldly wisdom. And, my child, the elder gazed at Piccolo, his eyes brimming with affection. Though your heart was once stained dark, I can sense that you now walk the path of redemption. You are descended from Kadais, the genius of our people, are you not? Yes, elder. Piccolo turned his face away. Though sparing with words, a flicker of emotion stirred within his eyes. Time is short. Frieza, that demon approaches. The elder extended his enormous hand. Come, children. Let me awaken the sleeping power within you. The first to step forward was Kuririn. HNNNG. The elder placed his hand upon Kuririn's bald head. Seconds later, voila! Kuririn felt as though a volcano had erupted within his body. His combat power, once merely 10,000, skyrocketed in an instant. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 75,000. Kuririn's aura surged several times its original strength. Good heavens! Am I this strong now? Kuririn looked at his own hands, nearly moved to tears by the surge of power. 75,000 combat power. On Earth during the Great Battle, this would have been enough to pin Vegeta in his great ape form beneath his fists 100 times over. Next was Gohan. As a Saiyan human hybrid, Gohan's potential seemed bottomless. Guided by the elder, his combat power shattered past the 200,000 mark and continued to climb. What terrifying potential! Even the elder showed a flicker of surprise. Then came Piccolo. As one of their own kind, the elder offered not only the unlocking of his potential, but some deeper spiritual guidance. Piccolo's combat power also surged into the hundreds of thousands. Finally, it was Goku's turn. Approaching the elder, Goku bowed respectfully. Please, elder, grant me your blessing. The elder regarded Goku, a hint of astonishment flashing across his features. Science. What an extraordinary race. Within your body lies power so formidable that even the gods would tremble. Furthermore, you have already tempered your physique to such perfection. Very well. Let us see where your true limits lie. The elder's hand gently settled upon Goku's iconic spiky hair. Boom. In that instant, the entire house of the elder shook violently. A golden aura exploded uncontrollably from Goku's body. A storm of pure, unadulterated energy. This key. Kuririn and Gohan were blown about, barely able to stay on their feet. Piccolo stared at Goku, his eyes nearly popping from his head. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. The pressure continued to rise madly. Goku's base combat power of 500,000 became like a breached dam. Guided by the elder, every hidden reserve of energy within each of his cells was drawn forth. These were the foundations he had accumulated through countless battles and rigorous training. The physique forged through 1,000 refinements of Kaioken. At last, as the golden aura gradually stabilized and receded back into Goku's body, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had grown unfathomably deep. With every movement, it seemed even space itself responded to his will. Phew. Goku exhaled a breath of white vapor and clenched his fist. So this is the power I wield now, eh? He did not need to check a scouter. He could sense the approximate value with ease. Base form. 3 million. That number corresponded precisely to the power Goku reached in the original timeline after innumerable life and death battles, and after recovering in the healing tank on Namek, when facing Frieza in his final form. And now, having merely arrived on Namek and received a single awakening of potential, he had already attained that very realm. 3 million. Piccolo, blessed with special sensing ability, could vaguely perceive the intensity radiating from Goku. The number filled him with despair, yet also an unprecedented sense of security. With this power, Goku gazed into the distance toward where Frieza's ship lay. Fire burned in his eyes like never before. Frieza, do I not now have the right to fight you properly? Everyone. Goku turned to face his companions reborn through the Elder's power and wore a confident smile. Since we are all this strong now, there is no need to hide anymore. Let's go. We'll gather the remaining Dragon Balls, and then confront Frieza head-on. Huzzah! The group cheered in unison, their morale soaring. Armed with this power, they were no longer a ragtag band forced to flee. They had become a third faction capable of shaking the very foundation of Namek itself. Meanwhile, far away on Earth within the gardens of Capsule Corporation in West City, the afternoon sun shone warmly, a gentle breeze whispered through the flower beds carrying sweet fragrance. Goku Shu here, try this black tea, it is a new variety. Bulma, draped in an elegant gown, handed a steaming cup across to the man opposite her. Sun Wukong, Shu took the teacup, sipped delicately, and a contented expression spread across his face. Excellent. Very fragrant. Won't you be going over there? Bulma rested her chin on one hand, gazing at Sun Wukong Shu. According to your description, the energy signatures of Goku and the others surged suddenly, just now. Especially Goku, who seems frightfully powerful. Now that they have grown this strong, the battle there must begin soon. No. There is no hurry. Sun Wukong Shu set down his teacup and picked up an exquisite little biscuit, taking a leisurely bite. Goku is formidable in his base form now, but still falls short of forcing Frieza into his final form. And moreover, Sun Wukong Shu's gaze drifted toward the vast blue sky as though piercing through the boundless stars. Only when Goku truly clashes with Frieza's forces, when their ki collides, will that coordinate become clearest. At that moment, a single thought of mine will transport me instantly to the battlefield. Until then, Sun Wukong Shu smiled, pouring more tea for Bulma. It is far more important to enjoy this afternoon tea with my dear wife. Bulma blushed, sweetness blooming in her heart. Smooth talker. Namek. The situation was undergoing radical transformation. Within Frieza's spaceship. What a... Dorito the fool has lost contact. Seated upon his hovering chair, Frieza crushed his scouter to dust, his expression dark and terrifying. Zabo. What a Vegeta. Vegeta, that traitor, appears to have also arrived on Namek. He is snatching Dragon Balls everywhere, and just recently ambushed one of our outposts. Standing nearby, Zarbin reported respectfully. That wild monkey. Felisa sneered. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Send the order, have the Jinyu Special Forces come immediately. Bring the latest scouter. Yes, Lord Felisa. However, besides these three factions, outside the atmosphere of the Namek planet, a massive, more menacing, deep purple spaceship with a more ferocious design was slowly entering orbit. On the bridge of the spaceship, a tall cosmic being whose appearance closely resembled Felisa's final form, with eyes that were even colder and more profound, was gazing through the porthole at the green planet below. He swirled a glass of crimson liquid, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. That fool Felisa. I heard he's been running around in a frenzy for a few orbs here. He hasn't even cleaned up the remnants of the Saiyan. It seems I, as his older brother, have to clean up his mess. Gula. Felisa's biological older brother. This powerful being, who should not have appeared at this point in time, descended with a despair even more terrifying than Felisa's. On the Namek planet, three suns hung high in the sky, illuminating this green alien land without a single shadow. However, beneath this bright surface, an undercurrent was surging fiercely, near a clear lake hundreds of kilometers from the Great Elder's residence. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere. Two figures burst out of the water and landed on the grassy shore. It was young Sun Wufan, wearing the Demon Clan's training uniform, and Kellen, wearing the Turtle School uniform. Kellen was holding tightly a large Dragon Ball that glowed with orange light. Phew. That was close. Kellen wiped the water from his face and glanced into the distance with lingering fear. It's a good thing that Vegeta hid the Dragon Ball in the water, and without a dragon radar we would definitely have been discovered. With our current strength, Sun Wufan and I can handle him in a fight, but if we attract Felisa, that wouldn't be good. Uncle Kellen, let's go quickly. Sun Wukong warily sensed the surroundings. I can feel Vegeta's energy moving this way. He might have discovered the Dragon Ball is missing. Okay, let's go find Sun Wukong and Bike. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi should already be on their way. The two didn't linger. They erupted with aura, transforming into two streaks of light that flew low to the ground and quickly disappeared into the horizon. A few minutes later, boom! A purple figure crashed down like a meteor onto the lakeside, stomping a huge crater into the ground. Vegeta. At this moment he no longer had the calmness he had when he first arrived on the Namek planet. His white battle suit was covered in dust, and his face was filled with furious rage. He rushed to the lake, looked at the lake bed where the water had been blasted away by his earlier aura. It was empty, and his eyes almost popped out. Gone. Gone. The Dragon Ball the prince painstakingly hid here is missing. Aop. Who is it? Was it Phyllis's people? Or those earth rats? Vegeta roared to the sky, the terrifying air waves completely evaporating the lake water. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. During this time, relying on the Saiyan trait of revival after near death after being crippled by a punch from Sun Wuxiu, he recovered his battle power, skyrocketed from 180 to around 300. He had thought he could now act arrogantly, and even had a chance to steal the Dragon Balls by trickery, and after wishing for immortality, he would wait until he was strong enough then challenge Phylisa. But as a result, the Dragon Ball was lost. Wait. Vegeta forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes, and clumsily used the key sensing technique he had just learned. This energy is moving in the direction of Phyllis's spaceship. And there are several other energies. Kakaluot, that Namek Hexingren, and that three-eyed one. They've actually gathered together, and they're all heading toward Phylisa. Vegeta's face flickered with uncertainty. These fools, are they going to get themselves killed? Or, although he was extremely unwilling for the Dragon Balls and for immortality, he had no choice. Perfect. Let them fight it out with that monster Phylisa until both sides are weakened, and then the prince will reap the benefits. Having made up his mind, Vegeta suppressed his energy and like a sinister vulture quietly followed behind. Phyllis's spaceship landing site. This was an open plain. The huge circular spaceship stood in the center like a steel fortress. Beep, beep, beep. Lord Phylisa, the scouter is reacting. Outside the ship, a surviving soldier ran over in panic holding a scouter. There are several people with battle power over 10,000. They're approaching fast. Oh. Sitting in his floating hover chair, Phylisa swirled a glass of red wine, his pink tail lightly tapping the ground. Battle reactions over 10,000. That means Dragon Balls are coming to me. Phylisa took an elegant sip of wine, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Quite a good service attitude. I was a bit troubled by the death of Duoduolia, but now it seems I've saved myself a lot of effort. Lord, the battle power readings of the incoming people are very high. The soldier looked at the scouter, his voice trembling. Especially the one leading them. The reading keeps jumping. No, the scouter exploded. Bang! The scouter emitted a puff of black smoke. Alarmist. Phylisa snorted coldly. Just a bunch of wild monkeys with some brute force. At that moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 figures descended from the sky and landed heavily on the rocks 50 meters in front of Phylisa. Dust flew. Sun Wukong Bike, Sun Wufan Kellen Tianjin, Fan Yamucha Jiaozi. All the warriors assembled except Sun Wuxiu. And on the ground behind them, 3 large Namek Dragon Balls were neatly placed. Phylisa had collected 4, Sun Wukong, and the others had originally collected 2, plus the one stolen from Vegeta. Hey, are you the guy named Phylisa? Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips, looking curiously at the small figure sitting in the baby carriage. You look quite unique, and your energy is indeed very strong. Very strong. Sun Wukong's eyes held no fear, only excitement at meeting a powerful enemy. How dare you? You have no respect for Lord Phylisa. The nearby soldier raised his gun to shoot. Shut up. Phylisa raised a single finger, and the soldier immediately shut up and stepped aside. Phylisa controlled his floating chair to slowly drift forward, his blood-red eyes scanning the group, finally resting on the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. Oh ho ho. Truly a touching scene. A few ants who know not death, yet they have brought before me the Dragon Balls that even I could not gather. To express my gratitude for your loyalty, I shall consider granting you a slightly more merciful death. Giving them to you. Piccolo sneered, shedding his weighted cloak. You flatter yourself too much. We brought the Dragon Balls here to make a wish before you, to let you witness the shattering of your ambitions. Oh, Frieza narrowed his eyes. Interesting. With just you lot. Just as the tension between the two sides reached its peak on the verge of an all-out battle. Behind a massive rock in the distance, Vegeta held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Sweat dripped from his forehead like beads from a broken string. This is impossible. Vegeta's hands trembled. A physiological reaction to extreme shock. Just moments ago when Sun Wukong and the others landed, he had sensed that aura. Though not fully unleashed, it was as vast and unfathomable as an ocean. Kakarot. That low-class warrior. Even though he's not fighting now, I can feel the energy within him. An abyss. A month ago when he was on Earth his base form was only 10,000. Why now? I feel like he could crush me with a single finger. This gap was no longer a matter of a few times. It was a chasm of tens hundreds of times. Not just Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Piccolo Gohan, and even the three-eyed Tenshinhan. That Namekian's combat power has skyrocketed to the level of hundreds of thousands. And that brat. Is he really Kakarot's son? Even those Baldies and the three-eyed one. Their power exceeds mine now. What the hell did these bastards eat? Vegeta's teeth ground with jealousy, his nails digging deep into the rock. He felt his title of Saiyan Prince was nothing but a joke. At the center of the battlefield, Frieza paid little heed to Wukong and his group. In his eyes, no matter how high their combat power, they could never surpass him. Since you're so eager to die, then I shall. Frieza was about to strike. Suddenly, a strange whistling sound came from the sky. It was the sound of a high-tech spacecraft breaking the sound barrier. My. Frieza paused, a hint of delight flashing across his face. Ho ho ho. It seems my trump card has finally arrived. Everyone looked up. 5 white spherical spaceships arranged in a perfect pentagon formation descended from the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous crashes. The ships landed in a neat line on the empty ground behind Frieza. The hatches opened simultaneously. Those are. Kirin swallowed. New enemies. Wukong squinted and said, these 5 auras. None are weak. Especially the one in the middle. The dust cleared. 5 figures of varying builds clad in peculiar battle suits leaped out of the ships. They did not launch an immediate attack, but began flipping and posing in midair with an extremely bizarre, embarrassingly synchronized rhythm. Rikumo. A red-haired giant struck a bodybuilding pose, Bardo. A tall blue-skinned man struck a speed pose, Jis. A red-skinned white-haired man struck a cool pose, Gudo. A short fat green toad struck a constipated pose. Finally, the captain in the middle, purple-skinned with a horn on his head. Jinyu. He struck the most difficult pose, arms crossed, one leg raised. The 5 merged, their backgrounds seemingly exploding with special effects and BGM. We are the universe's strongest elite. The Jinyu Force. Silence. Dead silence. The originally grim battlefield atmosphere shattered completely. An awkward cold wind swept by, carrying a few withered leaves. Son Wukong across from them stood with his mouth agape, his expression frozen, as if his brain had short-circuited. What? What are they doing? Wukong asked Piccolo blankly. Piccolo's green face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, veins bulging on his forehead. Don't ask me. I don't know these lunatics. Tenshinhan's 3 eyes narrowed, a look of pure agony on his face. Such enemies. Are they really okay? It feels like they'll drag down our IQ. Kaiatsu, hiding behind Tenshinhan, whispered, Tien, that short one's pose is so ugly. Even Vegeta, who had been lurking in the shadows, couldn't help but cover his face, feeling embarrassed for the Frieza Force. These idiots. Same as always. And the most embarrassed of all was Frieza himself. The Emperor of the Universe, sitting on his hover chair, his pale face visibly flushed red. He held his forehead with one hand, as if restraining himself, his tail twitching in irritation. Most impressive, Captain Jinyu. Frieza's voice, though still elegant, carried a hint of gritted teeth. I know you are full of spirit, but we are on a battlefield. Could you restrain yourselves a little? Frieza swore that if these guys weren't so capable in combat, and he had no one else to rely on, he would blow them all to smithereens right then and there. So embarrassing. It lowered the average coolness of the Frieza Force. Yes, Lord Frieza. Captain Jinyu immediately dropped his pose, snapped a salute, and wore a serious expression. So these are the enemies who stole the Dragon Balls. They don't look like much. However, just as everyone was feeling baffled, or even disdainful toward this bizarre group, there was one exception, son Gohan. Though Gohan maintained his battle alertness on the surface, his clear, wide eyes glimmered with a strange light. He stared intently at every move, every stance of the Jinyu Force, even the angle of their fingers, observing with meticulous detail. That red-haired big guy's pose. It seems so powerful. The blue speed type pose has smooth lines. Especially the captain's pose. Though it looks strange, there's an inexplicable coolness to it. Something awakened in Gohan's heart. It was the soul of the Saiyan Superman, the middle school spirit which had been pierced by the key of the Jinyu Force, pried open a crack. If I could also design my own entrance pose someday. Gohan's small hand secretly gestured beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fortunately, the nearby Piccolo did not notice this scene. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Frieza, unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, coldly issued the command. Jinyu, the Dragon Balls are over there. Your mission is to collect them, and then... Frieza pointed at Wukong and the others. Clean up this trash. As you command, Great King. The 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces instantly scattered, surrounding Wukong and the others. Let's play a game. Captain Jinyu took out a rock-paper-scissors device. Rock-paper-scissors decides who kills whom. How about that? No problem. I want those 2 little ones, Krillin and Gohan. Guldo drooled as he looked at Krillin. That 3-eyed one is mine. Jeez flicked his white hair. That pretty boy Kaiatsu is mine. Rikum pointed at Kaiatsu. Watching these guys who completely disregarded them, Wukong sighed helplessly and cracked his neck. It seems we have no choice but to fight. But that's fine. Wukong looked at Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu beside him. Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu. Wukong said in a low voice. These 5 guys are not weak, especially that captain. But this is also a good opportunity to test the results of your training. Piccolo, and I will hold back for now. These guys are up to you. No problem. Hearing Wukong's words, Krillin rubbed his bald head and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Wukong. We're not the pushovers we used to be. Tien Shinhan also clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Just what I wanted. I want to see how strong the potential the Great Elder unlocked really is. I'll do my best. Kaiatsu also mustered his courage. Gohan was even more battle-ready, assuming a fighting stance. All right. Wukong and Piccolo exchanged a glance, then both stepped back a few paces, crossing their arms in a commanding posture. Then let's go. Let these aliens see the might of Earth's warriors. The great battle finally erupted at this moment. Guldo faced Krillin and Gohan. Rikum faced Tien Shinhan. Whis and Berter grinned maliciously as they charged at the remaining Kaiatsu. As for Captain Jinyu, he did not rush to attack, but stood aside, seemingly searching for the true powerhouse. On Namek, at the landing site of Frisia's spaceship, the previously awkward and silent battlefield was ignited in an instant. Die, you brats. Guldo of the Jinyu Special Forces, the short, fat, four-eyed man, grinned maliciously as he charged at the seemingly most vulnerable Son Gohan and Krillin. Lord Frisia said to eliminate you, so I'll first break your limbs, and then slowly torture you to death. Guldo took a deep breath, ready to unleash his superpower. Time stop. However, too slow. A young but cold voice sounded in his ear. Wah! Before Guldo's eyeballs could even move, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boom. Son Gohan's figure had already appeared before him at some point. That small fist wrapped in white chi flames slammed heavily into Guldo's soft belly. Wah! Guldo even had the air he was holding for the time stop knocked out of him. His entire body flew backward like a ball, crashing heavily into the rocks, eyes rolling back, immediately unconscious. One hit. Instant kill. Is this the potential the Great Elder unlocked? Gohan looked at his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I feel power surging out endlessly. On the other side, Rikum, the red-haired muscular man, was striking a pose he thought was cool, beckoning to Tien Shinhan with his finger. Hee, three-eyed boy, my Rikum erasing canonis? You talk too much. Tien Shinhan, expressionless, widened his third eye on his forehead. He assumed a stance with both hands. Nuchigon cannon. Boom. A terrifying rectangular shockwave with an overwhelming momentum instantly engulfed Rikum's massive body. No screams, no struggle. When the light faded, only a bottomless square pit remained on the ground. As for Rikum, he didn't even leave ashes behind. How is that possible? The remaining Whis and Berter were terrified out of their wits. Rikum and Guldo were killed in an instant. These guys, what kind of monsters are they? It's your turn. Kaiatsu extended his small hand, activated his psychic power, and directly froze Whis, who was trying to flee. Meanwhile, Krillin's energy disc was already ready. Swish! The golden disc of energy sliced through. Whis, known as the Red Magma, was decapitated before he could even unleash his special move. At the same time, Berter, known as the fastest in the universe, was proudly trying to toy with everyone with his speed. But the next second, he found a figure before him. Yamcha, the T-God, simply waved his hand. Slap. Like swatting a fly. Berter was slapped into the ground with only his 2 blue long legs twitching outside. In less than a minute, the Jinyu Special Forces, renowned throughout the universe and feared by countless planets, were completely annihilated except for Captain Jinyu. Is this what we are now? Krillin looked at the enemies lying all over the ground, his hands trembling with excitement. So powerful. This feeling of crushing a strong enemy was simply exhilarating. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out. Piccolo, who had been standing by as a guardian, rarely showed a hint of approving smile. Well done. You didn't disgrace Earth. Meanwhile, in the distance, Vegeta, hiding behind a rock, was completely petrified. His mouth hung wide open, his eyes almost bulging out, his entire body frozen, as if struck by lightning. What kind of joke is this? Vegeta's voice was trembling. That's the Jinyu Special Forces. Each one is an elite with a combat power of 40 to 50,000. And they were killed by these Earth trash. Like slaughtering chickens. These guys, what kind of monsters are they? Vegeta felt his worldview shattered once again. His proud Saiyan talent was utterly worthless in the face of these cheating Earthlings. At that moment, a faint ripple suddenly shivered through the air. A figure materialized out of thin air, appearing between Son Wukong and Piccolo. He was dressed in casual attire, holding an exquisite teacup in one hand with wisps of steam curling from its rim. His leisurely posture was as though he had simply taken a stroll from his own backyard garden. Well, looks like I've arrived just in time. Sun Wushio took a sip of tea, glanced around at the scattered corpses, and nodded with a smile. Clean and efficient, no wasted moves. Elder's training has truly unlocked your potential. Brother. Brother. Wukong cried out in delight. You're really here. You used instant transmission again, didn't you? Wuxiu. Seeing their pillar of support had arrived, everyone felt an immediate surge of confidence. How are you? Any injuries? Sun Wuxiu patted Wukong on the shoulder, then cast a glance at Piccolo. Looking healthy, and your combat power has skyrocketed, hasn't it? Do I need you to tell me that? Though his words were sharp, the gravity in his eyes had noticeably dissipated. After exchanging greetings with the group, Sun Wuxiu suddenly turned his head, gazing toward a massive boulder in the distance. It stood completely empty, but in his eyes a trembling little mouse was hiding there. Hey, Prince of Tragedy over there. A mocking smirk curled Sun Wuxiu's lips as he called out in a clear voice, hiding so desperately. Aren't your legs numb? Come out for some fresh air. Behind the boulder, Vegeta froze, completely cold sweat instantly drenching his back. How is this possible? I perfectly suppressed my aura. I even held my breath and controlled my heartbeat to the lowest possible level. How could he possibly detect me? Horror-stricken to his core, Vegeta knew that since he had been exposed, continuing to hide would be pointless. Clenching his teeth, his face dark with resentment, he stepped out from behind the boulder. Shosho. Vegeta stared fiercely at Sun Wuxiu, trying to read any flaw in his expression. How did you find me? I'm confident my aura-concealing technique is flawless. Even Piccolo and Kakarot over there didn't notice anything. Your perception ability, has it already reached such a level? Noticing Vegeta's mix of alarm and curiosity, Sun Wuxiu smiled. It was a brilliant smile, also an utterly infuriating one. Oh, that. Sun Wuxiu shrugged, acting completely nonchalant. Actually, I didn't find you at all. Nanny. Vegeta paused, stunned. I was just guessing off the cuff, Sun Wuxiu said with a wicked grin. Knowing your gloomy, sneaky personality, I figured you'd be hiding nearby peeking. So I just called out randomly. Guess what? You actually came out. TSK tisk, what do you call that? That's what they call a guilty conscience makes a coward tremble. Silence. Deathly silence. Vegeta stood frozen, his face cycling through white, red, purple, and finally settling into the iron-green hue of a man who'd swallowed a dead fly. The legendary expression of utter soul-crushing rage. Humiliation. Utter incomparable humiliation. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he had fallen for such a crude psychological ploy. You bastard. Vegeta trembled with fury, his finger pointing at Sun Wuxiu, convulsing uncontrollably. You dare deceive me. And what if I did? Sun Wuxiu's smile vanished, his eyes turning ice cold in an instant. Got a problem with that? Just a single glance. That's all it took. Vegeta felt as though an ancient behemoth had locked its gaze upon him. The curses welling up in his throat were forcibly swallowed back down. It was sheer, overwhelming suppression of power. TCH. Gritting his teeth and swallowing his pride, Vegeta sullenly turned his head away and fell silent. Brilliant, truly brilliant. At that moment, Rikum, who had remained motionless until now, finally spoke. Gazing at his fallen comrades, his face showed little grief, only a strange, almost fanatical gleam. Who would have thought that on such a remote planet we'd encounter so many formidable fighters? Captain Jinyu's gaze swept over the group. That brat Gohan has the strongest aura and terrifying explosive power. The bald one and the three-eyed one aren't weak either. However, Jinyu's eyes finally settled on Sun Wukong, who had not yet lifted a finger. As a battle-hardened warrior, his instincts told him that this seemingly goofy-looking fellow was the most dangerous presence here aside from the newcomer Sun Wuxiu, whose power he could not fathom. His base fighting power is suppressed, but I can sense unfathomable potential within. If I could obtain this body. A flash of greed lit up Captain Jinyu's eyes. He knew that under the current circumstances he could never defeat this group of monsters alone. His only chance to turn the tide was body change. Captain Jinyu moved suddenly, but instead of attacking Wukong, he abruptly raised his hand and drove a fist squarely into his own chest. Blood sprayed wildly. Jinyu had injured himself. The sudden move left everyone momentarily stunned. As he lost his mind, Krillin muttered in confusion. But the very next second, Jinyu, enduring excruciating pain, spread his arms wide, aimed at Sun Wukong, and revealed a ferocious, triumphant grin. Sun Wukong, your body is mine now. Chan. The incantation was about to spill from his lips. A beam of violet light erupted from his mouth, the soul-body switch beam. Once struck, Wukong's soul would be transferred into this grievously wounded body, while Jinyu would claim Wukong's Saiyan form brimming with infinite potential. However, he had calculated everything except one variable. A certain overpowered individual who had already read the script. The very instant Jinyu's G was about to leave his throat. Too noisy. Sun Wuxiu stood where he was, his teacup still in hand. He merely raised his other hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together. Boom. An extremely concentrated rectangular white energy wave moving at a speed beyond temporal perception slammed into Captain Jinyu in an instant. Wah! Jinyu didn't even have time to register terror. Within that terrifying torrent of energy, his body, his soul, and even the half-spoken violet beam, all were instantly vaporized. Not a single shred remained. On the ground, only a bottomless square-shaped crater was left. Once again, the entire area fell into deathly silence. Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin all stared dumbfounded at the crater, then looked over at Sun Wuxiu, who calmly continued sipping his tea. What just happened? Wukong scratched his head. That guy seemed to want to say something to me. Nothing. Sun Wuxiu blew gently on the steam, rising from his teacup. He wanted to greet you, but I felt it was impolite for him to wait so long before acknowledging you. So I silenced him. Everyone. That was just outright bullying. Far away, Frisia's expression had grown so dark it seemed as if it might drip from his face. The Jinyu force, annihilated. All of them wiped out like mere chickens right under his very eyes. Trash. All of them. Frisia gazed upon the decimated Jinyu force, particularly Captain Jinyu, who had been vaporized before he could even unleash a single technique, his face dark enough to drip. It seems I must personally intervene. Frisia rose slowly from his hovering chair. As he moved, a suffocating aura of pure evil surged outward like a tsunami across the entire plain. 53,000 combat power. The ground of Namek quaked violently as clouds parted in the sky, revealing a green firmament above. Such terrifying pressure. Krillin and Gohan, despite their own growth and strength, felt an instinctive dread before this cosmic emperor's overwhelming presence. That's it. Sun Wukong stood with arms crossed, his eyes burning with battle intent, but restraining himself from intervening. Piccolo, this form is yours to handle. Goku declared. This is the perfect moment to test what Elder Kai's potential unlocking achieved for you. Just what I wanted. Piccolo sneered, shedding his heavy training weights. The impact sent a crater into the earth. Piccolo's power surged dramatically, now matching Frisia's first form in intensity. Oh, a Namekian. A flicker of surprise crossed Frisia's eyes. I didn't expect a Namekian from such a weak race to possess such considerable combat ability. Save your breath and die. Piccolo thundered, launching himself at Frisia with lightning speed. Clash after clash echoed as the two warriors collided midair. Shockingly, the dread that Frisia struck into every opponent couldn't defeat Piccolo in a single blow. Piccolo's strikes were fierce and precise, each one aiming for vital points. He held his own against Frisia's first form, and even gained the upper hand in technique. Impossible. Vegeta watched from a distance, his eyes bulging in disbelief. That Namekian can actually match Frisia? That Piccolo's certainly grown stronger. Goku observed with keen interest. With his base combat power, now reaching 3 million battles at this level, appeared to him in slow motion. I'm waiting. Goku thought to himself. For him to reveal his true power. Current Frisia isn't worthy of my attention. While everyone's focus was locked on the intense battle, Sun Wuxiu quietly withdrew from the center of combat. He appeared beside Din, who was hiding behind a rock, watching the distant fight nervously. Startled by the sudden presence, he nearly cried out. Chill. Sun Wuxiu pressed a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. You're that big brother who appeared out of nowhere. Din recognized him. That's right. I'm Goku's older brother and a friend of Earth's. Sun Wuxiu crouched down, speaking gently to this future guardian of Earth. Din, the situation is dire. Goku and the others can hold Frisia at bay, but Frisia still has transformation abilities. Once he transforms, they won't stand a chance. So we must act now and do the most important thing. Din paused, puzzled. The most important thing? Exactly. Sun Wuxiu pointed toward the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the battlefield's edge, no longer attended to since the fighting began. Make a wish. Only the power of the dragon Shinran can give us peace of mind in this battle. You know the incantation to summon the dragon, right? Din nodded. Yes. If I speak the words in the Namekian language. Good. A sharp glint flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Then let's not waste any more time. He glanced toward Frisia, completely absorbed in the fierce battle and unaware of their presence. Telekinesis. A hum resonated as the 7 massive Dragon Balls scattered on the ground were suddenly lifted by an invisible force hovering in midair without anyone noticing. Let's go. Sun Wuxiu grabbed Din's shoulder while simultaneously controlling the 7 Dragon Balls. With a swift movement, they vanished instantly. Their figures disappeared from the original spot. The next moment, they appeared on a remote island thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield. The island was quiet and secluded, perfect for making a wish. Sun Wuxiu set down the Dragon Balls and addressed the bewildered Din. Hurry, Din. Summon the dragon. You must do it quickly before Frisia realizes what's happening. Though still dazed, Din understood the urgency. He took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and loudly chanted the summoning spell in the Namekian language toward the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Dragon Shinran. Grant my wish. Thunderous rumbles shook the sky as Namek's once bright heavens turned pitch black. It was the harbinger of the dragon's descent. On the battlefield, Frisia, Goku, and Piccolo mid-combat, along with Vegeta hiding nearby, all froze simultaneously, staring in shock at the darkened sky. The sky. Has it gone dark? Frisia whirled around to see the spot where the Dragon Balls had been, now completely empty. No. Frisia let out a heart-wrenching scream. My Dragon Balls. Who has stolen my immortality? I must make my wish. Ignoring Piccolo entirely, Frieza erupted at full speed and took off toward the dragon's location. Running away? Not a chance. Though Piccolo had no idea what was happening, he knew he couldn't let Frieza succeed. Magic Burst Cannon. Piccolo gathered a massive beam of energy between his hands, completely blocking Frieza's path. Crack crack. The armor on Phalisa's body began to shatter. Though his body did not grow larger, it instead became smaller and more rounded. But that chi which originally was only 53000 was now skyrocketing at a geometric rate. 1 million, 10 million, 50 million. Boom. A terrifying energy storm enough to tear the entire Name planet apart erupted with Phalisa at its center. Bike was the first to bear the brunt, directly hurled thousands of meters away by the blast, spitting blood. What is this? Bike was utterly horrified. The dust cleared. A figure entirely white with purple spots, slender and smooth in appearance, appeared before everyone. Phalisa final form. Hehehe. Phalisa sneered, paying no heed to the shock of the others. Die, the wish is mine. Whooshed. Phalisa moved. This time his speed was extreme. Before Bike's retina could even register, Phalisa had already vanished. His target was clear. He charged straight toward the Shenlong. However, just as Phalisa was about to break through the encirclement, a red figure, as if crossing the barrier of time and space, abruptly appeared before him. Yo, Phalisa, where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong's voice rang out. At this moment, Wukong was enveloped in a deep red aura, so dense it was almost solid, his muscles bulging and the space around him distorting. King Kai's fist 20-fold. Boom. His normal combat power of 3 million instantly skyrocketed to 60 million under the amplification of the 20-fold King Kai's fist. Though it was still inferior to Phalisa's full power of 120 million, it was enough to block Phalisa, who had not yet exerted his full strength. Go back. Wukong roared, and a heavy punch containing all his power slammed fiercely into Phalisa's delicate little face. Bang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums. Phalisa's figure, originally charging toward the Shenlong, was forcibly halted by this punch. The immense impact deformed Phalisa's face, and his entire body, like a meteor struck away, flew backward and crashed heavily into the earth. What? In the distance, Vegeta's jaw completely dropped. Kakaluot. He actually punched that form of Phalisa away. On the battlefield, the red aura dissipated. Wukong took a deep breath, shook his slightly numb hand, and looked at the deep crater, his eyes filled with excitement. What a tough face. But now you should be docile for a while, right? Meanwhile, on a distant, isolated island, a massive, muscular, and majestic Name planet, Shenlong Palanca, rose like a mountain, looking down at Sun Wuxiu and Dondi below. Speak your wishes. Whatever they may be, I can grant you 3. Sun Wuxiu looked at this Shenlong, then sensed the chi suddenly erupting from Wukong in the distance. He instantly understood what was happening, and a triumphant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, little Phalisa. This game of chess I have won. Name planet, uninhabited island. Under the pitch-black night sky, the colossal Name planet Shenlong Palanca fixed its crimson eyes on the tiny humans below, awaiting the moment the Wishmaker would speak. The first wish. Sun Wuxiu did not rush to save the world. Instead, he directly contacted Jiwang through telepathy. Lord Jiwang, are you there? Yes. I'm watching. On the distant planet Jiwang, Lord Jiwang was sweating nervously. Wuxiu, you just scared me to death. But you actually managed to seize the chance to make a wish. Long story short, Lord Jiwang. Sun Wuxiu spoke very quickly. I want to use the first wish to directly learn and perfectly master your ultimate technique, King Kai's fist. Do you agree? Jiwang was stunned. You want to learn King Kai's fist? But that technique places a huge burden on the body. It's fine, I'm a Saiyan, and I have special recovery abilities. Just nod your agreement and leave the rest to the Shenlong. Fine, since it's you I have no objections. I've already taught it to Wukong, so since you want to learn as well, take it. Thank you. After receiving authorization, Sun Wuxiu immediately turned to Dondi. Dondi, the first wish let me instantly learn and perfectly master the technique, King Kai's fist, including its principles and physical adaptability. Dondi nodded and immediately relayed it to Palanca in the Name language. Palanca's eyes flashed red. There was no earth-shattering special effect, but Sun Wuxiu felt as if a massive stream of information had been forcibly crammed into his mind. The flow of chi, the stress points on the body, the principle of multiplier amplification, the compression and explosion of energy. Countless mysteries of King Kai's fist became fully integrated in an instant, as if he himself were the originator of the technique. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fist, feeling the restless red surging within him that could be ignited at any moment, a fervent smile curling at the corner of his lips. So this is King Kai's fist. The reason he used a wish to learn this technique was not merely out of laziness, but to verify a hypothesis that had puzzled all Dragon Ball fans for years. In the original work, after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he completely abandoned King Kai's fist. The official explanation was that a Super Saiyan itself is an extremely violent transformation that places a huge burden on the body, and King Kai's fist is similarly a technique that overdraws the body and makes chi violent. Combining the two would be like throwing a grenade into a barrel already full of gunpowder. The result could only be physical collapse, or even instant death. But Sun Wuxiu touched his chest, where the power of the tiger talisman was slowly circulating, maintaining the absolute balance of yin and yang qi within him. I have the tiger talisman to balance the violence, the horse talisman to repair bodily damage, the ox talisman to strengthen physical resilience, and even the dog talisman as an immortality safety net. Since Super Blue can stack with King Kai's fist, then as long as I can suppress that restlessness with the tiger talisman, in theory, I should be able to stack King Kai's fist on top of Super Saiyan. Even if it's just twofold, 600 million doubled to 1.2 billion. That is an absolute power capable of obliterating everything in a single blow. But now was not the time to experiment with that. The pressing matter was to deal with the mess at hand. The second wish. Sun Wuxiu withdrew his thoughts and looked at Dondi. Please Shinran, restore the bodies of all Namekians killed by Frieza and his men recently, and keep their souls from reincarnating for now. Dendi was stunned, then tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Wuxiu, you mean? That's right, after we finish fighting we'll use Earth's Dragon Balls to revive them. Sun Wuxiu patted his head. Make the wish quickly. Yes. As the Namekian language fell, Purunga flashed red again. The wish was granted. Although the dead did not immediately revive, their bodies were enveloped in a soft glow, no longer decaying. The last wish. Sun Wuxiu looked toward the distant battlefield, where Frieza's aura was growing increasingly violent, while Goku's aura had begun to weaken. Transfer all the living Namekians on this planet except for Frieza and his enemies, as well as the preserved bodies, to another safe, uninhabited planet in the universe suitable for Namekians. This was the safest plan. As long as the people were safe, even if Namek was destroyed, it could be restored later with the Namekian dragon god. This way, everyone will be saved. Dendi trembled with excitement. He shouted the last wish with all his strength. Whoom! Purunga let out a low roar. Your wish is granted. In an instant. Across the entire planet Namek, countless white beams shot into the sky. They were the Namekians taking refuge, and the bodies wrapped in light. Even Dendi, standing beside Sun Wuxiu, began to become transparent. Brother Wuxiu, thank you. Dendi shouted with tears in his eyes at the last moment before disappearing. Please, you must defeat that demon. Don't worry. Sun Wuxiu smiled and waved. The next second, the great dragon Purunga turned into 7 stones, and together with Dendi vanished, instantly teleported to the distant New Namek. On the lone island, only Sun Wuxiu remained. At the Frieza spaceship landing point, the center of the battlefield. Boom. Sun Wukong was sent flying by a tail swipe from Frieza, crashing heavily into a cliff buried under rubble. The other Z fighters were also caught in the aftermath of the battle, sustaining various injuries. Huff huff. Goku struggled to climb out. The red glow of the Kaioken on his body had dimmed, and blood hung from the corner of his mouth. This guy is really strong. At this moment, Goku's base power was 3 million, and with the 20-fold Kaioken, it reached 60 million. On the other side, Frieza, though only in his final form's base state, not using his full power muscular form, had already soared to 60 to 70 million, firmly suppressing Goku. So this is what they call a Saiyan. Frieza floated in midair, elegantly dusting off his clothes, his eyes filled with mockery. To force me into this form, and even make me exert a little effort, you should be proud, you monkey. However, Frieza looked up at the sky. The sky, which had been pitch black, suddenly returned to Namek's characteristic pale green. The dragon had disappeared, and there was no sign of the immortality wish Frieza wanted taking effect. The smile on Frieza's face froze. An extreme sense of humiliation, like drawing water with a bamboo basket, instantly filled his mind. The wish was used. My immortality is gone. That brat, and that guy who stole the Dragon Balls. Frieza lowered his head, his body beginning to tremble violently. It was the pinnacle of rage. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Boom. Frieza erupted completely. He no longer toyed with Goku like a cat with a mouse, but went straight for the kill. His figure flickered, instantly appearing before Goku, driving a knee hard into Goku's abdomen. Ugh. Goku's eyes bulged, and he spewed a mixture of stomach acid and blood, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. Die. Frieza clasped his hands together and slammed them like a hammer onto Goku's back. Thud. Goku crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a bottomless pit. Not over yet. I won't forgive you easily. Frieza flew high into the air, raising one hand. At his fingertip, a black-red energy sphere radiating destruction rapidly condensed, and in the blink of an eye expanded to hundreds of meters in diameter. Planet Destroyer. Since my wish is gone, this planet has no reason to exist. Frieza's delicate face was twisted with madness. All of you, become cosmic dust. Stop it. Krillin and Gohan far away shouted in despair. Faced with this technique that could instantly detonate the planet's core, they were utterly powerless. Just at this critical moment, whoosh. A figure appeared without warning right beneath Frieza and the massive destruction sphere. He was dressed in casual clothes, hands in his pockets, with a leisurely air as if strolling in his own backyard, not standing before a world-ending energy sphere. Yo, so much anger. Sun Wuxiu looked at the energy sphere thousands of times larger than himself, then at the frenzied Frisia, and greeted him with a smile. Careful, too much anger gives you wrinkles, Lord Frisia. You are. Frisia paused, staring intently at the man who had suddenly appeared. That face, that infuriating calm. It's you. Frisia instantly realized. You're the one who stole my Dragon Balls. Stole. Sun Wuxiu raised an eyebrow, innocently spreading his hands. You can't just say that, Lord. I was passing by earlier and saw 7 balls lying on the ground unattended. I thought some litterbug had thrown them away. I thought this is damaging the environment. As an environmentalist, I picked them up and put them to good use. What? Are they yours? Sun Wuxiu covered his mouth in feigned surprise. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had written your name on them, I would have returned them. Silence. Dead silence. Below, Krillin and Gohan were stunned. This is too shameless. Krillin couldn't help but comment. Uffed, ha ha, cough cough. Even the heavily injured Goku couldn't help laughing, coughing up blood from laughing too hard. As for Frisia, his face was not just dark, it was twisted to the point of distortion. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if they might burst at any moment. You. How dare you? How dare you humiliate me like this? Frisia let out a hysterical roar. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. Along with this damn planet. Go to hell. Frisia swung his hand, and the massive planet-destroying sphere with earth-shattering momentum hurtled toward Sun Wuxiu and downward toward Namek. However, facing the planet-destroying strike, Sun Wuxiu did not dodge. He slowly extended his hands, assuming a classic stance. Perfect. A glint of sharp light flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. I just learned a new technique. I'll use you to practice. I wonder how many times my current body can withstand. Forget it, let's try. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath, and the chi within him burst forth like a volcanic eruption. Kaioken, 10 times. Boom. A dense, almost tangible deep red aura instantly erupted from Sun Wuxiu's body, dyeing him blood red. Normal state, 12 million. 10 times Kaioken. 120 million. This value exactly matches Fu Lisha's 100 full power. But at this moment Fu Lisha had not exerted 100 of his power. This energy sphere of his was at most 70 to 80 million in power. So, get back. Sun Wuxiu roared, shoving his hands forward. Kamehameha. Boom. A thick blue beam entwined with red lightning, like a reverse-flowing galaxy, violently collided with the black-red destructive sphere. What a... Fu Lisha felt an irresistible force transmit. The destructive sphere that was falling suddenly halted in midair for a moment, and then... it was actually pushed back. No. Impossible. Fu Lisha's eyes widened in terror. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the reflected attack was too fast. Boom. The destructive sphere along with the Kamehameha grazed Fu Lisha's body and flew into outer space, exploding into a brilliant firework in the distant starry sky. Though he avoided the direct hit, the blast wave still affected Fu Lisha. PFF. Fu Lisha was flung back by the shockwave, a long bloody gash carved across his face, making him look disheveled. He steadied himself and reached to touch his cheek. Blood. Since birth, no one except his father King Kurd had ever made him bleed. You? Who are you? Fu Lisha stared fixedly at the man, glowing red with terrifying aura, his voice trembling for the first time. Such battle power. How can you be a Saiyan? Sun Wuxiu dispersed the Kaioken aura, returning to his relaxed expression. He clapped his hands, looked at Fu Lisha, and said calmly, My name is Kashio. As you see, just an ordinary Saiyan. Ordinary Saiyan. Fu Lisha felt his intelligence insulted. Which ordinary Saiyan could have such battle power? Suddenly, at this moment, ha ha ha. A wild laugh came from the ruins below. Vegeta, clutching his injured arms, struggled to his feet and pointed at Fu Lisha in the air, his face full of schadenfreude. His injury was from being caught in the aftermath of Fu Lisha's battle with Wukong. With the battle power of Thriller, Vegeta here was no different from a small fry. Not being killed by the blast was already the protagonist's halo. See that, Fu Lisha? That is your most feared nightmare. That is the legend of the Saiyans. You are finished. Completely finished. Standing before you is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta didn't know whether Sun Wuxiu's power was Kaioken or something else, but he knew that power was incredibly strong enough to crush Fu Lisha. So he unhesitatingly pinned the title of Super Saiyan on Sun Wuxiu to break Fu Lisha's morale. Super Saiyan. Hearing that word, Fu Lisha's pupils sharply contracted. That was indeed the legend he feared most. But, ha ha. Fu Lisha suddenly chuckled lowly, the laughter growing louder until it became manic laughter. Super Saiyan. With this kind of red aura. Don't make me laugh. Fu Lisha abruptly stopped laughing, his gaze turning icy cold. Although your power truly surprised me, even surpassing the power I've unleashed now. But, do you think this is all of my strength? Fu Lisha slowly spread his arms, muscles beginning to writhe, his aura rising again. You are too naive. Since you want to see hell so much, I'll show you what true 100 full power is. His eyes locked on his Sun Wuxiu, filled with absolute confidence. As long as I unleash all my power. In an instant. Just one instant, all of you will become cosmic dust. Suddenly, above the ruins of Namek, fierce winds howled, lightning flashed. Fu Lixia hovered high in the sky, his muscles beginning to swell grotesquely, his originally slender and smooth body now exuding an explosive sense of power. Blood vessels writhed like earthworms under his pale skin, and veins on his forehead bulged one by one as if about to burst. It seems you haven't realized the severity of the situation. Fu Lixia's voice became low and hoarse, the result of immense power compressing his vocal cords. Although that last attack did make me look disheveled, even made me bleed. But Fu Lixia suddenly spread his arms, erupting with a purple-black aura that distorted the space around him. That was merely 70. No, even less than that. Now I am raising my power to the true 100. That is, 120 million in battle power. Once I complete this form, even the so-called Super Saiyan is nothing but a slightly stronger monkey before me. This aura was truly terrifying. In the distance, Colin Wu Fan and others were blown off balance by the energy wave, even struggling to breathe. 120 million. Vegeta half-crawled on the ground, his face pale as paper. That monster was hiding this level of power. It's over. Completely over. However, just as everyone was scared out of their wits by Fu Lixia's terrifying declaration, a voice full of doubt, even with a hint of mockery, rang out most inappropriately. Really? Sun Wuxiu still maintained the 10 times Kaioken state, glowing red, calmly watching Fu Lixia, who was frantically powering up. He tilted his head, showing an expression of, "Are you kidding me? I don't believe it." 3 simple words. Little damage, but extreme insult. Fu Lixia's rising aura suddenly stalled, almost choking himself. He didn't believe. He actually said he didn't believe. As the Emperor of the Universe, as the fearsome Frieza, when in his life had he ever been doubted like this? "You? What did you say?" Frieza trembled with rage, the veins on his forehead dancing even more vigorously, whether from the side effects of gathering energy or simply being angered by Sun Wuxiu. "I said I don't believe it." Sun Wuxiu shrugged, saying matter-of-factly, "Look at you shouting and yelling like you're constipated, but your energy is just SOSO. You say 120 million, so it's 120 million. I could say I have 1 billion. Unless you hit me and prove it, I'll consider you're bluffing." Bastard. Frieza's sanity completely snapped at that moment. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Let you experience firsthand what 100 hell means." Boom. Frieza no longer held back, releasing all his power fully. The land of Namek began to crack, magma spewing from the fissures. The entire planet seemed to wail under this force. Though Frieza's form became somewhat bloated, his speed and power reached an unimaginable level. Die. Whooshed. Frieza vanished. The next moment he appeared directly above Sun Wuxiu, hands clasped together, bringing down a devastating blow with earth-shattering force. This strike was enough to shatter continental plates. However, facing this lethal blow, a glint of madness flashed in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Well done. He did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Although if he unleashed that golden aura, Frieza before him would instantly become a weak chicken ready for slaughter. But Sun Wuxiu didn't want to do that. He was conducting an experiment. An experiment on the limits of a Saiyan body. Since in base form I can easily withstand 10 times Kaioken without pressure, then on this basis can I break through that theoretical limit? Normally for a Saiyan's body, 20 times Kaioken is the limit. Going beyond that multiplier is not only inefficient, but also risks bodily collapse, far less practical than the stable 50-fold boost of Super Saiyan. But that was for ordinary Saiyans. Sun Wuxiu was different. Inside him, there were 3 talismans capable of defying fate. Tiger Talisman, balancing yin and yang, suppressing violent chi and blood. Ox Talisman, strengthening the body, enhancing muscle resilience. Horse Talisman, expelling external forces, instantly repairing damage. And that's not counting the Dog Talisman that ensures he won't die. This is my confidence. Just as Frieza's heavy hammer was about to descend, Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath, and the chi and blood within him instantly boiled to the extreme. Kaioken, 20 times. Boom. The originally deep red aura instantly became more violent, its color deepening to black, and the surrounding space even showed slight distortions from being unable to withstand this energy. Sun Wuxiu did not block. Instead, he twisted around and dodged Frieza's heavy hammer from an extremely bizarre angle. Then, bam! A spinning kick landed solidly on Frieza's cheek. Ugh! Frieza felt as if his head had been struck by a meteor. His entire body flew sideways, smashing through one mountain peak after another. Huff! Huff! Sun Wuxiu landed, breathing heavily. 20 times. My body is a little hot, with slight tearing in the muscles. He felt the feedback from his body. But the horse talisman instantly healed it. That means 20 times is completely a safe zone for me. This was thanks to his years of extreme physical training in the gravity chamber. Now his base physical condition was far stronger than that of Goku in the original Namek arc. since 20 times is no problem. Sun Wuxiu looked at Frieza charging out from the rubble in the distance, the madness in his eyes growing stronger. Then, 30 times. Boom. The red aura surged again. Sun Wuxiu took the initiative to charge at Frieza. Two figures clashed in midair. Frieza originally thought his 100 power was enough to crush this monkey, but he was horrified to discover that the opponent's power was still increasing. 40 times. Crack. This time Sun Wuxiu heard the mournful sound of his own bones. The load of 40 times Kaioken had completely exceeded the Saiyan body's tolerance limit. His skin began to ooze fine blood beads and muscle fibers started to tear extensively. Agonizing pain. The kind of pain as if his whole body was thrown into a meat grinder. But, just at the moment his body was about to collapse. Deep in his soul the light of the horse talisman blazed. Those newly torn muscle fibers were instantly restored to their original state, even tougher than before. Destruction repair. Destruction repair. This was an extremely dangerous yet extremely powerful, dynamic equilibrium. As long as the horse talisman's repair speed kept up with the body's breakdown then, Kaioken had no limit. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Sun Wuxiu laughed loudly, and under the pressure of 40 times Kaioken, he punched Frieza in the stomach. Cough. Frieza's eyes bulged, and he vomited bile. This. Impossible. Frieza clutched his stomach, his face full of disbelief. Your body is clearly breaking down. Why can you still unleash such power? He could see that Sun Wuxiu's current state was like a porcelain doll full of cracks about to shatter at any moment. But this porcelain doll had somehow smashed his iron block flat. Because Sun Wuxiu wiped the blood from his face from ruptured capillaries and revealed a ferocious yet excited smile. I have health insurance. Next is the limit. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath, squeezing out all the chi and potential within him. He was going to challenge the forbidden zone that even Goku dared not touch. Kaioken, 50 times. Boom. At this moment the sky of Namek turned blood red. The aura around Sun Wuxiu had become so intense that it was impossible to look at directly. It was not just chi, but more like burning life force. Sun Wuxiu's skin tore open with a wet ripping sound, blood erupting like a fountain as his entire body was drenched in crimson. Agony. Pain pierced to the very marrow, as if every cell screamed and begged for mercy. Yet on the threshold of annihilation the power of the horse talisman surged to its absolute limit. White healing light and crimson aura of destruction interwove furiously within his body, maintaining that precarious balance. Normal state, 12 million. 50 times. 600 million combat power. What did that even mean? This was equivalent to a Super Saiyan transformation. Friday, Sun Wuxiu unleashed a roar like a wild beast. In the next instant he vanished. This time, not even an afterimage remained. Frieza's vision blurred, and the next moment a face drenched in blood, resembling an avatar of slaughter, appeared before him. Goodbye. Punch after punch erupted, over 100 strikes in a single second. Each one carried the devastating power of 600 million combat force. Frieza was like a ragdoll, mercilessly battered through the air, unable to even scream. His cries were severed before they could escape, replaced instantly by another thunderous impact. Impossible. Impossible. Frieza's mind went blank. I am the Emperor of the universe. I am the strongest. I have over 120 million. Why? Why was he rendered utterly defenseless against this opponent? What kind of monster was this guy? Final blow. Sun Wuxiu brought both fists together and raised them high above his head. Get on your knees. A devastating hammer blow crashed down onto Frieza's crown. A sickening crack echoed as Frieza felt his skull shatter. He became a purple meteor plummeting downward in the most gruesome manner imaginable. The surface of Namek was pierced asunder by the colossal impact. Frieza was driven deep into the mantle layer, his tremendous shockwave raising towering tsunami waves as the entire planet trembled in terror. In the high sky Sun Wuxiu exhaled heavily and released the Kaioken. The soul-rending agony instantly dissipated. 50 times. As expected, that was too much for my body. Sun Wuxiu looked at his hands, which had returned to normal, and let out a soft laugh. Though my body hasn't been damaged, that pain was truly unbearable for a human. But being able to crush an opponent punch by punch like this, it's almost more satisfying than going Super Saiyan. Below, all the Dragon Ball warriors, including King Kai himself, were too stunned to speak. We won. Krillin stammered. That terrifying Frieza was beaten like a stray dog by senior brother Wuxiu. So powerful. Vegeta nearly fell to his knees, his eyes blank with shock. He had once believed that the Super Saiyan was the ultimate form. But that crimson power Sun Wuxiu displayed, no, that was not the legendary Super Saiyan form at all. It was something else entirely, another far more violent and irrational kind of monster. Awesome. Brother one. Goku shouted excitedly. Had he not been injured, he would have rushed up to embrace Sun Wuxiu immediately. On King Kai's planet, even King Kai himself leaped to his feet in excitement, nearly knocking his sunglasses off. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. 50 times the Kaioken. What is that Saiyan's body made of? How could he possibly withstand such strain? But regardless, he won. The universe is saved. All of Namek seemed to be immersed in the euphoria of victory. Sun Wuxiu slowly descended, gathering his energy at his waist, preparing to deliver a Kamehameha to the still-living Frieza in the crater below and bring this battle to a final end. Kamehameha, however, on the eve of victory, just as that blue energy was about to coalesce. An unexpected chill pierced straight through everyone's hearts without warning. This was not cold. It was evil. A monstrous pressure far greater, far deeper, and infinitely colder than anything Frieza possessed was rapidly approaching from beyond Namek's atmosphere. Sun Wuxiu's movements froze mid-action as he sharply raised his gaze to the sky. The sky, which had briefly cleared after Frieza's defeat, was once again shrouded in shadow. This aura. Sun Wuxiu's pupils contracted slightly. Stronger than Frieza, and the nature feels similar. Could it be? On King Kai's planet, the king's celebratory laughter was abruptly silenced, as though someone had grabbed him by the throat. His antennae trembled wildly, his round face draining of all color as cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. No. No way. King Kai's trembling gaze shifted toward outer space. There. A sleek, yet menacing, deep purple spacecraft, even larger than Frieza's own ship, was slowly descending through the clouds above Namek. Atop the ship's bridge stood an alien resembling Frieza, yet taller, and clad in purple bioarmor. His blood-red eyes gazed coldly down upon the battlefield through the viewport. That cold, disdainful expression was as though he were watching a group of ants squabbling over scraps. That fool Frieza. The alien spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, yet dripping with despair-inducing authority. To be reduced to this state by a handful of wild monkeys. Truly shameful for our Freeze Demon clan. King Kai transmitted the devastating news to everyone through telepathy, his voice filled with utter despair. Wukong, Wuxiu, run away. That man, he is Frieza's older brother. Gula. Despair descended once more, and this time it was an even greater abyss of despair. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the massive and menacing deep purple spacecraft descended like a steel beast from hell upon the already ravaged landscape of Namek. The impact of the landing generated a fierce gale that nearly blinded everyone present. Cough. Ha ha ha. At the bottom of the great crater, Frieza, who had been beaten to near death and nearly fused into the Earth's core, suddenly erupted into a bone-chilling manic laughter, as though possessed by a fleeting surge of vitality. Coughing up purple blood, he locked his venomous eyes upon Sun Wuxiu. Cough. You cursed wild monkeys. And you insects. Your death has come. My brother. Gula. Although I hate to admit it, his combat power exceeds mine. You scum are about to be ground into dust. At the sound of Frieza's roaring, Krillin and Gohan couldn't help but shudder. Though Sun Wuxiu's display of the 50-fold Kaioken had been truly breathtaking, moments before gazing at the spaceship radiating an aura of endless malice filled them with dread. Looking at Sun Wuxiu's skin cracked from bearing excessive strain, everyone's hearts tightened once more. Though the wounds had already healed, they remained horrifying to behold. Senior brother Wuxiu. Can he really still fight in that condition? Krillin asked with concern. He should be fine, right? Though Gohan had confidence in his uncle, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Just then, creak. The spaceship's hatch opened. A tall, ruthless figure encased in a purple bone-like armor shell emerged, slowly flanked by a contingent of mechanical soldiers. Cooler. Unlike Frieza, who rode upon a hovering chair, Cooler walked firmly upon the ground, each step heavy and oppressive. His blood-red eyes swept across the battlefield before settling on the battered Frieza. Humph. Cooler snorted, his voice deep and resonant, yet dripping with contempt. How pathetic, my foolish younger brother. The so-called emperor of the universe reduced to this wretched state by a handful of monkey brats. Do you really need your big brother to come rescue you? Enraged by his brother's mockery, Frieza trembled with fury, and his already grievously injured body split open further under the surge of rage. Shut up, Cooler. Frieza roared. Save your sneering. That monkey. That guy called Kashiwa. According to Vegeta, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. You'd best watch yourself. Don't end up getting killed by him too. Otherwise our clan's reputation will truly be ruined. Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Cooler turned his head, his gaze finally falling upon Sun Wuxiu. He scrutinized the dark-haired man from top to bottom. Impressive aura, yet nothing particularly extraordinary about him. The Kaioken had been released. Suddenly Cooler threw back his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Frieza, it seems you've truly been beaten senseless. You think this guy? A Super Saiyan? Cooler pointed at Sun Wuxiu, his mockery entirely unhidden. The legendary Super Saiyan should be a golden warrior. And this fellow, though possessing some brute strength, is nothing more than a mutated monkey at best. Even if he truly is a Super Saiyan, so what? Cooler clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura enveloped his surroundings. Before my absolute power, Cooler, legends are nothing but jokes. Facing Cooler's arrogant disdain and unbearable mockery, the ever-composed Sun Wuxiu finally spoke. He showed no anger, not even a furrowed brow. He simply picked at his ear with his little finger, then blew away the dust with a look of utter disgust. Say. Sun Wuxiu looked at Cooler, and spoke in an utterly provoking tone. Does your chilled clan have some sort of hereditary family disease? What? Cooler paused. That particular affliction. Of loving to brag. Sun Wuxiu shrugged, pointing first at Frieza in the pit, and then at Cooler. Look at that shorty over there. Just moments ago he was all Emperor of the Universe, all 100% power, bragging to the heavens. And now he's lying like a dead dog in a pit spitting blood. And you, here you come same damn act. I'm really wondering. Do you lot believe that if you talk big enough the beatings won't hurt? Or perhaps? A cold smirk curled at Sun Wuxiu's lips. Your clan's signature tradition is, I may be weak, but my mouth is incredibly tough. An awkward silence fell over the battlefield. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and even Vegeta stood with their mouths agape, staring at Sun Wuxiu in utter shock. So vicious. That tongue of his was even deadlier than his fists. He'd called Vegeta a stray dog, earlier called Frieza a shorty, just now, and now even Cooler fresh off the stage was being roasted to a crisp. Was this really the same gentle and refined senior brother Wuxiu they knew? He felt more like a hidden master of toxic taunts. You seek death. Cooler's face turned icy blue, genuinely enraged this time. As the overlord of the universe, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Since you're so eager to rush into the afterlife, I'll grant your wish. Boom. Cooler wasted no more words. His figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood in an instant. The next moment he appeared directly before Sun Wuxiu, delivering a palm strike powerful enough to pierce through a planet. Come on. A flash of sharp light ignited in Sun Wuxiu's eyes. Kaioken, 20-fold. Boom. A crimson aura erupted once more. This time Sun Wuxiu did not unleash the full 50-fold as he had against Frieza. He knew that 20-fold was already more than sufficient to gain the upper hand against Cooler in his base form. Bang! Sun Wuxiu blocked Cooler's palm strike with one hand and counterpunched squarely into Cooler's face. Ugh! Cooler grunted, his entire body sent flying backward. What a... Cooler's eyes widened in shock. In his base form his combat power far exceeded Frieza's, yet he had been punched away by a single blow from this monkey. Don't just stand there dazing. The fight has only just begun. Sun Wuxiu's figure closed the distance like a shadow, unleashing a torrential storm of punches and kicks. Bang 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 bang. Enhanced by the 20-fold Kaioken combat power of 240 million base form, Cooler combat power roughly over 100 million. Stronger than Frieza in the film, but weaker than Super Saiyan Goku, was utterly overwhelmed, treated like a punching bag, kicked relentlessly through the air. Arg! Bastard! Cooler howled in pain, his armor beginning to crack. Damn it! Damn it all! Cooler seized Sun Wuxiu's incoming kick using the force to create distance, and floated upward, gasping heavily. His eyes brimmed with both shock and fury. I didn't expect you to truly possess such power. Frieza's defeat at your hands isn't so unjust after all. Cooler wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze turned suddenly cold and sinister. But if you think that was my full strength, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh. Sun Wuxiu paused, pretending to ask, what? Are you going to transform too? That's right. Cooler spread his arms wide, his expression twisting into something feral and fanatical. My foolish younger brother Frieza, always so full of himself, believing that 3 transformations are the limit. But he never knew. Me, Cooler. I discovered the secret of transformation long before him. And I evolved one stage beyond him. What? Frieza at the bottom of the pit was so shocked he nearly leapt up. One more transformation for me. Impossible. Watch closely. This is the true face of despair. Gula roared. Hi-ya. Boom. The entire planet Namek trembled violently, once more, the shock far more terrifying than Frieza's transformation. Gula's body began to undergo drastic changes. For sharp, elongated horns sprouted from his previously smooth head, his back arched, and sharp bony spikes erupted from his shoulders and limbs. His mouth became covered by a mask-like skeletal plate. His physique grew even taller and more muscular, radiating a destructive beauty. And his aura skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. Finally it locked onto a despair-inducing figure, 470 million. This pressure felt like a massive mountain, crushing the breath out of everyone present. What kind of monster is this? Piccolo trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his face. The sheer level of power far exceeded his understanding. This is my final form. Having completed his transformation, Gula's voice grew deeper and more terrifying, as if echoing with natural reverb. He clenched his fist, now sheathed in bone spikes, relishing the earth-shattering power coursing through him as he cast a cold gaze upon Sun Wuxiu. Now, wild monkey, can you still laugh? I will crush every bone in your body one by one, reduce you to ashes, and make you regret ever being born. Facing an almost invincible Gula, Sun Wuxiu still floated in the air. There was not a trace of fear on his face, instead there was a hint of amusement. 470 million, huh? Sun Wuxiu murmured softly. Indeed, quite strong. Far stronger than that rotten younger brother of Frieza's. But Sun Wuxiu looked up at Gula and shot back. Not only did you get uglier after transforming, but you also talk more trash. Is this your final ace? You're asking for death. Enraged Gula prepared to strike. However, just then Sun Wuxiu did something that completely caught everyone off guard. He let out a long breath. The deep red aura of the Kaioken that had been wrapping around him actually slowly faded away. He simply dropped the Kaioken, reverting to his normal state. What a... Krillin exclaimed, "Senior brother Wuxiu. What are you doing? Are you out of stamina? Quick, eat a Senza bean." Krillin hastily pulled out his pouch to toss one over. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gula erupted into a deafening manic laugh. What's wrong? Giving up resistance already? Aren't you usually so full of hot air? Now you know despair. Looks like your body is much more honest than your mouth. Too bad it's too late. Even if you kneel and beg me, I won't let you go. Everyone lost hope. In their eyes, Sun Wuxiu's previous state clearly indicated he had reached his limit and could no longer sustain such a high-intensity Kaioken. Facing Gula, who was now several times stronger, Sun Wuxiu, having lost the Kaioken, had only one path ahead: death. However, Sun Wuxiu ignored Krillin's shouts and Gula's mockery. He simply stood quietly in the void, slowly closing his eyes. The wind stopped. The entire battlefield seemed to fall into an eerie stillness. What is he doing? Waiting to die? Frieza watched in confusion. Just as Gula grinned and prepared to charge in for a fatal strike on Sun Wuxiu. Thud! As if a heavy heartbeat echoed clearly into everyone's ears. Then, thud! Thud! The earth began to shake. The heavens, once tranquil, erupted into stormy clouds as golden lightning danced furiously through the firmament. Gula halted his steps, an inexplicable sense of dread welling up in his heart. Sun Wuxiu remained with his eyes closed. But within him, the S-cells, already saturated to the brink, were being ignited by his willpower. No anger needed. No sorrow required. Only this switch that had long been prepared. The corners of Sun Wuxiu's mouth slowly curled into a sharply cold arc. The next moment, he violently opened his eyes. His originally pitch-black pupils instantly transformed into an unsettling emerald green. Howa! Boom! A pillar of golden light erupted from Sun Wuxiu's center, shooting straight into the skies. The land of Namek cracked instantly, the seas reversed their flow, and countless rocks levitated against gravity in the air. Within that blinding golden radiance, Sun Wuxiu's originally black hair violently stood on end, dyed a resplendent golden hue. An aura far grander, purer, holier, and more terrifying than his previous 50-fold Kaioken instantly swept across the entire planet. Base form, 12 million. Super Saiyan transformation, 50-fold multiplier. Combat power, 600 million. WH. What is this? Gula was forcibly pushed back hundreds of meters by the shockwave, his hands raised defensively, his eyes filled with terror. The light dissipated. A warrior wreathed in golden flame with golden hair and emerald eyes as cold as ice floated silently in the air. Every muscle on his body seemed to hold the power of a cosmic explosion. That oppressive presence made Gula, even in his final form, feel a tremor originating from his very soul. This is... Below, Vegeta watched that golden silhouette, tears streaming down his face, his entire body trembling. He knew that golden figure all too well. This was the true Super Saiyan he had believed in and pursued his entire life. Super. Sun Wuxiu slowly turned his head, those emotionless emerald eyes coldly fixed upon Gula, who stood utterly frozen. He spoke slowly, his voice low, yet clear as divine decree. Let me introduce myself. I am Sun Wuxiu, a Super Saiyan from Earth. Sun Wuxiu. Or, you may also call me Kashu. Now, Sun Wuxiu beckoned with his finger toward Gula. The second round begins. Upon the ravaged land of Namek, golden radiance akin to the rising sun dyed the planet, originally adorned only with a green sky, into a sacred hue of gold. Sun Wuxiu hovered silently in midair. His hair stood erect like gold, and his emerald pupils reflected the grim scene of the entire battlefield. The golden aura blazing around him was not as wild and untamed as that of Frieza or Cooler, but steady and refined like flowing water. Yet it was precisely this calmness that evoked a deeper sense of despair. 600 million. Below, Piccolo swallowed hard. Even from afar he could feel the abyssal, immeasurable power. No, it's more than just a numerical advantage. Goku, now recovered from his earlier shock, stared at Sun Wuxiu with the eyes of a martial artist filled with fervor and longing. Brother's chi is so pure. Despite the fierce aura of a Super Saiyan transformation, his heart remains as calm as a lake. This state is simply perfect. We're sure to win. Krillin pumped his fist excitedly. This chi is definitely stronger than Cooler's. And by a huge margin. Of course. Vegeta knelt on one hand, clutching his injured arm. Though battered, his face wore a sickly, fanatical grin as he gazed at the golden figure. That's a Super Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. How could his power lose to a mere frost demon? In stark contrast to the Z fighter's jubilation, Cooler's face was as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. This is... Cooler hovered in the air at the highest altitude his final form could reach. Yet at this moment, he felt like a mortal standing at the foot of a mountain, gazing up at a deity. That golden chi, though not deliberately oppressive simply by existing, made his biological instincts scream in terror. Flee. Run. No. Impossible. Cooler shook his head violently, forcing away the fear. Who was he? He was Cooler, the universe's overlord, stronger and more perfect than Frisia. How could he be scared by a golden monkey? A bluff. This must be a bluff. Cooler let out a hysterical roar, his mask-like face contorting with muscle spasms, making it even more grotesque. Super Saiyan. That legend. It's all lies. The Frost Demon race is the strongest in the universe. I am invincible. Die. Boom. Cooler erupted completely. He pushed his battle power of 470 million to the limit, turning into a purple meteor charging at Sun Wuxiu with a terrifying force that seemed to tear space itself. This strike was devoid of any fancy moves, only pure power and speed. He would use absolute might to shatter the legend that instilled fear in him. Yet facing this earth-shattering blow, Sun Wuxiu didn't even raise an eyelid. A pointless struggle. The moment Cooler's bone-spiked heavy fist was about to crash into Sun Wuxiu's face. Slap. A soft sound. Sun Wuxiu casually lifted his left hand, fingers spread. That seemingly unremarkable palm, like a wall of lament, firmly caught Cooler's full-force punch. It didn't budge an inch. The golden aura around Sun Wuxiu didn't even flicker. WH. Cooler's pupils contracted in shock before he could react. Too weak. Sun Wuxiu commented indifferently. The next moment, he gave a slight flick of his wrist. Boom. Bang. A knee strike slammed into Cooler's spine. Cough. Cooler's eyes bulged, purple blood spewing out along with fragments of internal organs. Not done yet. Sun Wuxiu vanished in a flash, reappearing in Cooler's trajectory. Is this the power of the universe's emperor? Sun Wuxiu's voice was cold as ice. Bang, 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 bang. What followed was a one-sided massacre. 600 million versus 470 million. Though the numerical difference seemed barely over 100 million in high-tier combat, that gap was an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Sun Wuxiu possessed exquisite martial arts skills and perfect control at full power. Cooler was like a ball kicked around in the air. His bone armor shattered, his once proud body was riddled with holes, and his consciousness wavered. However, it must be said that the Frost Demon race's vitality was tenacious to the extreme. Even after being beaten to such a state, Cooler was still alive, even attempting to counterattack. Duh. Damn it. Cooler gasped heavily, his eyes filled with venom. What? Still not dead? Sun Wuxiu hovered in midair, looking down at the blood-soaked monster. He didn't rush to finish him off, because he wanted to test a bold idea he had conceived before obtaining the Kaioken through his wish. A mad notion never attempted in the original story. Since there's a convenient punching bag here. Sun Wuxiu felt the immense Super Saiyan energy within him, which under the balance of the Tiger Talisman was as docile as a lamb. And the Horse Talisman and Dog Talisman are on standby. Then, why not try it? A crazy smile that no one could understand curved at the corner of Sun Wuxiu's mouth. Hey Cooler. Sun Wuxiu suddenly stopped attacking and beckoned to Cooler below. Though you're weak, your body is quite durable. Just right for an experiment. Experiment. Cooler crawled out of the rubble, battered but wary, a sense of foreboding rising at the word. Indeed. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He began to regulate his breathing. In his Super Saiyan state, he started to circulate the technique considered taboo. What is he doing? Piccolo and the others frowned. That stance. Could it be? Only Goku, upon seeing the posture, turned pale. No. It can't be. Goku exclaimed. Brother. He's not planning to use that in this state. What about that state? Krillin was puzzled. That's suicide. Goku shouted. A Super Saiyan's chi is already violent. Stacking the Kaioken, which strains the body, will cause instant collapse. What a... Everyone was horrified. Kaioken. But it was too late. In the sky. Sun Wuxiu's eyes snapped open. Within those emerald green eyes, besides the golden radiance, a faintly visible blood-red frenzy began to emerge. Kaioken. Sun Wuxiu murmured with a low shout. 2 times. Boom. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, an unprecedented, utterly bizarre, yet overwhelmingly suffocating aura erupted from within Sun Wuxiu. Over his pure golden aura, a layer of blood-red Kaioken light enveloped him. Gold and red intertwined. Under the impact of this dual energy, the atmosphere of Namek was torn open, revealing the starry river of outer space. Sizzle. Faint cracks appeared on Sun Wuxiu's skin, a sign of his body struggling under the immense strain. But, in the next second, a white light, the Horse Talisman, flowed through his body, and those cracks healed instantly. The pain was soothed as soon as it arose. The raging fury was forcibly suppressed by the yin-yang taiji diagram of the tiger talisman turning into something gentle. Success. This was Super Kaioken, though it was only 2 times. But 12 million base power x 50 times Super Saiyan x 2 times Kaioken 1. 2 billion combat power. At this moment Sun Wuxiu seemed like the sole, true god of this universe. This energy. On King Kai's planet King Kai had completely collapsed, his sunglasses shattered. He actually did it. Stacking Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan. This is a taboo that even gods dare not imagine. 2 billion. On the battlefield Kula stared at the man wrapped in golden red flames, his body frozen and unable to move. No matter how arrogant or ignorant he was faced with 2 billion combat power, he understood one fact: he was nothing but a joke. It's over. Kula closed his eyes in despair. Swish. Sun Wuxiu vanished. This time not even a ripple in space occurred, because his speed had reached a level where even space could not react. The next instant he appeared directly in front of Kula face to face. The terrifyingly hot aura melted the masked bones on Kula's face. In your next life, remember not to mess with earthlings, Sun Wuxiu said softly. Then a gentle punch, seemingly without any force. Thud. That punch struck Kula's abdomen. Time seemed to pause for a second. Then Aoth. Kula let out the most agonizing scream of his life. A huge hole blasted open in his back. The force of that punch not only pierced through his body, but also tore through the entire crust of Namek, shooting out from the other side of the planet. Whoosh! Kula, like a discarded satellite, was hurled into the sky by that punch. Not finished yet. Sun Wuxiu did not pursue. Instead, he slowly brought his hands to his waist, striking the classic pose. In his palms, gold and red energy converged, wildly compressed to an extremely terrifying density. Kamehameha. Boom. A golden beam over a kilometer in diameter, wreathed in red lightning, surged skyward with the will to annihilate everything. The beam instantly engulfed Kula in midair. No. I am the strongest in the universe. I am. Kula's voice vanished in the beam. In the torrent of 2 billion combat power, his body, his cells, even his soul were utterly disintegrated and annihilated in an instant. Not even ashes remained. The beam broke through the atmosphere and flew into the depths of the cosmos until it disappeared. Kula was dead. Dead beyond any doubt. Phew. Sun Wuxiu slowly exhaled, canceling the Kaioken state and retaining only the Super Saiyan transformation. Though his body suffered no harm thanks to the horse talisman, the mental tension left him somewhat fatigued. It seems 2 times is the current limit. Sun Wuxiu thought to himself. If I go higher, even the horse talisman might not be able to repair it. But this was enough. Just as everyone thought the battle was completely over and prepared to cheer die, a venomous mad screech suddenly came from the pit below. It was Frisia. That feigning dead bastard had, while everyone was distracted by Sun Wuxiu, secretly condensed a small energy sphere capable of detonating the planet's core. Since my brother is dead, since the Dragon Balls are gone, all of you will be buried with me. Frisia grinned savagely, hurling the energy sphere into the ground. He was a race that could survive in space. If the planet blew up, the Saiyans would surely die, but he would live. This was his final desperate act of mutual destruction. Damn it. Goku and Piccolo's faces turned pale. If that energy sphere struck the core, it would be over. But then, before the sphere even hit the ground, such petty tricks, don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Sun Wuxiu's cold voice came from the sky. He spun around instantly, his eyes blazing. Pig talisman, electric heat, vision. Zazzup. 2 golden laser beams, Super Saiyan enhanced, shot from his eyes. The beams were unbelievably fast, striking the sphere Frisia had thrown before it could land. Boom. The sphere exploded in midair. But the 2 laser beams did not stop. They pierced through the flames, and precisely unhindered. Thud. Pierced through Frisia's chest and forehead. Ugh. Frisia froze. He looked down in disbelief at the charred hole in his chest. How is that possible? I am the Emperor of the universe. I don't want to die. The light in Frisia's eyes gradually faded. Thud. His body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. To be safe, Sun Wuxiu even added a Kamehameha to obliterate Frisia's corpse, leaving him dead beyond any doubt. Thus the Frisia clan, Frisia, Kula, and King Cold, who had ruled the universe for millennia, on this remote planet Namek, were utterly ended by the same Saiyan. The wind stopped. The world finally fell silent. Sun Wuxiu slowly descended to the ground, his golden hair reverting to black, his eyes returning to their deep hue. He looked at the stunned crowd and gave that signature reassuring smile. All done, comrades. It's time to go home for dinner. Namek planet, once a beautiful emerald world, now lies in ruins. The ground is covered with bottomless cracks, magma flows in the ravines, and the air is filled with the smell of gunpowder and burning. Although most of the destructive energy of Falisa and Gula was blocked or deflected by Sun Wuxiu, the aftermath of a battle of that magnitude still left indelible scars on this planet. However, the good news is that this planet did not explode. Although the Namek people have all moved away, it's not like there's any use for it not exploding. But even if it's just kept as a souvenir, it's still good. Phew. It's finally over. Kellen plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, but unable to suppress the smile on his face. Soon as if remembering something, he grabbed a handful from the bag full of Senza beans and distributed them to everyone like giving out candy. Come. Everyone gets one. Don't be polite. Crunch. Wufan took the Senza bean, chewed it, and swallowed. Instantly the fatigue and pain from the battle vanished, and his big eyes sparkled with spirit again. Thank you, Uncle Kellen. Wow. I feel my strength returning. This kind of thing. Although Vegeta was stubborn, when Kellen handed it over, his body honestly took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Feeling his body instantly restored to its peak state, Vegeta cast a complex gaze at the black-haired man who was hovering in midair and slowly descending. Sun Wuxiu. At this moment he had already deactivated the terrifying Super Saiyan form and returned to his usual appearance. He was still wearing the slightly damaged casual clothes, hands in pockets, looking like an ordinary handsome guy rather than the war god who had just saved the universe. Is everyone recovered? Sun Wuxiu walked in front of the group, his gaze sweeping over each face. Wukong, Bic, Wufan, Kellen, Tianjin, Fan, Jiazi, Yamucha. Not one was missing. In this Nameku Planet Arca dungeon, with a high mortality rate, this was simply a miracle. Yeah, all good. Wukong shook his fist and said excitedly, "Brother, that move just now was so cool." The red aura of the Kaioken mixed with the golden aura of the Super Saiyan was incredibly powerful beyond limits. Yes, senior brother Wuxiu. Kellen also came over, grinning widely with stars in his eyes. My god, I never thought in my life that a person's chi could reach such a height. That arrogant Gula just now was like a baby in front of you. Although Bic did not speak, in his eyes looking at Sun Wuxiu, there was not only awe but also a deep recognition. Alright, save the flattery for later. Sun Wuxiu smiled and waved his hand, pointing at the sky. I've already arranged the matters of the Nameku people through the Dragon Balls. They should all be settled on a new planet by now. There's nothing left to linger on here. We should go home too. Home. Yamucha was stunned and took out the space capsule containing the spaceship. But Wuxiu, it will take at least a month to go back by spaceship. Although we won that battle, I just want to lie down on a soft bed and sleep right now. What spaceships? Sun Wuxiu raised an eyebrow and pointed to his forehead. Did you forget how I got here? Instant transmission. Wufan exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, are you going to take us all back using instant transmission? Smart. Sun Wuxiu nodded. Although teleporting so many people at once might be a bit taxing, it's still better than sitting in a prison for a month. Come on, everyone gather around. Put your hand on me or on someone who is touching me. Yeah. Everyone cheered and surrounded him. Wukong grabbed Sun Wuxiu's shoulder, Wufan hugged Wukong's leg, and Kellen, Yamucha, and the others also linked together like a human pyramid. Even Bic, though a bit reluctant, silently placed his hand on Wufan's shoulder. However, there was still one figure standing alone in the distance. Vegeta. He stood with arms crossed back to the crowd, gazing at the desolate horizon with an aloof demeanor that said this childish game is beneath a prince. But in reality his ears were already perked up and his peripheral vision kept glancing over. Isn't Vegeta coming? Kellen asked quietly. Don't mind that gloomy guy. Yamucha pursed his lips. He might still want to kill us. Sun Wuxiu glanced at that stubborn back and laughed inwardly. With its Sundara like him, the more you beg, the more he plays hard to get. To deal with Vegeta, one had to use special tactics, like throwing out a bait he couldn't refuse. Ahem. Sun Wuxiu suddenly cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice, and said to Wukong. By the way, Wukong, you saw that golden Super Saiyan transformation clearly, didn't you? Yeah, I saw it clearly. Wukong nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of longing. That was amazing. That power. Brother, I want to transform too. I want to become as strong as you. Don't worry, Wukong. Sun Wuxiu's voice was full of temptation, clearly reaching Vegeta's ears. Actually, the so-called Super Saiyan is not a once-in-a-millennium miracle, nor is it something only the chosen one can achieve. What? In the distance, Vegeta's body stiffened and his ears twitched. Sun Wuxiu continued. As long as one is a Saiyan with Saiyan blood flowing in their veins, theoretically everyone has the potential to transform. Whether it's you or Wufan. Everyone has a chance to become like that. Really? Wukong excitedly grabbed Sun Wuxiu's clothes. Then, how does one transform? You mentioned it once before. Is it about getting very, very angry? Anger is just one catalyst. Sun Wuxiu shook his head and said mysteriously. Actually, there is a very crucial secret to becoming a Super Saiyan. This secret involves a special substance in the Saiyan body called S-cells. Once you master this secret combined with specific training methods. At this point, Sun Wuxiu suddenly stopped. He chuckled and patted Wukong's head. As for the specifics, the wind and sand are too strong here, not convenient for talking. Once we return to Earth, I'll tell you slowly. Wukong drew out his voice in disappointment. How can you do this? Brother, you're so mean. You only say half of it. This is called maintaining a sense of mystery. Sun Wuxiu grinned mischievously. Alright, everyone stand steady, we're about to depart. Just as Sun Wuxiu was about to activate instant transmission. Wait. A cry of urgency, anger, and suppressed frustration suddenly echoed from afar. Vegeta charged in like a whirlwind, his eyes fixed intently on Sun Wuxiu. His face, usually etched with pride, now bore an expression of frantic curiosity, yearning to know yet refusing to admit it. You bastard. Vegeta pointed at Sun Wuxiu, his finger trembling. What you just said, is it true? What trick? What SLs? Are you deliberately dangling half the story to torment this prince? Watching the exasperated Vegeta, Sun Wuxiu spread his hands with an innocent look. Did I? I was talking to my brother, not you. Besides, didn't you say you wouldn't come with us? Weren't you going to stay here and play Robinson Crusoe on this deserted island? Then by all means stay and contemplate life. We Earthlings are heading home for a party. Farewell, Prince Tragic. As he spoke, Sun Wuxiu's ki began to surge as if he would vanish the next instant. Damn it. Vegeta panicked. Truly panicked. For a Saiyan who valued strength above life itself, nothing was more tantalizing than the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan. Especially after witnessing Sun Wuxiu's devastating power firsthand, his burning desire for growth had reached its zenith. If he couldn't uncover the secret, he felt he might suffocate from sheer frustration. Who said I'm not coming? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face reddening as he roared. This prince. I was just scouting the terrain. Yes, scouting. Since the secret is on Earth, then naturally this prince must go to Earth to conquer it. Exactly. I'm going to conquer Earth, not to listen to your lecture. Seeing Vegeta desperately trying to save face, everyone nearly burst into laughter, but they held it in out of respect for his temper. Oh, is that so? Sun Wuxiu looked at him with a half smile. Since it's on the way, come along. But there's no room. Find your own spot to hitch a ride. Vegeta gazed at the huddle of low-class warriors and Earthlings packed together like a human pyramid, his face contorting with extreme disgust. Make the noble Saiyan prince perform such a childish hand-holding maneuver. Yet, for the Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a heavy snort and turned his face away as if bearing a tremendous grievance. He extended a single finger and with extreme reluctance poked Goku's shoulder in a flash. Kakarot, if you dare move, I'll kill you. Don't worry, Vegeta, Goku said with a silly grin. Alright, everyone's here. Sun Wuxiu dropped his smile, placing 2 fingers to his forehead. His perception instantly spanned countless light years, locking onto the Azure planet. Target, Earth Capsule Corporation. Let's go. Whoosh. Amid the desolate winds of Namek, their figures warped, faded, and vanished completely. Only the battered planet remained bathed in the light of 3 suns, silently awaiting the revival of new life. Earth West City Capsule Corporation. This was a grand party long in the making. Though Sun Wuxiu had been gone only a short, while every second felt like an eternity for Bulma back on Earth. Especially when she watched the live feed from Namek, a tiny device she'd crafted and sent with Sun Wuxiu. Witnessing the earth-shattering battle, her heart nearly leaped into her throat. Only when she saw Sun Wuxiu transform into a Super Saiyan and obliterate Cooler with a single punch did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Quick, add 2 more grills over here. Where's the giant cake? Why isn't it out yet? And the beverage tower, I want the tallest one. Bulma was now directing dozens of servants and robots bustling about in the private garden bigger than a football field. Bulma, isn't this a bit over the top? Nearby lunch blonde form who had been roped into helping remarked while wiping her machine gun. There are only a few of them. This amount could feed an army. You don't understand. Bulma said, hands on her hips, looking exasperated. There are 3, no 4 Saiyans with bottomless stomachs. I'm not even sure this will fill their gaps. And Bulma looked up at the sky, her eyes softening. This is a triumphant feast for our heroes. It has to be the grandest. Just then, whoosh, the air in the center of the garden twisted. In a flash, a large group appeared out of thin air, as if by magic. Wow, we're really back. So fast. We were on Namek a moment ago, and now we're home. Before they could steady themselves, the tantalizing aroma around them seized their attention. Meat. It smells like meat. Goku's nose twitched, his eyes turning into searchlights as they locked onto the mountain-sized roast whole cow. I'm starving. I'm digging in. Me too. Gohan abandoned all manners and charged after his father. Ah, these 2 gluttons. Sun Wuxiu shook his head with a smile, then straightened his clothes, his gaze falling on the figure sprinting toward him. Wuxiu. Bulma rushed over, recklessly leaping into his arms. Welcome home. Sun Wuxiu caught her, steadily spun her around twice, then planted a deep kiss on her lips. I'm back, my wife. Enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted around them. Even the ever-serious Piccolo found a corner, sat down, and sipped water, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The trip to Namek, where he saw the home of his people, had helped him sort out many things. At the other end of the table, Vegeta stood alone, a drumstick in hand, uncertain whether to eat or not. Watching these people, who had no warrior's dignity, feasting and laughing, he felt utterly out of place. A bunch of idiots. Vegeta finally bit into the drumstick with a vengeance, but his gaze kept drifting to Sun Wuxiu, who was being affectionate with Bulma. Kashu, that guy, the secret to the Super Saiyan. This prince will definitely find out. And then, surpass you. That night Earth's sky was incredibly brilliant. No alien threats, no shadow of death. Only food, wine, laughter, and boundless hope for the future. Thus the Namek arc came to a perfect conclusion. And the new era of the Saiyans, along with the even more magnificent future androids, Cell, Majin Buu, God of Destruction, etc., was quietly unfolding amid the joyful sounds. In the western capital, the bedroom of Sun Wuxiu and his wife. Sun Wuxiu opened his eyes, but did not immediately rise. Sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the soft, round, king-sized bed in the bedroom. The temperature of the air conditioning was perfectly regulated by the smart system, making one reluctant to get up. He turned his head and looked at Bulma, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. At this moment, this heiress of the world's richest man and genius scientist was curled up under the covers like a languid little cat. Her blue hair lay scattered messily on the pillow, and a faint trace of glistening saliva hung at the corner of her mouth, as if she were having a sweet dream. Yesterday's grand triumphal party had lasted until late at night, and even the energetic Bulma was now too tired to move. Of course, there might be other reasons for her current reluctance to move. Sun Wuxiu's eyes were tender. He gently brushed her nose with his finger, then leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. "Good morning, my queen," he said. After doing this, as if afraid to disturb the dreamer, he flickered and vanished directly from the room. The next moment, deep underground, the gravity training room. As Sun Wuxiu appeared, the sensor lights automatically turned on, illuminating the spacious silver-white space. The atmosphere suddenly shifted with a sense of solemnity and silence permeating the air. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and did not rush to activate the gravity system. After the battle on Namek last night, in the moment his body relaxed, he faintly sensed a change in his chi. That feeling was like a surging river suddenly being widened into a vast ocean. It was the Saiyans' unique and most unreasonable passive ability, growing stronger after near-death revival. Although I didn't actually come close to death yesterday under that intense strain, my body tissues must have broken down and reconstituted countless times. Sun Wuxiu walked to a corner of the hall. There stood a strangely shaped device. It looked like a huge transparent cylinder surrounded by countless complex pipes and display screens. This was a custom-made device he had specially asked Bulma to build for him. Ultimate Battle Power Detector Beta version. Unlike those easily exploding single-eye scouter devices, this big guy was equipped with Capsule Corporation's latest energy capture probes and overload-resistant chips. As for its exact capacity, according to Bulma, it could theoretically withstand combat power values below 1 billion without exploding. So he just needed to avoid transforming. Let me see how much I've gained from this battle. Sun Wuxiu stepped into the cylindrical chamber and pressed the start button. Beep, system startup. Energy shield activated. Please release your aura. The electronic synthetic voice sounded. Sun Wuxiu closed his eyes and no longer suppressed the power within him. Whoosh. At first it was like a gentle breeze. Then boom. A white wave of chi burst outward from Sun Wuxiu, erupting violently within this sealed space. Although he hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, the chi in his normal state was still so immense it was suffocating. The numbers on the display began to jump wildly, too fast for even an afterimage to be seen. 5000000, 8000000, 100000. In just an instant it broke through his previous normal limit of 12 million. But this was only the beginning. The numbers continued to soar. 15000000, 18000000, 200000, until finally the jumping speed slowed down and it settled on a heart-stopping value. 210000, 21 million. Sun Wuxiu looked at the numbers on the screen, and even though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Is this the Saiyans bug? Just from one battle. First activating the 50-fold Kaioken, pushing my body to the brink of collapse, then being healed by the Ma Fu Zhou, then transforming into a Super Saiyan, stacking Kaioken again, tearing my body apart again, and healing again. This repeated cycle of destruction and reconstitution was for Saiyan cells the most efficient evolutionary catalyst. Overnight his normal combat power had surged by 9 million. If Vegeta knew about this, he would probably be so jealous that he'd vomit blood on the spot. You know, Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, had a normal state first form of only 53000. Now Sun Wuxiu, with just one finger in his normal state, could crush 40 Friezas in their first form. My power has indeed skyrocketed. Sun Wuxiu did not become complacent about this number. Instead he frowned. He began to try to restrain his aura. Retract. The chi vortex inside him began to reverse, and that immense energy was forcibly compressed and hidden deep into every cell of his body. The numbers on the detector began to plummet rapidly. 10000000, 500000, 100000. The smaller the number, the slower the rate of decline. When the value dropped to around 500, Sun Wuxiu felt a noticeable resistance. The newly gained power was like unbroken wild horses not entirely obeying his command, still running rampant inside his body, emitting residual ripples. Still. Beads of sweat appeared on Sun Wuxiu's forehead. The balancing power of the Hu Fu Zhou was fully activated, combined with the realm of stillness he had comprehended at the Tianshan Temple, forcibly suppressing this restlessness. Finally, The number on the screen settled at 1048. Over 1,000. Sun Wuxiu looked at the number side and shook his head in slight dissatisfaction. As expected, power gained by exploiting Bug Saiyan passive is after all not as obedient as power cultivated step by step. In the past I could control my combat power to 1 or even 0 at any time, achieving perfect aura concealment. But now, because the power has grown too fast, my control can't keep up. This is the difference between a nouveau riche and a true aristocrat. Although he had more money, more chi, his temperament control hadn't caught up. The leakage of over 1,000 combat power is as conspicuous as a light bulb in the dark to experts. Sun Wuxiu walked out of the detector, his eyes sharpening. This was not just a matter of whether he could conceal his combat power, but also whether he could fully exert his own strength. The focus of training from now on, besides adapting to greater power, is to recompress this unsteady chi until I can control it back to single digits. Only power that is perfectly mastered is true power. However, before that, Sun Wuxiu flexed his wrist and a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Since the warm-up is done, let's go all the way and thoroughly verify that hypothesis. He walked to the center of the training area. In yesterday's battle, while in Super Saiyan form, he successfully stacked a twofold Kaioken and instantly killed Gula. At that time the feeling was a slight tearing sensation in the body, but it was completely within the repair range of the horse talisman, even effortless, and today his battle power had increased somewhat. So, what about 3 times? This was an extremely dangerous attempt. In the original story, Super Saiyan Blue Goku, when stacking 20-fold Kaioken, almost caused his body to collapse from failing to control his ki. As for Sun Wuxiu now, though lacking the blessing of divine ki, he had the talisman cheat. Come on. Sun Wuxiu took a deep breath and the S cells within his body were instantly ignited. Golden light exploded. Super Saiyan form activate. Base power 21 million multiplied by 50 times. At this moment his battle power had reached a terrifying 1.05 billion. This already far surpassed the level of Super Saiyans in the early Android arc. Feels very easy. Sun Wuxiu clenched his fists. He had already fully mastered the full power form. Controlling this form was as simple as breathing. Next, Sun Wuxiu's gaze turned serious. He began to mobilize the ki within his body, following the Kaioken's path, frantically accelerating, compressing, and colliding in his meridians. Kaioken, 2 times. Boom. Red aura instantly covered the golden light. Battle power doubled to 1 billion. Still no problem. Sun Wuxiu sensed his body condition. His skin was only slightly reddened, not even a crack appeared. The horse talisman didn't even need to operate at full power to maintain this state. And with a battle power of 1 billion, defeating the newly appeared No. 17 was as easy as killing a chicken. Indeed, as base battle power increases, the body's carrying capacity also strengthens. Then, let's challenge the limit. The madness in Sun Wuxiu's eyes reached its peak. He no longer held back, no longer hesitated, focusing all his mental energy on that instant burst. Kaioken. 3 times. Rumble. This time it was no longer a mere airwave. It was a spatial tremor. The entire gravity training room, even with the highest level energy shield activated, trembled violently, and alarms blared throughout the underground base. A terrifying energy beyond words exploded within Sun Wuxiu's body. Golden radiance and deep red blood aura intertwined madly, finally, faintly revealing a sinister and ferocious dark gold. Pain. Agony. It was as if someone had poured magma into your veins, or as if every cell was being crushed under a millstone. Ugh! Sun Wuxiu couldn't help but let out a low roar. His skin instantly burst into countless fine bloody cracks, and the blood was evaporated into blood mist by the high temperature before it could flow out. Battle power 15 billion. What did that mean? Super Saiyan 2 transformation only increased battle power by 100 times, yet he was now able to amplify it by 150 times. Body about to explode. Sun Wuxiu felt like a balloon blown to its limit. The horse talisman was running wildly, white healing light extinguishing fires everywhere inside his body, but the destruction rate was still astonishingly fast. Must thin it out. In this state, if he didn't attack, his body would collapse first. Sun Wuxiu snapped open, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the superalloy target used for testing power ahead. Break. He raised his left arm. He didn't use any technique, just the simplest, most direct straight punch. Boom. The punch was thrown. It didn't hit the target. Because the moment before the fist wind reached the target, that 10-meter thick superalloy wall had already been reduced to powder by the compressed air cannon at its extreme. Even the walls behind the defense layers, and even part of the rock strata, were blasted into a bottomless deep hole by this punch. But the price was also severe. Poochie. At the very moment the punch force erupted, Sun Wuxiu's entire left arm, starting from the shoulder, burst apart, like a cannon barrel unable to withstand internal pressure. It wasn't a fracture, not a break. It was a thorough explosion. Flesh and blood flew, bones turned to dust. The originally robust left arm vanished instantly, leaving only a terrifying bloody hole at the shoulder, blood gushing out like a fountain. Ugh! Sun Wuxiu groaned. The intense pain nearly made him faint. But he didn't fall. At the moment his left arm exploded, he decisively dispersed all his ki. Golden light dissipated, red light extinguished. He returned to his normal state, his face pale as paper, his body swaying, the wound on his left shoulder shocking. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wuxiu panted heavily, looking at his empty left shoulder, not only without fear, but revealing a grimly excited smile. So this is the price of a 150-fold amplification. Indeed. Still too much of a stretch. However, Sun Wuxiu's gaze sharpened. As long as I don't die, it's a win. With a thought. In the depths of his soul, the horse talisman representing healing and restoration burst forth with unprecedented dazzling light at this moment. This was not simple healing. This was limb regeneration. A large amount of white light particles quickly gathered at the wound on Sun Wuxiu's left shoulder. A miracle occurred. At a visible speed, the white bones began to extend and grow, red muscle fibers quickly woven, and entwined blood vessels connected, nerves reconnected, and finally skin covered. In just 5 seconds, a brand new intact left arm grew back. Sun Wuxiu tried moving his fingers. Flexible, powerful, and even felt more full of life than the original arm. Perfect. Sun Wuxiu clenched his new left fist, his eyes full of amazement. The horse talisman's ability is indeed rule level. As long as you're not instantly annihilated, even if only a head remains, or even just a breath, it can pull you back and restore all losses. This regenerative power is probably even more unreasonable than Majin Buu's, because Bu needs ki while the talisman is rule-based and consumes no stamina. This self-mutilating experiment, though brutal in process, yielded encouraging conclusions. First, Super Saiyan threefold Kaioken is feasible, though currently it can only deliver one strike before causing limb collapse, but it can serve as a trump card for a killing blow. Second, the horse talisman's regenerative ability had passed the test, meaning Sun Wuxiu now had unlimited trial and error cost. Since I lost one hand. Sun Wuxiu touched his new left arm, his gaze once again fixed on the power scanner. According to the Saiyan passive nature, recovering from such a severe injury should cause a massive surge in battle power, right? He stepped into the scanner again. Initiate. Power surge. Battle power skyrocketing. 22 million. 24 million. 25 million. The number finally settled at 250,000. 25 million. Sun Wuxiu gazed at the figure, his brow slightly furrowed. Yesterday, I wasn't injured this badly, and it increased by 9 million. Today my hand was blown off, yet it only rose by 4 million. This result fell short of his expectations. Logically, the graver the injury, the greater the boost after revival. It seems my earlier conjecture was correct. Sun Wuxiu stepped out of the device, draped a towel over his shoulders, and sank into thought. The Saiyan's near-death revival passive is indeed a bug, but it's not infinitely stackable. In essence, it's a rapid realization of potential. Like squeezing water out of a sponge. If the sponge itself has no water left, potential depleted, no matter how hard you squeeze, injure yourself, you won't get much out. Over the past few years I've built a solid foundation, but these 2 consecutive days of explosive output have nearly drained the accumulated potential of this stage. Without new foundational training or a breakthrough in mindset to expand the container, relying solely on self-harm to boost battle power will yield diminishing returns until it becomes completely ineffective. Having come to this realization, Sun Wuxiu felt relieved. 25 million base power. This was roughly the limit his body could currently accommodate. Pushing further wouldn't yield much increase. Haste makes waste. Sun Wuxiu dried his sweat and dressed. In the coming days I can't be so aggressive. I need to fully digest this 25 million power, compress it back to single digits. As for the side effects of the threefold Kaioken, if I can strengthen my body through training, perhaps I can reduce the side effects to mere muscle tears. Then I could maintain it constantly, or even push toward fourfold. Having formulated his next training plan, Sun Wuxiu walked out of the gravity chamber. By then the sky outside was already bright. Growl. His stomach protested. Starving. The Saiyan law of energy conservation, the greater the output, the greater the appetite. The recent arm regeneration had probably consumed half of his stored calories. I wonder if Bulma is awake. Sun Wuxiu rubbed his stomach and headed toward the dining hall. Hope there's enough breakfast. Otherwise I'll have to summon the chefs for an emergency meeting. Sunlight spilled across the corridor, elongating his shadow. Though the pain of losing an arm still lingered in his neural memory, Sun Wuxiu's steps were unusually light. Because he knew. On this path, toward becoming the strongest in the universe, he had taken another solid step. Even if that step was trampled over his own flesh and blood. As long as he could grow stronger, everything was worth it. The morning in West City was bright and beautiful with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Yet in the luxurious dining hall of Capsule Corporation, capable of seating 100, a frenzy akin to famished ghosts was unfolding. Crunch, crunch. Gulp, gulp. 2 figures were hunched over mountains of plates, their hands blurring as they frantically shoveled food into their mouths. Another bowl. I want some too. Bring meat to this prince. Son Goku and Vegeta, those destined rivals, seemed intent on outdoing each other even at breakfast. Plates piled up at a visible rate. If not cleared promptly, they would soon reach the ceiling. Sun Wuxiu, the host, sat gracefully at the head of the table. He held a cup of freshly brewed coffee in one hand, the latest newspaper in the other, occasionally casting a resigned glance at the two Saiyans competing. Must you two compete in this of all things? Sun Wuxiu put down the newspaper with a sigh. Son Goku and Sun Wuxiu were very close, so Sun Wuxiu often invited Goku's family to stay for a while. Having just experienced the battle on Namek, they had stayed over last night. As for Vegeta, he had nowhere to go, so Sun Wuxiu arranged a guest room for him. The freeloading prince didn't hesitate to settle in. Mainly, he hadn't yet extracted the secret of Sun Wuxiu's Super Saiyan transformation. That secret was more important than life itself at this stage, so he was willing to swallow his pride to stay. Especially you, Vegeta? Aren't you a proud prince? Could you at least, eat like a noble? Let's talk. Vegeta retorted, his mouth stuffed with drumsticks. Saiyan eating is also part of training. If I can't even beat Kakarot, that low-class warrior, in eating, what kind of prince am I? I won't lose either. Goku shot back, shoving an entire roast suckling pig into his mouth. Watching this, Bulma was both amused and exasperated, and could only order the chef robots to step up their cooking. An hour later, the three well-fed and content arrived at the vast lawn behind Capsule Corporation. A gentle breeze blew. Sun Wuxiu stood between two large trees looking at his two fellow Saiyans, one full of anticipation, though Vegeta still had his arms crossed. All right, now that we've eaten, let's talk business. Sun Wuxiu's expression grew slightly more serious. About the secret of the Super Saiyan transformation. At these words, Goku, who had been picking his teeth, instantly sat up straight. Vegeta, though looking elsewhere, perked up his ears like antennas. Though his gaze was elsewhere, his focus might have been more intense than a college entrance exam. First, let me correct a misconception. Sun Wuxiu raised a finger. The Super Saiyan transformation is not solely achieved through rage. Anger is just a fuse or a switch. The true key lies in a special substance within the Saiyan body. I call it S-cells. S-cells. Goku and Vegeta asked in unison, bewildered. Exactly. Sun Wuxiu nodded, launching into his theoretical lecture, a blend of his past life's knowledge of Dragon Ball Super and his own understanding. S-cells are energy cells unique to Saiyans. The more S-cells you have, the easier it is to break through limits. And to increase S-cells, besides necessary training, the most important thing is having a peaceful heart. Huh. Vegeta nearly jumped up as if hearing a joke. A peaceful heart? Are you kidding? We are a warrior race. The most brutal fighters in the universe. We live for slaughter and destruction. Where does peace come in? That's why you couldn't transform before. Sun Wuxiu spread his hands, hitting the nail on the head. In the past, Saiyans were immersed in killing and violence all day long, with their S-cells constantly suppressed and extremely scarce in quantity. Therefore, no matter how strong their combat power was, they could not transform. On the other hand, Wukong. Sun Wuxiu pointed at Wukong. He grew up on Earth with a pure mind and far less aggression. Therefore, the number of S-cells in his body had actually already reached the critical point for transformation. Vegeta's expression stiffened. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he could indeed sense a kind of purity in Kakarot that even he found intimidating. With enough S-cells, there are two relatively strict conditions. Sun Wuxiu extended his second finger. First, the base combat power must reach over 3 million. Second, you need an extremely intense emotional fluctuation, usually anger strong enough to make you lose your reason, to ignite the S-cells in your body and trigger a chain reaction. This is what is called the anger transformation method. With that, Sun Wuxiu looked at Vegeta and said with a half smile, Vegeta, although your current combat power has risen to 30,000, it is still far from 3 million, a difference of 1,000 miles. Moreover, your heart is too chaotic and your S-cells are estimated to be pitifully few. So you still have to train. Vegeta hit on a sore spot, turned red and white, and said through gritted teeth, what about Kakarot? That guy had a base power of 3 million on Namek Xing, right? That means he can transform now. Sun Wuxiu nodded. As long as something can make him extremely angry, like if Kulin is killed or something. Hey, brother, don't say that. Kulin can't die. Wukong quickly waved his hands. I'm just giving an example. Sun Wuxiu smiled. Wukong scratched his head, somewhat troubled, but it's really hard for me to get that angry. I don't usually get angry easily. What about you, brother? Wukong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, looking at Sun Wuxiu curiously. How did you transform? Did you encounter something particularly angering too? Vegeta also abruptly turned to look at Sun Wuxiu. Indeed, when this guy transformed, he looked terrifyingly calm, completely unlike someone who had lost his reason. Me. Sun Wuxiu smiled mysteriously and extended his third finger. This is the second transformation method I want to talk about. If your state of mind is calm enough to prevent extreme anger, or if you don't want to rely on such an unstable emotion as anger, then there is another path to take. That is, proving the Tao through power. Sun Wuxiu's voice became low and forceful. Polish your base combat power to the extreme. That is, 10 million. T10 million. Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously gasped. 3 million was already an astronomical figure. 10 million. Was that a realm ordinary people could reach? That's right, 10 million. Sun Wuxiu affirmed. When your physical strength and total chi reach this level, the S cells become saturated to the point of overflowing. At this point, you don't need anger. Sun Wuxiu turned around, pointing to the middle of his own back between the shoulder blades. You simply need to concentrate all the energy in your body at this point on your back. You will feel a kind of tingling sensation. Then exert force. Let that chi break through the restraint of your back. With a bang, you will transform. Is it that simple? Wukong was stunned. It's that simple. Sun Wuxiu shrugged. That is the so-called back orgasm transformation method, the back gathering method. After listening to Sun Wuxiu's explanation, Vegeta fell into deep silence. 10 million base power. This was simply a despair-inducing goal. But looking at Sun Wuxiu's relaxed demeanor, the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. 10 million is it? Vegeta clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palms. As long as you can do it, this prince can definitely do it too. Isn't it just 10 million? I will train and show you. From that day on, Vegeta completely moved into Capsule Corporation. To meet the training needs of these two Super Saiyan candidates, Sun Wuxiu again squeezed. No begged his father-in-law Dr. Fu. Fortunately, the gravity chamber technology was already mature. Before long, 2 brand new training rooms capable of up to 500 times gravity were built. Thus a hellish training life began. Seasons came and went, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed quickly. During this year, the back garden of Capsule Corporation experienced mild earthquakes almost every day. That was the result of 2 madmen pushing themselves to the limit in the gravity chambers. Especially Vegeta. This proud prince seemed possessed. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time in the gravity chamber. He pushed himself to the limit, even fainting inside several times due to physical exhaustion. If not for Earth's decent medical equipment, he would probably have died from overwork. On the other hand, Wukong was a bit more health conscious. Influenced by the Turtle School's philosophy of train hard, rest well. Although he also trained hard, he would set aside enough time to go fishing and play with Wu Fan. However, Wukong had a biggest cheat, Sun Wuxiu's special favor, which was Xiando. Hee brother, I'm here to get some beans again. One late night, Wukong stealthily came to the door of Sun Wuxiu's room. Sun Wuxiu helplessly threw him a bag of Xiando, saying, "Eat sparingly. I've almost plucked Cat Immortal Bald." With the support of Xiando, Wukong could recklessly use Jia Wang Quan to temper his body, recovering rapidly after each exhaustion, frantically refreshing the Saiyan's passive ability. Finally, in the 11th month after the Battle of Naimai-Shing, inside Wukong's exclusive gravity chamber, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a wave of golden chi blew off the top of the gravity chamber. Sun Wukong, his entire body burning with golden flames, his emerald eyes full of excitement. A success. He clenched his fists full of power, feeling the terrifying amplification from the conversion of that 10 million base combat power. Is this the Super Saiyan? Shoo. Just as Wukong was about to shout in excitement, Sun Wuxiu's voice sounded in his mind. Don't shout so loud. That Sundara Prince next door is still sprinting. If you let him know you succeeded first now, he'll probably get so angry he'll blow up Earth. Wukong was stunned for a moment, then covered his mouth and chuckled. Hee, I understand, brother. I'll keep it secret. Thus the poor Vegeta remained in the dark, continuing his almost self-torturing training, striving for the goal of being the first to transform into a Super Saiyan besides Sun Wuxiu. During that year of training, a rather amusing incident occurred. Vegeta seemed to have fallen in love, though not officially, just in the flirting stage. Or rather, he was forced into love. The object of his affection was Bu-Er Ma's chief research assistant, AI Lena. AI Lena was a tall, mature beauty with sharp red short hair, a fiery and straightforward personality, and a slender figure. Although not as prodigiously talented in scientific research as Bu-Er Ma, she was a master at mechanical repairs. Their paths crossed because of Vegeta's terrible destructive power. Due to overtraining and his irritable temper, Vegeta often damaged the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Dr. Fu was busy researching the Namekian spaceship, and Bu-Er Ma was occupied with her romantic time with Sun Wuxiu. Thus, the arduous task of repairing the gravity chamber fell upon AI Lena. Hey, you with the receding hairline. Did you break the gravity generator again? One day, when Vegeta once again blew up the control panel, AI Lena rushed into the gravity chamber wielding a wrench and scolded him, pointing at his nose. Do you have any idea how hard this thing is to repair? Do you think it's your personal toy? If anyone else dared speak to the Saiyan prince like that, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But Vegeta, looking at this Earth woman, who clearly had no battle power, yet dared to shout at him with her hands on her hips, actually blushed damnably. And nonsense. The machine is too fragile. Hurry up and fix it. This prince still needs to train. Vegeta turned his head away, forcing himself to stay calm. If you're asking for help, you should have a proper attitude. AI Lena was not intimidated at all, though instead, she looked with interest at this man, who always wore a tight battle suit and had a body of solid muscle. If you want me to fix it, you can come shopping with me tonight and carry my bags, then I'll fix it. What? Let the noble Saiyan prince carry bags. Not going. Then you'll have to wait. These parts need to be imported from elsewhere. It'll take at least a month. You? Vegeta gritted his teeth, but in the end, for the sake of training, he had to humiliatingly compromise. And so as time went on, one was at Sundara Prince, a straight-laced man who only knew about training, the other was a fiery, mature mechanic who unexpectedly knew how to take care of others. The two somehow sparked a strange chemistry. AI Lena seemed to be quite fond of Vegeta's Sundara type, the kind who says no but is honest in actions. She often teased him under the guise of repairing the machine, having Vegeta completely wrapped around her finger. And although Vegeta would call her an annoying woman, every time AI Lena came to repair the machine, he would obediently stand by and hand her the wrench, and would even occasionally awkwardly ask, "Do you want some water?" This made Sun Wuxiu, who was secretly observing, exclaim, "Wow, this is probably what they mean by everything has its vanquisher." On a hot afternoon, Sun Wuxiu was in the living room watching TV with Buer Ma, while Wukong was taking Gohan to catch dinosaurs on the back mountain. Suddenly, buzz, an extremely cold, evil, and nauseatingly vast aura intruded into Earth's atmosphere without any warning. This aura was about as powerful as Fu Li saw from back then. This is... Sun Wuxiu's hand paused on the remote control, his eyes narrowing slightly. Finally here, at almost the same moment, Wukong, Baiku, and Kulin came house, all sensed this terrifying aura. As such powerful ki, Wukong's face changed, and he instantly teleported to Sun Wuxiu's side. "Big brother, did you feel it?" Sun Wuxiu nodded, his expression still calm. "This aura is very similar to Fu Li Sa's, but more steady, more icy." Baiku also flew over, his expression grave. Could it be that Fu Li Sa has been resurrected? No, it's not Fu Li Sa. Sun Wuxiu stood up and looked toward the sky. It's his father, Ku Er De Wong. Father? Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought after beating the sun the father would come? Sun Wuxiu sneered. It seems the Frost Demon clan really wants to be exterminated. Let's go quickly. Wukong was somewhat impatient. This aura is strong, it's a good opponent. Wait a moment. Sun Wuxiu suddenly remembered something and glanced toward the basement. There's still one person who hasn't come. Vegeta. Because the gravity chamber had a special isolating aura and protective layers, and he was too focused on his training, he didn't sense this aura immediately. Should I go call him? Wukong asked. No need. Sun Wuxiu waved his hand, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. For this kind of thing, it's better to let the right person handle it. He picked up the communicator on the table and dialed a number. Hello, AI Lena. This is Sun Wuxiu. Vegeta is still going crazy in the gravity chamber. There's a big trouble outside now, and we need this prince to step up. Yes, please invite him out. Preferably in a way that he can't refuse. After hanging up, Sun Wuxiu shrugged at everyone. Alright, let's head over first. That Sundara prince will come on his own soon. Underground gravity chamber. Vegeta, stripped to the waist, was doing one-finger push-ups, sweating profusely. 99.98. 99.99. Beep. The door opened. AI Lena, wearing a form-fitting work suit, leaned against the doorframe, holding a glass of iced drink and smiling at him. Yo, your highness, still training? Why are you here? Vegeta frowned, flipped over, and stood up. I didn't call for repairs. There's a big guy outside. AI Lena pointed at the ceiling. Everyone is going to fight the monster. Are you, the self-proclaimed strongest prince in the universe, going to hide here like a coward? What big guy? Vegeta was taken aback, then immediately deactivated the gravity field. Instantly, the terrifying aura from Ku Er De Wong came through clearly. This aura. Vegeta's face changed dramatically, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Ku Er De Wong. That was the shadow of his childhood in existence, even more imposing than Fu Li Sa. Looks like you know who it is. AI Lena walked over, took out a towel, and wiped his sweat for him, her movements natural and intimate. What's the matter? Scared. Vegeta, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pushed AI Lena's hand away and roared with pride. This prince would be scared. What a joke. Perfect. I've been itching to let loose the results of my recent training. Woman, prepare the spaceship. No, I'll fly over directly. Vegeta snatched up the battle suit nearby and put it on. Although his expression was somewhat grim, the fighting spirit in his eyes was blazing. He walked to the door, then suddenly stopped, turning back to glance at AI Lena. Hey woman. What? AI Lena raised an eyebrow. Stay away from the battlefield. If you die, it'll be a hassle having no one to repair my machines later. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of purple light and shot out. AI Lena watched his retreating figure and let out a chuckle. What at Sundara guy? Upon the wilderness, Sun Wuxiu, Sun Wukong, Baiku, and the others had already assembled. In the sky, a colossal spaceship was slowly descending. At that moment, a violet figure descended with a thunderous crash, brimming with fury and fighting spirit. How could such a commotion be complete without me, the prince? Vegeta stood beside the others, his gaze fixed on the spaceship, fists clenched tightly. King Ku Er De. Today marks the day we Saiyans completely break free from your shadow. Sun Wuxiu glanced at the assembled group, especially at Vegeta, who, though tense, had still chosen to stand forward. He nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone is here, let us go and bid farewell to this king who has traveled so far. Just as they were bracing for the impending fierce battle. Excuse me. A gentle yet slightly cold voice suddenly rang out from atop a rock behind them. Huh. The group started in shock, whipping around. Who? Baiku's heart jolted. With his current perception, how could someone have crept up so close undetected? On a towering rock not far away stood a slender young man. He appeared to be about 17 or 18, wearing a short purple jacket over a black vest, loose dark trousers, and yellow combat boots. What drew the most attention was the ancient-looking longsword strapped to his back and his fiery red short hair fluttering in the wind. That red was no dye. It was a natural flame-like hue. The young man's features were handsome and stern, his eyes holding a world-weariness and resolve beyond his years. Most bizarrely, the moment Vegeta saw this youth, an inexplicable peculiar throb stirred in his heart. It felt like encountering something utterly detestable, yet oddly familiar. Who are you? Sun Wukong stepped forward, asking warily. He could sense an immense, but deliberately suppressed chi within the young man. Who I am is not important. The red-haired youth leaped down from the rock as light as a feather. He walked before the group, his gaze sweeping over each person, finally settling on Sun Wukong and Sun Wuxiu. A flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes, quickly masked. I am here to help you. He pointed toward the distant wasteland. King Ku Air's spaceship will land at those coordinates in 3 minutes. If you go now, you can intercept him. Huh. You know the landing spot. Yamucha looked skeptical. Why should we trust you? Could you be a spy for King Ku Air? Faced with their doubts, the red-haired youth did not take offense. He just smiled helplessly. He turned his sharp eyes to the group's core. Sun Wuxiu. Mr. Sun Wuxiu. The youth bowed slightly, a hint of pleading in his tone. I know this is abrupt, but there is no time to explain. Please trust me. All eyes instantly converged on Sun Wuxiu. As the backbone of the Zu warriors and Earth's strongest defender, his judgment was absolute truth. Sun Wuxiu, hands in his pockets, quietly regarded the youth with his deep black eyes. Red hair. Sun Wuxiu sensed the youth's aura, suppressed yet fundamentally Saiyan-like, and those familiar facial features. No doubt about it. This was the savior from a despairing future, Talon Kusi. Sun Wuxiu thought to himself. In the original story, Talon Kusi should have purple or blue hair. It seems my butterfly effect caused some minor genetic variation on Bu Ma or Vegeta's side. No more importantly, the question is whether in other timelines Bu Ma and Vegeta are still together. I trust him. Sun Wuxiu nodded, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his lips. Since he accurately named King Ku Air and stepped forward at this moment, he is on our side. And besides, Sun Wuxiu cast a meaningful glance at Vegeta. I find this child's face rather familiar. Perhaps he is fated to be with one of us. Fated he? Vegeta frowned disdainful. This prince does not recognize such a pretty boy. With Sun Wuxiu's endorsement, the group's wariness dissipated considerably. Since Big Brother says so, it must be fine. Sun Wukong was the first to voice support. Let's go. To those coordinates. 3 minutes later, as the red-haired youth had foretold, boom. The sky darkened instantly as a deep purple saucer-shaped spaceship far larger than Fu Lisa's vessel tore through the clouds. With a suffocating, terrifying pressure, it landed heavily on the wasteland before them. The ground trembled violently, shockwaves kicking up a blinding sandstorm. What an astonishing chi. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes narrowed, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is this King Ku Air? His chi feels even stronger than Fu Lisa's on Namek. Indeed, very strong. Baiku shed his weighted cloak, his expression grave. Approximately a battle power of 100 million. If we are not careful, Earth will truly be doomed. Though the Zu warriors had grown much stronger than a year ago, facing a monster of the 100 million level still instilled a primal pressure in all except the brother's son. Cash. The spaceship's massive hatch slowly opened. Steam billowed out. Amid the white mist, an extremely tall figure emerged. He bore 2 enormous curved horns on his head, wore a battle robe, and resembled Fu Lisa's second form, but with more majesty and dominance. King Ku Air. Behind him followed thousands of fully armed elite soldiers, each exuding a formidable aura. So, this is Earth. King Ku Air looked around, his blood-red eyes filled with boundless coldness and cruelty. What a beautiful yet fragile planet. His gaze soon locked onto the waiting Sun Wuxiu and the others. Oh, all here. King Ku Air sneered, his voice thundering across the wasteland. It seems I don't need to search for you one by one. Was it you filthy apes? Who killed my son with despicable means? As he spoke, a terrifying, murderous intent erupted, cracking the ground around him. Despicable. Vegeta could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward and pointing at King Ku Air, shouting. Stop spouting nonsense. That was a fair and open duel. Your son was killed because he was inferior, which only proves they were trash. And you. A purple aura began to rise around Vegeta, his fighting spirit blazing. You will follow in their footsteps. This prince will use your blood to honor the souls of the Saiyans. With that, Vegeta prepared to charge forward. Wait. Just then the red-haired young man suddenly reached out to stop Vegeta. What the hell do you think you're doing? Vegeta blazed with rage. Do you want to die too? The young man, ignoring Vegeta's fury, turned around and looked at Sun Wuxiu and Sun Wukong behind him. Mr. Sun Wuxiu, Mr. Sun Wukong. The young man's eyes grew exceptionally resolute, the look of a warrior bearing a heavy mission. I know you are all very strong, and dealing with this guy would be a piece of cake for you. But, could I ask you to leave this opponent to me? I want to end this sin with my own hands. Moreover, after I finish him off, I have something extremely important to tell you two alone. The young man's request was sincere and resolute. What a joke. Vegeta was furious. You some brat who crawled out of nowhere dare to compete with this prince for prey. Get lost. He had worked hard to raise his normal battle power to several million, and was just itching for a chance to show it off, so how could he let it go to this pretty boy? Perhaps he could use this battle as a catalyst to become the second successful Super Saiyan. However, let him go. Sun Wuxiu's voice rang out at the right moment. Kashio. Vegeta looked at him in disbelief. Vegeta calmed down. Sun Wuxiu smiled and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Give the young man a chance. Besides, I'm curious to see how much this confident boy is worth. But Vegeta wanted to say something more. It's settled. Sun Wuxiu had the final say. In the circle of Z fighters, Sun Wuxiu's words were practically a decree. Since he had spoken, though extremely aggrieved, Vegeta could only snort, coldly cross his arms, and step aside. Oomph. Since you want to die, I'll watch you get torn to shreds by King Kuerda. Vegeta cursed venomously. The red-haired young man shot a grateful glance at Sun Wuxiu. Then he turned around and walked alone toward the massive alien army. The wind ruffled his jacket and red hair. In front of the vast army, his figure appeared somewhat fragile, yet like a sword about to be drawn, its edge fully exposed. Kid, who are you? King Kuerda looked at the young man approaching alone and laughed contemptuously. Is this how Earthlings treat their guests? Send a weanling to die, eh? Men, kill him. Charge. Hundreds of elite soldiers raised their guns and charged toward the young man like a tidal wave. Facing this overwhelming attack, the young man's face showed no expression. He didn't even draw his sword. He simply slowly raised his right hand. An invisible wave of energy burst forth instantly. Boom. The dozens of soldiers at the front, as if hit by an invisible train, were instantly turned into a mist of blood. What a... King Kuerda's smile froze. The young man didn't stop continuing forward. His pace quickened from a slow walk to a run and finally into a blur. Since you're in such a hurry to go to hell. The young man's voice echoed in the wind. Then I'll send you off. Just as he was less than 50 meters from King Kuerda, the young man's steps suddenly halted. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and let out a low shout. Boom. At that moment, golden light exploded across the wasteland like the sun. The powerful blast wave sent all the surrounding grunts flying, and even King Kuerda couldn't help but step back 2 paces, raising a hand to shield his eyes. This key. Sun Wukong behind widened his eyes. As for Vegeta, he was completely stunned. The light faded. The originally red-haired young man now had his hair fully standing on end, turning into a dazzling gold. His emerald green pupils burned with golden aura. That sacred and ferocious posture. Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a scream like a chicken with its neck pinched. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his finger trembling as he pointed at the young man, his mind blank. How can this be? How can this be? Besides that freak Kashio, there's actually someone else who can transform into a Super Saiyan. And it's some brat who came out of nowhere. Then what am I, What is this Saiyan prince? Vegeta's mentality completely shattered at that moment. For the past year, he had been torturing himself day and night in the gravity chamber, enduring untold hardships and shedding countless amounts of blood, yet he hadn't even been able to touch that threshold. And now some random passerby appears and transforms right in front of him. It was like studying hard for 10 years and failing to get into Tsinghua, only to find out the neighbor's kid, who played games all day, got a recommendation. This sense of disparity made Vegeta want to die. Not only Vegeta, but Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Kulin, and the others were also stunned. It really is a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong murmured. This key is pretty strong. On the battlefield, the transformed telling Kizi, whose name no one knew yet, gave King Kuerda no time to react. Clang. The sword at his back was drawn. A cold flash of light. Swish. The young man's figure vanished instantly. King Kuerda only felt a flash of golden light before his eyes and a deadly chill racing toward his head. No. So fast. King Kuerda panicked, wanting to transform and counterattack. But he was too slow. In front of a Super Saiyan, even a battle power of 100 million was just a bigger target. It's over. The young man's voice sounded above him. Shing, shing, shing. Sword light like a net. King Kuerda didn't even have time to let out a scream. His body was sliced into countless pieces in that instant. Boom. The young man fired a ki blast with a backhand. The golden energy sphere instantly engulfed the pieces, completely vaporizing them, and along with the spaceship behind, exploded into a brilliant fireball. A one-hit kill. A complete and utter one-hit kill. The young man sheathed his sword, his golden hair slowly reverting to red. He turned around and gave a shy smile to the dumbfounded crowd. Sorry that was a bit rough. The entire scene was silent. Only the wind howled. And at this moment Vegeta with hollow eyes kept muttering under his breath. Super Saiyan. Another Super Saiyan. Why? Why can everyone transform? But not me.